Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Suddenly arriving in a theater escape room is not how anyone thought their day would go. The UA staff Gran and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 are included as well as the League of Villains are immediately on guard. They're assessing their situation as soon as their world stops spinning. Class 1A plus 𝐿𝐴 and 𝐻𝐴 are not that far behind, keeping a wary eye on the LOV. This seems like a good of a time as any. Hope states, drawing the attention of the room's occupants. Your quirks won't work here to attack anyone. They state seeing some of the occupants attempting to do such. You'll be able to passively use your quirks, but any and all attacks towards another will be stopped. Many of the occupants in the room seemed upset at this, some even growling as their quirks failed to come to their aid. Hope smiles softly at everyone. You are here to watch alternate universes of yours. Some of them will interest you more than others, although they all have one thing in common. Pausing, Hope looks around the room, seeing her captive audience, some more openly interested than others, before continuing. They all tend to start centering around one Midoriya Izuku. The hero brat, Shigaraki growls, scratching his neck. Why the DMN nerd? Bakugo exclaims at the same time. Others in the theater begin to mutter amongst themselves at this new revelation. Quiet! A thrum of stilling power throws itself across the room, silencing everyone in it. Thank you. Hope nods in her thanks. Not a single person will hate all of these universes and not a single person will love all of these universes. Do with that what you will. Just know not to hold those in this room accountable for the actions and words said in these universes. Most likely, they never happened or happened differently in the universe you are from. Hope pauses, letting everyone take in what they said. Nodding, Hope continues. If you will find a seat, make yourselves comfortable, they will be starting shortly. We will alternate between them as if they were chapters or episodes. This will allow you to view just how vastly different something small can make a universe. Hope smirks. As the saying goes, for the want of a nail the shoe was lost. For the want of a shoe the horse was lost. For the want of a rider the message was lost. For the want of a message the battle was lost. For the want of a battle the kingdom was lost. And all for the want of a horseshoe nail. Hope's figure seems to vanish just as the screen lights up, displaying Welcome to the Archive with a search bar just below it. The letters slowly type themselves into spell, For the Want of a Nail series. The screen opens up to a loading screen with 4 distinct titles as well as question mark titles that fades on further down. A minute passes as everyone finally settles into their seats and the title screen pops up. Up next, Deku. I think he's some pro. Chapter 1. Hope and heartbreak. Even after an hour-long shower, Izuku still felt the weight of the past 24 hours clinging to his skin. All Might looked down on him from every wall in his room, judgmental eyes staring straight into his soul. Maybe I will enjoy this. Shigaraki smirks. I wonder what All Might did, Uraraka mutters, trying not to disturb those watching around her. You can't be a hero not without a quirk. Be realistic. Izuku went to bed crying for his broken dream. Midoriya's friends were quick to assure him that he's a great hero. His room looked empty without all his All Might merch. If your room in that universe is anything like your dorm in ours, then I can't imagine you have much else up as decoration, Kiro. Midoriya blushes bright pink, stuttering, but unable to prove Asui wrong. It wasn't that Izuku hated All Might now, it's just that every time he looked at the smiling hero, all he could think was you can't be a hero. Shigaraki now looks disappointed, having hoped for a different outcome. Just because Izuku was finally coming to terms with that fact didn't mean he needed it playing on a loop in his head every time he's at home. He still had a few posters up from some of his other favorite heroes, but he'd changed his sheets to a plain black set that he'd found collecting dust in the linen closet paired with a gold pillowcase. It wasn't official merchandise, but it reminded Izuku of Eraserhead anyway. Aizawa raises an eyebrow at that. Curious as to how Midoriya knew of his hero persona since he was supposed to be underground. It had taken a few days for him to gather the courage, but Izuku had finally sat down and updated his hero analysis notebooks, leaving out the parts on All Might's secret weakness. Most of the room startled at this. The staff was surprised that Midoriya knew and the villains shocked that All Might had supposedly had a secret weakness when he was still a working hero. The students were just mostly confused, except for a few who had connected the few times they spotted Small Might with the shrunken figure that the symbol of peace currently is. It was oddly comforting. He had thought it would be painful, and it was in some ways, but it was mostly familiar, like his analysis was the only part of himself that hadn't shattered alongside his hero dream. That was why he found himself, during his latest bout with insomnia, browsing a lesser-known hero forum. Shinso snorts, mood. He'd found it several years earlier and quickly figured out that a lot of underground heroes used it to communicate with each other, since it offered encrypted chats and accounts were only known by random numbers rather than usernames. He'd spent about 2 weeks back then figuring out which accounts corresponded to which heroes, but he had never posted himself. Only 2 weeks. That's impressive and a little worrying. Aizawa comments. Indeed. Nezu sips on his tea, his beady eyes fixed on the screen. Some of the surrounding staff shudders at the aura coming off of their boss. Hatsume perks up and darts over to Midoriya's seat. You've been on that forum too. Her constant eye contact seemed to unnerve Midoriya. Yeah. Hatsume beams. It took me a couple of months to get everyone's hero names and numbers to correspond, but that's probably because I kept getting distracted with my babies. Midoriya nervously chuckles. Yeah. I kinda just hyper-focused on figuring out all the heroes on the forum. Hatsume's eyes seem to sparkle. Hyper-focusing is my favorite type of focusing. We're friends now. Midoriya nods, wide-eyed. As Izuku drowsily scrolled through old posts, a crazy idea occurred to him. If he couldn't be a hero himself, why couldn't he help the real heroes be better? Midoriya was staring at the screen him like he had spontaneously grown a second head. Him, help heroes. In the morning, he'd blame it on sleep deprivation and then promptly die of mortification, but that didn't change the fact that, at 2 o'clock in the morning, Izuku Midoriya sent 10 underground heroes in-depth analyses of their quirks and fighting styles. Todoroki was busy icing Midoriya as he seemed to be combusting. New message 12579, Eraserhead, thank you for the analysis. It was eye-opening to see my strengths and weaknesses from an outside perspective, not to mention the ideas for improvement. Oh, ho, ho. This must be some pretty good analysis if the Eraserhead is complimenting it. Kiyama nudges Aizawa's side. Aizawa grunts. Will you stop that? Come on, show. Yamada exclaims. This is you. That means it's probably really good analysis. Aizawa just sighs, ignoring his friends in an attempt to keep watching. Izuku was hyperventilating. Eraserhead, the Eraserhead, had thanked him for his analysis. The Eraserhead. One more nudge from either of you and you'll both be on the floor. Aizawa punctuates his sentence with a flash of his quirk. This effectively stops the two from nudging him continuously, but it doesn't stop them from pouting. It almost made up for the Kachan and his lackeys beating him up again during lunch. Not quite, because the bullying had gotten worse since the sludge villain incident, but it came close. The room suddenly sobers, many eyes darting to Bakugo before returning back to the screen. The person who brought them here said not to judge the people in the theater based on their AU's actions. That means that this didn't happen in their universe, right? Bakugo's eyebrows furrow. He didn't bully more after the sludge villain incident. Several other heroes had also sent him messages thanking him, while others, who had apparently heard of his analyses from their friends, had asked him to send them theirs. He was just finishing up verifying the identities of those who had requested analyses to make sure he wasn't accidentally helping any villains when he saw a blinking notification in the bottom left corner of his screen. Kiyama's grin could be compared to the Cheshire Cat's at this point. Look, show. His being rational and verifying identities. You two are insufferable, Aizawa deadpans. Yamada barks out a laugh. New message 12579, Eraserhead, do you analyze villains? The screen fades away into a loading screen. This should be an interesting universe, Nezu chirps, taking another sip of tea. Aizawa glances towards where the students are sitting. I wonder if the problem child does this level of analysis in our universe. I believe he does at least some analysis in our world. From what I've seen, he is quite smart, All Might happily states. We'll just have to ask him when we get back, Aizawa says. The loading screen finally shows the next episode to be shown. Mastermind, Strategist for Hire Chapter 1. Temptation. The loading screen finally shows the next episode to be shown. Mastermind, Strategist for Hire Chapter 1. Temptation. Izuku Midoriya tried to like heroes. He really did. That was difficult, however, when it had only been a month since the number one hero himself had crushed Izuku's dreams like a stale cracker, and then simply watched as Kaken was attacked. This piques some of the villain's interest. Others decide not to get their hopes up. Izuku wondered what would have happened if Death Arms hadn't prevented him from running in at the last minute. Maybe he would have impressed All Might, who would have taken him on, and taught him how to be a hero. Izuku scoffed at his own thoughts. Him, a quirkless loser, impress All Might. Yeah, right. All Might shifts nervously in the back, glancing towards where his successor is sitting. Midoriya winces at his alternate self's thoughts, wondering if this would have been him if Death Arms had indeed stopped him from running in. As it was, All Might had gotten his act together eventually, and Kaken had been alright, if unconscious, when he was retrieved from the sludge villain's body, and Izuku had spent the last month quietly selling off his All Might merchandise and harboring a growing resentment toward Hero Society. Which is what led him to where he was now, sitting at a sketchy internet cafe, about to tell a random internet acquaintance, who in all probability might be a villain, how to kill a minor hero. The villains were now starting to all be intrigued by this universe, some more hopeful than others. If he has his analysis like in the other universe, then that minor hero is as good as dead. Kiyoma states, glancing around at her co-worker with worry. He's in an internet cafe too. That means if he continues down this route, he'll be hard to catch, Tsukochi mentions. Hopefully his inexperience will trump his analysis, Yamada chimes in. Aizawa grunts. Not likely. He's pretty smart. But for now, let's focus on what he's currently doing and not what he might do. Midoriya freezes, staring at the screen in horror. Using his analysis to kill a hero. His friends all jump to comfort him. Hey! You would never Deku. Uraraka chirps. Yeah, Kiro. Plus, we were told not to hold anyone's alternate actions against them. That isn't you. Midoriya gives his friends a shaky smile. Thank you, you guys. He had found the post on one of the more underground hero forums, the kind that often included posts about vigilantes and villains alongside the heroes. Is it really that easy to find underground hero forums? Skachui asks. Aizawa shrugs. They aren't hard to find when you know what you are looking for. They're made that way to make it easier to catch starting up or up-and-coming villains and some vigilantes before they become too much of a problem. Many of the heroes nod in interest. Are you on this many underground forums in our universe? Todoroki asks. Probably. Midoriya shrugs. I guess I don't keep track of all of the forums I'm on. Midoriya gets a pensive look on his face. I think I'm on at least 3 underground forums, 5 Limelight Hero forums and at least 3 All Might forums. Only 3. Uraraka teases. Midoriya blushes. They're the only ones that are worth keeping tabs on. All of the other forums don't tend to add anything other than what is seen on the news. Midoriya shrugs as he rubs the back of his neck. The quirk analysis forums I'm on also have All Might focus threads. You're such a nerd. Uraraka giggles. Izuku didn't necessarily want to be on it, but he was holding on to a hope that if he just continued doing the things he enjoyed before everything went to SHT, then he might eventually start feeling a spark of something besides anger. The post itself hadn't been that long, just one question. Why has 0S301? Completely hypothetically, how would one go about killing Mount Lady? The non-villains freeze. Sure, they figured that Midoriya was gonna help the villains, but to help kill a hero. Finally. Something interesting. Shigaraki cackles. Do you think she'll be covered in BLD? Toga asks excitedly. Who says he'll even answer the post? Darby rolls his eyes. A simple post like that shouldn't have changed his life. Izuku should have just ignored it, or maybe told the police, especially after he read through the user's old post and discovered that, even if they weren't a villain, they were definitely a villain sympathizer. He should have not given it a second thought and turned to more reputable forums to try and dig himself out of his growing depression. Instead, he did none of that. "This doesn't look like it'll end well," Ida says. Midoriya looked a little pale. He could see where this was going. For the next week, the question repeated in Izuku's mind like a broken record, his mind latching onto anything that could cut through his apathy. How would one go about killing Mount Lady? She was a new hero, prideful, and media-hungry, which might explain why she was one of the hero world's rising stars, but Izuku knew she had weaknesses. Every hero does, Midoriya mutters darkly to himself. He found himself at more and more of her fights over the next week, trying and failing to convince himself that he was there because he liked Mount Lady, not because he was analyzing her weaknesses. It had only taken him 3 days to realize that his hero analysis books contained enough information on heroes' weaknesses that he could probably kill any hero he wanted to, with a little work. The thought made him sick, but it still didn't stop him from seeking out Mount Lady's fights, and it definitely didn't stop his brain from obsessing over how to kill her. Midoriya's friends couldn't help but see their friend paling rapidly. "That's not you, Deku. You would never." Uraraka tries to comfort him. "But I could," Midoriya mutters, just loud enough for his friends to hear. His friends pause, staring at Midoriya. "I could," Midoriya repeats, making eye contact with each of his friends. I. Tears build in his eyes. "I can picture it. Now that the idea is in my head, I can't help but picture it. It's not even hard." Tears are streaming down his face. Uraraka pulls Midoriya into a hug. "But you would never act on it. And that's the important part. And if you did, they probably deserved it," Todoroki adds. "Todoroki!" Ida sounds scandalized. It would be laughably easy, Izuku realized, to use her love of the media against her. Pretend to be a reporter, lure her into a densely populated area with narrow streets to prevent her from using her quirk, ask for a selfie and stab her through the heart while her eyes were focused on the camera, then blend into the crowd before anyone realized she was dead. Midoriya lets out a sob. The villains all made a mental note of the plan. Just in case. He tried to leave it at that. He knew how to kill her, so he really didn't need to be thinking about it anymore. After the week he'd had, he really should have expected that putting the issue out of his mind wouldn't work. Anyway, it was all hypothetical anyway, right? What was the harm in private messaging the poster and describing his plan, as well as a few backups, just in case? After all, it wasn't as if the poster was actually a villain, just a villain sympathizer. Mount Lady probably wouldn't end up dead. And Izuku could make a dummy account at an internet cafe just in case, so that no one could track his IP address, and then he'd never have to use the account again, and maybe he'd actually be able to finally stop thinking about this. A little over an hour after walking into the internet cafe, Izuku signed out of the account he'd made, M4STEM1ND404, and walked out the front door feeling oddly relieved. Izuku Midoriya tried to like heroes. It didn't work. This will not end well, Tsukochi sighs. He can feel the headache this version of Midoriya will be for him. The heroes around him all hum in acknowledgement. If he can keep off of the police radar, even if it's only for a little while, this Midoriya could become really dangerous. Izuku's life went about surprisingly unchanged after his brief descent into maybe villainy. Many snorted at the thought that giving a probable villain plans to murder a hero being called maybe villainy. There had been several times since then when he found himself on a verge of a panic attack, wondering what he could have been thinking, sending off his notes like that. Every time he managed to calm himself down by justifying that the person he messaged probably just thought he was some creep for taking his post seriously. The poster hadn't even expected a response, he was just venting frustration, probably, so nothing was going to come of it. He wondered, in those moments, if he was a bad person for feeling sad about that fact. He knew he was. Midoriya's tears were back as his alternate self was hoping for his notes to be used to kill a hero. He couldn't believe that he would ever go down this route of life. It had been 8 days since Izuku had messaged the poster, and he had just finished bandaging himself up from Kaken's latest attempt to put him in his place. Midoriya's friends glared at the screen in hopes the Bakugo of that universe could feel their wrath for hurting their friend. The beatings had become even worse since the sludge villain incident. From what Izuku could gather from Kaken's rants between his explosions, he was trying to prove he wasn't some weak but victim or something like that. The end result was that Izuku spent most of his life nowadays alone and in pain, but how was that any different from every day since he turned 4? Here. You know, I just realized that the sludge villain attack happened in both of these alternate universes so far. Kirishima points out. Didn't that incident also happen in our world? I wonder if anything was different between them all even though they are at least similar events. Izuku was just tugging his shirt down to hide the bandages as he left the bathroom when he heard his mother gasp and drop a pan in the next room. He ran in to find her staring open-mouthed at the TV, the news anchor standing on what was normally a busy street, the shot backlit by flashing police sirens. As of yet, police have few leads on the identity of the attacker, only saying that he might have some sort of stealth quirk considering how quickly he was able to disappear in the aftermath of Mount Lady's death this afternoon. A vigil for the fallen hero will be held. Midoriya lets out a sob. Isn't that terrible, Izuku? She was such a new hero too. Who would do something like this? His mother turned back into the kitchen, trying to distract herself by preparing dinner. Izuku simply stared at the TV in shock, not really seeing anything. The poster had been serious after all. He had actually done it. Which meant that he, Izuku Midoriya, a hero fanboy, was now accessory to a hero's murder. Izuku started to hyperventilate only to be violently knocked out of his upcoming panic attack by another thought. Mount Lady was dead. That meant that he, a quirkless Deku, had beaten a hero. An unfamiliar warm feeling welled up in his chest and he fought down a smile. He wondered if this made a bad person. He knew it did. This might be fun after all. Darby smirks. Let's just hope that he stops feeling so much guilt. Then this'll really be fun, Shigaraki adds. I just know that this isn't going to end here, Tsukochi sighs. Aizawa lets out a short chuckle. That would only be wishful thinking. I hope the little listener gets arrested quickly. Yamada comments. Not likely given what we've seen so far, Kiyama adds. The screen fades into a loading screen with the words, up next, Viridian, the Green Guide Chapter 1, Technicalities. The screen fades into a loading screen with the words, up next, Viridian, the Green Guide Chapter 1, Technicalities. Toshinori glanced down at the boy as rain fell down all around them. Yes, the boy definitely had a heroic spirit, but just being near the power of one of Toshinori's full-strength punches was enough to practically knock him out. If he were to have that power inside him, his body wouldn't be able to handle it, he'd break. Giving a weak body so much power would be irresponsible, no matter how strong his spirit was. Besides, Toshinori's power was running out, he needed a strong successor. The boy would be able to find other ways to help people. Most of the people in the theater were confused by this. What was All Might talking about? All Might and Midoriya were both trying not to look suspicious, while Midoriya also felt a little hurt that All Might could think that of him. // You're just a quirkless failure that wouldn't even cut it as a rent-a-cop Deku. Kaken screamed. You didn't help me. You did nothing. I don't owe you anything. You got that. Wait. Is this the sludge villain again? Kirishima exclaims. No SHT, shitty hair. Bakugo barks. Do you think this is the event where one small thing changes that makes all of these different universes? Who the F cares? Let's just get these shitty stories over with so we can leave. Izuku nodded fearfully as Kaken stalked off. He was right, Izuku really hadn't done anything except get in the way. But at least he tried. It had been weirdly exhilarating, that one moment of risking his life for someone else before giving up on his dreams forever. No Deku. Don't listen to him. You'll be a great hero, Uraraka shouts at the screen, wanting to give hope to her friend's alternate self. Some of the rest of Class 1 were also shouting encouragement at the screen. If you want to be a hero so bad, take a swan dive off the roof and pray you'll be born with a quirk in the next life. Half of the room seems to hold their breath. Did that Midoriya really think that of himself? Had someone told him that? If so, who? Bakugo himself was staring at the screen in horror, wondering if this universe will see Midoriya taking his old advice. Advice that he had immediately regretted giving. Not that he'd let anyone know that. He hadn't wanted to be viewed as weak for apologizing to the nerd at the time. Izuku shook his head. No, Kaken was just being mean. Izuku didn't actually want to die, right? Class 1A went up in an uproar. Bakugo said that. There's no way. Shut up. Shigaraki shouts. You hero brats need to shut up. You know that Bakugo isn't your Bakugo. Now shut up so that we can finish these stupid stories. Class 1A reluctantly quiets down, following Shigaraki's logic. That's not why he'd run in to stop that villain. The rush was just because he'd deluded himself into thinking he was helping Kaken. And there were plenty of other ways to help people, just like All Might had said. He could become a policeman. Yeah, Deku. You be a policeman. Uraraka hypes. I think that you would make a wonderful policeman, Midoriya, Ida adds. You wouldn't even cut it as a rent-a-cop. Uraraka let out a growl. No, it would probably be best to do some research when he got home. There had to be other people out there that realized they couldn't be heroes, right? Maybe he could do some digging online and find out what careers they went into. He walked into the apartment and was immediately almost knocked off his feet as his mom ran to hug him. Oh, Izuku, baby. I was so worried. What were you thinking? I guess I wasn't. Izuku chuckled. Sorry, Mom. Or, I just want to give the green bean a hug. Kiyoma exclaims. After finally convincing his crying mother that he was, in fact, alive and well, he took a shower and then sat down with his laptop to look into alternate careers. The question now was what to type into the search engine. The hardest question out there. Kaminari nods solemnly. What to do when you can't be a hero? The search algorithm must be designed to search for any word in the entered phrase because the top results were all interview clips from various pro heroes giving the anyone can be a hero speech. Lies. Halfway down the page, however, Izuku finally saw a result that looked halfway like what he was actually searching for. The power of this internet! Kaminari exclaims. He clicked on the link and it took him to a thread on one of the hero forums. A user a few years ago had asked, I just took the exams for several different hero courses and didn't get in. Being a hero was all I ever wanted to do, so what should I do now that it isn't an option? Well, Izuku hadn't quite gotten to the point of actually taking the UA entrance exam, but the rest applied pretty well. He scrolled through the various answers. A lot of them just offered condolences and told the asker to talk to the career counselor at their school. Izuku didn't think that'd help him much though, considering that when he'd met with his school counselor last year, the woman had told him to consider being a garbage man. Not that that wasn't a completely valid career, but he knew she only suggested it because he was quirkless. I feel like this school needs to be looked into, Nemurai suggests. I mean, if it is even a little like it is in these alternate universes, I feel like we should check it out. It just isn't a safe learning environment that kids should have. The teachers around her nod in agreement, while Nezu smiles into his tea. He had already begun making a list of all the things that should probably be touched on when they get back. Izuku wanted a job where he could actually help people. A few people suggested being a doctor, but Izuku didn't think he was smart enough for that. His classmates were always telling him that he was a stupid Deku, after all. Policeman might be a good option, but then again, Kachen was probably right. If he didn't have what it took to be a hero, why would he have what it took to be a cop? You could do anything you put your mind to, Deku. Uraraka exclaims. She wants to make sure that her friend knows that he isn't dumb and useless. Just because the universes weren't the same, doesn't mean that things won't overlap, and Uraraka wants to make sure that if this is something that does, that her friend knows that he is amazing. He was just about to close the browser and go to bed when a comment with a large thread caught his eye. Well, if you didn't get into the hero course, you can always be a vigilante. Aizawa sighs seeing where this could be going. Tsukochi groans. He knows the percentages of people that tend to show up around the time of entrance exam letters. It always means a lot of paperwork and sometimes, even a lot of bodies. Most of the replies to that were exactly what Izuku suspected they'd be. basically bullying the commentator for suggesting something so obviously illegal. Izuku shouldn't even be thinking about this, he was in enough trouble for running into the situation earlier, but wait. Wasn't that vigilantism too? They probably let him off easily because he's a kid and it was obviously the first time he'd done something like that. But that thrill of almost dying to save someone else. Izuku opened another tab. It wouldn't hurt to do some more research on vigilantes, right? The more he learned, the more he'd understand that this was a completely stupid idea that he absolutely should not do. It was obviously stupidly dangerous and had a very good chance of killing him. Exactly. Ida chops his hand for emphasis. Vigilantism is wrong and one should not partake in such an act. He pushes his glasses back up on his face. Not to mention dangerous. Ida finishes. Thank you for that, Ida. I'm sure you learned that lesson well to be preaching it so passionately, Todoroki says. Midoriya snorts, bringing a hand to his mouth in an attempt to muffle it. Ida stiffens and snaps his attention to Todoroki with a look of utter disbelief. Todoroki shrugs. Right. There wasn't a whole lot of information on particular vigilantes, at least not as much as there was on the legal heroes. Heroism was often based on fame, but apparently most vigilantes didn't get very popular. But popularity wasn't very important to Izuku, he didn't really need to be popular to be happy. Fame was for people like Kaken who deserved it. Bakugo flinches, from what he'd seen so far in this universe as well as the other universes and how he had acted in middle school as well as the beginning of the year at UA, he couldn't understand how Midoriya could think he deserved the fame. Then, around midnight, Izuku read a research paper about a group a few years ago called the Neurohata Vigilantes. Tsukochi groans, just remembering the headache and paperwork that those vigilantes were. I haven't actually read all of Vigilantes, so this is just a guess that they were a major headache. It was by a college student who apparently hadn't gone on to do any more serious research, but it did give a decent overview of vigilantism in general and how illegal heroes were seen by the general population. According to the Japanese government, vigilantism is defined as using one's quirk in an unauthorized act of heroism. The vigilantes of Neurohata definitely fit the bill, but do people see them as evil, like the government proclaims, or as good? Izuku read the first sentence a total of 5 times before looking up the actual law. At least according to the government, quirkless people couldn't technically be vigilantes. Wait, he couldn't be a vigilante. Aizawa and Tsukochi groan in unison. They just know where this is heading now. Problem child. Aizawa grumbles. Izuku didn't end up getting any sleep that night, since by the time he'd finished reading all the various laws on self-defense and quirk usage, the sun was already rising. He should still probably find some way to conceal his identity, since he didn't want to make his mother worry, but, well, there was no law preventing him from risking his life to help people. The screen fades out. I'm not sure I even want to know the amount of loopholes he found he can work around purely because he's quirkless. Tsukochi sighs, dropping his head into his hands. Look at that Ida. He's a legal non-vigilante, Todoroki says. Ida seems to be pouting in his seat. It's okay Ida, Midoriya pats Ida on the shoulder. It's the thought that counts. The loading screen fades in. Up next, Cheat Code, Support Strategist Chapter 1, The Death of a Dream. The loading screen fades in. Up next, Cheat Code, Support Strategist Chapter 1, The Death of a Dream. Izuku numbly watched the door shut behind All Might. Kaken had been right, he really couldn't be a hero. Oh no, Deku! Uraraka exclaims. Izuku felt the tears prickling at the corners of his eyes and looked around. If he went home right now, Mom would hear him crying in his room and wonder what was wrong, and Izuku didn't really feel up to explaining himself right then. This rooftop, however, was completely deserted. Making his decision, he sat down and hugged his knees to his chest as he let himself break down. Some people still remembered the suicidal mindset of the last Izuku and were worried about what this Izuku might do on the rooftop he was on. He should have known that would be All Might's answer. He had studied quirks for years, so he of all people should know that a quirkless teenager had no chance of beating villains with strong quirks. He couldn't even beat Kaken. He should have seen this coming, so why did it still hurt so much? After a few minutes of this, he became vaguely aware of the sounds of fireworks in the distance and almost stood up to look before changing his mind and curling up even tighter as he sobbed harder. The fireworks would probably look pretty and might even cheer him up a little bit, but Izuku wasn't really in the mood for pretty things. No matter how cool they looked, fireworks wouldn't be able to put his shattered dream back together. Pitying eyes found themselves looking at the boy on screen. All Might felt terrible for destroying young Midoriya's dreams that day. Bakugo was slowly putting together that this was also the sludge villain incident. The explosions were a good background for his pity party though, Izuku thought with a wet chuckle. It was almost like the world itself was celebrating that he'd finally come to terms with reality. He couldn't really tell if he was sobbing or laughing at the mental image of Kaken and his teachers in party hats, gathering around a cake with All Might's true form on it as they set off confetti poppers. Congratulations. That's concerning, Kiyoma says looking at her other co-workers. Is anyone on the little listener's side? Yamato wonders. His mother maybe. Ishiyama suggests. I mean, she wasn't there in his mental image. Yamada gives a non-committal hum. He was definitely laughing now. Kaken would totally have a disgruntled expression on his face at being forced into a party hat, but Auntie Mistuki would probably just hit him on the head if he tried to take it off. Mom would be the one to cut the cake, and she'd look proud and relieved as she gave him the first piece and told him to be sure to pick something safe for his next dream. Maybe not then, Ishiyama mutters. Yamada snorts. Izuku took a deep breath and stood up, wiping the last of his tears from his cheeks. There was still a dull ache in his chest, and he still didn't know what he was supposed to do now, but... well, it probably wasn't the best coping mechanism, but he felt like his imaginary pity party was almost like a funeral for his aspirations of being a hero. That, Uraraka pauses. That actually makes a depressing amount of sense. Ida nods. She's not wrong, Kero. Wait, was this feeling grief? That would make sense, but it seemed weird to feel grief for something that wasn't a person. His dream was kind of like a pet, right? He'd cared for it for years and refused to let go, and now it was gone, so it was probably okay to be a little sad. The sun had set sometime during his breakdown, so Izuku hurried straight home, only pausing once to check his reflection in a shop window to make sure his eyes weren't too red. He ran up the stairs to his apartment and quickly took off his shoes before digging in his backpack for his hero analysis notebook. Between the sludge villain and the koi pond, he was lucky that it was legible at all. He should put it in the freezer to save it so he could transfer his notes into another book, then he could carefully take out the pages that All Might had signed and frame them. Shigaraki scoffs. All Might shatters his dream and he still idolizes him. I'm guessing his acceptance of not being a quirkless hero and All Might be the final nail in the coffin has him reverting back into his fanboy ways as a way of coping. Compress offers Shigaraki his take on the boy's All Might worship. I do not deserve his worship, All Might states. Aizawa raises an eyebrow at him. Do you mean you or this alternate you? All Might pauses to think. I'd say both, or all, for that matter. Midoriya is too kind. Aizawa looks All Might up and down, nodding and turning to face back to the screen. I'm home. He called out as he walked toward the kitchen. He should put the notebook in a plastic bag before putting it in the freezer so it didn't get anything gross on the food. His thoughts were interrupted by his mom running at him so fast that she slid across the kitchen floor and almost knocked him down with the force of her hug. Oh Izuku. I was so worried about you. At least she seems to care about him, Ishiyama says. Maybe not support his dream, but at least she seems to care about him. Yamada hums. Yeah. I guess. I still wish he had someone in his corner supporting him at 110%, you know. Kiyoma shrugs. You can't have everything. Izuku looked at the clock. He wasn't that much later than he normally was. He knew for a fact he'd gotten home much later because he'd lost track of time watching hero fights, so why was Mom so worried today? She couldn't know what All Might had told him yet, could she? Mom was still talking, rambling in her worry. I saw about Katsuki on the news and I know that you take that route home sometimes, and I couldn't see you and you weren't answering your phone and I was just imagining what would have happened if the villain had grabbed you instead, because Katsuki was barely fighting him off with his explosions and she's a hoverer. A likely helicopter parent, Hound dog tells his comrades. Not much we can do about that. She's caring, if a bit overbearing, probably because of her son's quirklessness, Aizawa adds. Midnight nods sadly. You wouldn't be surprised at how common that is. It's better than some of the cases I've seen. She looks towards where the kids are sitting. There are some that are so protective over their kids that they end up causing the kid's death. Others are so detached from their kid that it's like they never had the kid. Izuku went cold. What? What happened to Kaken? Mom froze. Why you didn't know? Izuku shook his head frantically and stared at her with wide eyes. Mom pressed her lips together in worry, then led him into the living room and unmuted the TV. There was a young reporter on the screen, backlit against a few still-burning fires as backdraft, and a few other heroes lingered in the background. The sludge villain seemed to be intent on suffocating his victim. Thankfully, the heroes on the scene were able to keep the others in the area safe until the arrival of All Might, who defeated the villain and saved the hostage, as expected of the number one hero. The sludge villain has now been taken into custody by police, while the hostage and several bystanders were taken to the hospital for various injuries. Hey, Kirishima startles. It's the sludge villain again. That definitely means that this is the main breakaway point in these universes. Bakugo scoffs. What's your deal with the sludge villain anyway? Kirishima turns red. Oh, it's... Kirishima sharply chuckles. It's nothing, Bakubro. Bakugo eyes Kirishima like he can smell the lie, but doesn't push. They had to take him to the hospital. Izuku fretted. Is he going to be okay? Thankfully, Mom nodded quickly. Mistuki said he won't even have to stay the night. The only reason they took him at all was because he apparently passed out for a minute or two before All Might got to him, but is going to be okay. All Might winces. Another mention of his failure as a pro. Izuku sighed in relief. He wasn't sure what he'd do if Kaken had been hurt or died. It would have been his fault for distracting All Might and making him use up all his time, and Izuku wasn't sure if he'd be able to deal with that, especially since the description of the villain sounded like the one All Might had saved Izuku from, which meant that Izuku distracting him probably allowed the villain to escape. It was a good thing he'd already held the funeral for his dream, because there was no way he was capable of being a hero if he let villains escape like that. But Kaken was okay, All Might saved him. He's still so delusional, Shigaraki groans. Don't know what to tell YA boss man, Darby says. He's a hero fanboy through and through. Oh no. Was All Might okay? Izuku quickly excused himself and ran to his computer to look up footage of the fight. All Might didn't look tired, but then again, he didn't look like a skeleton either, so Izuku knew he was good at hiding things. He almost melted in relief when All Might jumped away without talking to a single reporter as soon as Kaken was safe. He was already past his limit when he talked to Izuku, and he'd probably had to go beyond that to save Kaken, but that didn't mean he had to force himself to stay and chat. Hopefully he was at home taking a well-deserved nap. Gran Torino snorted. As if that man knows what a break is. You can say that again, Recovery Girl scoffs. Izuku spent the rest of the night studying the fight. The sludge villain was a lot less impressive when he wasn't drowning in it, but apparently the heroes on the scene before All Might got there didn't agree, because they seemed at a loss for what to do. Izuku pulled out a new notebook and started analyzing. While it made sense for Backdraft to fight the fires, it would have been better to prioritize the rescue and have him dilute the villain enough for him to let go of Kaken. It would have meant leaving the fires burning, but since there were more fires the longer Kaken was held hostage, it would have been better in the long run. I always hate those situations, Kiyomi sighs. There are always too many factors and not enough time to run through them all. Yamada nods. You just gotta trust your gut and hope the decision you made was a good one. Mount Lady could have helped with evacuation, especially if Backdraft was busy taking care of the villain. Her height prevented her from getting into the narrow street where the fight was, but it was wide enough that she could have reached her arm in and let people climb onto it from the upper windows. And if she could reach her arm in, it might even have been possible for her to grab Kaken from the villain without ever stepping into the street, depending on how far down the street they were. Kamu Woods and Death Arms were more difficult, but if Kamu had looped around to come at the villain from behind, he might have been able to grab Kaken without getting in range of his hands. Death Arms could. easily have helped with evacuation. This is some insightful analysis for someone who's not even in high school. Nezu sips his tea with his eyes locked onto the notebook on the screen. His employees shiver. Eventually, Mom confiscated his notebook and forced him to go to bed, but Izuku's head still kept him awake for another hour going through all the possibilities of how that fight could have gone differently. Finally, his thoughts slowed down enough for him to slowly drift off to sleep with one last coherent thought. Is there a way to help heroes work smarter? Nezu's smirk makes everyone around him uncomfortable. They are all dreading what this universe will come to if the two ever meet. Shigaraki groans in annoyance. Are we only getting one good one to watch? Beggars can't be choosers. Dabi shrugs. The screen fades to black, confusing the occupants as it normally just went into the next loading screen. Maybe it broke. Zero suggests. Hawks, Endeavor, and Fukukado weren't exactly sure how they got here. Here being sitting in a theater with what looks to be the UA staff and Class 1A looking to their left, they noticed what to be the League as well. I'm not hallucinating, right? Hawks asks, startling the room. When did Hawks get here? Kaminari exclaims. Fukukado raises her hand. I think I just got here too. Wherever here is. Endeavor huffed, signaling his presence. I can answer that. Everyone turns to find Hope, their host kidnapper, towards the front of the room. I may have forgotten that these three existed for a hot minute, so they will be joining you now. I'll quickly catch them up on what they missed and then you all will continue on with the viewing, they explain. The screen behind Hope fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Deku. I think he's some pro. Chapter 2, Deku. The screen behind Hope fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Deku. I think he's some pro. Chapter 2, Deku, and that should get you both all caught up. Hope happily states. Endeavor, Hawks, and Fukukado all nod, a little overwhelmed with all of the information just thrown at them, but they think they got it all. Private chat 58726, Ms. Jokso, does anyone know who our mystery analyst actually is? Pro Hero Group chat. Mina and Kaminari shout excitedly. 87657, Mr. Brave, does anyone know who any of us are? We're called underground heroes for a reason. 58726, Ms. Joke, point taken. 72598, Sir Night Eye, it is a valid question though. He came out of nowhere, how do we know he's not a villain giving us false information in order to defeat us? Midoriya stares at the screen wide-eyed. I would never give false information to heroes. We know Midoriya, Todoroki nods, patting Midoriya's shoulder. 58726, Ms. Joke, how do you know it's a he? 12579, Eraserhead, so far, all the information he's given me has been accurate and no villains have known information about me that they shouldn't. Besides, if he was a villain, I think we would have already been targeted, considering he could have easily beaten any one of us using the information in the analyses he sent us. As strange as the situation is, I think he really is trustworthy, but only time will tell. Hey! Mina shouts. Joke had a valid question. Why are we skipping over it? Aizawa sighs but projects his voice so that the kids can hear him. Joke asks a lot of questions that she phrases as rhetorical. When you've known her long enough, it's easy to tell when she's asking a question rhetorically or when she's actually asking a question. Kiyoma smirks and Fukukado beams. So are you saying you know me well, Eraser? Fukukado teases. Aizawa rolls his eyes. I've worked with you for years, I would hope so, otherwise I can't say I'm good at my job. 58726, Ms. Joke, it's possible he's a pro who's new on the scene. Midoriya is back to being wide-eyed. She thinks I'm a pro. He turns towards his friends. She thinks I'm a pro. Uraraka giggles. We see that. 87657, Mr. Brave, with that level of analysis. More likely he's some veteran deigning to impart his infinite wisdom on the younger generation. He's had an account on this site for years, I checked, but he's never posted before now. Midoriya seems to be in the midst of crashing. Thoughts running through his head trying to figure out how this is possible. Uraraka asks for a hand fan from Yorozu and uses it to start fanning Midoriya. 58726, Ms. Joke, maybe it's Nezu. Midoriya. EXE has stopped working. Uraraka fans him, hoping the feeling of the cool air is grounding. 12579. Eraserhead no, I already asked him if he was behind it. I'm leaning more toward a retired pro. Todoroki helps Uraraka by using his cold side to make the cool air colder. 72598. Sir Night Eye, what are we even supposed to call him? If he's a hero, what's his code name? 87657. Mr. Brave, yeah, typing out mystery analyst every time is gonna get old real quick. 12579. Eraserhead, well, there's only one logical way to find out. The adults look towards Aizawa. He shrugs. Ask him obviously. It had been a little over a week since Izuku had impulsively started sending his analyses to pro heroes, and he had quickly fallen into a new routine. Go to school, hide from 𝐭𝐻 at lunch, more school, run from 𝐭𝐻 after class, maybe catch a villain fight on the way home, do homework, eat dinner, complete analysis requests from the Hero Underground, go to bed. Bakugo scowls at the screen. He wasn't that bad in middle school. Sure, he was a bully, he admits that. But he wasn't constantly chasing Deku around. Deku was the one that was chasing him. That feels like a lot of getting away from Kaken, Darby snorts. The kid acts like an but, thinks he's better than everyone, and yet is still trying to be a hero, Shigaraki scoffs, still bitter at their failed attempt of getting Bakugo on their side. That's pretty messed up, Spinner says, believing that Bakugo doesn't deserve to be a hero if he's like this. Most of the time, heroes simply wanted an analysis for themselves, but a handful had started sending him videos of villains in action for him to analyze. Today, Izuku logged into his account hesitantly, with Kachan's most recent jeers still echoing in his ears. It had been a bad day, and Izuku had failed at both hiding and running, resulting in twice as many beatings. Why had he ever even thought he could be useful to actual heroes when he was just a weak, useless, worthless, quirkless Deku? Uraraka wanted to just take all of the Midoriya's insecurities and throw them away. She wanted her friend to be happy, and seeing an alternate self of her friend be so negative about himself made her want to wrap him in a hug and not let go until he had better self-worth. Izuku shook his head and opened his inbox to find a new message from Eraserhead. New message 12579. Eraserhead, by the way, what's your codename? This isn't gonna go well, Midoriya mutters. Kachan's voice echoed in Izuku's mind. Useless, worthless Deku. Private chat 12579. Eraserhead, his name is Deku. Midoriya winces. Hopefully that Midoriya is able to positively reclaim that nickname like he did. Aizawa winces. That's gonna be a pain to change. Not impossible, but it'll be hard. Kiyoma hums. I don't think that it will change. Why do you say that? Yamada asks. Kiyoma shrugs. Because the loading screen title for this universe is Deku. I think he's some pro. Aizawa sighs. Let's just hope the kid's okay with something so negative being his hero name. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Mastermind, Strategist for Hire Chapter 2, Hope for the Future, yes. Shigaraki whoops. Something interesting. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Mastermind, Strategist for Hire Chapter 2, Hope for the Future, yes. Shigaraki whoops. Something interesting. Despite his best efforts, Izuku found himself at an internet cafe logging into his Mastermind account a little under 2 weeks after Mount Lady's death. Ha! Yes, Shigaraki smirks, ready for the fall into villainy. The TV in the corner is playing the news and even now won't stop talking about the murder. There's even talk about putting a memorial up where she was killed. Every time he hears about it, he feels a weird mixture of pride and nausea, the same feeling he felt every time he considered logging into his account. That feeling goes away after you stop thinking too hard about it, Darby comments with a wave of the hand. He knew that he should just let it lie, but recent events had shown how not great he was at that. Once his brain had latched onto a problem, it wouldn't rest until it was dead. Midoriya hums. He knows what that's like. He tends to go at problems with everything he has. Literally, in the case of Mount Lady. Midoriya winces. He clicked on the little envelope at the top of the screen, seeing a notification for 4 new messages. He opened the oldest one first, the only one from the original Mount Lady poster. New message, From 𝐒𝐻𝐼s301 thanks for the plan, I couldn't have done it without you. Well, I couldn't have gotten away with it at least. I know your reasons for helping are your own, mine are too, but just know that if you ever need anything, I've got your back. Tsukochi groans. He can tell where this is going, and with people in the underground backing him, that'll only make it harder to pin him down. Darby smirks. He knows how vital connections are in the underground. Darby's happy that Jiran found him useful enough to keep around long enough for him to join the league. Well, Izuku thought, that's nice of him at least. He sat back and took a deep breath. No one had ever thanked him before, well, not including his mom. Goodness knows Kaken never did. It felt really good if Izuku was being honest with himself, even if it was coming from a murderer. The thought made Izuku nauseous again. Just how desperate was he for attention if a compliment from a villain was enough to send him over the moon? Aizawa sighs. This is just going to go badly quickly if he stops worrying about things like this. And based on some of his other comments, he probably will, either after some more positive reinforcement or from something else that pushes him over the edge. He really was as pathetic as Kaken was always saying, wasn't he? Bakugo flinched. He wasn't liking how these universes were painting him. He especially didn't like remembering his middle school days. The others were catching on that Bakugo is acting as a bully in all 4 of these universes and were starting to wonder if that translated at all into their universe. Izuku shook his head in an attempt to yank himself out of a self-pity spiral. If he let that get going, he might be there for hours, and he really didn't want to stay logged in on his villain account longer than necessary. He pointedly ignored the voice in the back of his head that said having a villain account wasn't supposed to be necessary at all. It was then that he noticed the thank you note had a postscript. P.S. I hope you don't mind that I told a few friends about your account. None of them are cops, so don't worry about any snitches. If he keeps at it like this, he could rise pretty quickly in the underground, Compress says. Oh, I wonder which of us he'll meet first. Toga exclaims. Darby snorts. Let's hope it isn't you, crazy. You'd probably kill him before the rest of us got a chance to. Izuku hurriedly clicked back to his inbox, trying not to panic. He refreshed the page twice, willing the words on the screen to change, but when had anything ever actually paid attention to what he wanted? 3 new messages. From villains. It wasn't like Izuku could justify it like he could last time by saying he didn't know for certain these were villains. They had been referred to him by a murderer specifically because he had apparently made a murder plan. There was no way they weren't villains. This was terrible. What had he gotten himself into? Maybe this means he won't do any more villainy. Uraraka asks hopefully. I wouldn't hold too much hope of that happening, Kiro. Asui tells her friend. Based on the title of this universe, it doesn't seem likely. Uraraka sighs. Hey kid, are you okay? Izuku jumped when the teenager who had been running the counter put a hand on his shoulder. He hadn't even realized he'd been hyperventilating until that moment. He nodded, willing the worker to just go away, but apparently he wasn't that great of an actor because the worker just stood there looking concerned. Izuku took a few deep breaths, both to calm himself down and to convince the worker he'd be fine. When he felt he'd staved off the panic attack, he met the worker's eyes. Thank you for your concern. I think I'll actually be heading home now. The worker nodded and walked back to the counter as Izuku signed out without reading the other messages. He considered deleting the account, but the worker was still eyeing him with concern, so Izuku didn't want to take too long. He almost sighed in relief when he walked through the doors. No doubt if the worker had seen anything incriminating on his screen, he would have called the cops rather than helping Izuku through a panic attack. He pulled at his hood self-consciously as he turned toward home. Someone thought he was useful. The thought almost stopped him in his tracks, but he managed to trip over air instead. Someone thought he was useful. Sure, that someone was a villain, but still, someone thought he was useful. That meant he wasn't just a worthless Deku. Many of Midoriya's friends wince. The childhood that this Midoriya must have had to feel so happy over someone, a villain at that, tell him he was useful. Bad Izuku, he shook his head. As great as that compliment felt, it was still coming from a villain, a murderer, and murder was wrong. Izuku reminded himself that this was a world he didn't want to be caught up in and he didn't want to associate with murderers, despite the fact that they seemed to be the only ones that didn't see him as a waste of space. Murder is wrong. Izuku didn't want to be a villain. That won't stop you for long. Darby smirks. He's excited to see where this one goes. He just had to keep reminding himself of that. Izuku kept his head down as he walked to his seat at the back of the classroom, mentally willing himself to become invisible. 𝐭𝐿 had been quiet for a few days, which normally meant that an explosion was coming. He was so concerned with not meeting 𝐭𝐿's eye that he didn't notice the foot sticking out in the aisle until he was already going down. As it was, he knocked his chin ℔ on one of the desks and just barely avoided biting his tongue as the class roared with laughter. Uraraka looks to be fuming. She knows kids can be mean, but this was ridiculous. Midoriya, the teacher called out. Izuku felt his hope rise. Was the teacher actually going to step in and put an end to the bullying? He had to have seen that guy trip him, right? If you're quite finished being a disruption, I am ready to begin the lesson. Spinner winces. He remembers teachers like these. Izuku looked up at the teacher from his place on the floor, shocked. The teacher saw what had happened and was still turning a blind eye. Izuku sat shocked for a few silent seconds before looking down at the floor and nodding. He could already feel blood beginning to drip down his neck from where his chin hit the desk, but it was obvious that he wouldn't be going to the nurse's office today if his teacher's initial reaction was anything to go by, so he just grabbed a handkerchief from his bag and held it to stop the bleeding as he hurriedly found his seat as the teacher began to talk. Kyoma is livid. No matter how many cases like these she's seen, they still make her angry. How could people treat children this way? So, everyone, I know that everyone has already decided what high school they want to go to and that most of you are headed for heroics. However, due to the highly competitive nature of that field, we're obligated to dedicate time to a career planning workshop to make sure you know about other career paths that could be available to you. Take one of these worksheets and pass the rest back. You'll have the whole PRD to work on them, so just raise your hand if you have any questions. Try to keep in mind your quirks, skills, and talents when weighing your options. Aizawa raises a brow. I doubt half of them will make it into any hero course, much less graduate. Most of the students started to move around as soon as they received their worksheets, going to sit by their friends, and the noise level gradually increased as everyone started up side conversations. Izuku turned his attention to the paper and started trying to think of careers that didn't involve heroics. After all, if even All Might didn't think it was possible. Oi, Deku. Izuku tensed at 𝐭𝐿's tone. What now? So, he could tell by the smirk on 𝐭𝐿's face that whatever he was about to say wasn't going to be pretty, but doubted he could do any worse than the suicide baiting that had become almost common since the sludge villain incident. Teach said we were supposed to pick careers based on our quirks, skills, and talents, but you don't have any of those, so what can you even do? A quirkless Deku like you is so useless you'll be lucky to be hired to take out the trash. The lackeys surrounding him laughed and 𝐭𝐿 looked at Deku with a self-satisfied smile as if he had just told the greatest joke of all time. But then again, Izuku thought bitterly, everything 𝐭𝐿 does is the greatest. Bakugo winces. He knows that's a lie. He can't wait for middle school him to be long gone. DMN Bakugo. Zero exclaims. This universe you is such a PP. Yeah, Kaminari laughs. Glad that we don't have to deal with that version of you. Yeah, Bakugo sharply says. Izuku tried to ignore the jibe and just do his worksheet, but 𝐭𝐿's words unfortunately got him thinking and he pulled out his phone to Google jobs for quirkless people. The results loaded slowly, thanks to the school's cheap internet, but they were no less shocking when they finally appeared. Quirkless unemployment, an epidemic. Quirkless discrimination, fact, fiction, and glass ceilings. Quirkless unemployment. Statistics, it's not that bad, is it? Yaoriozu asks. Todoroki shrugs. It could be. Midoriya decides not to put his 2 cents in. Izuku skimmed through the articles. Frantically at first, then with more and more numbness as the hour went by. Of all quirkless people who lived to adulthood, which was only about half since suicide rates were so high, almost 80% were unemployed. Of the lucky 20% that managed to find jobs, almost all were making minimum wage, and the exceptions were mostly older professionals who had been hired and promoted back when quirklessness was more common. Most of the students were wide-eyed at the statistics they were seeing. There's no way it's like that in our world though, right? Mina asks, looking around at anyone who could tell her the answer. They hear a loud snort from where the villains are sitting. Oh, it's bad, Darby says. I don't know about the quirkless population, but I've been refused a lot of jobs because of my quirk, Spinner adds. But that's illegal. Ida chops his hand. Spinner rolls his eyes. Doesn't mean companies don't know their way around those laws. You can't sue them if you can't prove it. Darby rolls his eyes. I've met a few quirkless people on the streets and they range from all ages. Homeless, can't get a job unless it's so undesirable that even quirked people won't do them, and most of the time, ready to welcome death if it's fast. Darby snorts. They are also some of the most resilient people I've ever met. Most living off of spite and spite alone. Everyone let all of this new for some information sink in. If someone had asked Izuku that morning what would be more harmful, a throwaway insult in homeroom or the beating that Kaken gave him after school, he would have said the beating, hands down. In actuality though, he barely felt the explosions and hardly remembered patching his wounds after. The fact that quirkless unemployment was the first result when looking up statistics on the quirkless was rather telling. But that couldn't apply to Izuku, right? After all, Izuku was smart, capable, and determined. He tried to avoid thinking back to the 3 unread messages sitting in his villain inbox. He wouldn't have a problem finding a job if he really put his mind to it. He wouldn't just be another statistic, living on the streets just because of something he was born without. Right. Darby snorts. Charging to kill heroes would pay the bills at least. Izuku tried to shake the unwelcome thought from his mind as he washed up for dinner, but it stuck there like a stubborn piece of gum. After all, on the internet, no one knew he was quirkless and his skills obviously spoke for themselves. Yeah, he might have to worry about avoiding the police, but he could bypass the invisible walls that kept the quirkless in their place, as Kaken would say. Tsukochi winces. He can think of quite a few loopholes in the law that someone quirkless could exploit just off the top of his head. He doesn't even want to think of the numerous others there probably are. So both the Viridian universe and the Mastermind universe are using loopholes in the law, Zero notes. I'd say that's cool and good for them, but I'm kinda hesitant because of Mastermind. Kaminari chuckles nervously. No bad Izuku. He tried to calm down by having a staring contest with himself in the bathroom mirror, then went out and joined his mother at the table. Murder is wrong. Right. No. Izuku wouldn't become just another statistic. And he wouldn't let himself become a villain either, despite how tempting that might be. But what should he do? You're awfully quiet tonight, sweetie. Izuku startled out of his thoughts. His mother was looking at him with concern and pity in her eyes. He was so sick of pity, practically begging him to tell her what was wrong. He couldn't do that, she wouldn't understand. But what could he tell her? He smiled as an idea occurred to him. I want to try and get a job, he blurted out. Mom's eyes widened slightly at first, but then her face relaxed with relief. She'd probably thought it was something a whole lot worse if only she knew. Bakugo snorts. She would definitely try to stop you, you DMN nerd. Midoriya huffs a smile. She totally would. I think that's wonderful, sweetie. What brought this on? She smiled. We had a career day at school and I thought it would be helpful to get some experience to help me decide. Izuku lied easily, and wow, wasn't that concerning? Considering that you couldn't lie to save your life, I'd say so. Bakugo retorts. Midoriya gasps, offended. I can lie. Uraraka snorts. No you can't, Deku. Midoriya turns towards Uraraka with a betrayed look on his face. Just let me know if there's anything I can do to help you. His mom teared up. I'm so proud of you, Izuku. After a few more tears, Izuku finally finished dinner and went to his room to start on his plan. This was his chance. If he could find a job despite being quirkless, then that would mean that the statistics were wrong and there was hope for his future. If he could get a job, then he really had no reason to turn to villainy, right? As Izuku researched job openings and began filling out online applications, he made a deal with himself. If he got a job, he would delete his Mastermind account, and if he didn't, well, he'd cross that bridge when he got to it. He's not going to find a legal job unless someone is truly desperate for help. Shigaraki smirks. That just means that after all of this finding a legal job nonsense, we'll finally get to the good stuff. You seem oddly excited for this, 𝐿 observes. It's better than just hating all of these stupid universe we're forced to watch. I hope Deku gets a job. Uraraka exclaims. Ida pushes up his glasses. Midoriya is smart. I am sure that he'll find a fine job. Midoriya didn't look as convinced. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Viridian, The Green Guide Chapter 2, First Day of the Rest of My Life. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Viridian, The Green Guide Chapter 2, First Day of the Rest of My Life. When Izuku arrived at school the next day, his classmates had already heard both about Kaken's invitation to jump off a roof and Izuku's idiotic run-in with the sludge villain, and they had apparently decided that the two must be related. The loser, there are easier ways to kill yourself, he was just being an attention hog. Can you imagine wanting to die on live TV? Kids are assholes. Hagekyu exclaims. Aren't we kids? Ojiro asks. Not the point. Izuku ignored them. He didn't want to kill himself, that was stupid and would break his mother's heart. Not to mention that if he killed himself, Kaken would get in trouble for suicide baiting him. There were a lot of reasons why the teachers didn't bother reporting Kaken for his more explosive tendencies, but one of them was that if Kaken's treatment of him were discovered, he might not be able to go to UA, and Izuku wouldn't be able to live with himself if he was the reason Kaken didn't become a hero. Well, he wouldn't be living at all in that hypothetical situation, would he? Whatever, it was still the same concept. Aizawa frowns off the screen. I don't even know where to start with that. Good thing that's not your job then, Hound Dog remarks. Aizawa snorts. If he were to die doing vigilante stuff, on the other hand. Izuku shook his head. He really shouldn't be thinking about stuff like that, it wasn't normal. He sat down at his desk and sighed at the flower someone had put on it. Apparently, there had been some sort of unspoken barrier against telling Izuku to kill himself, but now that Kaken had blown that barrier up, the other students were more than happy to follow his lead. Bakugo winced. He's glad this didn't happen in their universe. Izuku glanced over toward Kaken, who was very determinedly not looking at Izuku. No, Izuku should stop thinking everything was about him. Kaken just thought that the view out the window was much more interesting to look at than a worthless Deku like him, and he was right. Izuku grabbed the flower and went to throw it away amidst a chorus of giggles and whispers from his classmates. He could handle this, it really wasn't that much worse than it had been, and Izuku was used to insults and threats. Why should this new evolution be any different? Izuku had been wrong. Suicide baiting was different than what he'd been through before. A few days ago, he definitely suspected that most people would be happy if he died, but now he knew it. Was living even worth it anymore? Maybe it would be easier. But Izuku still couldn't be responsible for getting Kaken in trouble or making his mom feel guilty. He frowned as he started to walk home. Being quirkless scared. Poor kid, Kiyama says. She turns to look at her friends. I hope he's able to get some help soon. Aizawa shakes his head. I doubt it. He doesn't seem to have a great support system right now. Your old classmates are assholes. Uraraka exclaims. Her friends can tell she's more hurt than actually angry. Uraraka huffs. I just wish I could give that you a hug or help or something. Midoriya smiles softly at her. He's glad to know that he has friends like this. Maybe he should go out and do some vigilante stuff later. When he'd researched it last night, he'd originally planned on waiting a few months to go out so he could get in shape and maybe get some fight training, but after the day he'd just had. Well, he wasn't going to go intentionally put himself in danger, he was just going out to get the lay of the land, right? Aizawa groans loudly, dropping his hand into his hands, rubbing his eyes like he could rub away what he's just seen. He's going to get himself killed like that. Yamada rubs Aizawa's back. I think that's kinda the point, show. Aizawa sighs, throwing a quick glare towards Yamada so he takes his hand off his back. I know. I just wish it wasn't. He took a detour to a nearby shopping center on the way home, since he didn't really have anything appropriate to wear for technically legal crime fighting. Tsukochi snorts. His mom would be so worried if he somehow got a cold because he didn't dress warmly enough before going out all night, so he couldn't just wear one of his t-shirts. The problem was that all his jackets and hoodies were hero merch, not that there was anything wrong with wearing hero merch, but there'd been another vigilante, the Crawler, who wore an All Might hoodie. Aizawa groans again. He remembered the Crawler. Aizawa is starting to think that this universe is going to be a massive headache for him. He can feel it. Izuku didn't want people thinking that he was the Crawler because what if that guy got in trouble for what he did? Besides, it wasn't very polite to steal someone else's signature look. He ended up buying a dark green hoodie. It was thick enough that it would keep him warm and the dark color would be good to help him blend into the shadows. Black would probably be better, but the store was out of black and he was left to choose between green or navy, so he figured he may as well match his hair. Yeah, but if you wore all black then you'd be stealing Sensei's signature look, Kero, Asui states. Midoriya startles. I mean, Midoriya rubs the back of his neck. Technically his signature is his capture weapon and goggles, not the all-black suit. Uraraka giggles. Okay, Mr. Hero fanboy. There was a costume store next door to the department store he'd bought the hoodie at, so he decided he'd walk around and see what he could find to hide his identity. After looking at probably way too many different kinds of masks, he groaned in frustration. The simplest option would be to choose a simple domino mask, but one good punch and it'd be flying off his face. Not to mention that it might slide around and impair his field of vision, which wouldn't be safe at all. He was about to leave when he walked past a display of different goggles. That might be useful if someone tried to throw dirt in his eyes or something, right? Aizawa gets side-eyed looks, mainly from Yamada. Aizawa glares at Yamada. I do wear my goggles. Yamada hums. But do you? Do you really? Aizawa rolls his eyes. Yes, I do. The only problem was that he'd be going out at night. The goggles would need to be tinted to hide his face, but then they'd darken his field of vision. Izuku frowned, then noticed a sticker on one of the brands. Quirk enhanced, won't color your vision. Oh, I love those. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 squeals. They always look so cute. Mina perks up. Now that you mention it, I think I used those for a Halloween costume one year. That would work. Izuku tried on a pair and sure enough, even though he should be seeing everything in hot pink, the world looked completely normal. He shook his head a few times to see if they were secure. Alright, so the goggles weren't just going to fall off like a mask would. But did he really want them in pink? I mean, pink complements green well if you weren't so concerned about blending in at night, Mina comments. Especially as an accent color. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 seems to visibly brighten. He ended up getting the goggles in dark green to match the hoodie and his hair. It was much simpler to have everything match rather than try to worry about accent colors and everything. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 pouts. And it's not like Izuku actually cared about what his vigilante alter ego looked like. He just wanted to help people. If he were going to be an actual hero, stuff like looks would be really important, but he didn't think he even deserved to look like a hero. So, Izuku really didn't need his vigilante outfit to be anything special, he just needed it to be practical. A practical outfit is better anyway, Aizawa mutters. Yamada smiles almost as big as a Cheshire cat. Or, you like the little listener. The guy at the checkout had a unicorn quirk, which Izuku thought was pretty cool. Did he just have the horn or were there other aspects of his quirk? Could he run faster than the average person? How did the horn affect? Hey kid, are you actually gonna buy that, or are you just gonna stand there? Midoriya blushes up to his ears. He'd done this a lot himself and he can just feel the embarrassment. He's just glad he, and other him, hadn't been muttering too. Sorry. Izuku put the goggles down on the counter and the guy scanned them. Nice goggles, kid. You making a cosplay? Planning out his vigilante outfit was kinda like making a cosplay, right? Why yep. The cashier nodded, cool. That's where most of our sales come from, you know. But, by the way, if you're going for Hawks, we do have yellow goggles in the same brand. No thank you. It's, for something else. The guy shrugged. Gotta admit, I don't know all the heroes, but good luck with your cosplay. Hope it turns out okay. This cashier guy is such a mood, 𝐂𝐭𝐻 says. Kaminari nods in agreement. Izuku nodded, Thank you. Have a nice day. When Izuku got home, he hid the bags in the back of his closet and got to work on his homework, which was deceptively easy as usual. He always got through it too quickly, so he had to go back and second-guess all his answers because his classmates, even Kaken, took twice as long and there's no way Izuku was smarter than them. So, yeah, doing his homework didn't make him any less stressed. Interesting, Nezu hums, sending shivers up the spines of those around him. Mom called him for dinner right as he finally finished. She kept glancing at him between bites like she was trying to check if he was okay. He didn't know why she was so worried. He hadn't had any negative effects from the villain attack last night, and it wasn't likely he was going to be affected by it now. And Mom couldn't be worried about the bullying because she thought it was a thing of the past. When Izuku was 9, he'd realized that the only one he was hurting by reporting his classmates was himself because he'd get detention for being a troublemaker, so he told Mom that it had stopped and had taken up first aid as a hobby. So if it wasn't the villain attack and it wasn't the bullying, what was she so worried about? Aizawa looks over at Hound Dog. If you can get that kid to come see me, I'd happily add him to my schedule, Hound Dog says, scratching notes into a notepad. His gut told him that even though these were alternate universes, he'd want to take notes about some of this. You're quiet tonight, Izuku. Mom said finally. Is everything okay? Oh, so she was worried because he wasn't talking, that made sense. But he couldn't tell her about the vigilante thing, she'd be so worried. Bakugo snorts. No SHD. Yeah, Mom, all good. He smiled. It was just a long day at school, so I'm pretty tired. Mom frowned. Those teachers aren't overworking you, are they? No, they're just trying to get us ready for high school and you know how much work that takes. Aizawa snorts. Looks like Mastermind isn't the only liar. Kiyoma gasps. Don't compare this cute little ball of anxiety to Mastermind. Nem, they are both the same person, just in alternate universes. Different people. Completely different and you can't change my mind about it. Kiyoma turns away from Aizawa with her arms crossed. Aizawa just rolls his eyes. Oh, well that's a relief. Mom smiled. So, have you given any more thought to what high school you want to go to? I know you've had your heart set on UA, can you be a hero? Not without a quirk. Izuku gave a strained smile, I'm not really sure anymore. Don't get me wrong, UA is a great school, it's just. I'm not sure it's realistic. All Might looks pained. He hates how all of these universes start seem to be centered around him telling young Midoriya that he can't be a hero and not talking to him after the sludge villain incident. Inko got a look on her face that was halfway between relief and pity, like she wasn't sure how she was supposed to feel. Izuku could relate. He finished his food and stood to take his dishes to the sink. Thank you for the food, Mom. I think I'm going to go to bed early tonight. Okay, baby. Inko stood to give him a hug. Just know that I'll support you, whatever you decide. Okay. Izuku smiled for real this time. That means a lot, Mom. I love you. I love you too, baby. The Midoriyas are so wholesome. Mina weeps. Kirishima weeping over how mainly they are right next to her. Izuku woke up to his alarm at 1 a.m. and quickly silenced his phone. Mom was a deep sleeper, but that still didn't mean he could be as loud as he wanted without waking her up. He used the light from his phone and rifled through his closet until he found the hoodie and mask he'd just bought, then quickly pulled on an old pair of black jeans that had gotten ripped when Kaken pushed him down the stairs last month and a black long-sleeved shirt. He put on the hoodie, but held the goggles in his hand for a long moment before finally just stuffing them in the hoodie pocket. Aizawa hums. Not a bad vigilante outfit, all things considered. Aren't you a softie today? Kiyoma jokes. Aizawa rolls his eyes. I'm just stating the obvious. Sure you are, Yamada chirps. Even though he was technically going out as a vigilante, he wasn't actually planning on stopping any crimes tonight. Sure, Izuku's neighborhood wasn't the best, but there were always heroes patrolling during the day, so there shouldn't be too much crime at night either, right? Even if there was, Izuku didn't actually have to get involved. He just wanted to go out and figure out what the streets were like at night. They were bound to look different than they did during the day, and if Izuku was actually planning on being a vigilante long-term, it'd be best if he didn't get lost just because it was dark. Aizawa narrowed his eyes at the screen. He knew that the problem child would get involved with a fight sooner rather than later. It was just a matter of time. Izuku slipped on his shoes and made sure they were tied tightly before slipping out the front door and locking it behind him. Then he started to wonder. Without the goggles, he just looked like a normal, if slightly idiotic, teen on a midnight walk. He figured he could always slip the goggles on if he ran into any trouble, but until then they would just look suspicious. I found that as long as you look like you know where you're going, pros don't really put in the effort to stop you, ♀says. You should not be out that late at night. Ida chastises. Sleep is very important and neglecting it can be bad for your health. ♀ snorts. Insomnia does all the neglecting for me. Ida stiffens. That was inconsiderate of me. I will help you look for ways to help you through your times of unrest to make it up to you. ♀ eyes Ida up and down. No need. I've got it handled. Yes, of course. The city looked strange at night. During the day, the streets were crowded and Izuku was constantly being distracted by the sheer variety of quirks he saw, but at night, the streets were practically deserted. Most of the people he saw were either homeless or drunk or both, but they weren't really harming anyone, so Izuku didn't need to get involved. He made mental notes of where the darkest alleys were or where the street lamps were burned out so that he could disappear quickly into the dark if he needed to, but there didn't seem to be any danger yet. Izuku had been walking for 20 minutes and was starting to wonder if he'd even run into any crime tonight when he heard it. This can't be all you've got on you. What kind of guy doesn't even carry a cell phone? I swear, that's all I have. Izuku ran to the mouth of an alley and saw a group of 3 large thugs ganging up on a smaller teen. He grabbed his goggles from his hoodie pocket and was about to run in when one of the thugs hit the brick wall with his fist and noticeably cracked it. Oh no, that guy was strong. Okay, but did you hear the crack? Kaminari exclaims. I felt that SHT in my bones. Hand-to-hand with someone that strong would be difficult, Gorozu adds. Many around her nodding in agreement. I could take him. Kirishima shouts, knocking his hardened fists together. Gyro rolls her eyes. Not all of us are shields like you. Gyro smirks. Although I would hate to be caught in close combat with him, I try to stay at a distance. I'd prefer to take him out with a surprise attack first, Kiro, Asui says. Koda nods silently near here. Bakugo rolls his eyes. I'd just take him out with a blast. He isn't that strong. Gyro scoffs. Obviously, if you have explosives coming out of your hands, someone with a minor strength enhancement is nothing to you. Bakugo smirks. See, you get it, Orc scored. Aizawa smiles fondly behind his capture weapon at his students. He loves hearing them analyzing fights and how they would do it. It gives him hope that they'll make far in their careers. Hopefully even outliving him. Izuku ducked behind a dumpster and tried to calm his breathing. There was no way he could fight guys like them. He didn't even have enough muscle to keep Kaken from beating him up. If he ran in there right now, he'd die. And just because Izuku was kinda apathetic about the whole death thing at the moment didn't mean he was ready to walk into certain death. Especially when that death was almost guaranteed to be extremely painful. At least we know that there is some self-preservation there, Aizawa grumbles. But Izuku couldn't just do nothing. The kid was probably really scared, and he was starting to plead with the thugs, so Izuku couldn't just leave him. He needed to be saved. But Izuku couldn't do that, could he? He really was a useless Deku, wasn't he? What was he even good at? You can't do anything, Deku. Kaken had said a couple weeks ago. Well, he said that all the time, but that was the particular instance that came to mind. The only thing you're good at is running away. Uraraka huffs in anger. Deku is good for much more than just running away. Midoriya hesitantly put a hand on her shoulder, hoping that in doing so she doesn't turn her anger on him. I know, Uraraka. These Bakugos are so infuriating. It's middle school, Midoriya reminds her. I'm sure that they will act better once he's in UA. Uraraka huffs. That still doesn't mean I have to like how he's treating these alternate versions of you, Deku. Midoriya gives her a smile. I guess you're right. Izuku froze. He was good at running away. Most of the time when Kaken beat him up, it was because Izuku was trying to defend someone else, but if he was going after Izuku himself, he was usually able to run fast enough to avoid a beating. Izuku stood and ran, unnoticed by the thugs or their victim. Yorozu's brow furrow. He's running to get someone right. She looks around at her classmates. He wouldn't just run away for no reason. Yeah. Kirishima shouts. Midobro is manly like that. He'd totally go get help if he couldn't help himself. It was a crazy plan and might very well get him caught on his first day as a vigilante, but he had to try. Izuku peeked around the corner and sure enough, Amplifier was talking to a fan. He'd spent so much time watching hero fights over the years that he practically had every hero's patrol route memorized, but he'd never thought it would come in handy for anything besides taking notes. Khan's eyes widen. That's dangerous. Why would you say that, Khan? Cementos asks. If this universe's Midoriya can figure out the patrol routes of all of these heroes, then it's very probable that the other versions of Midoriya can as well, Khan explains. In intervals, the pro-hero's eyes widen, realizing that when Mastermind goes full villain, he's going to be hard to catch. Still, there were only a few heroes that were active at night, but Amplifier was one of them, mostly because she fit well into the bar and nightlife scene and was able to control most of the drunks. She was also the closest to the mugging Izuku had witnessed. Making sure his goggles were secure and his hood was up, Izuku grabbed a medium-sized rock and chucked it at Amplifier, wincing when it hit her on the arm. He hoped he hadn't hurt her. Gyro snorts. Can you just imagine getting hit with a rock in the middle of a patrol? Mina laughs. Oh, I would be so cessed. I bet Midoriya is banking on that with Amplifier and hoping it'll be enough for her to chase him, Yorozu thinks. That's so smart. Hagakyu squeals. What? Who did that? Izuku waited until Amplifier saw him, then gave her a shaky smile so that she knew his attack had been intentional. Then he ran. Hey! Kid, get back here. Gyro cackles while Mina full-body laughs next to her. I don't blame her for chasing him, Kero. I'd probably let him go, but I'm sure many would give chase if they had the time. I sure would. Uraraka exclaims. He glanced behind him and smiled in triumph when he saw that she was following him. He didn't really know how fast Amplifier could run, but she had to be in shape if she was a pro. Izuku sped up both so that they could get to the mugging faster and so that she wouldn't catch him. The alley was just around the next corner. Kid! Stop! Help! Shut up! Izuku ducked into a doorway and watched as Amplifier looked torn. On the one hand, she wanted to go after the punk kid that had thrown a rock at her, but on the other, the kid being mugged was obviously in more immediate danger. She cursed then ran into the alley to stop the mugging. I totally would have been in a sour mood for the next hour if this happened to me, Uraraka says. Me too. I'd have wanted to catch the punk that hit me with a rock, Jiru agrees. Izuku smiled, ran over to one of the buildings bordering the alley and started climbing the fire escape. Yeah, it probably wasn't very vigilante-like to stay and watch the fight, but, well, it wasn't like he was actually a vigilante anyway, right? Izuku ended up watching the entire fight from the roof. His fingers twitched and he decided that he'd have to add a portable notebook to his vigilante outfit. Can you imagine the amount of notebooks he'll go through if he's taking notes every night? Jiru asks. Kaminari whistles. Yeah, that's a lot of notebooks. At least one a week I'd say. Midoriya blushes. Yeah, they are probably right. He could probably cut it down to 2 a month if he tried though. Amplifier's quirk was better for evacuation, since her voice quirk was all volume and very little power, but she was able to imitate some of present MIC's moves here since it was a small space and her opponents were in very close range. Mostly though, she used some form of mixed martial arts to take down the thugs. Yamada laughs. Amplifier and I have met at a few events here and there. She's pretty cool. I wouldn't say she's imitating me though. These attacks are pretty basic for people who can control or elevate sound. Izuku stood and started imitating some of her moves to get them down in his brain. If he ever wanted to actually fight anyone, it'd be good to have at least some ideas of what to do, even if he didn't actually have any formal training. He'd have to set aside some time to practice every day if he wanted to get better, but well. Watch and learn, right? Aizawa smiles into his scarf. Not bad problem, child. Izuku smiled as Amplifier finished fighting the last thug and went to comfort the victim. He'd done it. He'd saved that kid. Well, he hadn't actually done it, but he'd led Amplifier to the fight. After the thugs had all been subdued, Izuku climbed back down to the street and ran off to find another crime to stop. He may not be as strong as 𝐭𝐽𝐻, but he could still save people by playing to his strengths. And what was a useless Deku like him good at? Running away. I am so excited to see where this goes. Kiyoma exclaims. He's just adorable, and I bet he'll do great once he starts fighting in his own battles. Aizawa rolls his eyes. I just hope he doesn't go charging in without a plan. Our problem child seems to do enough of that as is. Or, we knew you care. Yamada coos. Shove off. I'm so excited for this. Uraraka cheers. You'll be an awesome legal vigilante. Midoriya laughs. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Cheat Code Chapter 2, A New Dream. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Cheat Code Chapter 2, A New Dream. Let's do something at school. Alright students, remember that your finalized high school application plans need to be turned into the guidance counselor by the end of the week. The teacher said boredly. So if you want to make any changes, they need to be done by then. The bell rang and Izuku hurried to put the rest of his books and get out of the room before 𝐭𝐽𝐻 could corner him. Things had been kinda weird since the sludge villain incident a few days ago, and it seemed like 𝐭𝐽𝐻 was constantly 2 seconds away from exploding, even more so than he usually was, at least. It probably had something to do with the fact that he had to be saved, and he was probably thinking that their classmates were looking down on him for being weak, so Izuku just thought it would be smarter to avoid him until things calmed down a little bit. So 𝐭𝐽𝐻 gets more aggressive in 2 universes, and in the other 2 he pretty much ignores Midoriya, Kaminari points out. Sounds about right, dude. Zero shrugs, leaning further back in his chair. Unfortunately, 𝐭𝐽𝐻 had other plans. Of course he did. Uraraka rolls her eyes. Izuku had barely managed to get out the front gates of the school when he found himself being slammed into the wall. He coughed as he struggled to catch his breath again, clutching his backpack to his chest so 𝐭𝐽𝐻 couldn't steal it. He had just finished transferring all his hero analysis notes into a fresh notebook. He couldn't let it get destroyed again. You heard what Teach said. 𝐭𝐽𝐻 scowled as he held Izuku against the wall. It's your last chance to change your mind about going to UA, you DMN nerd. You'd better take it, because there's no chance a worthless nobody like you is ever gonna be a hero. Uraraka was trying not to growl too loud. It just made her so upset that someone would treat her friend like that. Granted, this version of Midoriya wasn't technically her friend, but still. I know, Izuku muttered. 𝐭𝐽𝐻 froze. What did you just say? Izuku took a deep breath. I said I know, 𝐭𝐽𝐻. I can't even defend myself from villains. How could I ever hope to defend other people? You were right, I'm never going to be a hero. Todoroki is looking at the screen like it just said something in a foreign language. Ida looks like he just ate something bitter. Many of the other Class 1A students also look like they just heard something that contradicted the facts of life. Midoriya is such a vital part of their class, pushing them all to be better. He saves people like it's what he was born to do. They're no longer sure what to expect from this universe. Izuku took advantage of the short moment 𝐭𝐽𝐻 stood there gaping like a fish to pull out of his grip and run down the street, blinking away his tears. It was one thing admitting the truth to himself, but it was another thing entirely to say it to 𝐭𝐽𝐻 like that. It made it more real, somehow, and even though the pain was a lot less than it had been when All Might first gave him a reality check, it still hurt. All Might's face and body language shows how hurt he is. He can't believe that his boy won't be a hero in this universe, and it's his fault. He just hopes that he doesn't turn to villainy like the other universes Midoriya seems to be. Many of Class 1A seem to share this alternate Midoriya sentiment. And now everyone would know. It wouldn't take long for 𝐭𝐿 to rant about it to his lackeys, and from there it would spread like wildfire, and soon enough, the entire school would know that Izuku Midoriya had finally given up on his dream of being a hero. It would be too late to change his mind. But then again, wasn't it too late already? It had been too late ever since he turned 4. I want to give him a hug so bad. Mina whines. He was running out of time to find his new dream. Their high school plans were due in just a few days, but Izuku didn't know what he was supposed to write. He'd always wanted to go to UA because it was the best heroic school in Japan, but now he knew that he couldn't be a hero. It put everything into question. Maybe he should go to a different high school, since he didn't need to go to a school with a hero course anymore, but he still thought it would be cool to go to UA. It was where All Might had gone. He could just go into general studies. Or maybe one of the other courses would be better. He still likes All Might. Shigaraki groans. Darby shrugs. He chose acceptance. Not much you can do there. All Might felt bitter relief that young Midoriya didn't hate him. Izuku ran a hand through his curls, wincing as his fingers caught in the tangles, and sighed. He needed to do a little more research before he made a decision. He sat down at his computer as soon as he got home and pulled up UA's website, navigating to the application page. He'd never actually read through the information about all the different courses, since he'd been too fixated on the hero course, but better late than never, right? I don't think most of us have looked at the other pages, Narozu says. Many of 1A share their agreements. Thankfully, there was a page on UA's explaining each of the different courses and how to apply. Izuku started off by reading about general studies, obviously, since that was most likely where he'd end up. It seemed pretty standard, honestly. They would teach him the basic subjects, but Izuku didn't know how to feel about the fact that it didn't have any particular focus. General studies would look good on his resume, but that seemed to be all it would do for him. He didn't want to get bored. Tell me you're smart without telling me you're smart, Kaminari says, laughing. Midoriya blushes. I'm not that smart, he insists. His friends are quick to tell him otherwise, leaving Midoriya flustered. Izuku bit his lip and clicked on the business course. There seemed to be a lot of money management involved in that one, which didn't really appeal to him. The heroic analytics classes sounded slightly better, but they mostly approached things from a marketing standpoint, rather than focusing on quirks like Izuku did. He decided to put a pin in that one. If he didn't find anything better, business might be a decent option, but it wasn't going to be his first choice. I don't think I could see Midoriya going into the business course, Kirishima says. Yaoyorozu hums. I could see it, just not in the typical business sense that most of us think of. What do you mean? Jiru looks over at Yaoyorozu. Well, Yuruzo turns so she's facing Jiru. I can see Midoriya working out popularity and ratings. Or even being called into an agency to help with PR and improving rankings. Oh, Jiru says. Yeah, I could see that. He almost just closed his browser instead of reading the page on the support course. He wasn't an engineer. He didn't have any experience in mechanics or fixing things, and while he found the way support items interacted with quirks interesting, he wasn't really interested in making them. But he'd looked through all the other courses, so he may as well glance at support, if only to complete the set. Nezu smirks. It was a common misconception and he couldn't wait to see it rectified. He sips his tea, enjoying the looks of terror coming from his staff as they slowly realize what's coming. At first, the support course looked exactly like what Izuku expected. There were pictures of students standing with their inventions and groups of kids with grease-covered cheeks smiling at the camera, a wide variety of power tools and other things he couldn't name in the background. Try as he might, Izuku just couldn't see himself there, but then he noticed the different tracks. Many perked up at this. Different support tracks. The business course obviously had different areas of emphasis, like marketing or economics, but Izuku had just assumed that support was like heroics or general studies, where all the students were grouped together and had similar goals. But about halfway down the support course information page, there was an explanation of different tracks within the support course. The teachers that hadn't caught on yet suddenly paled. They knew where this was going now. The first was invention, which the website said was obviously the most popular option. It focused on being able to create and maintain support items, specifically for heroes. Izuku had just kinda assumed that was what the entire support course did. What else could there be? Support items for civilians. But UA was a hero school. Support items can be used by more than just heroes. Hatsune exclaims. Of course they need permits and licenses for such things, and because of that it's mainly heroes that flood the support item market. That's good to know, Midoriya says. He scrolled past the invention track down to the next option. Design. It focused entirely on the aesthetics of hero costumes, something that Izuku hadn't even thought about as being part of support. It was a decently popular emphasis, and the students worked frequently with the business school to make sure they were designing looks that could sell, and with the invention track to make sure any support items visually matched the rest of the hero's costume. Izuku didn't think he was really artistic enough to enjoy that, though. Or, I'm sure he would have done well in the design track, Midnight Coups. No bias there, I'm sure. Aizawa rolls his eyes. That brought him to the final track, which almost seemed like it had been added to the list as an afterthought. Intelligence and Analytics. Unlike the other two tracks, there weren't any pictures advertising that emphasis, and it didn't seem like it was chosen very often, but as he read the short paragraph, Izuku gradually became so excited he could hardly breathe. Students in the Intelligence and Analytics track of UA's support course focus on quirk analysis and helping heroes improve their quirk control and skill. Students are trained in how to obtain useful information to help heroes and detectives track down and defeat villains, as well as how to use quirk analysis to pinpoint villains' weaknesses. Interested students also have the option of taking courses in strategy if desired. That sounds perfect for you, Deku. Uraraka exclaims, throwing her arms around Midoriya. I didn't know that track even existed. Midoriya is practically vibrating in excitement. Do you think I'd be able to pick up classes from whoever runs that track of support? Most of the teachers were in mourning. We're doomed, Cementos groans. There's going to be 2 of them, Ectoplasm frets. I'm retiring, Aizawa says. All Might seemed confused as to his co-worker's grief, but seemed apprehensive about what's causing it. Izuku couldn't help but think of the heroes that stood on the sidelines and waited for All Might while Kaken was being attacked by the sludge villain. If he joined the support course, he could share his strategies with them. He could help the heroes strategize better and use their quirks more intelligently to take down villains and protect people. It was too dangerous for a quirkless kid like him to be on the front lines, but that didn't mean he couldn't work behind the scenes to make sure the heroes had all the tools and information they needed so that they knew what to do. He could help the heroes work smarter. It was perfect. Izuku glanced over at his collection of hero analysis for the future. All these years, he'd assumed that the future he was preparing for was his career as a hero, but maybe this whole time, he'd really been preparing for a career in hero support. His cheeks were starting to hurt from how widely he was smiling, and he was vaguely aware of the fact that he was mumbling as his brain spun with plans and possibilities. He would have to work hard for the next 10 months if he had any chance of passing the entrance exam, but rather than being intimidated by the challenge, Izuku just felt invigorated. He grabbed a brand new notebook from his desk and wrote support course preparation on the cover. Izuku Midoriya had found a new dream. He's so happy. Mina coos. I can't wait to see how this turns out for him, Hakagear adds. And this time, it was attainable. That makes it bittersweet, Mina pouts. Yeah, Hakagear agrees. The screen fades into the new loading screen. Up next, Deku. I think he's some pro. Chapter 3. Meeting the pros. You guys get to meet the little listener. Yamada exclaims. The screen fades into the new loading screen. Up next, Deku. I think he's some pro. Chapter 3. Meeting the pros. You guys get to meet the little listener. Yamada exclaims. I'm so excited. Fukukado shouts. Mom, I'm going to meet up with some friends tonight. I don't know when I'll be home, but it'll probably be pretty late, so don't bother waiting up for me. Izuku yelled as he finished packing his laptop and tried to get his bright red shoes on the correct feet. Okay baby, his mom smiled with tears in her eyes. I'm so glad you have friends, you've seemed so much happier lately. Tell them I said hi and invite them to dinner sometime. I want to meet these friends you're always talking about. Kaminari snorts. Can you imagine a bunch of pro heroes showing up at your door for dinner? Like, "Hi, we're the friends your son has been hanging out with." Does Midoriya know they're pros, or does she think his friends are kids his age? Ashido asks. Class 1A pauses to think. It really could go either way, Kero, Asui says. I guess it just depends if Deku thought to mention that fact, Uraraka adds. She turns to Midoriya. What do you think, Deku? Midoriya startles. Oh, I don't know. He shrugs. I could see myself forgetting to mention the fact that they're pros, but I could also see myself info dumping about all of them to my mom. Guess we'll just have to wait and see. Zero shrugs. Izuku hummed non-committally as his mom pulled him in for one last kiss on the cheek before he ran out the door. It had been almost 7 months since Izuku had wormed his way into the underground hero community, but tonight would be the first time he would be meeting any of his friends in person. There was a massive drag ring they had been following for a while, and a lot of heroes were coming together to take them down. They had even invited Izuku, Deku, to tag along and maybe even be on site to help strategize when their plans inevitably went off the rails. He'd warned them that he wasn't really ready for combat, but there were enough other pros that they didn't think it'd be a problem. The raid itself wouldn't be happening for another few months anyway, but everyone involved was meeting tonight in a secure location so they could make sure they all work well together and start planning. We're about to be shocked, that's for sure, Tsukochi states. Aizawa hums in agreement. The meeting wasn't in an area Izuku was highly familiar with, but since he'd gotten involved with the underground, he'd spent a lot of time studying maps to create better location analyses and plans for the heroes he helped. So when he exited the train, he confidently followed the mental map he'd memorized before he left. The rundown apartment complex didn't look like much, but it was typical of the areas his friends worked in. Aizawa freezes. He's 14. Yamada and Kiyama look at Aizawa in confusion. He's 14 and walking alone is some of the worst neighborhoods in Musutafu, Aizawa says. I mean, at least he'll be with you guys and one of you can take him home, Yamada shrugs. Aizawa groans. We should have asked more questions. He climbed the stairs to the second floor, found the correct apartment, and took a deep breath. Then he knocked. We're just waiting for Deku, right? Ms. Joke asked, lounging back in her chair and putting her feet up on the scuff table. 14 other underground pro heroes plus Detective Tsukochi were all gathered around in the dingy apartment, idly snacking on refreshments as they waited for the meeting to officially begin. He should be here soon, Eraserhead replied flatly. There was a knock on the door, and there he is now. This should be interesting, Zero says. Yeah. They're going to be so shocked. Kaminari exclaims. Sir Night Eye rose and called through the door, how were things in Tokyo? The group had chosen a question-answer password system to ensure that no uninvited guests crashed the party. Everyone inside waited with bated breath, prepared to attack or evade should the answer be incorrect. I'll keep that in mind, Shigaraki mutters. The weather was terrible, but the food was great. The heroes exchanged shocked glances. The password was correct, but the voice was that of a teenager, not an old man like they had been expecting. They waited 1 second longer, then Night Eye asked, who is this? Deku. It was stated as if it were a question, and the person on the other side of the door was apparently young enough that his voice was still cracking. Night Eye looked to the others for confirmation and Shota shrugged, gesturing to open the door. May as well see where this leads. Plus there's like 14 of them, they'll be fine even if it wasn't Deku, Ojiro remarks. Technically there's 15 including Detective Tsukochi, Shoji corrects. The kid, because it was undeniably a kid, on the other side of the door was not what Shota was expecting. He was short and scrawny, with just hints of muscles starting to show on his arms, and his dark green hair looked as if he'd lost a battle trying to comb it. To complete the look of an innocent teenager, he was wearing jeans and a t-shirt with, Eraserhead squinted to read the writing, yep, that said breathes. Deku was wearing a t-shirt that said breathes on it. Uraraka snorts. Yeah, that's definitely Deku. Midoriya's face turns red in embarrassment. Between the hair and the shirt, it really couldn't be anyone else, Ida states. Guys. Midoriya whines, hiding his face in his hands. It seemed that the rest of the heroes were just as shocked as Shota was, because the whole ensemble sat there silently staring at the kid until he started to awkwardly shuffle his weight between his feet. Finally, Mr. Brave broke the silence. "You're Deku." The kid flinched and showed aside. Mr. Brave was more brash than most heroes, but he did get the point across. Someone had to say it. ♯shrugs. "Yes." Again with answering as if it were a question. Every head turned to Detective Tsukochi, who just nodded, confirming that the kid was telling the truth, but he looked just as shocked as everyone else. Everyone turned back to look at the kid, who apparently really was Deku, who was still standing awkwardly in front of the open door. "I guess," Ms. Joke started slowly, "we were expecting someone older." "I'm sure everyone was." Kiyama barks out a laugh. "You guys look kinda lost." Aizawa rolls his eyes. He's 14, with good analysis, and just showed up in a sketchy part of the city. "You would be a little lost too." The kid just shrugged. "Well," Shota thought, "that's that." He sighed. "Come in and let's get started. It's illogical for you to just stand there all night. And close the door behind you." The kid nodded frantically and practically tripped over himself in his hurry to close the door and sit down. Just who was this kid? "Well," Detective Tsugaochi started, "now that we're all here, I guess we can get started on the mission." "Wait," Ms. Joke leaned forward in her seat, "most of us haven't worked together before, so wouldn't it be a good idea to get to know each other a little more before we get down to business? Wouldn't it be good to get to know Deku? Our curiosity will distract us otherwise." Midoriya giggles. "That won't work. I know that most of you guys have worked together." "Actually," Deku spoke softly, "most of you have worked together before, but only in groups of 2 or 3, and no one here has worked with everyone else here with the exception of me and maybe the detective, but I don't know if I count since I do most of my work virtually." The kid seemed to realize that he was starting to mumble and shut his mouth in a tight line as if he were expecting to be scolded for it. "Yeah," Mr. Brave bit the bullet. "Despite the fact that we've all worked with you Deku, we don't really know you. Seems kind of unfair when you know enough about each of us that you could probably kill us in our sleep if you wanted to." Midoriya startles. "He would never." Then he froze, thinking of Mastermind. "I am looking forward to seeing his analysis for myself." Nezu practically purrs. Deku's eyes widened and his arms started flailing. "I would never do that. And I really don't think I could anyway. My analysis isn't really all that special, anyone could do what I do." "Lies and slander," Uraraka exclaims. Midoriya blushes. "They really aren't that special, Uraraka." "Lies and slander," she repeats. Shota didn't agree with that, but he decided to let it lie. "I think Brave makes a good point. What hero school do you go to? Because obviously this kid is training to be a hero, considering he already helps them on a regular basis. Hopefully Nezu would at least be polite when trying to steal him from wherever he was attending." "I am always polite. I don't know what you mean Aizawa," Nezu says with a grin. Aizawa shivers. I'm still in middle school, actually. I go to Aldera Junior High. I don't know where I'll be going to high school yet, but I think I'm going to apply for UA's General Education Department." Well, at least Nezu wasn't going to burn any bridges, but why not the hero course? From the way the kid hunched his shoulders, Shota could tell he was trying to appear smaller than he was, which was already pretty darn small. "Interesting. Despite how much I'd like to, I can't be a hero, he took a deep breath, as if stealing his courage. "I'm quirkless." Midoriya holds his breath. He's not sure if he's ready for their reactions. The words seemed to echo in the small room despite the fact that Deku hardly whispered them. How? He had to have an analysis quirk, or at least one that altered his intelligence. He couldn't be quirkless, could he? Though it would make some of his behavior make a lot more sense. "We brought some footage of known drag ring members for you to analyze, Deku." Apparently Tsukochi didn't know how to deal with the metaphorical bomb Deku just dropped either, "if you're ready." "I don't blame them, with how rare being quirkless is," Ojiro says. "Yeah, I don't think I've met a quirkless person my age before. I think it's only like elderly people that I've met who are quirkless," Hakagira adds. The kid reached into the yellow backpack he'd brought with him and pulled out a standard notebook and a few pens before nodding. The detective turned on the small TV that had been set up at one end of the room and it started to play footage that a security camera had caught of the drag ring they were tracking. Almost instantly Deku started muttering while his pen started flying across the page. Obvious mutant-type quirk, most likely some kind of fish. No, aquatic mammal. No scales. Most likely can't breathe underwater, then, but probably still weak to fire quirks or dry environments, kind of like gang orca. Then some kind of darkness manipulation quirk. Does it allow him to make solid objects, or just shadows? Could it be used to make someone effectively blind? How bright does light have to be to cancel out the ability? Most effective to corner in an enclosed space with bright light, or with other allies to make him hesitant to completely black out the area. Wow, Kaminari stares at the screen with wide eyes. Actually being able to understand your muttering is kinda overwhelming. I think it's pretty informative, Yorozu says. The connections he's making are so fast but so cool. 𝐶𝐻 exclaims. Deku kept analyzing while the heroes stared at him wide-eyed. Yeah, they'd all read Deku's analyses, but it was another thing entirely to see it in person. The video ended after about 5 minutes and the next started playing automatically. Deku hardly paused in his mutter storm, just continuing his notes where he left off. Is that what I really look like when I'm taking my notes? Midoriya asks. Yes, all of Class 1A says in unison. Midoriya's face turns red. Shota pulled his eyes away from Deku when he saw movement in the corner of his eye. 𝐵 was gesturing to him frantically, widening her eyes and lifting up strands of her long hair before pointing at Deku. Shota looked at her in confusion and she rolled her eyes. Use your quirk, she mouthed. Ah. If he had some kind of analysis quirk he didn't know about or was hiding for some reason, it might make sense. It wasn't that Shota didn't believe the kid was quirkless, Tsukochi didn't call him out on it at least, but it couldn't hurt to have some additional confirmation. Making sure that Deku was still focused on the video and not looking at him, Shota activated his quirk. The rest of the heroes had already noticed the side conversation and were looking at the kid, waiting for any reaction to having his quirk cancelled. Deku didn't even seem to notice Shota's eyes on him, much less a sudden absence of his quirk. His mutter storm continued at the same pace as before and his pen didn't slow down. The kid didn't even stutter. It surprised Shota enough that he blinked and his hair fell in front of his face. The heroes traded glances and Shota could have sworn he saw 𝐵 mouth wow. He agreed full-heartedly with the sentiment. Midoriya blushes again. He can't believe that all of these pro-heroes find his analysis impressive, much less quirk-worthy. The police had only managed to scrounge up about a half hour of footage from the cartel, but that was enough to fill almost half of Deku's notebook. He put down his pencil and started massaging the stiffness out of his hand. Midoriya massages his hand, feeling the phantom stiffness that he knows all too well. Okay, I think I have a good idea of what we're up against. This is a lot more footage than I usually have to work with, so that's nice. I'd never thought about that, Mr. Brave said. I guess we all guessed you were older, so we weren't about how dangerous it must be for you to go out and supplement the videos we send. I am so sorry. Deku looked confused. What do you mean supplement? The fact that the thought didn't even cross his mind, 𝐶𝐻 laughs. Sir Night Eye spoke this time. You know, hitting the streets, finding the villains in the videos and making your own observations. If I'd known Deku was a kid, I'd never have let you do that. Deku looked panicked and flailed his arms again. I never do that. My mom would kill me and then ground me until I was 80. The videos you send me are usually more than enough, and sometimes I can manage to find some news footage, but I wouldn't dream of following these guys myself, I promise. Bakugo snorts. Tell that to the Viridian the Green Guide Deku. Kaken. Midoriya exclaims with a smile on his face. You mean all the analyses you've sent us are based only on the videos we've sent you? Shota said incredulously. He remembered a few times he only been able to find a minute or so of footage, but Deku had still provided a high-quality analysis. From the faces around the table, he wasn't the only one. The Shirakawa murders, 𝐵 sounded numb. I only sent you 15 seconds of video. Nezu was practically glowing. I can't wait to get my paws on him. The surrounding staff shuddered. Over where the students were sitting, Midoriya felt a shiver go up his spine. Deku gave a shaky smile and rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, that one was kind of difficult. I couldn't really find anything else in the news or online either. But the mission worked out okay and you caught the guy, so it wasn't that bad. Ms. Joke looked slightly nauseous. Somehow, the meeting progressed without any more major surprises from Deku and they set up some tentative plans, but mostly things would depend on what happened with the cartel in the next few months. It wasn't until the meeting was wrapping up that Shota realized that this meeting wasn't in a safe part of town, which wasn't a problem for the pro-heroes and professional detective in attendance, but was a problem for the 14-year-old Deku. Kid, do you have someone coming to pick you up? Deku shook his head. We don't have a car. I just took the train here. You don't have to worry about me. Somehow that just made Shota more worried. Oh. He cares, Ashido squeals. He's such a Deadzawa. Hakagear adds. Tsukochi seemed to agree with him. I'll take him home. You don't have to do that, detective. I'm fine, really. This isn't for you, Deku. I, as a cop, don't feel comfortable letting a 12-year-old walk home alone at 2 in the morning. I'm 14. Not helping your case, problem child, Aizawa mutters. Not helping your case, problem child. Shota hid his smile behind his capture weapon when Deku had the audacity to look betrayed. He couldn't help himself, this kid had potential. Yamada, Kiyama, and Fukukado, who had all heard Aizawa, were poking at him for being such a softie. I hate you all. Sure you do, Sho. Tsukochi was already grabbing his keys and heading for the door. If I'm taking you home, I'll probably need a real name. I already told you that you don't need to do that, the kid muttered, but he gave a blinding smile anyway. I'm Izuku Midoriya. As soon as the door was closed, all semblance of professionalism disappeared and Ms. Joke squealed, he's so adorable. Did you know he was so adorable, Eraser? Why didn't anyone warn me? Do you always have to be so loud? Aizawa asks with a groan. Fukukado beams. Of course. It's my bright personality shining through. Aizawa glares at her with no real heat behind it. Then tone it down, will you? She just laughs in response. Maybe because that adorable kid is a good enough analyst to take down a serial killer with only 15 seconds of video, Night Eye deadpanned. Ms. Joke at least had the good grace to look embarrassed. What does it say about us that we legit thought that a 14-year-old was a retired pro for 7 months? Mr. Brave laughed, causing a chain reaction as each of the pros in the room started to chuckle. I'd reckon that says more about the lad than about y'all, Snipe says. Eraser raised one eyebrow. I think that says more about him than it does about us, but he still couldn't stop his smile. One of the heroes sobered as he realized something. The fact still stands that Deku is a quirkless teenager and any plans that required him to be on site just went out the window. The room went silent for a few moments as the heroes considered that. What? Why? Hakagear asks. A few of the other students were wondering the same thing. Because he doesn't have a provisional license nor is he a hero student, so he isn't on an internship either. Ida explains, not necessarily. Night Eye spoke up, teenagers can still be on site. If it's part of an internship. I call dibs. Ms. Joke yelled. Mr. Brave scowled. You can't just call dibs, Joke, he's not even part of a hero course yet. But she called dibs, Ashido says. Yeah. Hakagear exclaims. You can't disregard dibs. I'm sure they will figure it all out once that Universe's Midoriya is part of the hero course, Ida says. Fukukado beams. Yes. I called dibs. Aizawa pouts behind his capture weapon. He wanted to have Deku intern with him. But he will be, Shota said. I have a hard time believing Nezdu would ever pass up a chance to teach someone like Deku, even if he had to get in through the sports festival. Though that wouldn't stop Shota from putting his name in for the recommendation exam. That kid needed every advantage he could get. Oh! Kiyomaku's. Who knew you cared so much? Aizawa growls. I don't. You can't lie to us, Sho. It's all on the screen in front of us. Yamada exclaims. Midoriya looked shocked. Me. Take the recommendation exam. He turns to Todoroki. There's no way I'll pass over the people who passed in our world. I think you can do it, Todoroki says. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Mastermind, Strategist for Hire Chapter 3, the job search. See the end of the chapter for notes. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Mastermind, Strategist for Hire Chapter 3, the job search. Most of the applications Izuku filled out were submitted online, but he found a few that wanted him to drop them off in person, so that's what he dedicated his Saturday to doing. He was feeling pretty confident in himself. He'd filled out almost 24 applications and the economy wasn't bad due to All Might's presence, so there was no way that he wouldn't be getting a job. He hadn't even been all that tempted to log into his villain account since he decided to find other employment. This is it, Aizawa says. This will be the turning point on whether he goes villain or not, and I'm not holding my breath. I don't think anyone but the kids are, Fukukado adds, nodding towards the front of the room where the students are all sitting. He smiled as he walked in the door of the McDonald's he was applying for and was promptly knocked down. What are you doing here, you useless Deku? Izuku looked up to see one of Bakugo's followers, the one who could stretch out his fingers. What was his name? Bakugo always just called him Fingers. He caught sight of the crinkled application in Izuku's hand and laughed. Do you guys know his name? Zero asks, looking between Bakugo and Midoriya. Why would I remember the name of some extra I went to middle school with? Midoriya rubs the back of his neck. I just remember Kaken calling him Fingers, sorry. Heh, Zero says before turning back to the screen. Oh, you're applying here too. Why would they hire a quirkless idiot like you when they could have someone normal like me who actually has a quirk? Maybe because I have better grades and a better work ethic, not to mention a better record. I happen to know for a fact you've got a few marks on yours from getting into fights with kids from other schools. Izuku didn't say that out loud. He should've, Uraraka mutters, wanting her friend to stand up for himself in at least one of these universes. Instead, well, there's no harm in trying, Fingers just smirked. We'll see. May the best man win. He brushed past Izuku, letting his knee hit Izuku's head on his way out. Izuku scowled as he watched him leave, then took a deep breath and got up, brushing himself off. He unwrinkled his application as much as possible by rubbing it flat on the edge of one of the tables before heading toward the office to turn it in. That guy is such a PP. Mina exclaims. Izuku hung up the phone in despair, wishing he had one of those phones he had seen in pre-Quirk-era movies just so he could violently slam it down in the receiver. It had been 2 weeks since he'd started looking for a job and so far, he'd only had one interview. Almost everywhere else had either never called him back, or simply let him know that they didn't feel he was the right fit for our company. The one interview he'd gotten was with one of the only companies that didn't ask about his quirk on the application. The interview had been going really well and the people in charge had seemed to like him, at least until they finally asked what his quirk was. The interview hadn't lasted long after that. He didn't even know why it still hurt so much that he didn't get the job. It wasn't like he hadn't been expecting it. He sighed and crossed them off the list with red pen. Those quirkiest bestiares. That's illegal. I'll show those assholes. Most of the UA students were enraged and upset at this turn of events. It was bound to happen. Darby rolls his eyes. He had told them. There were still a few companies he hadn't heard back from. Maybe it was time to hit the pavement and follow up. Show initiative. Or maybe it's time to give up. At least the villains let your skills speak for themselves. Izuku calmed his breathing and let his panic fuel his determination. If there was anything he was good at, it was not giving up. He scanned his list, skimming past all the lines crossed off in red until his eyes picked up one company. McDonald's. He'd had to drop off the application in person, so it made sense to follow up in person. He hurriedly grabbed his keys and put on his shoes, looking in the mirror on the way out the door to make sure he looked presentable. Does anyone else have a gut feeling that this won't end well? Uraraka asks. Many of 1A nod. I'm heading out, Mom. He yelled back into the house. Okay, honey. She yelled back, be home for dinner. Be safe. Don't go chasing too many hero fights. He chuckled and locked the door behind him. Izuku stood shock still, mind turning as it tried to make sense of what he was seeing. Fingers stood behind the register in full uniform, the bright yellow M on his hat standing out mockingly against the black. He didn't have a trainer shadowing him, so it wasn't even his first day. He caught sight of Izuku standing by the door and smirked before turning back to the customer at the register. Izuku didn't bother going back to the office to ask about his application. If they'd hired fingers who applied the same day, it was obvious they'd already made their decision. He walked out the door in a trance. Stupid discrimination. Why? Why did it have to be this way? Why wouldn't they even give him a chance? This is so stupid. That guy is so obviously in, but so why did he get picked? Darby scoffs. Because he has a quirk, dumbass. They probably would have both got a job there if that Midoriya had a quirk. Instead, they saw that he didn't have a quirk and just ignored the application entirely. It's really common. It happens all of the time, Spinner says, a growl in the back of his throat. He arrived at the internet cafe before he even realized where he was going. He hesitated for a moment. Yeah, discrimination scared, but was he really ready to walk head-on into villainy? He wouldn't be able to justify it this time by saying he didn't know how the person would use the info he gave them. Was he really ready for this? He remembered the smirk that Fingers shot him when he dropped by McDonald's. He remembered Bakugo burning him and calling him useless while the teachers watched and did nothing. He remembered being told to kill himself. The last few UA students who refused to believe that Midoriya would go villain were now trying to grasp at straws. Izuku pulled up his hood so security cameras wouldn't catch his face before walking into the cafe with his head held high and paying for an hour. He signed into his villain account and went straight to his inbox. He hadn't received any new messages in the weeks since he'd signed into that account, but the 3 from before were still unread. He read over them quickly: a minor hero, a sidekick, and, oddly enough, a bank robbery for Izuku to plan. This would be interesting. Oh yes it will. Shigaraki cackles, happy to finally be getting to the fun stuff. Pro Hero Stretch found dead near favorite cafe. Sidekick at Edshot agency killed in villain fight. Suspect still at large Tokyo Gold Bank down 10 billion yen after bank robbery. Midoriya stared at the screen in shock. That's now 3 heroes who he'd helped kill. No. That was an alternate version of him. He can't confuse the 2 of them, no matter how many similarities he may find. Yes. Shigaraki exclaims. How long until we come into the picture? Darby shrugs. Depends how big he gets and how fast that happens. Tsukochi sighs. And nothing about a strategist. Which means we still don't know about him yet. Which means he still has free rein to grow his connections, Aizawa adds. We'll find out about him soon enough. Someone is bound to see the increased crime rate, Fukukado says. Let's just hope it doesn't take us too long to notice, Tsukochi says. Izuku tried to bury his guilt as he read the headlines. After all, the world had put him through hell his whole life. It was about time he returned the favor. I am so ready for this universe. Shigaraki smiles at the screen with delight. The screen fades into the next loading screen, Viridian, the Green Guide Chapter 3, Burning. That doesn't sound like it'll be a fun chapter, Kaminari says. I don't know, sounds fun to me, Darby shrugs. The screen fades into the next loading screen, Viridian, the Green Guide Chapter 3, Burning. That doesn't sound like it'll be a fun chapter, Kaminari says. I don't know, sounds fun to me, Darby shrugs. Izuku's everything hurt. How far had he ended up running last night? It couldn't have been more than a few miles, right? He'd come across 2 more muggings after that first one, so had to run to pick up a hero, then had to run back to the crime. Okay, so maybe he'd run quite a bit, but still, he shouldn't be this sore, should he? Yeah, doing that much exercise when you're not used to it can suck the next day, Jiru says, rubbing some of her muscles as if remembering their past soreness. I'm sure we've all been there, Kaminari says with a chuckle. Izuku, you're going to be late for school. Izuku groaned and forced himself out of bed. He must be even more out of shape than he'd thought. He'd definitely have to change that if he wanted to keep outrunning heroes. Izuku smiled as he got dressed. He'd saved people last night. The students of UA smiled to each other. This was the Midoriya that they could relate with. A Midoriya that they feel like they know. After giving his mom a quick kiss on the cheek, Izuku was out the door and on his way to school. He had to walk carefully to avoid limping, but he'd had more than enough practice with hiding injuries that hiding sore muscles wasn't nearly as difficult as he'd been afraid it would be. Hopefully 𝐭𝐿 wouldn't want to use 𝐒𝐿 as quirk practice before class. With how sore he was, he might not be able to run away fast enough. It's concerning that he's good at hiding injuries as well as he can, Ishiyama says. I know this is an alternate universe, but just in case, we should all keep a closer eye on Midoriya, Hound Dog says. Most of the teachers agree. Izuku frowned. Would he be able to go out tonight? He needed to be pretty fast to outrun heroes, so if he was too sore, he might get caught. But it had been so satisfying. Izuku didn't know if it was the rush he liked or if it was as simple as saving people, but either way, he didn't want to wait to get back out there. Stretching helped with soreness, didn't it? He'd have to start stretching every night before he left so he didn't hurt himself. Maybe he should look up warm-ups too. At least he isn't just ignoring his physical well-being right now, Myheroacademia says. Aizawa nods. Izuku was so distracted planning his new nightly routine that he didn't see one of 𝐭𝐿's lackeys stick out his foot to trip him until he was already falling. He hit the ground hard and the contents of his backpack scattered all over the hall. The other students simply pretended not to see as they trampled his notes, and Izuku felt his eyes start to water. Look guys. Deku's clumsy and a crybaby. I'll show you who's the real crybaby, Uraraka mutters, cracking her knuckles. Izuku tried to blink back the tears as he scrambled over the floor, trying to pick up his papers before they were ripped beyond repair. There was a pair of teachers chatting a little further down the hall, but they didn't so much as glance at Izuku even when he cried out as one of the meaner students stepped on his fingers. Ua! Fukukado growls. I can't believe these teachers just let this happen. Nothing we can do about it right now, Aizawa says. Fukukado sighs. I know. Oh sorry, Deku. I didn't see you there. The kid's smile gave away his insincerity, not that Izuku had been expecting an actual apology anyway. He finished shoving everything back into his bag and stood to get to class, trying to avoid everyone's eyes as he wiped away the tears. He's such a useless weakling, why does he even exist? He doesn't have to justify his existence to you or anyone else. Uraraka exclaims. Izuku kept his head down and did his best to ignore the whispers as he walked into the classroom and made his way to his seat. 𝐭𝐿 was still refusing to look at him, which Izuku understood. 𝐭𝐿 hadn't asked for Izuku to run in to save him, so he must still be mad about that. Izuku should probably apologize, shouldn't he? But knowing 𝐭𝐿, that might make the whole thing worse. He should just leave it alone for now, right? If things got worse, he would apologize. But until then maybe 𝐭𝐿 would just forget about it or chalk the whole thing up to Deku being an idiot. Though, it was strange that 𝐭𝐿 hadn't said a single word to him since he'd stopped him on the street after the sludge villain attack. Normally, if their other classmates tried to do something, 𝐭𝐿 would come along and do it better to prove that he was still the best, so since everyone had decided to be crueler to Izuku. Well, he just thought it would make a lot of sense for 𝐭𝐿 to use this situation to assert his dominance. So why wasn't he? The Baku squad turned to Bakugo. Do you dash? Obviously not, Bakugo interrupts. Izuku quickly silenced what he was mentally calling his vigilante alarm and rolled out of bed. His soreness had gradually decreased throughout the day, but it hadn't completely gone away, so he'd probably have to pace himself tonight. Aizawa snorts. That sentence just guarantees he won't. Still in his pajamas, Izuku leaned over to touch his toes and grimaced as his legs protested against the stretch. He then moved one foot back so he could stretch his calf better. He'd spent an hour that afternoon just looking up different types of stretches, specifically stretches that were good for people who did a lot of running. He'd never actually realized how important flexibility was to physical activity. Oh yeah. Flexibility helps a lot, which is part of the reason I like dancing so much, Ashido says. Midoriya perks up. Yeah. I've definitely used some of what you taught me during the school festival in my fighting style. He spent the next half hour just running through the stretches he'd researched until he was at least marginally less sore and stiff, then got dressed in his vigilante outfit just like he had the night before. This time, however, he grabbed a small green notebook that he'd bought on the way home and stuffed it and a few pens in his back pocket before heading out. He'd have to figure out how to notate the moves that the heroes used if he wanted to study them later, since there wouldn't be time to do his usual detailed drawings in the middle of a fight. Would stick figures be enough? I'm sure with your note-taking ability they will turn out well no matter how you decide to take them. Ida says. Midoriya smiles. Thank you, Ida. I'm sure he'll figure something out. As he walked, Izuku thought through the patrol schedules he'd memorized. It was a Thursday night, so who would be out? Well, Rocklock often worked later during the week so he could take the weekends off, probably to be with his family if what he said in interviews was any indication. Then there was Enigma, but her gigantification quirk might allow her to catch him too quickly, so he should probably try to avoid using her if possible. He might be able to catch Death Arms if the hero decided to stay out later for whatever reason. Mount Lady probably wouldn't be patrolling at night if her media-mongering debut was any indication, so she wouldn't be any help. Who else? It's impressive that you, or he, is able to keep all of those facts straight. Ojiro says. Midoriya smiles back at him. It was fun to do. I probably don't have the patrol routes memorized as well as this me does though. It was surprising, now that he thought about it, just how few heroes patrolled at night. If he was out walking at 2 in the afternoon rather than 2 in the morning, he'd be able to have his pick of at least 5 or 6 heroes on any given day, but, well, he couldn't get mad at heroes for getting tired. But from what Izuku had seen the night before, there wasn't less crime at night. If anything, there might even be more crime at night, since there weren't as many people out to be witnesses and there weren't as many heroes patrolling the streets. If Izuku were a villain, he'd probably be completely nocturnal for those reasons alone. I guess we'll get to see that, Kaminari says before wincing, as he just realized what exactly he said. Any good villain knows when the heroes and police are most and least active. Shigaraki rolls his eyes. Izuku sighed. Hopefully Amplifier wouldn't get too annoyed with him if he had to use her again. He'd already used her twice last night and she probably had better things that she usually did during her patrols, so he'd have to try to spread it out as much as possible, at least until he got strong enough to start fighting criminals himself. But Izuku had decided that the running had 2 purposes. The first was obviously to get heroes to stop crimes in progress, but the second was to build muscle and stamina so he stood a chance when and if he ever felt confident enough to fight. Aizawa was smiling behind his capture. At least the problem child was. Thinking ahead and preparing himself. He knew that because he was still a problem child he would eventually get in the middle of a fight, but he was happy he was at least starting to prepare. Not that anyone would care if anything happened to you anyway. We would. Uraraka exclaims. You don't know him though, Midoriya points out. Uraraka huffs. I would still care. Izuku shook his head. He didn't want to die before he had the chance to save anyone. Besides, he knew that getting a bully to change his targets was temporary at best. If he died too quickly at the start of a fight before the real victim had a chance to get away, then he really wouldn't have done any good. Not to mention that if he died too quickly it might just make the villain more angry and end up making things worse for the person he'd been trying to help. Not that anyone would really be surprised if that happened, he was a useless Deku after all. I'm sure you'll do great. Uraraka says. Yeah. Kirishima shouts. You'll be super manly. Izuku caught movement in the corner of his eye and looked through the window of the 24-hour convenience store he sometimes bought snacks at to see someone threatening the cashier with an electricity quirk. Who was the closest hero to here? Rocklock. Kaminari winces. He's kinda sick of villains having electricity quirks. Izuku ignored the burning in his legs as he took off running as fast as he could. So, how's the wife? Amplifier asked. Getting ready to pop. Oh. Some of the girls coo. I remember seeing pictures of his kid, they are adorable. Rocklock shook his head. She's not due for another few months. She's already complaining about how big she is though. I just tell her that means there's more of her to love. That's so cute. Ashido squeals. Oh, smooth, Romeo, smooth. Usually Rocklock didn't stop to talk to other heroes, but it was a slow night and Amplifier had been chasing down a drunk that had been harassing women where she usually patrolled. He'd helped take him down by immobilizing his clothes, and she'd stuck around after the police had picked him up. Who knows, maybe he'd run into a situation where he could use the extra help. Well, that's definitely foreshadowing if I've ever heard it, Shoji says. Certainly, Tokoyami says. Well, there is a reason she fell in love. Oh. Something hit him on his calf and he looked down to see. A rock. He whipped around to see who threw it and caught sight of what looked to be a kid in a green hoodie and goggles smile at him before running away. Rocklock is a pretty level-headed hero, Kero. I don't think he'd go chasing after a kid who threw a rock at him. Midoriya rubs the back of his head. Yeah, I think you're right. Let's go. Amplifier started following the kid, but Rocklock held her back. Why? He's just some hooligan, it's not gonna do any good to run him down. Amplifier shook her head. No, I saw the kid yesterday too, and when I chased him, he led me straight to 2 different muggings. Don't worry, we're not gonna try and catch him, but if that kid throws a rock at you, he wants you to chase him. She started running again and Rocklock shook his head as he followed. He still wasn't convinced that chasing the kid was productive, but Amplifier had proven to be a decent hero, so he'd trust her for now. And well, it was a slow night, so if nothing else, following this kid was something to do. It's a good thing that Amplifier was there, here. Izuku stopped as soon as he realized that Rocklock and Amplifier weren't following him. Had Amplifier decided he wasn't worth her time anymore? He hadn't been trying to get her, but she'd been talking to Rocklock and there wasn't any time to go find another hero. Should he try to go find Death Arms? Probably, but by the time he got to Death Arms' patrol route, the robber would be gone. He really was useless, wasn't he? I hate how quickly he spirals, Gyro says. Yeah, it's upsetting that we can't help him. Uraraka exclaims. Not yet. Kaminari exclaims. I refuse to believe that once we know him that we won't help him. I know we will. He couldn't even get a hero correctly. Izuku startled as he heard footsteps behind him and grinned as he saw Rocklock and Amplifier running toward him. Rocklock looked skeptical about the whole thing, but that didn't matter right now. What mattered right now was making sure that the convenience store robber got caught. Izuku took off and hoped that they weren't too late. Situations like robberies could often take a turn for the worse extremely quickly. His breath was starting to get painful as he pushed himself even harder. They couldn't be too late, they couldn't. You'll make it. The students encouraged the vigilante. Izuku didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he turned the corner to see the robber leaving the store. Was the cashier okay? Izuku didn't know what he would do if he wasn't. Wait, how would the heroes know that the guy was a villain? Don't do something stupid, problem child, Aizawa grumbles. Fukukado laughs. Oh, I'm sure it won't be too bad, Eraser. Izuku didn't stop running, but leaned down and scooped up an empty soda can that someone had tossed on the sidewalk. He only hesitated a moment before he lobbed the can as hard as he could at the villain's head. Hopefully this wouldn't be the idiot move that killed him. Well, it's not the stupidest thing he could have done, Aizawa mutters. Imagine what the kids at school would say. Did you hear that Deku killed himself by throwing a soda can? Seriously, what a lame way to go, but what else did we expect from someone so worthless? Some of the students were silently fuming. How could people be so cruel? The villain turned around in rage, then saw the heroes behind him, and Izuku almost cried with relief when the villain decided to activate his electricity quirk and charged. Now the heroes wouldn't have any doubt on who they were supposed to attack. Endeavor rolls his eyes. It shouldn't be that hard to piece together for any competent hero regardless. Izuku dodged behind a parked car and used the car's RBB tire to shield him from the attack. He poked his head out and Izuku smiled as he saw that Rocklock and Amplifier had engaged the villain. Now what? Oh, yeah. The cashier. Izuku flung open the door and ran to the counter. The guy wasn't standing at the counter like he should be, so where was he? Had he gone to a back room to recover from the stress, or was he? Help! The voice was soft and laced with pain, but a dead person couldn't talk, so that meant the cashier was alive. Izuku nearly panicked when he ran around the counter and saw the man lying on the ground, electrical burns covering most of his face and arms. Izuku was familiar with burns and those looked like they hurt. A lot. Kirishima looked uncomfortable. He was upset that his friend could be this mean in alternate universes. He forced himself to calm down, but wasn't able to force a smile onto his face. Sir, do you have a phone? Oh, on the counter. Izuku hurried and dialed the police. Yes, hello. There's a guy here with electrical burns, at least second or third degree. Yes, it was a villain attack. Somebody robbed the convenience store on Randamu Street. Yeah, we're still here, hurry. That was so adorable and to the point. I love it, midnight coos. Izuku put the phone down and knelt beside the cashier. Are you okay? Oh wait, obviously you're not okay, you just got robbed and you're hurtin'. How did you, the man rasped, know about the robbery? Oh, brought the heroes. They're fighting the guy outside. Oh, those burns look bad, let's get. Okay, yeah. Could work on his talking to civilians though, Snipe remarks. Izuku stood and found the burn cream and bandages. It only took a few seconds, as he already knew exactly where they were kept because he bought them so frequently. Maybe he'd have to thank 𝐭𝐿 when this was all over. No, 𝐭𝐿 would probably just find that annoying. He's done more than just imply it now, Kirishima mutters, glancing over to Bakugo and Midoriya. Midoriya seemed upset, but Kirishima couldn't quite grasp at which part he was upset at. On the other hand, Bakugo was kinda hard to read. Normally Kirishima had some sort of clue, but he couldn't even get that and he wasn't even sure how he was supposed to feel about that. Izuku shook his head. He needed to focus. He grabbed a rag that was underneath the counter and ran over to the soda fountain to wet it with cold water, then started dabbing the wet washcloth on the burns, being extra careful not to rub so he didn't do any more damage to the skin. That sounds like a lesson learned the hard way. Cementos winces, not wanting to think about what a 13, maybe 14-year-old would have had to go through to receive that lesson. Ice, the man asked as Izuku set to work. It's so hot, wouldn't ice be better? Absolutely not. Recovery girl exclaims. And don't I ever catch anyone here making that mistake, she scolds. Izuku shook his head. No, ice can shock your system or make the area so numb you can't tell if further damage is being done. Don't worry, once we get the burn cream on, it'll hurt a little less. And I am sure the paramedics will be able to give you something for pain when they get here. Recovery girl nods. Very well put. I bet he would have made an excellent EMT if he put in the work. The man nodded and closed his eyes and Izuku started to apply the cream. He was just wrapping the burns when the door opened and he heard Amplifier's voice. Kid. Are you in here? Is everyone okay? I could have sworn I saw him come in here. I'm here, Amplifier. Izuku yelled. The cashier got burned by that guy's quirk. Kaminari startles. He's not gonna get caught, is he? Ashido gasps in exaggerated horror. I hope not. He still has so much room to grow. Amplifier walked around the counter and stopped when she saw Izuku treating the man's wounds. Wow kid, you look like you know what you're doing. Izuku shrugged. I've had a lot of practice. He finished tying off the final bandage and stood. I'd better leave this to you guys. I already called the ambulance, so they should be here any minute. You should probably stay with him until they get here though. I've heard electrical burns can be tricky. Kaminari winces. He knew that. Learned that the hard way growing up as the kid who wanted to always be touching someone. Amplifier nodded and knelt beside the man as Izuku hurried toward where he thought the back entrance was. Just because he wasn't technically a vigilante didn't mean it was a good idea to stick around until the cops came, especially since the heroes were a lot more qualified to deal with the situation than he was anyway. At this point, Izuku would just get in the way. Well, that's a relief, Ashido sighs. You got me all worried for nothing, Kaminari. Kaminari chuckles. Sorry. Kid. Izuku turned back to see Amplifier staring at him. Thanks. Izuku gave her a bright smile before he turned and left. Now to find someone else to save. The screen fades out. That's such a nice ending to the chapter. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 happily states. The people around her agree. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Cheat Code, Support Strategist Chapter 3, Preparation. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Cheat Code, Support Strategist Chapter 3, Preparation. The final 10 months before the entrance exam flew by almost too quickly. One of the first things Izuku had done after finding his new dream was research everything he could find about analytics and intelligence gathering. He couldn't find that much, which he supposed shouldn't be very surprising, considering that he hadn't even known it was a career option, but the things that he could find emphasized computer skills and making sure that his analysis was understandable to other people. If it weren't for the fact that I'm too much of an idiot, I think I would love that track, Kaminari says. You're not an idiot, dude, 𝐂𝐿 replies. Sure, just not smart enough to do what Midoriya's doing. I'm not sure most people are smart enough for Midoriya level stuff. Kirishima laughs. Izuku had worked non-stop to make sure he was ready for the entrance exam today. It was difficult, since UA's website didn't say what exactly he'd be asked to do, but he wasn't about to let that stop him. He threw himself into support with a passion, spending hours researching everything that heroes needed to know going into a situation and thinking about what he could do from behind the scenes to make them more effective. Nezu was buzzing with excitement. With this drive and his inferred intelligence, Nezu was sure he'd pass and make for a fun student. The other teachers, especially those sitting close to Nezu, scooched away from him. They were nervous for their well-being in this universe. His hero analysis notebooks had improved as well. He still labeled them for the future, but he was now trying to focus on suggestions for improvement and on increasing the speed of his analysis. Izuku had shifted the focus of the notebooks from just heroes to everything to do with quirks and even battle strategy. He filled an entire notebook just with analyses of villains he'd seen on the news, and another with random quirks that he found on the street. He'd also stopped taking them out at school so that his bullies wouldn't be tempted to destroy these ones like they had all the others. With a glance towards Nezu, Aizawa sighs. Looks like we'll have Nezu's backing when we look into Aldera. I can't tell if it'll be a good or bad thing yet, Ectoplasm says with a shiver. Just be glad he's on our side. School had surprisingly gotten a lot better for Izuku over the past few months. His bullies hadn't stopped after the word spread that he wasn't trying for the hero course anymore, but now everyone was at a loss for how to actually hurt him. He hadn't told anyone at school about the support course, since the high school application plans simply listed the school, not the emphasis. The teachers assumed he'd swayed his goal to general studies, and from what Izuku could gather, the other students thought he was going for the nearest high school with a high acceptance rate. As a result, no one could target his new dream and all their insults fell flat. Even Kaken had swayed to mostly ignoring him, or just calling him useless, which was a huge improvement. I can't tell if that's character growth or not, Ashido hums. Kirishima shrugs. With the way he's been acting at the start of all of these, I think I'll take it as a start. One of the best things that had come from his new dream, though, was actually his relationship with his mother. He hadn't realized just how much his old dream had come between them, but now that it was no longer in the way, they'd grown so much closer. Her worry seemed less like she was trying to suffocate him, and more like it was just how she showed that she cared. Midoriya winced. He doesn't like how he makes his mother worry, but he doesn't think that she's too suffocating. Or at least, not suffocating on normal days. But after big events where he's been hospitalized, he thinks it's justified on her part. When he'd sat her down to talk about his new dream, she had immediately started crying. Izuku had understandably started panicking, wondering what he had said wrong, but as soon as she had calmed down enough to be coherent, Mom had assured him that she was just so happy and proud of him. He hadn't been quite sure how to feel about the fact that her first reaction to him giving up on his lifelong dream was to be so happy that she cried, but there wasn't much he could do about it. Maybe if she had just believed in him earlier. Gotta love the loving bitterness towards one's parent, Darby scoffs, though he seems to be glaring at where the heroes are sitting. Izuku shook his head as he finished getting ready to leave. It wouldn't do any good to worry about what ifs right now. Mom was just trying to keep him safe, so it made perfect sense that she would be happy that he'd picked a safer option. She had been a little nervous about him still working in the heroics industry, but after he'd assured her that he wouldn't actually be fighting anyone, she'd calmed down and had actually been surprisingly supportive. Supportive is good, Myheroacademia says. Surprisingly makes it bittersweet, Ishiyama adds. He carefully placed his laptop in his bag and smiled. Mom had gotten it for him as a celebration gift after he'd explained what intelligence and analytics was, and it had actually been her idea to sign him up for computer programming lessons at their local community center. He'd taken to them like a duck to water, and it hadn't been long at all before he'd started learning to hack. Mom didn't necessarily like when he called it hacking, since she thought that sounded dangerous or like something a villain would do, but Izuku had pointed out that it would be a really useful way to gather information. He'd be protected behind a screen and the only people he'd be hacking were villains, to make sure they couldn't hide anything from the heroes. She'd come around pretty quickly after that. Or, she's so sweet and caring. Ashido coos. She turns to face Midoriya. Can I have your mom? Midoriya blushes. No. Ashido laughs. The last thing he packed was the portfolio he'd created to demonstrate his quirk analysis. UA's website had said that in addition to the same written exam that all the other courses took, the support course exam consisted of a portfolio and a practical. Izuku had spent months debating what to put in his portfolio before Mom had suggested simply turning in one of his hero analysis notebooks. He didn't feel like those were quite good enough to turn into UA, though, so he decided to turn in a new analysis notebook that was actually properly formatted. Midoriya perks up. Properly formatted? Here. Maybe he should give that a try. He'd picked 5 heroes and 5 villains to highlight, since the website had said he'd be analyzing both as part of UA, and he'd had Mom read through all of them to make sure they didn't just sound like his normal muttering. When he'd first started asking her to read his analyses to make sure other people could understand them, she'd pointed out that he wrote almost completely in run-on sentences and sometimes dropped words completely because his brain was moving faster than his hands could. Except it's when I'm talking, not taking notes, Kaminari says. We know, 𝐂𝐿 chuckles. Kaminari sticks his tongue out at 𝐂𝐿 before laughing along. He'd focused since then on editing his analyses into a coherent whole and making them easy to understand. The heroes he would eventually be working with needed to be able to read though and find what they needed, after all, so there needed to be some sort of formatting and he couldn't use a lot of technical jargon, not that he ever really had. He'd experimented quite a bit and had even looked up how professional analysts formatted their essays for inspiration. Overall, Izuku was actually extremely proud of how professional his portfolio looked once he was finished, and Mom hadn't had any trouble understanding it, so that was a huge plus. Midoriya looked like someone had just opened his third eye. He was in wonder. Editing his notes for others. He could do that. He could help out his friends by giving them quirk advice. Mom scooped him into a hug almost as soon as he made it to the kitchen. Oh baby. Do you have everything? Do you have your laptop? Will you even need your laptop? It's best to just bring it, right, even if you don't need it. Or will that be weird? They won't see it as cheating, will they? Oh, if only, Yorozu sighs. I feel like this is similar to me whenever I pack for somewhere. You just like being prepared, Jiru says. Nothing wrong with that. Mom, take a deep breath. He pulled away from her and smiled. I'll be fine. I already checked the website, and support course applicants are allowed to bring any technology they think they'll need. I don't know if I'll need my laptop, but I want to be able to demonstrate my hacking if they ask me to. Can I have a Midoriya to help me rationalize myself? Yorozu jokes. Jiru smiles. I'm always here if you need me. Yorozu smiles back at Jiru. Mom sighed in relief. Oh, that's good. I'm just so worried. I know you'll be fine and safe, but a mother worries, you know. Izuku laughed. I know. Don't worry, the support course exam isn't like the hero course one, so I'm not going to get hurt. Just be glad you're not Auntie Mitsuki today. No matter what the hero course practical is, there's bound to be some aspect of combat included. Bakugo snorts. Like that old hag worries about something so stupid as me passing an exam. Midoriya huffs a laugh. Yeah, Auntie Mitsuki isn't really one to worry. At least not that easily. Auntie Inko was probably a nervous ball of anxiety from the time you left until the time that you came back from the exam in our universe. Midoriya lets out a nervous chuckle and rubs the back of his neck. Well, I don't think she's fully relaxed since the exam. Bakugo barks out a laugh. Sounds like her. The other students are looking back and forth between Bakugo and Midoriya. 𝐂𝐿 leans over to Kirishima. Did you also forget that they actually grew up together, or was Bakugo calling Midoriya, Auntie Inko, something that I just missed? I just don't think we realized how close their families are, Kirishima says. Mom wrung her hands nervously. Oh, I don't think I'd be able to handle it. I know Katsuki can handle himself in a fight, but I'm just so glad you're not trying for the hero course. I'm not sure I'd even be able to let you leave the house without having a heart attack. Midoriya smiles sadly at the screen. He knows that him gave up on being a hero, and that 𝐒𝐭𝐴 wasn't his mom, but it still kinda hurt to hear. Izuku smiled sadly. His grief had long since faded to a dull ache and he hardly even noticed it anymore most days, but his nervousness about the entrance exam was bringing everything to the surface again. What if he'd made the wrong choice? What if he was meant to be a hero? What if he'd never really be satisfied with the support course? What if Kaken was right and he really was useless and he failed the entrance exam and ended up living under a bridge and... His spiraling. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 nervously exclaims. Help him, Midoriya. Kirishima shouts. Stop that, Izuku. Mom hit him gently on the arm and smiled to pull him from his spiral. I'm the one who's supposed to be worrying, so just leave that to me, and you focus on doing your best. Okay, baby. Oh, she's so sweet. Ashido coos. She WHPs around to face Midoriya. I really want your mom, Midoriya. Do you think she'd adopt me if I asked? Midoriya blushes, his entire face turning red. Izuku smiled and nodded in determination. Thanks, Mom. I should get going, wish me luck. Good luck. Mom started sniffling as he put on his shoes, then started full-on crying as he waved to her when he got down to the street. Izuku gripped the straps of his backpack and took a deep breath as he headed toward the train station. He could do this. Yeah, you can, Deku. Uraraka exclaims. The screen fades to black. I don't know if I am excited or terrified to see this universe continue, Kiyama says. Myheroacademia shrugs. I don't know, but I have a gut feeling that I'm going to either loathe this universe or enjoy it immensely. I'm sure this universe will have much to enjoy for all of us, Nezu smirks, sending shivers up his staff spin. Even Endeavor and Fukukado shiver. The screen fades into the title screen where it shows the list of universes that they've been watching. Except, this time there was a fifth universe added to the list. Shadows, the horror movie heroes, Tokoyami reads. I wonder what that's about, Soto wonders aloud. I can't tell if it'll SCK to watch or not, Shigaraki grumbles, running the pads of his fingers against his neck. Compress sighs while looking at Shigaraki. At least he wasn't scratching his neck with his nails. He and Kurogiri had been working on trying to stop that habit. Looks like we'll just have to wait and see, Krusty, Darby says. Shigaraki growls at the nickname. F off, Darby. The screen makes a show of selecting Shadow, the horror movie heroes chapter 1 before the loading screen pops up. Up next, Shadows, the horror movie heroes chapter 1, Fear as a Weapon, sounds like it could be promising. Shigaraki shrugs. Up next, Shadows, the horror movie heroes chapter 1, Fear as a Weapon sounds like it could be promising. Shigaraki shrugs. Izuku couldn't breathe. Sorry kid. The sludge villain squeezed a little tighter. I didn't know All Might was in town, I can't afford to stick around. Uraraka startles. You were attacked by that thing too. She pauses. Oh wait, or is it just this universe you that was attacked by it? Midoriya pauses. Well, yeah, I was attacked by it first. Then it ended up getting away and grabbing Kaken. I still feel bad about. It was all my fault. I'm sure it wasn't your fault, Deku. Uraraka exclaims. Izuku's vision started going dark and he clawed uselessly at the villain. This was really it, wasn't it? He was going to die. Reluctantly, he stopped fighting, slowly giving into fear and dread as the rest of his air ran out. DMN, killed by a villain in the first chapter. Darby snorts. Todoroki shakes his head. No. This is Midoriya. He'll get out of it. Todoroki nods. He may get into trouble at every turn, but he also somehow manages to get out of it too. Detroit. Smash. Shigaraki snarls. Of course it would be All Might that came to that brat's rescue. Izuku heard a terrified scream from the villain before he passed out, and the next thing he knew he was getting slapped awake by All Might. Wait. Slapped awake? Recovery girl questions, turning towards Yagi. Please tell me you had more sense in our universe. Yagi winces. I was running out of time and options. Not an excuse, recovery girl fumes. She takes her cane and whacks him with it. I'll be giving you a lecture about this later. All Might. Izuku sat straight up. You saved me. Of course you saved me. I thank you for saving me. I have a notebook. Will you please? All Might gave a booming laugh and handed him his notebook. Already done, my boy. My apologies for letting you get caught by that villain. Back in the day, he would never have even reached the source. Now if you'll excuse me, I must be on my way. Wow, Darby drawls. He seems like an butt. Totally, Twice exclaims. He's so nice. Wait. Izuku reached toward him. I have so much to ask. Kaken was right. Izuku was an idiot. He'd realized that All Might was about to launch off, but he'd grabbed onto his leg anyway. He knew how far All Might could jump. He knew every statistic there was on him. He knew how dangerous that was. Why in the world had he done that? Do you not always do things as recklessly as this? Todoroki asks. Midoriya's face burns red. I don't always dash. Yes you do, Ida interrupts. If you aren't the one jumping in, you are the one in trouble, Kero. They aren't wrong, Shigaraki growls. It's annoying. As soon as he noticed Izuku, All Might started shaking his leg. Come on, kid, I get being a fan, but this is too much. Izuku clung on even tighter. If I let go now I'll die. Oh, All Might blinked like he hadn't even thought about that and grabbed Izuku's collar. Right. Just close your mouth and eyes, kid. You look gross. Are we sure this is All Might? Soto asks. Izuku did as he was told, and after a few seconds, he felt a jolt as All Might landed. Immediately, all the terror-fueled strength he'd hadn't known he'd had left him and he collapsed onto the ground. I'm alive. Darby snorts. Still almost died at the hands of Mr. Number 1. Barely. All Might huffed. What was so important that you did something so stupid, kid? Yagi flinches and Midoriya frowns. I never said anything like that, Yagi says. At least not to my memory. He wasn't that mean in our universe, Midoriya mumbles. Wait, Uraraka says. Did this all happen in our universe? Midoriya freezes. Yes. At least the actions are very similar. The words are different, I think. Uraraka eyes the nervous-looking Midoriya up and down, but doesn't press for more information. Izuku pulled himself to his feet. I needed to ask you a question. Well, kid, out with it. All Might prodded. I don't have all day, you know. Darby whistles. DMN. But Might seems to be here to stay. Spinner looked confused. All Might had to be different in this universe because there was no way All Might was like this in their universe. Stain wouldn't have thought All Might to be a good hero otherwise. Yeah, All Might is definitely meaner in this universe, Midoriya says. You've said meaner twice, Ida points out. That means that he was mean in our universe as well. Midoriya freezes. He hadn't even thought about the words he had said. The conversation seemed to attract the attention of those around them. Did this happen in our universe too, Midoriya? Kirishima asks. I mean, Midoriya pauses, looking around at his classmates. Sort of. What do you mean? Shoji asks. Well, Midoriya blue screens for a few seconds. It was pretty similar to this, I guess. Just, less mean. The students decide to just leave it at that, figuring that they probably won't get any further answers from Midoriya. Aizawa raises an eyebrow at Yagi. Do you know what the problem child is talking about? All Might winces, all but confirming Aizawa's suspicions. These universes aren't as different from ours as they see, are they? Aizawa asks, already knowing the answer. They all seem to start around the time I met young Midoriya, if that's what you mean, Yagi says. So the real question I should be asking is what happened in our universe that changed how that day played out in theirs. Yagi seemed to be sweating bullets. Izuku took a deep breath. It's just. My whole life, I've wanted to be a hero, but everybody says I can't. So, is it possible? Even though I'm quirkless, can I be a hero like you? Of course you can. Just look at the Deku. I think he's some pro-s universe. Uraraka exclaims. Even Aizawa thinks he can be a hero in that one. Yeah, but Midoriya is asking if he can be a hero like All Might in this one, Todoroki points out. I don't think anyone can be a hero like All Might, Todoroki says. Mirio is probably the closest, but even he isn't a hero like All Might. Sometime while he was talking, smoke started filling the rooftop, and by the time he gathered his courage to look, All Might was gone. Izuku screamed. Most of the room was startled. All Might had looked like that before Kamino. Wait. I thought that All Might didn't look like that until after Kamino happened, Kaminari says, confused. Uraraka gasps. Wait a minute. The attention of the room is on her, but her eyes are only on Deku. You've been around Small Might before Kamino before. We all thought he was either your dad or uncle or some other relative, but that means that you've known about All Might being Small Might almost since school started. Midoriya rubs the back of his head. Well, yeah. I kinda found out in a similar way this me did. And probably all of the other hims too. He thinks. I feel like this all shouldn't be as shocking as it is, Kamianri says, a few sparks flying around his face. It's still me, kid, don't be so dramatic. All Might groaned and lifted up his shirt to show Izuku a large scar. This is a scary career, kid. You fight powerful villains head-on long enough and… well, this injury was just one guy. So can you be a hero, kid? Not without a quirk. This All Might better not be like our All Might, because if he isn't then I'm about to murder the symbol of peace, Uraraka states. It's fine, Uraraka, Midoriya says. All Might was nicer on that day than that All Might is being. Anger seemed to flicker in her eyes, but she doesn't move to murder All Might, so Midoriya considers it a win. All Might kept talking, but Izuku was too focused on holding back his tears to hear any of it. At some point, All Might pushed past him, and after that, there was really no point in staying, so Izuku forced himself to get moving. He'd really just been lying to himself all these years, hadn't he? Is it supposed to hurt this much? Yagi asked no one in particular. Aizawa rolls his eyes. You're a PP in this universe. Just deal with it. All Might pouts. Izuku didn't really know where he was going. Probably home, since there was no point in going to the villain fight he could hear going on in the distance, now that his notes were useless. If even All Might said it was impossible, then it was true. He couldn't be a hero. What was he going to do now? He sounds so bitter, Kiro. Let's just hope that this Midoriya doesn't turn out like Mastermind, Uraraka says worriedly. He was so wrapped up in his thoughts that he almost didn't hear the commotion in the alleyway. It wasn't nearly as loud as the fight in the distance, but it was still enough to get his attention. Now that he was paying attention, Izuku could hear punches being landed and someone yelling about a villain, and before he knew it, he was walking toward the fight on autopilot. Many facepalm. You're supposed to run away and get the heroes, problem child, Aizawa grumbles. At least we know that this trait seems to apply to all the Midoriyas, Midnight says. It must be a minor villain, probably with a weaker quirk. The ones with stronger quirks usually drew a crowd, and most of the heroes were probably at the other fight, so even if he was still going to be a hero, there really wasn't any point in watching. He found himself rushing to the alley anyway, only to skid to a stop as he realized it wasn't a villain fight at all. A group of kids his own age was clumped around a few ringleaders, who were either pinning down or beating up their current victim, a lanky kid with purple hair and… well, it was most likely a verbal quirk, considering that the bullies were bothering to cover his mouth. If it had been Izuku, Kaken would have just let him scream. Shinso winced. This wasn't exactly how he thought he'd show up in these. Midoriya shoots Shinso a worried look. He knew he had been bullied, but this was pretty brutal. Why are you even thinking of applying for UA? One of the ringleaders sneered. You're a villain and that's what you'll always be. Why would a school like UA even think of letting someone like you be a hero? Shinso nods along. Yeah, this all sounded about right for what was said to him in middle school. So the kid had a villain's quirk. Izuku winced sympathetically. That was pretty much as bad as being quirkless in a lot of people's eyes. Somebody landed a punch to the kid's gut and he let out a muffled grunt. Izuku couldn't help himself. He'd stood between Kaken and the other kids so many times that his feet moved on their own and he took 2 steps forward until the kid saw him. Instead of looking at him with hope or gratefulness, though, the kid just shook his head sternly and shook his head. Izuku froze. Midoriya turns towards 𝐭 with a questioning look. Why? 𝐭 shakes his head. One of the bullies snarled, "What are you looking at, villain?" Izuku ducked behind a dumpster as the bully turned his head. The kid obviously didn't want him interfering, not that Izuku could do much good anyway, but still. After a few seconds, he peeked out, but made sure to keep to the shadows as much as he could so he wouldn't be seen. The bullies were looking around nervously, and even though they turned back to the kid, they had obviously been thrown off their rhythm. Interesting. That sounds so ominous, Kaminari says. Low-key feels like he's foreshadowing something, Ashido points out. Do you think he somehow called for one of his villain friends? One of the lackeys hissed. What are we gonna do if he calls for backup? He didn't call for backup. A ringleader insisted, but Izuku noted with surprise that he didn't believe it. The villain doesn't have any friends to come help him in the first place. They keep calling him a villain but they're the ones beating someone up in a back alley, Jiru says, rolling her eyes. Izuku frowned. He at least had Kaken, even though he wasn't quite sure if that counted as friendship, but from the sound of it, this kid didn't have any friends at all. That must be so lonely. There must be something he could do to help. Yeah, from what we've witnessed so far in these universes, I'm not holding my breath on them actually being friends, Yorozu says. I'm sure most of us aren't. Jiru adds. The bullies were still nervous and a couple had started shifting like they were about to bolt. Izuku had to stop himself before he started muttering. They were that thrown off just by the suggestion that backup was coming. What were they so afraid of? Was it just that they didn't know what might come? If they knew who was hiding, they wouldn't be scared at all, so that fear of the unknown must be part of it. What if they thought he had a strong quirk? Would they be more scared or less? 𝐭 scoffs. Probably less. He rolls his eyes. They'd assume that you were just as stuck up as them and want to bully me too. Midoriya's eyes light up with anger and determination. That'd be their mistake then. 𝐭 eyes Midoriya up and down before humming non-committedly. Sure, this kid seemed to break every rule that he knew when it came to people with strong quirks, but he wasn't about to trust him just yet. He'd been burned one too many times for that. One of the bullies glanced around the alley before huffing and shoving the kid to the ground. Whatever, I was getting bored anyway. Don't even bother applying to UA, villain. Like you're one to talk, Jiru scoffs. The kid glared after them and Izuku ducked back behind the dumpster as they stalked out of the alley. He waited until the last one was gone before running toward the kid. Hey, are you okay? 𝐭 rolled his eyes. Obviously not. The kid rolled his eyes. Just peachy. Oh, I have a first aid kit. Izuku swung his bag off his shoulder and started digging through it. I have badges and burn cream and there goes any hope of Bakugo actually being friends with Midoriya in this one, Yorozu huffs. Like you said, we weren't holding our breath for it, Jiru says. Don't bother. I have my own. 2 teenagers carrying around first aid kits because of quirk discrimination. Snipe sighs. I feel like I've failed as a hero the more we watch these, Ectoplasm says. You save so many people, yet some still fall through the cracks because of problems that most people and heroes just ignore, Fukukado sighs. The kid was already kneeling next to his own backpack and within a second he'd pulled out a first aid kit just as intense as Izuku's, so, you're obviously pretty beat up too. What do they hate you for? Oh, Izuku's face fell. I'm quirkless, he looks so dejected. Ashido whines. He just needs a hug, Hakagyaku's. All of a sudden, Izuku's brain felt fuzzy and his arms fell limply at his sides, his fingers barely managing to hang onto the strap of his backpack. The kid refused to look at him as he started bandaging his bruises. Go away. Midoriya snorts, then covers his mouth quickly. He hadn't meant to snort out loud. 𝐭 sends Midoriya a glare. What's so funny? Midoriya startles. Nothing. He shakes his hands in front of himself. It's just that I doubt that I'll go away for long, is all. He rubs the back of his neck and looks down. ♀raises an eyebrow, but doesn't say anything else. Izuku couldn't say he was very surprised when his body started obeying on its own. Brainwashing would explain why the other kids were calling him a villain and why they were covering his mouth, since it seemed to activate with a question. That was such a cool quirk. He really hoped that kid ignored his bullies and tried for UA anyway because he would be able to save so many people someday. He will. I can't wait for him to join the hero course. Midoriya exclaims with excitement practically radiating off of him. ♀looks over at Midoriya in confusion. Like he was trying to figure out a puzzle but couldn't find all of the pieces. It took a few blocks to qualify as a way enough for the quirk to deactivate, and the moment he had his brain back, Izuku sighed in defeat. There was no point in turning around and trying to find the kid again, he was probably long gone by now, but Izuku had ended up wandering in the direction of the other villain fight, so he might as well stop by there now. It didn't take him long at all to find the crowd, but instead of catching the tail end of the cleanup, the fight was still going on. That must be one strong villain. Yeah, I mean, fights that out in the open never really last too long, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 says. Yeah, they really don't. Most of the longer fights tend to be big operations and underground fights, Kirishima adds. That's cause any good villain avoids daylight crimes and heroes as much as they can. They draw too much attention and daylight heroes tend to flock towards fights for their chance at the spotlight, Darby says, rolling his eyes. Good daylight heroes don't need to flock to get the media's attention, Endeavor says, glaring at Darby. Darby snarls. Like you would know what being a good hero is about. Endeavor bristles and his flaming facial hair flares. And what makes you think you know what a good hero is better than I do? He challenges. Darby scoffs. I know enough to know that you aren't one. Endeavor abruptly stands up, causing Darby and some of the League to stand up as well. In a blink of an eye, everyone is sitting in their seats, facing towards the screen once more. How? Darby questions. We aren't allowed to fight in here, Nezu informs everyone. We were told that all attacks would be stopped. I guess either their intent to attack or them standing hostilely towards each other triggered the theater to revert back to a state of neutrality, Midoriya muttered, although in the quiet theater the sound seemed to reverberate around loud enough for everyone to hear. Glancing up, Midoriya startles at all of the eyes on him. At least that's what I'm guessing happened. Everyone seemed to accept the explanation and put their focus back on the screen. How long has that kid been in there? I dunno, but if he's still alive, he hasn't got long. Bakugo swallows thickly, rubbing his throat in memory. The villain had a hostage. What was the villain's quirk? Was it something with fire or? Izuku finally elbowed his way through enough of the crowd to be able to see the villain, and he gasped. The sludge villain must have escaped the bottles that All Might shoved him in. This was his fault. If he hadn't grabbed onto All Might, he wouldn't have dropped the bottles, and even if for some reason he had, then he would have still had just enough time left to recapture him. Izuku cursed himself and pushed a little closer. Was the hostage even still alive? Izuku had felt like he was going to die after only a few seconds. Bakugo was trying to massage his throat discreetly. He could feel his air being restricted. The hostage was struggling weakly at this point, but considering all the fires the heroes were fighting, he must have some sort of fire quirk. Izuku leaned forward as he saw a tiny bit of flame burst from one of the victim's hands. No. It was an explosion. Kaken! Izuku yelled and almost started running before he caught himself. That kid earlier was right. If he went out there right now, he'd just be an extra victim for the heroes to save, but there had to be something he could do. All Might wasn't coming, he was all out of energy for the day, but well, actually the villain didn't know that, did he? Aizawa sighs deeply, closing his eyes before focusing back on the screen. He didn't know whether to be impressed or disappointed in the problem child and his quick thinking. In spite of himself, Izuku smiled. The sludge villain was terrified of All Might, just like those bullies had been scared of him when he'd hidden behind the dumpster. Well, more scared of the idea of him, but still. They'd given up rather than risk fighting against an enemy they couldn't beat. A half-baked plan already in mind, Izuku took a big breath and yelled at the top of his lungs, All Might's at a fight just down the street. He'll be here any minute. Midoriya looks at his on-screen counterpart in awe. The courage to shout that in the middle of a crowd at a villain fight. He was normally just embarrassed to be seen taking quick notes, but if someone had heard him say anything he would have died on spot from embarrassment. The crowd started chanting All Might's name and the villain instantly tensed, torn between taking over his hostage, who wouldn't be a very good disguise at this point, and making a run for it. Izuku elbowed his way to the very front of the crowd. He just needed to give one final push. The villain was looking around frantically for All Might, so it didn't take long for his eyes to widen in recognition as he spotted Izuku in the crowd. Izuku gave his best, most confident smile as he called out, "Well, do you really think you can escape the number one hero again? Really?" Midoriya's friends look at Midoriya to see him staring at the screen with his jaw dropped. They all remembered how little confidence that Midoriya had walking into UA and how it had slowly built with each interaction he had with others. Midoriya didn't know that he had had any of this confidence in middle school. He definitely didn't have much of a backbone, so this was fascinating to see. He wondered how his life would have been different if he had stood up for himself when he was younger instead of just standing up for others. The villain hesitated for one final second before expelling 𝐭𝐽𝐻 onto the pavement with a squelch and making a run for it. The heroes rushed him instantly, no longer having to avoid hurting 𝐭𝐽𝐻 or risk getting caught in one of his explosions, and it didn't take long before the sludge villain was once again in custody. Aizawa hid his proud smile behind his capture weapon. Many of the UA students had cheered at this Midoriya's plan working out. Izuku weaved his way back through the crowd before 𝐭𝐽𝐻 could see him and made his way home deep in thought. He'd asked All Might if a quirkless kid could be a hero like him, and the answer he got was true. Izuku would never be like All Might, he wouldn't be able to bring hope the way the symbol of peace was, but he thought back the way the bullies and the villain had run away. Maybe he could be another kind of hero instead. Some of the UA students cheer for this Midoriya. They believe in him. This one might not be terrible, Shigaraki mutters. Even though he still is aiming to be a hero. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Deku. I think he's some pro. Chapter 4, Reactions. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Deku. I think he's some pro. Chapter 4, Reactions. Nezu didn't know what he was expecting when he opened his inbox that morning. Maybe another complaint about Tagata losing his breathes again despite his massive improvement since the sports festival. It certainly wasn't emails from 15 pro heroes, only 2 of which had ever recommended a student before, all requesting to recommend a single student to UA. Aizawa groans while Fukukado barks out a laugh. They should have talked about it before they left the meeting, Aizawa grumbles. Come on, Eraser. Fukukado laughs. It's kinda funny. Aizawa just rolls his eyes. It might be a little funny, but he'd never admit that, especially to Ms. Joke of all people. Nezu sighed. Most likely this Izuku Midoriya had a technology manipulation quirk and was trying to increase his chances. It had been done before, but never this obviously. Oh well, it would be relatively easy to check. The student really should have looked at which pros taught at UA before including Eraserhead on his list of recommenders. He pressed the intercom. Aizawa, would you come to my office please? Fukukado laughs. That's a fair assumption. Especially when they're all underground heroes who rarely, if ever, give out recommendations, Kiyama adds with a smirk. Not to mention Shouter of a people being one of the recommenders. Aizawa rolls his eyes. Is it really that unbelievable that I'd recommend someone for the exam? Yamada laughs. Kinda. He elbows Aizawa. You are normally too busy expelling students, not recommending them. You are all insufferable, Aizawa groans. A few minutes later, his door swung open right as Aizawa was about to knock. The teacher just looked at him unimpressed and said the second thing to surprise the principal that morning, is this about the student I submitted for recommendations? Nezu's eyes widened, you mean it wasn't a fake recommendation? Shivers run up people's spines. A surprised-looking Nezu felt wrong to see. Aizawa just glared at him. Is it that hard to believe that I might take a liking to a kid? Well, I mean it's definitely not common. No, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 smiled in excitement, but would you like to explain why 14 other pro heroes also recommended the same student? At least someone doesn't think it's too weird, 𝐈𝐴𝐲 grumbles. 𝐈𝐴𝐲 swore under his breath, they all recommended him too. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 nodded. Whatever story was behind these recommendations was quickly becoming more interesting. 𝐈𝐴𝐲 just shook his head. I knew we should have discussed this last night. It's illogical for everyone to recommend him. He sighed heavily. Do you remember when I told you about Deku? I remember you asking if I was the one sending out mysterious analyses, if that's what you mean. Midoriya blushes at the reminder that his analysis could be on par with 𝐻𝐻𝐿's work. 𝐈𝐴𝐲 nodded. Well, he's gotten quite the reputation in the underground, but no one had ever met him face to face before last night. He's part of the group that was invited to raid the Durago cartel. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 gestured for 𝐈𝐴𝐲 to continue. He's 14. If 𝐻𝐻𝐿 had been drinking tea, he would have been tempted to do a spit take. He had read some of those analyses. A 14-year-old did that. He could see why so many pros had recommended Midoriya. If he had been there, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 would probably have put in a recommendation of his own. Midoriya startles so bad that he ends up falling out of his seat, startling his friends who are sitting next to him. Deku. Midoriya. Midoriya continues to scramble for a coherent sentence to fall out of his mouth as his mind runs a mile a minute trying to wrap his head around the fact that 𝐻𝐻𝐿 thinks his analysis is good enough for a recommendation from 𝐻𝐻𝐿 himself. I think it'd be best to just leave him be, Kero, Asui tells her friends. I see. I take it he's already planning on attending UA. Yes, he told us he's applying to general education, but I think he'd jump at the hero course if he had the opportunity. I can try to give him a pep talk if he needs more convincing, although maybe MIC or joke would be better for that job. He doesn't seem to think he can be a hero. Don't dash, 𝐈𝐴𝐲 says, sticking his hands out in a silencing gesture to both of them. Even. Fukukado laughs. What do YA mean, Razor? Yeah, we weren't even going to say anything. Yamada grinning from ear to ear. 𝐈𝐴𝐲 raises an eye to both. I don't believe either of you. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 ped his head to the side. His analysis is already sought after by working pros. Why wouldn't he think he has what it takes? I still can't wrap my head around that, Midoriya mutters. I get the feeling that he hasn't had a lot of encouragement from, well, anyone really. He's quirkless. Now 𝐻𝐻𝐿 was really glad he wasn't currently drinking tea. It wasn't often that anyone managed to surprise him, and here this Midoriya had managed to do so 4 times in 1 hour, and he wasn't even here. Knowing that makes me want to hide somewhere for some reason, Midoriya says. Uraraka giggles. I'm sure you'll be fine, Deku. I'm quite excited to have a cup of tea with Midoriya once this is over with, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 says, taking another sip of his steaming cup of tea. We're not questioning how he has a cup of tea, right? Hawks questions. Correct, Snipe responds. Don't question 𝐻𝐻𝐿. You don't want the response, I promise you, Kayama adds. Are you sure? 𝐻𝐻𝐿 had to ask. 𝐈𝐴𝐲 just looked tired. I activated my quirk while he was analyzing a video and I honestly think he didn't even notice. He didn't pause, stutter, or even decrease the quality of his analyses, and Tsukochi didn't register anything he said as a lie. He paused. I know that there's never been a quirkless hero before, but if anyone can do it, Deku can. But you and I know just how biased the entrance exam is and he isn't exactly made of muscle. With his mind, I think he'll have a better chance at passing an obstacle course and interview than an all-out brawl against robots. Not gonna lie, I don't like my chances of getting into UA through recommendations, Kaminari says with a chuckle. Midoriya brightens. With your quirk you'd totally have a greater advantage with robots than an obstacle course. He looks around at his classmates. Actually, the only people here that I think would have a better chance taking the recommendation exam over the general exam are Zero, Yorozu, Shinso, and maybe Ida and Zu. The rest of you guys would have much better odds with the general exam, which I guess makes sense since that's how most of you passed in the first place. That's very interesting to think about, Midoriya, Yorozu says. Why would you say that I have better chances in the recommended exam than the general? Midoriya startles a little at being asked a question. Oh, well, With the way you used your quirk at the beginning of the year, I don't think you'd have been able to keep up point-wise in the time limit we had. You used to do much better at thinking on your feet when there wasn't an enemy in front of you. Midoriya jumps, worried he might have offended her. I didn't mean, you do much better with quick thinking in the middle of battle now. Your confidence seems to have skyrocketed after our final exams, which has helped you a lot with your decision-making skills. You know, I think I'm gonna stop talking now. Yaoyorozu hums. I think you're right, Midoriya. Thank you for your insight. I agree, I'll send him the invite for the recommendation exam. Does he know you recommended him? No. Well, I guess it'll be a surprise then. Midoriya snorts. This'll be interesting. It was definitely a surprise. Mom, do you know why I have a letter from UA? You sound so terrified and apprehensive, Uraraka laughs. Midoriya chuckles. There are a lot of negative possibilities that come with getting a letter from UA before you even take the exam. Izuku looked at the envelope on the table like it was a bomb, which, for all he knew, it could have been. I would never send a bomb that could that easily tied back to me, Nezu says. Does that dash, don't question it and you won't get a response that you will regret, Aizawa cuts Hawks off. Don't question the rat, got it? Hawks nods. His mind was moving a mile a minute trying to figure out why in the world UA would be contacting him 3 whole months before the entrance exam. Was this normal? Was this just saying that they received his application? No, if that was the case then they would have sent it right after he submitted the application months ago. Was something wrong? Were they rejecting him because he was quirkless? That had to be it. Izuku felt his heart sink. Of course the policy allowing quirkless entry was probably a PR ploy. He could already feel the tears fighting to fall from his eyes, making it difficult to see the clear type of his name on the envelope. Of course he wouldn't be able to go to UA. He was an idiot to think otherwise. While PR is important, I can guarantee that allowing quirkless people entry did nothing for our public image. We had people who hated our decision and very few people that loved it, Nezu says. Midoriya smiles. He's happy to hear that straight from the principal. Izuku. What's wrong? What did the letter say? Izuku's voice was choked with tears. I don't know, I haven't opened it yet. Coos are heard around the theater from all sides. He's so adorable, I can't. Toga squeals. The alarmed look in Inko's eyes softened. She knew how bad anxiety could make things seem. She'd struggled with it herself for years, after all. If only she'd been able to give her son a quirk rather than an anxiety disorder. She pushed that thought down along with the guilt that came with it. No use thinking that now, those kinds of thoughts weren't going to do anything to help Izuku through his anxiety attack. I want to give her a hug and tell her she's the best mom, 𝐻𝐵 sniffles. Breathe with me, Izuku. How about you open the letter before jumping to conclusions about what's inside? Izuku didn't respond, but he did calm down a little. Midoriya smiles. He loves his mom. Would you like me to open it for you? This time he took a deep breath and shook his head. He still reached out like he was expecting the letter to bite him, but it was better than him crying over a sealed envelope. Giggles and snorts roll throughout the theater. Izuku was careful not to tear the envelope as he opened it, and Inko watched his face with concern as his eyes tracked along the paper and gradually grew wider and wider with every line. Izuku, are you okay? Are any of us okay? Shinso asks. They want me to take the recommendation exam. Izuku said numbly, they want me to take the recommendation exam. What? How? He's adorable. Fukukado exclaims. Can we keep him Razor? No, Aizawa deadpans. Fukukado laughs. You're the best, Eraser. Well, that's good. Inko tried to smile through her worries. She had been so happy the last few months since her son had finally seemed to come to terms with the fact that he wouldn't be a hero. It wasn't that she didn't want to support his dreams, but she'd sleep a lot easier at night if she at least knew that he was safe. Midoriya winces. He knows his mother worries, but he wishes she wouldn't. He wants her to be happy and sleep easy at night. Although he sorta understands that she'll worry no matter what because she cares. I think so, but Mom, Izuku looked up at her. The recommendation program is based on recommendations. Who would have? He trailed off, but 𝐒𝐿 could practically see his brain making some connection or another before he whispered, no. It couldn't have been. But who else? They wouldn't have. Not for someone like me. Would they? He seemed to snap out of his reverie. Mom, I need to message some of my friends. I'll be in my room, okay? 𝐒𝐿 just nodded. Oh okay, I'll tell you when dinner's ready. I love her. 𝐻𝐿𝐵 𝐔𝐬𝐽. She looks so lost, but is still trying her best. Right? Kayama giggles. I feel like I need her as a friend. Izuku smiled, but it seemed more like an afterthought. He was still shocked. Thanks Mom. You're the best, before heading off to his room. Can I be a Midoriya? Ashido asks. They seem like such a loving and wholesome family and I want to be a part of something like that. Me too. Hakagira exclaims. 𝐒𝐿 picked up the forgotten letter and read it through. It may not be what she wanted, it definitely wasn't safe, but if it was really what Izuku wanted, could she really say no? Supportive Midoriya for the win. Kirishima shouts, getting a few of his classmates to cheer along with him. Izuku hurriedly logged on and opened a group message to all the pros who were participating in the raid. New group 12857. Deku, would anybody care to explain why I got a letter from UA this morning inviting me to take the hero course recommendation exam? That's a lot of punctuation, Kaminari laughs. Jiru snorts. Says the guy that uses punctuation galore when he texts. Kaminari chuckles, leaning back in his seat. What can I say, I'm very expressive. Jiru just rolls her eyes with a small smile on her face. Several users are typing. 58726, Ms. Joke, yeah, I might have had something to do with that. 87657, Mr. Brave, wait. You did. I recommended him. 12579, Eraserhead, we should have discussed it. Nedzu called me into his office and thought it was a prank. It was completely illogical for us all to recommend him. I don't know, I thought it was fun, Fukukado says with a big smile on her face. Aizawa sighs. Doesn't mean it wasn't illogical. One recommendation would have been enough. Fukukado playfully pouts. 12857, Deku. 72598, Sir Knight, I don't think it's that illogical, Eraser. After all, he's taking the exam. Fukukado perks up. Knight I doesn't think it's illogical and he's even more no-nonsense than you. Aizawa raises an eyebrow. I'd put that up for debate. 12579, Eraserhead, while I see your point, he still would have been invited to take the exam if he only had one recommendation. Any more than that is just inefficient. 12857, Deku 𝐒𝐻𝐿𝐵 that's a mood, Jiru nods. 58726, Ms. Joke, Deku sweetie. Are you okay? Obviously he died, Shinso rolls his eyes. A few of the kids snort. 72598, Sir Knight I. 12579, Eraserhead. 87657, Mr. Bravo SHD guys. I think we might have killed him. Wait, Ashido pauses. Do they not? I don't think they do, Kaminari says, looking at the screen in a mixture of awe and shock. 12579, Eraserhead kid, you're scaring us. We need you to tell us if you're okay. Oh my god, they don't, Jiru laughs. Most of the teachers looked a bit confused as to what their students were finding so funny. Half of the villains knew what the kids found so funny while the other half were as lost as the teachers. 72598, Sir Knight Tsukochi took him home, so he knows where the kid lives, right? Who has his number? Midoriya giggles. I'm sure most of the group chat does. Detective Tsukochi is really good at his job. 12579, Eraserhead, I'll call him. Oh boy. Ashido cackles. Good luck trying to deal with these guys, Midoriya. 12857, Deku, sorry guys, my mom came in and I had to calm down and explain to her why I was screaming. Wait. Please tell me you didn't call Tsukochi. Almost all of the UA students were cackling. Both at that Midoriya's misfortune and the group chat's lack of understanding over the keyboard smash. 72598, Sir Knight I sorry kid. When you stopped responding we were scared something had happened. 12857, Deku at 12579. Stop. I'm okay. Please don't call the detective. It's too bad we can't see the timestamps as well, 𝐂𝐿 says, wiping a stray tear from his eyes as he finally calms down from all of the laughing. 12579. Eraserhead, I explained what happened and that it's a false alarm. Sorry for overreacting Deku. 87657. Mr. Brave, yeah, sorry dude. 58726. Ms. Joke ditto. It's nice to see a group of heroes like this ready to help Midoriya out at the first signs of danger, Shoji says. OUI. AMR comments. They shimmer quite well for those cast in darkness. Author, I can't tell if this feels like an Emma line or a Tokoyami line and I'm not sure what that means. 87657. Mr. Brave, so why were you screaming? Did you see a spider? Mr. Brave is probably scared of spiders, Midoriya mutters, his hand mimicking taking notes in one of his notebooks, but he doesn't seem to realize this. 12857. Deku, no. It's just, do you guys really think I could be a hero? 12579. Eraserhead, obviously. Your analysis is better than even most pros are capable of and you choose to use it to help heroes rather than hurt them. You've got more potential than my entire class this year. Tears were building up in Midoriya's eyes. The fact that an actual hero could say something like that to his quirkless self makes him so overwhelmingly happy. 58726. Ms. Joke, you expelled your entire class this year, many in 1A snort. 12579. Eraserhead, exactly those exact same UA students froze. Does that mean that Aizawa actually goes through with his expulsion threats? And if so, why hadn't any of them been expelled yet? They didn't want to ask in case that triggered the man to actually expel one of them. 12857. Deku, why? What I do really isn't that special. It's just a hobby I've had since I was a kid. You've been doing it since you were a kid. One would think that by now you'd be pretty good at it, Todoroki comments. Midoriya opens his mouth to say otherwise before stopping, closing his mouth, nodding and looking back at the screen. 87657. Mr. Brave, Deku, you had the entire underground convinced that you were a retired pro for like 7 months. That is still a terrifying, unbelievable thought, Midoriya says. 12857. Deku, I am so sorry. Did I make it sound like I was a pro? Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna have to read through all my old messages and make sure, and I'm probably gonna get arrested for fraud and impersonating a pro, and I am so sorry. He wouldn't get arrested for fraud or impersonation of a pro. He hadn't stated or even implied that he was a pro hero. The mix-up was everyone assuming he was because of his skill set, Tsukochi explains. 58726. Ms. Joke, OMG. He's freaking out. It's so cute. 87657. Mr. Brave, hahaha. Dude. Deku. Stop freaking out. It was our fault for assuming. No one's gonna arrest you over a misunderstanding. Unless Eraser's still on the phone with Tsukochi. Aizawa rolls his eyes. I'd have him arrest Brave, he mutters. 12579. Eraserhead, if I was I'd have him arrest you, Brave, not Deku, Shinso snorts. Yeah, don't go throwing the person who's probably just coming out of a panic under the bus. 72598. Sir Knight, I am more concerned about why you don't believe us. His scorching light has been exposed to the darkness for too long, Tokoyami answers. 12857. Deku, it's just, nobody's ever told me I could be a hero before. It feels nice. Midoriya yelps as he's tackled to the ground in a hug from Ashido. I'm sorry, but I had to hug a Midoriya and I had to do it now, Ashido says, still hugging a now very flustered Midoriya. 58726. Ms. Joke. Who do I need to kill? Shinso snorts. I like her. Fukukado beams. I'm stealing the purple version of you. She teases Aizawa. Aizawa rolls his eyes. No, you aren't. I'm taking him and you can't stop me. 12857. Deku, what? 12579. Eraserhead, Joke, no. Joke, yes. Uraraka, Ashido, Kaminari, and Hagakure shout. Fukukado cackles behind them. 58726. Ms. Joke, Joke, yes. 87657. Mr. Brave, how many pitchforks do I need to bring? All of them. 𝐻𝐸𝐲 exclaims, a fire burning in her eyes. 72598. Sir Night Eye guys, if you make Deku scream again, his mom will be the one planning murder. Bakugo snorts. 12857. Deku, thanks guys. It's been fun, but I need to go re-evaluate my life now. 12857 has left the chat. 𝐿𝐴 chuckles. He was liking this version of Midoriya a lot. 72598. Sir Night Eye, are you happy now? 58726. Ms. Joke, no, because people haven't been giving my son the love and encouragement he deserves. Aizawa sighs heavily, causing Fukukado to cackle herself onto the floor. 12579. Eraserhead, he's not your son. 58726. Ms. Joke, does that mean he's yours? 12579 has left the chat. The students plus Yamada, Kayoma, and Fukukado cackle. That's so, Aizawa-sensei. 𝐻𝐸𝐲 laughs. 72598. Sir Night Eye, at this point, we can't change how people have treated him. All we can do is make sure he knows we believe in him moving forward. 72598 has left the chat. 87657 has left the chat. 58726 has left the chat. The screen fades to the next loading screen. Mastermind, Strategist for Hire, Chapter 4, Embracing the Role, yes. Shigaraki shouts. Darby rolls his eyes at his boss. The screen fades to the next loading screen. Up next, Mastermind, Strategist for Hire, Chapter 4, Embracing the Role, yes. Shigaraki shouts. Darby rolls his eyes at his boss. It had been 6 months since Izuku's fateful encounter with All Might. It seemed like a lot longer to Izuku. A lot had changed since he was a bright-eyed kid holding onto a dream of becoming a hero. Tsukochi sighs. That's 6 months of probable free reign. Aizawa SCKS in a breath. A lot can happen in 6 months. He'd learned a lot about computers and hacking to help with his villain work and was planning on going to a high school that emphasized programming. He still did most of his villain work in internet cafes, but moved around frequently to prevent being tracked. He had also tried picking up as much as he could about money laundering to prevent anyone from tracking his funds. His prices went up with each plan he sent out, and he had yet to reach a point where his clients refused to pay. This is still good for us, Tsukochi says. He still hasn't done anything in person and is still stuck in internet cafes. He glances over to Aizawa. The money laundering isn't necessarily bad, nothing that we aren't used to. So far, this is stuff we can work with. Aizawa nods. It's not gonna stay that way for long, so let's just hope that we got wind of at least something happening. Tsukochi nods. He had also been cleaning Dagobah Beach. Midoriya feels like he wants to laugh at the horrid irony of his villain alternate self cleaning Dagobah Beach when he had cleaned that beach to become a hero. It had started as a way to deal with his guilt over becoming a villain. Maybe if he did something good for the community, it would cancel out the harm he'd caused. Izuku was gradually coming to terms with his new life, letting his bitterness at society combine with his pride at a job done well to drown out his regret. This is the golden window of opportunity to arrest him before he gets too big and too comfortable in his new lifestyle, Tsukochi says, with too much hope in his voice. He knew that, logically, even if the police had gotten wind of a possible strategist selling plans, that they wouldn't be able to figure out that the strategist known for selling out all of the plans would be a quirkless middle schooler. We don't know what the police know or if they are even close to finding him, Aizawa mentions, although he hopes too that they do catch him here and now. It would save a lot of people. He didn't get panic attacks anymore when he opened the news and saw that one of his plans had been carried out. He still got nervous and somewhat nauseous, but even that was getting replaced with satisfaction. It didn't hurt that every message in his inbox fed his ego as villains were constantly thanking him or demanding his services. For the first time in his life, he had people who didn't think he was useless. It was like a drag and Izuku couldn't get enough of it. So far, he'd sold the murder plans for 10 heroes, and that wasn't even counting the numerous robberies, non-hero assassinations and other crimes that he'd planned. Midoriya SCKS in a sharp breath. I want to meet him. Shigaraki's eyes seem to glow with excitement. I want him to join my party. I'm sure he will, Krusty. Darby leans back into his chair, throwing his feet up on the chair in front of him. Shigaraki growls, using one hand to scratch his neck. Stop calling those stupid names. Whatever do you mean, oh supreme leader? Darby asks with the biggest douchebag smirk on his face. But people were starting to catch on. Conspiracy theorists online were starting to connect the recent uptick in hero deaths, and even the police were starting to suspect there might be one person behind it. Villains were starting to come to him with higher profile targets, but were also starting to demand face-to-face meetings rather than just through a screen. Oh, Darby winces. This will either end in his death or he's about to become a well-known villain. From what we've seen so far, he seems smart enough to take precautions into place before just agreeing to in-person meetings, Compress states. Darby shrugs. Only time will tell. Which was why he'd never stopped cleaning the beach. He knew that one act of good wouldn't make up for the bad he'd done, and he was getting to the point that he didn't want it to. But it was excellent muscle training, and he needed to be strong if he expected to survive in the world of villains. Not bad, but just strength isn't gonna cut it in the villain world, Compress says. Darby snorts. Yeah, just look at the bean poles in this ragtag group. Says the twig. Shigaraki grumbles. Izuku caught movement out of the corner of his eye as he hefted a microwave and began to carry it toward the dumpster. He had started to suspect this morning, but now he was sure. He was being followed, which meant that someone had managed to figure out that he was mastermind. Tsukochi scared in a breath. He hoped this was police but had a strong feeling that it wasn't. The only question was who. Izuku continued his task without letting on that he knew he was being watched, opting instead to keep an eye out and get a description of his stalker. Hopefully it was a villain. Izuku didn't quite know what he'd do if the heroes caught onto his identity this early in the game, so yeah, hopefully villain. Izuku had to resist chuckling to himself. What had his life become? A nightmare, Midoriya mumbles. He leans against one of his friends. Just feeling them next to him was enough to reassure himself that he was a hero in training and not a villain like he was watching on the screen. By the time he left the beach at sundown, he discovered that his stalker was a middle-aged man with gray hair, a goatee, and apparently a love of cheap suits and cigarettes. Jiran. What kinda weirdo looks like that? Twice seemed to be very happy at the sight of his friend. He was pretty good at staying out of sight, but Izuku had years of experience hiding from bullies and, more recently, stalking heroes himself. He breathed a sigh of relief. This guy was almost definitely not a hero, but if he had managed to find Izuku, he must have significant connections in the underground. Izuku made a note to check his notebooks when he got home. Toga started vibrating in her seat. If Izuku was gonna work with Jiran, that means that she'd be able to meet him. Calm down, crazy, Darby says, eyeing her up and down carefully. I can practically see you frothing at the mouth from here. Izuku had become much more paranoid since he'd thrown himself into villainy. Call it a combination of a guilty conscience and an anxiety disorder or whatever, but the end result was that Izuku was neurotically careful when it came to not getting caught. He had an irrational fear that, somehow, a cop would try posing as one of his clients online, get him to send a murder plan for a hero, then somehow use the IP address to track him and take him to jail. Yeah, maybe Izuku had been watching too many crime dramas, but it could happen. Tsukochi sighs. This one is gonna be a nightmare and a half. Aizawa snorts darkly. I'd say that's putting it lightly. He huffs. A villain who's that thorough and smart is hard to catch on good days. The horrifying part is that we'll probably have to end up waiting for him to slip up and make a mistake. Tsukochi runs his hands across his face and through his hair. And that will only come after the death count for him gets too high and too many sacrifices are made. Anyway, he'd started to learn as much as he could about the villain underground so that he could reasonably vet his clients. It helped that he'd started asking about his clients' quirks and skill sets so that he could incorporate them into his plans, but a majority of his information came from the dark net and hacking into some of the less secure police databases. Just like he had notebooks of information on heroes, now he had them on villains, and it came in handy in unexpected ways. Midoriya looks conflicted. I feel like I should have better notes on villains now. Midoriya pauses. But the thought that a villain version of me is getting me to think that makes me question myself. He looks to his friends for help in his dilemma. It's not a bad idea just because it came from a villain, Todoroki shrugs. One client a few weeks ago had commissioned him to help their group rob a casino. It was a difficult job with a big payout, so Izuku had only demanded part of his fee upfront. After the job was done, he'd messaged the client about the rest of his money and gotten the response of thanks, but you should be lucky with what you've got and you're not getting any more from us. It's really. He'd vetted them beforehand and checked their quirks against the police registry, so he knew who they were, where they lived and, most importantly, their weaknesses. In the midst of his fuming, it hadn't taken him long to find a few villains with a grudge against their little group. Turns out Izuku wasn't the only one these guys had tried to screw over. It was a little harder to find out how to contact their enemies, but once he did they seemed more than happy to pay Izuku for the chance to take them down. Needless to say, no one had tried to cheat Mastermind out of his fee since. Not only did he get revenge but he got paid to deal it out. Shigaraki practically squeals. Darby looks at Shigaraki with a look of not disgust, but like a you can't be serious expression. Are you seriously fangirling over Mastermind? I aspire to learn all I can from him, is Shigaraki's only response. It came in handy now as he looked through descriptions of various known villains in an attempt to figure out who was following him. The guy didn't have an obvious quirk from what he could see, but who would have a reason to come after him? A previous client. No dice. Izuku continued rifling through the pages until. Bingo! Jiran. A broker. Izuku leaned back in his chair, of course. Twice cheers at the screen. He was right. The name nagged at him though, like he should be more familiar with this guy than just a passing entry in his journal. His eyes skimmed over the notes, lingering on the known connections list when a note he'd made in the margin caught an eye, more specifically, a username. Oh, right. Jiran was the broker who'd reached out to him online a few times early on, offering to arrange meetings with big-name players in the villain world and provide any necessary gear. Shigaraki was the one practically vibrating in his chair now. He was going to meet Mastermind even if it was the last thing he did. Izuku had soundly refused. He had been so new to the game when Jiran had reached out and hadn't yet grown comfortable with calling himself as a villain. He had also been scared. One of the main reasons he liked working online was that his skills could speak for themselves. He had a sneaking suspicion that Mastermind's credibility would tank the moment word got out that he was just a quirkless teenager. Darby shrugs. I mean, some entitled villains might think Mastermind isn't all that if it came out, but any villain worth their salt knows that proven skill is better than just about any quirk out there. Things are different now, Izuku mused. Yeah, I'm still a quirkless teenager, but at least I've gotten used to the fact that I'm a villain now. I've got a reputation. A big reputation. If the copycat masterminds popping up to sell inferior plans was anything to go by. A reputation I need to uphold. So far, Izuku had been able to take care of the copycats fairly quickly, using the same methods he used for cheating clients, but one could never be too careful. Maybe it's finally time to start showing a physical presence. And with that, Izuku pulled out a notebook and began to make plans. And we're doomed, Tsukochi groans. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Viridian, the Green Guide Chapter 4, Names. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Viridian, the Green Guide Chapter 4, Names. Shota looked across the desk at Tsukochi as he finished the paperwork for his latest arrest. I heard you got yourself a new vigilante. Oh. Ashido squeals. Is it gossip time? Tsukochi rolled his eyes, if you can even call him that. The kid hasn't actually done anything yet. His MO is that he'll find a crime, then go and find a hero. Wouldn't mind someone like that on my patrol route. Kiyoma purrs. Aizawa rolls his eyes. Seems like he's doing some good then. Fukukado nudges Aizawa in the side. That's some high praise from you. Shove off it will you. Tsukochi looked tired. Yeah, but it turns out that most heroes don't take kindly to having rocks thrown at them. The kids snort and giggle. Shota snorted, he throws rocks at them. Midoriya blushes. How else was that him supposed to get the other heroes' attention? Tsukochi nodded, at least he's not actually hitting them with the rocks anymore. The first week or so, the heroes all came in with mild bruises. A few days ago he started just tossing the rocks at their feet, though, so that's an improvement. I'd say image the confused civilians, but then I remembered that he doesn't really show up during the day. Kiyama sighs, her head on one of her hands. His goal was always to get the hero's attention, not hurt them, wasn't it? Shota said. The rocks were just a way to make sure they chased him. He was probably trying to get them angry so they'd pay attention to him. He hit the nail right on the head with that one. Ojiro laughs. That's what we decided too. Tsukochi offered Shota a cup of coffee that he gratefully accepted. Word of him has been spreading pretty fast though, and heroes in the area are starting to recognize him. That's probably part of why he's stopped hitting them with the rocks. Once he's got their attention, heroes know that they need to follow him. Apparently, he's pretty good at sniffing out crimes too, and most of the heroes don't mind the extra help, considering he's not really hurting anything. He's helping the heroes help more people, plus he hasn't gotten in the way of anyone yet. I wouldn't mind help like that as a pro, Yorozu says. Having an extra pair of boots on the ground does sound nice, Jiru adds. What's he look like? Shota asked. In case I come across him. That totally means that Aizawa-sensei is gonna meet him. Ashido exclaims, almost squealing. I can't wait. Hagakyu squeals. I just know that it'll be a fun meeting. Well, he's kind of plain as far as vigilantes go. Tsukochi said, handing him a sketch of the vigilante. He wears a dark green hoodie with matching goggles, then black jeans. The most flashy thing about him is his red shoes, but even those don't appear to be a statement piece. A vigilante after my own heart, Aizawa mutters. Fukukado hears him and bursts out laughing, ignoring the confused and inquiring looks of those around her. Shota looked at the sketch. There really wasn't anything that special or eye-catching about him. It's strange, most vigilantes I've met try to go for something more distinctive. This guy kinda reminds me of myself. He doesn't care what he looks like, as long as he gets the job done. Fukukado is shoving her elbow into Aizawa's side. Look at you, Eraser. Can you stop that? Aizawa growls, grabbing her elbow before it can hit his side again and throwing it back at her. Yeah, most vigilantes are failed heroes, so they see themselves as heroes, but this kid is different. Tsukochi said. He doesn't even try to fight the villains. Yet, most of 1A says in unison. They know Midoriya is incapable of not running into some form of trouble whether it's on purpose or not. Shigaraki rolls his eyes at the detective on the screen. Even he knew that child would get involved with something sooner rather than later. You've said kid twice now. Shota looked at the sketch again. Just how old is he? Early 20s. Hawk squawks in offense. Are you saying you'd call me a kid? Yes. Aizawa responds without hesitation. I'm not a child, Hawks tries to insist. Yes you are, Aizawa says. I don't care that you are the number 2 hero right now, you are still a child. Hawks pouts. Tsukochi shook his head. Amplifier is the only one that has had any close contact with him, but she said that, based on his voice and the way he held himself, he's a teenager, and a young one at that. She pegged him at around 12 or 13 because he was so short and skinny, but I think it's more likely that we're looking in the 16 to 18 range. Since most vigilantes are failed heroes, he's got to be old enough to have taken and failed the entrance exams. Midoriya pouts. I wasn't that small, was I? He asks his friends. This Midoriya is pretty small, Uraraka admits. He is pretty scrawny. Not a lot of muscle or even fat for that matter, Ida adds. Midoriya blushes in embarrassment. But this kid doesn't see himself as a hero the way other vigilantes do. Shota pointed out. Crawler, Popstep, and even Stendhal all saw themselves as heroes even without licenses, and they each came up with their own particular brand of dress and behavior. This kid doesn't even fight. Has he even given himself a name yet? If I had to guess, I'd say it'll be Viridian, Kaminari says. Jiru snorts, a smile on her face. Come up with that all on your own, did ya? Kaminari sticks his tongue out at her. No, even when he spoke with Amplifier he didn't introduce himself. Tsukochi said. But the heroes who've encountered him so far have taken to calling him the Green Guide. Zero snorts. They got half the title. They're kinda long though. I like Viridian better, Kaminari says. It's definitely a lot easier to say, Kirishima agrees. Shota snorted, The green guide. Seriously. They couldn't think of anything less obvious. His green and he guides. Tsukochi shrugs. Can't get much simpler than that. It's kinda a mouthful though, Yamada comments. Tsukochi shrugged. Well, the kid wears green and leads them to crimes in progress. I don't know, the alliteration is kinda catchy. Shota rolled his eyes. Yeah, sure, 'cause that's obviously super important to the kid. He sighed. It's just, I hope he keeps staying out of fights. If he gets in any deeper, he'll only end up getting himself killed. The mood in the theater plummets as they remember that was this Midoriya's goal. Aizawa winces. He hit the nail right on the head with that one. Izuku wandered the now familiar streets in search of crime. He'd been doing this for 2 weeks now. 2 weeks. He still hadn't mustered the courage to get in a single fight, but the heroes were actually starting to recognize and trust him. He'd never realized just how lax heroes were toward vigilantes. Maybe it was because he wasn't actually doing a lot of vigilante-type stuff, but the heroes never tried to track him down after a fight or anything. Endeavor rolls his eyes. You'll find that it's mostly underground heroes that are the lax ones towards vigilantes. He huffs. Most daylight heroes catch and turn in vigilantes pretty quickly. And you'll find that most vigilantes stop their activities after their first week. Most don't even pop up on our radar until they're already gone, Aizawa remarks. The ones that last longer than a week usually have some sort of goal or drive that is keeping them going. And it's our jobs as heroes to bring them in, Endeavor states. It's our job to make sure they aren't doing any harm. Once it looks like they'll start going rogue, then we bring them in, Aizawa shoots back. By then it'll be too late for them. Aizawa's brow twitches. He takes a deep breath. Let's just agree to disagree for now. Endeavor gives a short nod to Aizawa in response. And Izuku was actually starting to get stronger. The first few days had been terrifyingly painful just from the dramatic increase in physical activity, but his body was starting to get used to it now. Maybe he was just imagining it, but when he'd gotten dressed before going out, his calves had been noticeably firmer. And he was definitely getting more flexible from all the stretching he did before and after his patrols. Flexibility really helps with your movements. Ashido exclaims. Yeah. Midoriya beams. I've definitely noticed my mobility improving since my dance lessons with you. Ashido beams back. I'm happy I could help. Would you want to continue the dance sessions once we get back? Of course. He was also getting more familiar with the sounds that happened every night. There had been a few times in which he peeked into an alley expecting to find a fight, only to find that it was just a cat that had knocked over a trashcan lid, but now he was getting better at recognizing that sound, even if he still double-checked to make sure since he didn't want to miss anything. Not bad for 2 weeks of on the streets, Aizawa mutters. The little listener is doing pretty great, isn't he? Yamada prods. Aizawa just rolls his eyes at Yamada in response. That familiarity with nighttime sounds was why a slight rustling accompanied by what sounded like muffled whimpers was enough to raise red flags. He rushed in the direction of the sound and his eyes widened when he saw a guy with some kind of mole quirk pressing a brunette woman against the brick wall using one of his massive hands to cover her mouth while the other wandered to less innocent places. Isn't that Mademoiselle a reporter? Ayoma asks. She does look familiar, Soto comments. He should get a hero. Which ones were close to here again? But Izuku had watched a lot of fights, not only over the last 2 weeks, but during his entire hero-obsessed lifetime. He was familiar with battle stances and how to not get knocked down by an opponent, and this guy looked like a strong breeze would blow him over. Probably, the only reason that the girl hadn't been able to escape was because he was so much bigger than she was. The guy was completely off balance. Aizawa lets out a big sigh. He knew it was gonna happen sooner or later. Izuku should really get a hero, he was wasting time, but his mind couldn't help running through how he'd beat this guy if he had to fight him. He had a mole quirk, which meant that he probably relied mostly on his sense of smell, since his eyesight was most likely poor. He also didn't have good situation awareness, since Izuku had been standing there for almost a minute by this point and he still hadn't noticed. Oh no! He'd been standing there for almost a minute. He needed to go get a hero. All of those that believe Mido is gonna jump in instead of getting a hero say, Kaminari says. Comes the chorus of responses. Wow, Midori bro, even you think you'll jump in instead of getting a hero? Kirishima asks. Midoriya blushes. Yeah, I mean, given my track record, I'd say it's pretty likely. Unfortunately, the woman had more situational awareness than Harataka, and right as Izuku was about to turn and run, she caught his eye. Her muffled screams got more frantic and Izuku couldn't help himself as he ran forward to save her. Hey! We got it right, Kaminari exclaims. I think we're all just surprised he managed to last this long without getting involved himself, Kirishima remarks. CRP. What was he supposed to do? This guy was so big and Izuku still didn't know how to fight at all. Okay, the mole quirk meant that the guy was mostly blind, but he could still probably smell Izuku if he wasn't careful, so. Izuku glanced around and saw a half-full takeout container on the floor by one of the dumpsters. It's fun seeing his analysis happening in a fight. Kaminari exclaims, bouncing in his seat. It's just so cool to see. He picked it up and swallowed down his own disgust. Hey Moleman. Bakugo wrinkles his nose. You can do better than that, nerd. Midoriya rubs the back of his neck. It's not like he had time to think of something better. Bakugo scoffs. Not an excuse for that shitty excuse of an insult. Oh, Kaken would be ashamed of that insult. It wasn't even an insult, it was just an observation that was phrased as an insult. Like Deku. But even if it wasn't very creative, it did the trick and Moleman turned around only to get a face full of half-rotten takeout. His heightened sense of smell would no longer be a problem. Some of the people wrinkle their noses, as if they could smell the half-rotten takeout themselves. Moleman let go of the woman as he pawed desperately at his face to wipe away the stench, but Izuku didn't give him much of a chance as he lunged for his legs. The guy was already off balance, so if Izuku could just trip him. The man fell hard onto his back and Izuku smiled briefly before he realized that down did not mean out. Moleman grabbed Izuku's leg and yanked him down as well, then let go as he scrambled to his feet and kicked Izuku in the gut. Izuku grimaced, but he'd been kicked before, so he just shrugged off the pain and got up. The students cheer Viridian on. They believe in him. Okay, so plan A didn't work, what was plan B? Who was he kidding? He hadn't even had a plan A, okay? So how did the heroes beat villains? Well, they beat them with their quirks, but that wasn't going to work here. So what could Izuku? Wait, Midnight had her WHP right. That's how she beat female villains or villains that could hold their breath for a long time. So if he couldn't use a quirk to defeat Moleman, maybe he could use some kind of weapon. Aizawa runs his hands down his face. A weapon that you currently don't have. He mutters worriedly. He really should have thought this through. He had a pencil in his back pocket, but that was it. Moleman suddenly reached out and slammed Izuku against the wall, holding him a foot off the ground by his throat. Izuku struggled to breathe as the hand started to crush his windpipe and tried to blink away the black that was starting to encroach on the edges of his vision. Was he going to die? Had the girl gotten away? He glanced over to the side and saw her watching the fight with wide eyes. No. He couldn't die yet. Izuku grabbed his pencil and jammed it into Moleman's hand. Moleman screamed and let Izuku go. That trick probably wasn't going to work a second time and Moleman was getting more angry by the minute. What else could he use? Well, he'd need to knock the guy out. He wasn't strong enough yet to do that by punching like All Might did, but some kind of blunt force trauma would probably be best. Oh, that sounded so bad. Maybe it was for the best that Izuku couldn't be a hero. No. You're doing great, sweetie, Kayama coos. As Moleman recovered from being stabbed, Izuku glanced around the alley again until he saw a dented can of beans that someone had thrown away. He ran over to it as Moleman charged and grabbed his legs. Izuku slammed onto the cement belly first, but managed to grab the can right as Moleman started to drag him backwards. If he's looking for blunt force trauma, a can of beans is definitely one way to do it, Fukukado laughs. Izuku twisted his body and slammed the can into Moleman's hands with enough force to make him let go. His body was running on pure adrenaline at this point and it seemed like everything was simultaneously going too fast and too slow. 𝐒𝐿 managed to dodge another grab and used his ken to bludgeon Moleman's shoulder. Moleman aimed a punch for his head, but he was broadcasting his movements the way Kaken sometimes did, so it was easy enough for 𝐒𝐿 to duck. Bakugo bristled at that, looking towards Midoriya, who shrugged at his unasked question. The punch threw Moleman off balance again and 𝐒𝐿 hit him with some weird mix of a punch and a backhand, making him stumble back. 𝐒𝐿 didn't wait for Moleman to recover before he launched his next attack. The ken got slippery as Moleman's nose started to bleed. Or maybe some of that blood was from 𝐒𝐿's knuckles. 𝐒𝐿 didn't stop hitting though until his opponent was on the ground. He waited tensely for a long moment until he was certain that Moleman was knocked out, then turned to the girl he'd just saved. Midoriya's friends all congratulate him, well other him, on the win. Darby whistles. That's some nasty blunt force trauma there. Shigaraki shrugs. I've seen worse. Darby snorts. Are you okay? She looked at him in shock. Am I okay? You just fought a guy twice your size. 𝐒𝐿 looked down at the guy on the floor. Actually, I think he's probably more like 3 times my size. I'm pretty small, but I don't think his size is just because of his quirk. Problem child, Aizawa groans. Just admit you're proud of the little listener. Yamada teases. Aizawa sends a non-heated glare back in response. Earth to kid. Are you actually okay? He looked like he hurt you. 𝐒𝐿 shrugged. It's nothing I'm not used to, don't worry about it. Many of the pros wince. Looks like talking to civilians and victims needs to be a lesson for the little dude, Myheroacademia says. It's definitely not his strong suit, Cementos adds. Which isn't bad. Kiyama exclaims. He's still adorable. The woman didn't look any less worried, but 𝐒𝐿 decided that trying to reassure her probably wouldn't do any good. He turned to leave, but almost tripped over Moleman who was still unconscious on the ground. Oh! Almost forgot about him. I should really get some zip ties or something to bring out, I wonder. Do you have any zip ties on you? Face palms and groans are heard throughout the theater. Midoriya blushes at his other self's lack of foresight. The woman let out a stressed huff of laughter. No. Are you telling me you ran into the fight without any way to tie the guy up? 𝐒𝐿 shrunk back a little. I normally just run away and get the heroes. I'm sorry, I'm really bad at this. I'm not even a real vigilante. No, you're doing great. The woman tried to reassure him and 𝐒� gave her a shaky smile. He wasn't doing great. This is too cute, I can't, Ashido-ku's. There's got to be something around here we can use, he muttered. Maybe if I can find some rope. Oh, I can tear this old t-shirt into strips. Probably won't stop him for long, but hopefully the police will arrive before that'll be a problem. The woman stared at him as he tied up Moleman as tightly as he could. Do you need me to do anything? 𝐒𝐿 shook his head. If you could call the cops after I leave, that'd be great. I mean, you should probably stick around so you can explain what happened, 'cause otherwise they might not actually be able to arrest this guy, but if he starts waking up, you should probably run. Does anyone else want to give him a hug and tell him he's doing a good job? 𝐔𝐸𝐿 asks. She gets a few affirmations in response. The woman nodded and 𝐒� grabbed the fire escape. He didn't want her to have to wait too long, which she probably would have to if he just walked out onto the street. Wait. 𝐒� stopped with his hands still on the fire escape. Yes. Are you hurt? Do you need me to give you first aid? The woman shook her head. No, you just never told me your vigilante name. What am I supposed to call you, green guy? A few people snort at the name. 𝐒� shrugged. Sure, if that works. I don't really care what people call me, I just want to help people. People-ku. He's just so cute. With that, he turned around and scrambled up the fire escape. He saw the woman getting out her phone as he got to the roof, so that was good. He should probably try to take the rooftops home so he didn't run into any of the cops as they drove to the alley. He'd never hopped from building to building before, but it couldn't be too hard, right? For the love of any god out there, don't you dare, Aizawa says threateningly. This kid was gonna give him gray hairs. 𝐒� backed up and got a running start as he prepared to jump, only to chicken out with a yelp as he arrived at the edge of the roof. He tried to calm his breathing down. That was a lot scarier than he'd hoped it would be. He could try again. But he really didn't want to. It was probably best not to try again, anyway, since if he jumped and ended up falling then they'd think it was suicide and that would defeat his whole purpose of being a vigilante, which was so that no one would get hurt when he died. Aizawa let out a sigh of relief. He hadn't even noticed that he had been holding his breath as the kid made a run towards the edge of the roof. "You're too cute, Eraser." Fukukado chuckles. "Getting all worried about one of your students like that." "Technically this one isn't my student," Aizawa rebuts. Yet, he mentally adds. He gave a determined nod, found another fire escape that led into the next alley over, and climbed down. Then he lowered his hood, put away his goggles and started walking home, grimacing as the adrenaline wore off and he realized how much pain he was in. He should call it a night. He wouldn't be able to run fast enough to help anyone in this state. Good thing he already had practice treating his own injuries. These comments make everything so bittersweet. Uraraka complains. "It's just where this Midoriya is at mentally, Kero." Asui shrugs. "All we can really do is sit and watch for now." Uraraka huffs. "Yeah, doesn't mean it doesn't SEK. Hina-Yu smiled as she watched the vigilante disappear and dialed her boss. She'd call the police in a minute, but they would ask her to stay on the line until someone arrived and she didn't want to wait to make this call. Aizawa lets out an audible groan, mumbling something along the lines of, "Stupid vultures. You. What are you doing calling me at 3 in the morning? I have tomorrow's headline." "Ah!" Aoyama exclaims. "I knew the mademoiselle was a reporter." "What? What happened?" She grinned. "I was just saved by a new vigilante. I'm fine, don't worry. He seems to just be starting out, so I'm positive no other paper has talked about him yet. He said he often gets heroes to respond to crimes that would otherwise be overlooked and he's super sweet and nervous. I think he might be a teenager. I'll admit that if it wasn't about me, I'd definitely have read that article and loved it," Midoriya says. "Oh," Uraraka winces. "This Yu is gonna freak out over the article, isn't he?" "Most likely," Midoriya nods. "Really?" Her boss sounded much more awake. "That is a headline, maybe not front page, but there's definitely a story there. Get me a pace by morning and we'll run it on the website. If it gets enough hits I'll give you the go-ahead to do more research and we'll do a full piece by the end of the week. What's your vigilante's name?" "The Green Guide, according to the police at least," Todoroki says. "But she doesn't know that yet, Todoroki," Midoriya informs. "Oh, yeah." Hina frowned. He'd said that Green Guy was fine, but a name like that wouldn't sell any papers. She needed something flashier, something that would make people curious when they saw it in the headline. Well, he was green, and he didn't seem to care what people called him, so. "Viridian," she said. "Let's call him Viridian." "As much as I hate vultures, I have to admit, Viridian is better than the Green Guide," Aizawa says. Tsukochi sighs. "Yeah, you're not wrong." So the reporter gave him the first half of his name and the police gave him the second half, Todoroki sums up. "Sounds about right, Kero." The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Cheat Code, Support Strategist Chapter 4, Arrival. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Cheat Code, Support Strategist Chapter 4, Arrival. Izuku actually ended up getting to UA a few minutes early enough that he didn't even see Kaken, who should be taking the hero course exam today, on his way in. He looked up at the building, not even bothering to conceal his or considering that he was far from the only applicant gaping at the fact that they were actually at UA. "I always love how awed everyone looks walking into UA." Yamada coos. "All oblivious as to how badly they'll fail," Aizawa says. Yamada gasps in fake horror. "Do you not remember walking into UA on your first day?" Aizawa raises an eyebrow at Yamada. "I'll let you think on that one." After a long moment, he shook himself and hurried into the building, taking everything in as he followed the signs to the support course exam orientation. He ended up in a large room lined with desks that were almost completely empty except for a few other early arrivals like himself. Izuku swallowed nervously as they all looked up at his arrival, his anxiety already getting the better of him as he ran to one of the seats in the back corner. He really wasn't ready to meet his future tormentors quite yet. Uraraka fums. I that hate you they think like that. I'm sure he just needs a friend to help his nerves, Midoriya says. After a few minutes of sitting in the oppressively silent room, Izuku decided that he needed to find something to distract himself. The longer he just sat there, the more he worried that he was somehow making a terrible mistake, or that he would fail the exam, or that the proctors would come up to him and tell him that UA had actually decided to not accept quirkless applicants this year. He could always analyze his fellow examinees and see if he could guess their quirks, but he knew that as soon as he started analyzing, he would also start mumbling, which would sound even louder in the quiet room, and then any hope he had of fading into the background would go out the window. I just want to give him a hug and tell him everything is gonna be alright. Is that so bad? Ashido asks. Izuku thought for a moment before getting out his laptop. From what he'd read, UA had impressive cybersecurity, so it wouldn't hurt to take a look at their firewalls, right? He looked at the clock. He still had another 20 minutes until the exam started, and if he didn't do anything, he was going to go insane, so this would be a good way to keep himself busy and satisfy his curiosity at the same time. At this point, the adults in the room started to give Nezu a wide berth of space. The energy radiating off of the principal made everyone nervous. The rumors really had an exaggerated UA security. Anywhere that Izuku would normally look for holes or backdoors were patched up and defended, and he grinned as he had to get more and more creative the more he poked around. Most villains would probably just take one look at the programs and decide to go hack somewhere less secure. Midoriya's imaginary note-taking was cut off by a shiver going up his spine. He felt like someone was staring at him. Maybe if he were too. What are you doing? Izuku yelped and slammed his laptop shut, leaning back as far as he could to get away from the girl who was suddenly way too close to his face. He glanced around the room to find that most of the seats were filled. How long had he been trying to get past UA's firewalls? And more importantly, how long had this girl been there, and how hadn't he noticed when she got in his personal space? Also, she was a girl. The students are giggling and laughing at this Midoriya's internal panicking. He's so cute. Toga squeals. He swallowed nervously, but the girl didn't seem to be backing off anytime soon. Nothing. Why would I back off when I asked a question? Hatsum asks. Midoriya rubs the back of his neck sheepishly. You do stand a little too close sometimes. Really? Hatsum says. I didn't notice, she shrugs. The girl grinned savagely, her pupils narrowing slightly, something that was made more obvious by the crosshairs in them. If it was nothing, you wouldn't have been doing it. ♀snorts. She got you there. Were the crosshairs a result of her quirk? If so, then what was it? It was obviously something to do with her vision, and she seemed to be able to change her pupil size at will, so maybe it was like a telescope. That would be really cool. What were the limitations and... Oh, she was still staring at him. Midoriya groans in embarrassment, hiding his face behind his hands and sinking in his seat. He's done this before. Do you have a telescope quirk? Izuku blurted out the question before his self-control caught up to his curiosity, then promptly turned bright red and started freaking out. Of course, the first time a girl ever willingly talks to him and he has to make a fool of himself by asking about her quirk like some kind of creepy idiot. The poor thing is living his social nightmare, Kiyama-ku's. You sound a little too happy about that, Snipe comments. I think it's adorable, is her response. The girl didn't seem put off by it though. In fact, her grin just got bigger. I'll tell you about my quirk if you tell me what you were doing on your computer. Midoriya blinks at the screen. He hadn't had a reaction like that before. Izuku thought for a moment. He really wanted to know more about her quirk, but... would she think he was weird? What was he thinking? She already thought he was weird. And he didn't know why. Maybe it was because she had gotten so close to him despite never meeting him before, but she didn't really seem like the type to stop talking to people just because they were weird. Or maybe that was wishful thinking. Hatsum snorts. Being weird is the best thing you can be. Midoriya gives her a bright smile in response. He smiled sheepishly. I was trying to get past UA's firewalls. The girl blinked at him for a moment, then laughed loudly. That's awesome. Hacking UA before the exam even starts, what a way to make a first impression. I am not sure how I feel about this budding friendship, Ida states. I think it'll be fantastic. Uraraka exclaims. Izuku's eyes widened and his stomach dropped. Oh no. What was I thinking? I just wanted something to do and I've probably ruined my chances. They're gonna think I'm some kind of villain and Aizawa snorts, which makes Fukukado break out into a roaring laughter. He was startled from his mumbling by the girl flicking him on the forehead. Did you have any luck? He tilted his head. What? Did you have any luck hacking UA? Shigaraki snorts. It's not that easy to hack into UA. Darby looks at Shigaraki with a raised eyebrow. Sounds like you tried it before. Shigaraki shrugs. I never get far, but it is a good test of skill. No. Izuku didn't know why she didn't seem freaked out at all. In fact, she was acting like him hacking UA was a good thing. Too bad. The girl shrugged. That probably would have been a great way to get your foot in the door. No SE, Bakugo comments with a bark of laughter. Izuku thought about that for a moment, but it made his brain spin, so he just shook his head. Well, I told you what I was doing. What about you? What's your quirk? Zoom. The girl was grinning again, and Izuku would probably have been intimidated if her energy wasn't so contagious. You weren't that far off with your telescope idea. I can see things as far away as 5 kilometers, but I mostly use it to zoom in on tiny things while I make my babies. Those that hadn't previously been aware of what Hatsune called her inventions splutter and go wide-eyed. A few don't even bat an eye, having the recognition of people calling things they make their babies. Midoriya giggles. It was funny seeing people react to Hatsune calling her inventions babies. Izuku's face went red again and he sputtered, "Bee babies." She nodded, "Yep. I make all sorts of cool babies for heroes to use. My favorite baby is the jetpack I designed." She dug in her bag for a moment before slamming a grease-smeared folder in front of him. Izuku hesitated for a moment, but she looked like she was expecting him to do something, so he opened the folder and looked at the detailed blueprints inside. These are really cool. Is this your portfolio? She nodded. Where's yours? Izuku put his laptop back in his bag and handed her his own portfolio before going back to looking through her blueprints. A lot of it was technical jargon that he didn't understand, but after a minute, he thought he had a good idea of how the jetpack was supposed to work. Is this based on Airjet's backpack? I'm just saying that I have a sinking feeling about this relationship between these two, Ida tells his friends. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about. You're worrying over nothing, Uraraka says. Yep. It's a super cool flying baby. The girl looked to be about halfway through his portfolio. And these are really cool notes, Hakakuin, but weren't you supposed to bring blueprints for your babies? Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. Well, actually, that's only for the invention track. I'm applying for intelligence and analytics, so, yeah, Kiyoma coos at how shy and nervous this Midoriya is. So pure. She was reveling in it while she knew she could. The girl looked back and forth between Izuku and his portfolio, then grinned. That means that we'll have to work together so I can make super awesome babies based off your notes. She stuck her hand out for him to shake. I'm my Hatsume, future CEO of Hatsune Industries. What's your name, Hakakuin? You aren't terrified at all of this relationship? Ida asks. Nope. Uraraka exclaims happily. Izuku grinned and took her hand. Izuku Midoriya. Pleasure to meet you, Hatsune. Oh, just call me my Izukuin. Hatsune said dismissively, ignoring the way Izuku's face turned red again at the nickname. We'll be working together a lot once school starts, so there's no point in pretending to be formal, don't think. Midoriya himself was blushing at the thought of someone being so informal after so little time of knowing him. Hatsune sure moves quickly. Izuku wasn't really sure, but he wasn't about to say otherwise and risk ruining whatever this was. Sure thing, Emi-chan. Hagaku squeals. He's just so sweet and adorable. Mai nodded and handed his portfolio back, seemingly satisfied with the nickname, and Izuku breathed a sigh of relief as he returned her portfolio. Wait, were they friends now? The only person he ever had a nickname for before was Kaken, and they'd been friends once, so did that mean that Mai was his friend? Or were they just future business partners? What were people supposed to do with their friends? Izuku suddenly felt more nervous about his new friendship with Mai than he did about the exam, which he supposed was a good thing, since distracting himself from his exam anxiety was what he'd set out to do in the first place. That's a little bittersweet, Uraraka pouts. Not as bittersweet as the Viridian chapters, Asui comments. True, Uraraka sighs. The background chatter in the room died down and Izuku and Mai looked toward the front of the room to see 𝐿 standing on the stage holding an "Oh my goodness, it's the support hero 𝐿." Izuku couldn't help muttering, but Mai actually didn't seem to mind, something he'd have to unpack later. Hound Dog's pen can be heard scratching on the paper of his notebook. He's one of only a handful of heroes in Japan that has both a hero license and a support license, which means he can make his own support items, but he normally focuses on making them for, welcome, everyone, to the entrance exam. 𝐿 cut off Izuku's muttering and Izuku slammed his mouth shut so he wouldn't start muttering again as the hero continued. I'm 𝐿, the head of the support course here at UA, which should be the department you applied to. If you didn't apply to the support course, you're in the wrong place, so just leave and there's staff members at the front office who can help you find where you're supposed to be. There was an awkward shuffling for a moment as everyone looked around, but no one got up to leave, so Izuku assumed they were all in the right place. I think I'd die of embarrassment if I accidentally wound up at the wrong testing spot, Ojiro says. Oh, all of those people watching as you try your best to rush out of the room, Hagekure groans. Alright, first off is going to be the written exam, which will be taken here. Staff members will be handing out the exam as I explain a few things, so just ignore them and don't break the seal on your exam until I say you can begin. The exam is identical for all 4 courses at UA, but yours has an additional section with questions on support specifically. You'll have 3 hours. Next, you'll take the practical exam, which will be divided based on your emphasis. You'll have 4 hours to create a functional support item, for the invention track, or a finished costume prototype, for the design track, based on the prompts given. You'll turn in your portfolio when you start your practical exam. He didn't mention the intelligence and analytics track, Yoerozu frowns. 𝐿 winces in the back of the theater. He'd probably do that himself. He's usually on autopilot for most of the beginning half of the exam. And now Izuku's anxiety was back. What was his practical exam going to be? He'd gathered that there wouldn't be many other applicants for the intelligence and analytics track, but 𝐿 should have said something about it, right? Had he filled out his application incorrectly? He'd thought he checked it 5 times, but what if something went wrong? Or maybe they'd wanted him to use his intelligence gathering skills to figure out the exam before he'd arrived. That'd be a little much for an entrance exam, Nezu hums. A vacuum-wrapped packet was placed in front of him and Izuku forced himself to take a deep breath. It was too late to do anything about it now, and he couldn't afford to be worried about his practical exam when he hadn't even started the written one yet. It'd be fine. He could do this. Alright, does everyone have your tests? 𝐿 asked. Begin. I hope this means we don't have to sit through the stupid exams, Shigaraki grumbles. Dabi shrugs. Probably not. That seems like it wouldn't add much to the story. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Shadows, the horror movie Heroes Chapter 2, Team Up. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Shadows, the horror movie Heroes Chapter 2, Team Up. Hitoshi reapplied the bandages from a few days ago, even though the cuts were almost healed by now. His bullies had laid off him for the moment, too scared that his mysterious backup would pop out of the shadows at any moment. Hitoshi knew better than to expect that to last forever, especially once they figured out that the guy they were so afraid of was actually just a quirkless kid from another school who had his own bullies to worry about. Still, the break was nice while it lasted. Midoriya suddenly had a fire in his eyes. He stood up quickly, startling his friends sitting around him. Shinso snaps his head in the direction of Midoriya, having felt his eyes on him. Then in a blink of an eye, Shinso is sitting in the middle of the Deka squad, not 100% sure how or when he moved. You're staying, Midoriya says. Okay, Shinso nods, accepting his fate. He was already slightly disoriented from moving spots so quickly. His thoughts were currently at an echoing halt. Hitoshi stretched and climbed into bed to browse his phone until he felt tired enough to sleep. His foster parents didn't really care what he did when he had insomnia as long as he was quiet and didn't leave his room. But then again, the quiet rule had been pretty much constant since he turned 4, so it wasn't that bad. At least he didn't have to worry about sharing a room, even if it stung a little that the other kids would rather let him have the attic to himself rather than share a room with the villain. "You can join us at any time, 𝐭𝐸𝐲," Uraraka exclaims. 𝐭𝐸𝐲 makes a non-committal noise in response. Once his current fosters realized a roommate wasn't going to work, they'd cleaned out the tiny space above the garage and shoved him there to make room for the other kids. Half the walls were bare plywood and it was miserably hot in the summer, but Hitoshi couldn't complain. At least he had a window in the roof so he could watch the stars when he inevitably got bored of his phone. It was cloudy tonight, but he glanced up anyway to see what constellations were out, then promptly scrambled out of bed, barely stifling a scream as he glimpsed a shadow, a human-shaped shadow, peering through his window. Hitoshi was half convinced he'd imagined it. Until the shadow knocked. "I am unsure how I should comment on this, but I feel like I should be reprimanding you," Ida tells Midoriya. "But it was him, not me," Midoriya points out. "Yes, but this is something that we believe you would do," Todoroki says. Midoriya blushes. Uraraka laughs. "Yeah, this does seem like something you would do." Hitoshi seriously considered just making a run for his life, never mind what his foster parents would say before stealing his courage and reaching for his phone. He turned on the flashlight and shone it toward the window. It was probably nothing, right? Just a raccoon or maybe a tree branch, even though there weren't any trees near his window. Still, there was no point getting in trouble for a false alarm. When he saw that it was the kid from the alley, Hitoshi could only blink in bewilderment. The kid gave him a bright smile as he waved. Through his window. On his roof. The Deku squad minus Midoriya laughs. "You just have to get used to his antics," Asui tells 𝐭𝐸𝐲. He eyes the group warily before slowly nodding. "What the?" Hitoshi breathed. "Hi 𝐭𝐸𝐲." The kid's voice was slightly muffled through the glass. "Let me in." Hitoshi's curiosity won out over his intelligence and before he knew it, he'd reached out and unlatched the window. The kid tumbled onto his bed with a quiet thump and ruffled his curls, which did absolutely nothing to make them more presentable, before looking up. "Thanks. I'm Izuku Midoriya, by the way. I don't think I ever got around to mentioning that the other day." Speaking of mentioning things, Yamada says. "I don't believe the little listener told Midoriya his name when they were in the alleyway. I wonder how he figured out his name, his address, as well as which room was his," Aizawa ponders. "He seems to be quite resourceful," Nezu hums, taking a sip of tea, his eyes never leaving the screen. "I thought I told you to go away," Hitoshi said blankly. Todoroki snorts. "He doesn't leave. The more you resist, the closer he gets." Midoriya pouts. "That's not true, is it?" "Oh, you did." Midoriya nodded agreeably. "You have a really, really cool quirk, by the way. You're gonna be able to do so many awesome things with it." "He's insane, right?" 𝐭𝐸𝐲 asks. "He's not normal," Todoroki answers. "I'm right here." Midoriya exclaims. "We know," Todoroki and 𝐭𝐸𝐲 say at the same time. "So why are you here?" Hitoshi could feel a migraine coming on. "Actually, back up, how are you here? I didn't even tell you my name." "I thought so," Yamada exclaims. "See, 𝐿, I was right." Aizawa just hums. "I'd like to know too," Shigaraki mutters. "What's that, little boss man? Are you a fan of another small green child?" Darby teases. Shigaraki hisses at Darby. "I am not." Darby smirks. "Oh, well, Midoriya looked almost embarrassed. "I actually started with your uniform." "My uniform?" Hitoshi did a double take. "Wait, started?" "Yes, that's what he said." "You'll need to be faster to keep up with him," Todoroki informs. Midoriya is a fast talker, but when you can catch what he's saying, it can be very informative, Ida adds. "I've only caught, maybe 2 at most, so don't feel bad if it takes a while to understand him," Uraraka smiles at 𝐭𝐸𝐲. Midoriya keeps looking back and forth between all of his friends. Midoriya nodded. Well, I know there's a lot of schools that use the same uniform, so I looked at what time they ended and crossed off the ones that were within walking distance of where we met. Then I scanned through the websites of ones left because at least at my school the bullies are ones with the strongest quirks and end up getting featured a lot, so I figured I might be able to find one of yours. Once I'd found your school, I dug a little deeper and figured out it's your last year too, but I couldn't find what class you were in or what your name was, so I just kinda asked around about a kid with a verbal activation quirk, threw out 90% of the rumors, figured out what your name was and used that to find you. Impressive digging skills, Nedzu compliments. Tea with Midoriya should be interesting. Did anyone else just get the feeling of, the end of the world is near, wash over them, or is that just me? Hawks asks. Shigaraki was practically taking notes. He wasn't the best at gathering his own information, he usually had Sensei or Jiran for that, but watching all of these universes made him want to be better at doing all of this stuff on his own. Hitoshi stared at Midoriya, who was looking at him expectantly. That's kinda creepy. To his surprise, Midoriya grinned. I know. Isn't it great? Uraraka giggles. You gotta remember that not everyone is on your wavelength. You gotta bring them up to speed first. Midoriya blushes. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. No. Okay, well, not traditionally, but Midoriya bit his lip. You want to be a hero, right? Hitoshi nodded hesitantly. I'm going to go to UA. Are you here to stop me? I'd never. Midoriya shouts, before quickly covering his mouth. He hadn't meant to be that loud. Shinso eyes him up and down. Never say never. No. Midoriya clapped a hand over his mouth as he realized how loud he'd been. No, I actually want to be a hero too, so I was kinda hoping we could help each other. Any maybe be, like, hero partners. Because, well, Hitoshi gestured for him to continue. Because what? Because you think hanging around the villain will make you less of a target. Shinso winces. He knows that's not the case, but he can see where his screen self is coming from. No, Midoriya puffed his cheeks out in frustration. It's just, let's face it, neither of us is ever going to be the kind of hero that brings people hope. Kids like us can't be heroes like All Might. Maybe you can't. Hitoshi snarled. But I'm gonna prove them all wrong and be, Shinso facepalms. He could really be as stubborn but when he wanted to be. Midoriya waved his hands frantically. No, we can't be heroes like All Might, but we can be different. You've seen how much prejudice there is. You've got a villain quirk, Shinso, and I'm quirkless. Even if a few of the more open-minded civilians decide to trust us, there's still going to be a lot of people who are never going to be willing to see past our quirks. I think that's bullshit, Uraraka says. Uraraka. Ida gasps. What? She asks. It's the truth. You still shouldn't talk with such vile language, he reprimands. I think you might be the only one that cares so much about us swearing, Ida, Uraraka says. Hitoshi huffed. Ouch, okay. Great pep talk. Real inspiring. Let me finish. Midoriya said. We might not be the kind of heroes that can make civilians think, thank God we're saved, when we arrive at the scene. So what if instead, we become the kind of heroes that make villains think, oh, we're screwed? So like Sensei? Kaminari asks. Jiru smiles as she hears Aizawa huff out a laugh. Midoriya's expression had morphed into a sly smile, but Hitoshi hung back. What exactly are you suggesting? If you wanted out, now it's too late. He's got you now. You're his friend now, Todoroki informs Shinso. I'm saying that we don't have to bring hope if we can weaponize fear. People are already afraid of you. Midoriya said. And they're either freaked out by me or think I'm weak. I think we can use that to our advantage. We're never going to be very popular, but we can still save people. Darby takes notice of Shigaraki pouting. Did you just remember that he's still planning on being a hero? Darby asks with a SHT eating grin on his face. Shut up, he grumbles. Darby cackles. Hitoshi was silent for a long moment. You're insane. That won't keep him away for long, Todoroki says. If anything, it'll pull you right in. Sports festival. Shinso asks. Todoroki nods and Shinso nods back. Midoriya's face fell, but Hitoshi was too busy thinking through everything he'd just heard to comfort him. Fear tactics were normally associated with villains, but so was brainwashing. Not to mention that fear had been just enough to keep his bullies off his back for a few days. So yeah, Midoriya's idea was crazy, but oddly enough, it was so crazy it just might work. Plus, it wasn't like he had literally anything else going for him. Todoroki nods with a knowing look at the screen. Okay, sure, I'm down. Let's do it. Hitoshi said finally, making Midoriya do a double take. But that still doesn't explain what you're doing in my house in the middle of the night. Do you know how much trouble I could get in if my foster parents caught you? I was going to wait until tomorrow and find you after school. Midoriya insisted, blushing. But, I got too excited. Classic Midoriya, Ida says, pushing up his glasses. Midoriya blushes. He at least had the good grace to look sheepish, and in spite of himself, Hitoshi smiled and shook his head. Yep, you're insane. Midoriya grinned hesitantly. I guess I'll take that as a compliment. The screen fades to black. Midoriya happily laughs. You know, I think I kinda like this one. He's very similar to you, Todoroki says. Uraraka laughs. I think you like this one because you finally got Shinso to be friends with you. Midoriya blushes, ducking his head in an attempt to hide it. Shinso raises an eyebrow in Midoriya's direction, but doesn't comment on it. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Deku. I think he's some pro. Chapter 5, The Recommendation Exam. I'm excited to see Todoroki and Yorozu's exams. Hagekyu exclaims. Oh, it was nothing that special, Yorozu waves off. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Deku. I think he's some pro. Chapter 5, The Recommendation Exam. I'm excited to see Todoroki and Yorozu's exams. Hagekyu exclaims. Oh, it was nothing that special, Yorozu waves off. Okay, kid, the recommendation exam is in a little over 2 months. It takes place about a month before the standard exam so that if a student doesn't make the cut for the recommendation spots, they can still try again with the general population. Izuku looked up at Eraserhead from where he was stretching on the floor of the gym. I guess that makes sense. How many spots are open? I know this one. It's 4, Kaminari states proudly. Good job, Mr. Jammingway, Jiru playfully snickers. Kaminari responds with a playful pout before they both erupt in a fit of giggles. Normally, 4, although I think Nezu is looking into making another spot this year due to extenuating circumstances. Some of the students look at each other in confusion. What would cause them to add another recommendation spot? Izuku frowned. You mean because people would get mad if a quirkless kid took one of the recommendation spots? Uraraka huffs. That's a load of bullshit. Midoriya shrugs. It's just the way it is. Something about the way Midoriya said that rubbed some of them the wrong way. It didn't sound like he was talking about the stuff they were seeing on the screen, and more like he was talking from himself. Questions were starting to pop up in some people's heads. Aizawa sighed, but nodded. It's the world we live in, kid, but we'll deal with it if we have to. For now, we just need to focus on getting you physically ready so you don't die. What training have you done so far? Midoriya winced. Yeah, he should have done more physical training. If only he had put more of a physical effort towards his hero dream before he met All Might. Izuku thought for a moment. Well, I mostly focused on my mental abilities, obviously. Then, when you guys started sending me videos, I realized just how physically fit heroes need to be. Even if I'd kind of given up by that point, it was still inspiring. I started lifting weights and jogging. I've even tried a little park hour and free running, even if I'm not very good at that yet. I'm a lot stronger than I used to be, but, he hugged himself, I'm still pretty weak. Sorry. That's not too bad, all things considered, Fukukado says. Definitely could have been starting from nothing, Kiyama adds. Aizawa felt his heart break. This kid was doing amazing when you considered that everyone had told him it was impossible to even try, but he still had a long way to go. Alright, I want you to keep doing what you've been doing. We're not going to be able to make a huge difference in strength in just 2 months, but we can improve your speed and park hour, as well as get you some combat skills. He gestured for Izuku to stand up. So, Deku, do you know how to fall or how to take a hit? And with the little listener's intelligence, that's all he'll really need for the recommendation exam, Yamada comments. I mean, I've been hit plenty of times before, so I think I know that one. Aizawa's expression soured. That is not the same thing. I guess that's what we'll start with. Good plan, protect the child. Fukukado exclaims. That is my job, Aizawa monotones. When Izuku went home that night, he was sore and covered in bruises, but couldn't keep the smile off his face. He could do it. He could be a hero. He might not be able to be like All Might, but, the more he thought about it, being an underground hero sounded like more fun anyway. Aizawa smirks into his capture scarf. The underground was better than All Might just about any day. The next 2 months flew by. Izuku trained with a different pro hero every day of the week. Eraser taught him hand-to-hand combat, Ms. Joke took him on park hour runs, Mr. Brave helped him with speed, it was amazing. Or, Fukukado pouts. I was hoping to see more of his training with all of us. Izuku felt so much stronger, and even if he couldn't hold his own against Eraser yet, he wasn't falling into dumpsters as often as he had when he was doing park hour on his own. Aizawa snorts. I should hope not. The morning of the recommendation exam, Izuku opened his computer to find dozens of good luck messages. Apparently, word had gotten around that Deku was a lot younger than anyone had thought, and they were all excited for him. It was contagious. Not that he wouldn't have been excited without the messages, he still would have been, it's just. He'd probably be a lot more nervous than excited. He's just so adorable. Kiyomaku's. Inko waved to Izuku as he left, then let her hand fall as soon as he was out of sight. Her baby, off to go be a hero. As she wiped the tears from her eyes, even she didn't know if they were happy tears or sad ones. Be happy, Mamadoriya. Ashido exclaims. Your baby is following his dreams. You'll have 3 hours for the written portion of the exam. Begin. At least we don't have to sit through that. Izuku sat in the auditorium with the other students after the written portion. He didn't think he got 100% because he probably got at least a few questions wrong in the English portion, but there had been a hero analysis essay at the end that, while optional, would probably bring up his score. But that wasn't what he was worried about. I wish I could be that confident about exams, Kaminari jokes. Hello, listeners. Rock on. The written part of the recommendation test is over. The practical's next, and then, finally, the interview. Izuku resisted the urge to mutter like a fanboy as the voice hero explained, this portion will be a 3-kilometer obstacle course run in groups of 6. We will be looking not only at your times, but at your ingenuity and use of your quirks, so please go all out. As you leave the auditorium, please take a number from either Midnight or Snipe, these will determine what group you'll be in for the race. Any questions? All right. Let's go. If this is what the recommendation exam is like, I can see why you would think that I would have done well in it, Midoriya, Zero comments. Wire, Midoriya rubs the back of his neck. The way you use your quirk would be great for something like this. As they slowly filed out of the auditorium, Izuku looked around him and tried to evaluate the quirks of those around him. There were a few obvious mutant quirks, but there was some like a boy with a skull face and other with two-toned hair that weren't as obvious. Some didn't appear to have physical manifestations of their quirks at all. Izuku tried to calm his breathing. No matter what, he knew that all of them had strong quirks, they wouldn't have been recommended otherwise, and soon Izuku would have to face them. He counted his blessings that he wouldn't be facing them in combat. Even with 2 months of training, he still ended up on his back most of the time and he wasn't sure he was ready to face people using their quirks quite yet. Oh, I'm so excited to see how this goes. Uraraka squeals. Me too. Ashido is practically buzzing with excitement. The first group was called up and went to the starting line. Present MIC nodded to Snipe, who pointed his gun to the sky and fired. The 6 were off quickly and Izuku felt his stomach sink as he saw their quirks. They were amazing. Izuku couldn't possibly compete. One boy controlled the wind to blow him forward while leaving his opposition in dust. Another stayed neck and neck with him by skating on ice that he shot from his foot. To Izuku, it seemed like the race was over before it even began, with the wind user finishing just barely ahead of the ice guy. Even present MIC seemed shocked. "You were so cool, Todoroki." Midoriya exclaims. "I came in second," Todoroki responds. "By milliseconds. That's still really good." He forced himself to pay attention as the next group ran the course, thankfully much slower since this group didn't have anyone with quirks that allowed them to completely ignore all the obstacles. They all used their quirks creatively, and Izuku tried not to think about what everyone else would think when he didn't use a quirk at all during the exam. I think most of them will be trying to figure out what your quirk is rather than assuming you didn't use one. You, or the Midoriya on the screen, is in a room full of children raised to be heroes with their quirks, Yorozu says. "Yeah, I guess you're right. I guess that me didn't understand that to the others he's just like every one of them." Midoriya hums in thought. "Hey, are you okay?" Izuku jerked up to see a girl with a high ponytail looking at him with concern. "You were breathing kind of fast." "You're a Momo," the girls happily exclaim. Yorozu giggles. "I love that you are all so happy to see me." Yeah," Izuku said, "I guess I'm just kinda nervous. Everyone here has such amazing quirks." The girl laughed. "Yeah, I guess so. My name is Momo Yorozu. You?" "Izuku Midoriya." "Nice to meet you, Midoriya. My group's next, wish me luck." "You won't need it, you'll win by a landslide, Yamomo." Ashido exclaims. "Thank you for the confidence, Mina." Yorozu smiles. Izuku nodded as she left and went to the starting line. This time he watched carefully to see how everyone used their quirks to make it past the obstacles. Yorozu apparently had some sort of creation quirk because she pulled a pair of rollerblades from nowhere to breeze past the flat sections and made a spring-loaded grappling hook to fly up the cliff. Another used her oil secretion quirk to slide more quickly down the slide and make the track more slick for the other examinees. "Hey, their quirk is similar to mine." Ashido is vibrating with excitement. Zero nudges his arm into Ashido's. "I bet they can't control the acidity of their quirk though." He gives her a smirk. "Your quirk is much cooler." Ashido grins as she elbows Zero's stomach, sending him onto his back. "Of course my quirk is cooler." She laughs as Zero sends her a playful glare. With each group that went, Izuku got more and more ideas on how to pass the obstacles, and he got more and more excited. He even saw opportunities where students were underutilizing their quirks and got ideas to help them improve. Yeah, he couldn't replicate any of their quirks, but he could take the best ideas from all of them and get a decent time. "You got this, Midobro," Kirishima exclaims. Their classmates shouting their own confidence boosters and shows of moral support. Finally, it was Izuku's turn to be called, and he took a deep breath as he walked to the starting line. He bounced on his toes as ideas bounced around his mind on how to clear the obstacles. The moment Snipe's gun went off, he ran toward the first obstacle, which looked like the first hill of a roller coaster. Other students were already starting to climb up the side as Izuku reached the base of it and looked around. He smiled as he grabbed a small board from the base and tucked it inside his shirt, then started climbing up toward the apex. "Wonder what he's going to use that for?" Kaminari asks. Most of the students were climbing straight across, rather than up, and they were already on the second half, while some had already cleared the obstacle. Izuku hoped this gamble would pay off and that Eraser wouldn't kill him if he fell before he pulled himself up to stand on top of the wooden structure. He pulled out the board he'd brought and set it on thin metal track that lined the top, then carefully stood on top of it as if it was a skateboard, pinwheeling his arms as he almost lost his balance. With a quick prayer, he shoved off and began to slide down the hill, rocketing past the two students who were still climbing, putting him in fourth place. The students cheered as their friend blew through the competition. He hit the ground with a roll when he reached the end of the track and looked at the next obstacle, which involved hopping from different-sized pillars that ascended up to a thin wall. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything he could do to speed this up, but he was grateful for his parkour training as he jumped easily, maintaining his place in the running. The next obstacle was a thin cement wall about the width of a balance beam that students were running across. Izuku stood in shock for a moment as he watched the second-place examinee, a blue-haired boy with engines in his legs, literally glide across the wall on his heels. Was he related to 𝐒𝐴𝐺? Izuku shook his head and started running. Hey look, it's class representative Kaminari exclaims. I am indeed related to 𝐒𝐴𝐺. Ida chops his hand. He is my older brother. We know, Ida, Uraraka giggles. The next obstacle wasn't so much of an obstacle as a slide that dumped into a pool of water. Izuku thought back to the engine boy who had been gliding on his heels. If he could reduce the surface that touched the slide, he could reduce friction and move faster. He also remembered the girl with the oil quirk from a few rounds before and looked quickly. There. A line on the left half of the slide was slightly more shiny than the rest from where she had made it more slick. Izuku laid down and pushed off, lifting his body so that only his heels and shoulders were touching the slide. The decreased friction combined with the oil and he managed to pass another examinee, putting him in third place. Go Midori bro. Go Deku. You got this. He swam quickly toward the next obstacle, a cliff face that went straight up. He didn't have a grappling hook like Yorozu did, but he had seen her drop it when she'd cleared the cliff. He took a deep breath and dived. Sure enough, there it was, sitting at the bottom of the pool. He grabbed it and pulled himself up onto the ledge at the bottom of the cliff. He took a moment to familiarize himself with his new tool, then looked up. The obstacle after the cliff climb was a rope strung across 2 spires, then climbing down the second spire to arrive at the top of a plateau. Izuku thought for a moment before aiming. Hopefully he wouldn't be penalized for this. While I could see how you would think that, I'm sure they wouldn't penalize you for using what's around you, Yorozu comforts. Even if I am now embarrassed at the oversight I had, leaving that behind. Oh no. You shouldn't be embarrassed over that. You couldn't have known someone would use it when everyone else was just thinking on how best to use their quirks on the course. Midoriya is frantically waving his hands around. Yorozu smiles. Well, it'll be a good lesson for me to learn never to just discard what I make, seeing as it could be used by anyone that finds it. He smiled as he felt it catch, then braced himself and pressed the button to retract it. He was yanked from his location, flew past both the cliff climb and the rope bridge, and hit the side of the plateau. Hard. Izuku groaned as he pulled himself up and took note of where the other students were. He was now in second place. A few people winced as Midoriya on the screen hit the side of the plateau. That couldn't have felt good. He couldn't see the first place examinee, but he'd seen all previous examinees disappear for a minute before re-emerging from the waterfall, so he assumed there was some sort of cave. He paused as he saw a narrow fissure in the middle of the plateau, with rock climbing holds on both sides going down. The gap was only about 4 feet wide in most areas, and Izuku was just over 5 feet tall, so he nodded resolutely, then braced himself with an arm and a leg on either side of the fissure and shimmied down as quickly as he could. The students cheered on their friend, hoping he would make first place. At the bottom of the fissure was a short tunnel that Izuku would have to army crawl through, and the first examinee had just entered it. Thankfully, the tunnel was wide enough for multiple people. Izuku got down on his stomach and moved as quickly as he could, passing the first place examinee at the very end of the tunnel. Some of the rowdier students were jumping up and down and cheering for Midoriya to win. There was a waterfall in front of them and Izuku ran straight toward it without pausing. He'd seen plenty of others run out of the waterfall in the previous rounds. The water was cold and almost knocked him over, but he kept running until he could breathe again. From here it was a straight shot to the finish line. Izuku ran as hard as he could, hearing the footsteps of the other examinee as he struggled to catch up. There was a cry behind him and Izuku heard the sound of engines. No. 𝐒𝐴𝐺. Izuku pushed himself harder. Almost there. Go go go. You can make it. F off, 𝐒𝐴𝐺. Hey. Sorry, not you class prez. But 𝐒𝐴𝐺 was too fast on a straightaway and he zoomed past Izuku, who crossed the finish line a full 5 seconds after, gasping for breath and fighting tears. Second place. Good, but not good enough. He needed to be the best if he was going to prove that a quirkless student belonged in the hero course. Hey, 5 seconds behind a speed quirk is nothing to scoff at. Uraraka exclaims. Midoriya smiles at her. Thank you, Uraraka. Hey, Midoriya. Yorozu was at his side. That was amazing. I hadn't even considered that anyone else would try to use my grappling hook. I wish I'd thought to bypass an obstacle like that. It is definitely really resourceful of you, Yorozu adds to herself. That was shameful. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 cried, chopping his hands through the air. You are supposed to use your own quirk. Not coast by on the work of others. Dimonprez, I forgot you had a stick up your butt at the beginning of the year, Zero laughs. Ida bristles but doesn't comment further. Izuku felt his heart sink. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 was right, he wouldn't have done half as well if he hadn't paid attention to the other rounds and used them to his advantage. He really was worthless, wasn't he? Why did he think he deserved this? The first half isn't matching up with the second half there, Ashido laughs. You gotta have more confidence in your amazing skills there, Mido. Hey now, listener, don't be so HRD on him. Present MIC interrupted. We told everyone to go all out and this examinee showed great creativity and used the environment to his advantage, an essential trait for any hero. Not everyone has physical quirks, YA no. Yeah, you tell our class present MIC. Jiru exclaims. A few of the other students exclaim their agreements. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼 straightened, my apologies. He bowed to Midoriya. I see that I was in the wrong. On further consideration, it really was truly impressive how you managed to get ahead of the other examinees. My name is Tenya Ida, what is yours? Kaminari snickers. That's our class prez for you. Izuku's eyes widened. He didn't think anyone had ever apologized to him before. Aiku and Midoriya, he stuttered out, nice to meet you. The mood immediately plummeted as they were reminded what kind of life this Midoriya had led. 𝐼𝐼𝐼𝐼, Ida, smiled, it is a pleasure to meet you as well. All right. Present MIC yelled, now don't get too down if you didn't get first in the obstacle courses. We'll be deciding who gets the recommendation spots based on a combination of the written, physical, and interview. So if you did poorly, don't lose hope. And if you did well, don't get too comfortable. Now go. Get to the locker rooms and get cleaned up. Interviews will be in Principal Nedzu's office in 30 minutes. Don't be late. I wonder if we'll see any of the interviews, Midoriya wonders aloud. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Mastermind, Strategist for Hire Chapter 5, First Meetings Yes. Shigaraki exclaims. Something good after all this heroic bullshit. Could you sound any more excited? Darby deadpans. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Mastermind, Strategist for Hire Chapter 5, First Meetings Yes. Shigaraki exclaims. Something good after all this heroic bullshit. Could you sound any more excited? Darby deadpans. It had been a week since Jiran started following him and Izuku was beginning to get frustrated. The guy was supposedly one of the best brokers in the underground and was obviously good enough to find him, so 1 week should be more than enough time for him to confirm his suspicions. Izuku knew that he didn't really look the part of a villain, because what criminal mastermind lets himself be bullied every day, but come on. Yeah, but he just looks so unassuming. Kaminari exclaims. I mean, I certainly wouldn't think twice about talking to him if he came up to me on the streets or something. Jiru snickers. Good to know you're such a good judge of character. Kaminari pouts in response. It was with these thoughts that Izuku decided to deviate from his normal daily routine, a routine that Jiran should be familiar with at this point if he was paying any attention. Hopefully his annoying stalker would come out of the woodwork if given a good enough opportunity. If not, Izuku might just walk right up to the guy and punch him in the face. Darby snorts. That'd be hilarious to watch. He smirks. Assuming he actually got close enough to punch Jiran. Actually, he winced as he thought back to his inability to fight against his bullies, probably not. Izuku wound his way through the city, heading in the opposite direction from Dagobah Beach. It was a part of the city that he was only familiar with through maps, meaning that there wouldn't be anyone there who would recognize him, and it was a medium better part of town, meaning that, with any luck, there wouldn't be anyone there who would recognize Jiran either. A nice, neutral territory for a first meeting. Not bad for a newbie. Darby kicks his feet up on the seat in front of him. Any dumbass knows neutral territory is preferred for neutral first meeting. Shigaraki rolls his eyes. The cafe Izuku walked into had good reviews, but he honestly didn't care about how good their coffee was. What Izuku cared about was that it was busy this time of day, which meant there was enough ambient noise that he and Jiran would be able to talk without being overheard, and there was the added bonus that one would be suspicious over two strangers sharing a table. Izuku walked up to the counter and gave his order. Now all that was left was for his stalker to take the bait. Jiran would never. Of course he will, twice shouts. Darby rolls his eyes. It's not bad to take this bait. Newbie is looking for help, not a fight. Jiran will take this invitation. It didn't take long at all for Jiran to enter the cafe, at least considering how long he'd stubbornly insisted on following Izuku. If he'd taken any longer, Izuku was considering messaging the guy to just come inside. Darby smirks. Would have loved to see that. The boy watched the broker wait in line out of the corner of his eye, chuckling. When he noticed that Jiran had even put out his ever-present cigarette. Darby whistles. Demon, he doesn't put his cigarette out for just anyone. Shigaraki glowers at Darby. Are you done? Darby smirks. What's the problem, Krusty? Don't like my commentary? I'll dust you, right here right now. Darby laughs in response. He was halfway through his coffee when Jiran slid into the seat across from him. I was wondering if you were ever going to actually talk to me. A look of shock briefly crossed the broker's face before he let out a surprised laugh. You knew I was following you. Toga giggles. You gotta step up your stalker game, Jiran. I make a living being more observant than most people. Of course I knew. Izuku took another sip of his coffee. What I don't know is why you insisted on observing for a full week before coming to talk to me. You must have had pretty good intel on who I was. Watching my daily routine wasn't going to change that. Midoriya wasn't going to say anything, but he was feeling a little jealous at this Midoriya's confidence. There wasn't any stuttering or unsureness. Jiran chuckled and shook his head. Well, it took me a week to be sure I had the right guy, and even now you're sitting here confirming it and I'm still not sure. Quirkless middle schooler getting bullied by students and staff alike is a pretty good cover for villainy, Mr. Compress says. Not the best cover, but you'd never suspect that the kid would be a villain strategist unless you were given a good reason to otherwise, Darby adds. Izuku hummed, yeah, I guess my whole weak and innocent act does tend to throw people off. If it almost fooled you, then just imagine what the heroes will be thinking when they have their pride on the line. Many of the pro-heroes winced. Yeah, they can admit that quite a few heroes wouldn't suspect, and would probably write off, a quirkless middle schooler purely because they would think that the kid would be too weak to do anything. Jiran smiled. Now there's the ruthless mastermind we know and love. You've been doing pretty well for yourself online from what I've heard, but you know that you're not going to be able to hide in the shadows forever, right? Tsukochi inhales deeply. Mastermind is a big problem now. If he moved more out into the light, it'll expand his influence immensely. Izuku sighed and put down his cup. Yeah, the copycats are already starting to get on my nerves. He reached into his bag and pulled out a folder, sliding it across the table. That's why I need your help. You are the best at what you do, right? Of course he is. The worst you've ever seen. Jiran raised his eyebrows as he took the folder and began looking through it. There was a design for a villain costume and a list of weapons that Izuku thought he'd need, including a lot of knives. The broker looked over the designs silently for a few minutes, then nodded. Villain costume means he's going to do things in person, right? That's bad, right? Hagekyu asks. It sounds bad, Mina says. Depends on who you're thinking it's bad for, Todoroki comments. This should be doable, but I should warn you that this'll cost you a pretty penny, the weapons especially. You know what my rates are, Jiran. I can afford it. Plus I'll even let you introduce me to a few of the contacts you've been hounding me about. The more legally inclined adults weren't liking what they were hearing in this meeting. He's hitting all of the right buttons right now. Darby smirks. Jiran smiled. You sure know how to tell a man what he wants to hear. I'll start calling around. But you'll be packing some serious heat. Jiran pulled out the weapons list and placed it in front of Izuku. Are you sure you know how to use all these? Shigaraki rolls his eyes. I'm sure he's already thought about that. Izuku shook his head. Not yet. That's actually the last thing I need your help with. Don't look too smug because you guessed he had a plan. He is a strategist after all, Dabi comments to Shigaraki. Jiran pet his eyebrow, still smiling, and gestured for him to continue. I want to meet Himiko Toga. Yes. Toga screams. I get to meet Mastermind first. Cool it, crazy. Dabi shakes out his ear closest to Toga. We're all right here and would appreciate the continued use of our eardrums. Toga ignores Dabi and just smiles happily in her seat. That wiped the smile off the broker's face, the serial killer. He asked in shock. Izuku nodded. Toga nods excitedly along with Mastermind. You followed me, so I trust you know about my quirk situation. Jiran nodded hesitantly. Well, since I don't have a quirk to fall back on, I'm going to have to rely primarily on weapons. Knives are the best option for both close combat and ranged, once you factor in throwing knives, and there's no one better than Toga when it comes to knives. I want her to teach me how to fight. Oh, I will be the best teacher for Mine-chan. Jiran was solemn now. I hate to ask it, but what if she kills you? Toga makes an offended noise. Oh, don't be like that, Dabi scoffs, cuffing her on the back of the head. You and I both know that it is very likely that you'd kill him. Toga pouts. Izuku just smiled, wondering if it made him just a little bit crazy that he was asking to be trained by a serial killer. I think I can hold my own. Besides, you won't let her kill me, I'll be making you too much money. Toga, still pouting, says, Jiran couldn't stop me from killing who I want to kill. She huffs and continues to pout. Izuku started to get up to leave, but Jiran grabbed his arm. Before you leave, I have a gift for you. He grabbed a laptop bag from the floor and put it on the table. This is top of the line, virtually untraceable. Internet cafes are great and all, but I think you'll agree this is the easier option. Izuku booted up the computer and looked it over. It was nice and really would make his work much easier. He quickly checked to make sure there wasn't any tracking apps or spyware installed before closing it. Meanwhile, Jiran had pulled out a simple smartphone. This is also untraceable. I already have the number and put my contact info in as well. I'll text you an address when your gear is ready and you can pick it up. I'll also text you when I manage to get a hold of Toga. She's slippery, but shouldn't be too hard to find. I'll be honest, I really hope you know what you're doing. If Toga doesn't kill him, we're kinda fed, Tsukochi groans. Aizawa huffs out a short laugh. Yeah, can't wait to lose sleep over this one. Some of the more spotlight heroes seemed a little disturbed at the exchange of words. Most of the villains found the exchange kinda funny. Izuku just tucked the phone in his pocket and slung the laptop bag over his shoulder as he stood and grabbed his cup. If I didn't, I wouldn't have chosen to call myself Mastermind. God, I hate how badass that was, Kaminari groans. Jiran watched the boy leave. This kid is crazy, his smile turned greedy. Look out, heroes. Mastermind is here to stay. Hopefully we'll spot something soon to stop Mastermind, Ishiyama comments. Toga giggles. I get to teach Mine-chan. You done being pouty then? Dabi lazily looks over at her. Toga sticks her tongue out at him. I can be pouty and excited at the same time. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Viridian, The Green Guide Chapter 5, Famo. We get to see what that reporter lady wrote about him. Mina squeals excitedly. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Viridian, The Green Guide Chapter 5, Famo. We get to see what that reporter lady wrote about him. Mina squeals excitedly. Shota tightened his capture weapon and pushed the villain more firmly against the wall. It's illogical to resist, just tell me what I need to know. Aizawa-sensei in action, let's go. Kaminari exclaims. Jiru rolls his eyes fondly. It looks like the action is already over, Jammingway. Kaminari lets out a noise of offense. Dude, it's just some drags. The villain said. If you have a problem with that, then maybe you should get out more. I've got a couple samples that'd be good for a first-timer. To be fair to the idiot, Dabi begins to say to the room full of facepalms, did he just dash faces and laughter? That would have worked for quite a few heroes that would have taken that, hook, line and sinker. Yeah, but that guy is an absolute idiot for trying to offer drags to Eraserhead of all heroes. Shigaraki rolls his eyes. Never said he wasn't one. Darby kicks his feet up and leans back. Shota rolled his eyes. Yes, offered to sell drags to the hero that's arresting you. And honestly, if it were just party drags, I probably wouldn't care that much. But this is Trigger, so I'll ask you one more time, where do you get the drags? Oh, Aizawa-sensei, Mina screeches in a jokingly scolding manner, giggling afterwards. F you. Shota sighed. Fine, have it your way. He dialed Tsukochi and waited until the detective's half-awake voice groaned over the line. Could you send a car? I've got a perp to bring in for processing and interrogation. Aizawa-sensei is just so cool. Mineta comments. Tsukochi looked up from his paperwork as Eraser walked in the villain he'd just arrested. The guy was probably a low-level dealer like the others that Eraser had brought in, but there was always the hope that the next villain would know who was behind Trigger. Aizawa sighs. Not that that hope was ever that high. Interrogation room 8 is open, Eraser. You can put him in there. Eraser grunted in acknowledgement and dragged the thug toward the back of the station as Tsukochi poured them both some coffee. He'd have to go interrogate the guy later, since he was one of the detectives on the Trigger investigation, but that could wait a bit until this paperwork was done. Leaving the perps to wait for a few minutes helped establish control of the situation anyway. If the dude was smart, they'd use this time to get their head straight, Darby says. Shigaraki snorts. But he's not. Darby smirks. Exactly. Shota finally sat down on the other side of his desk and grabbed the coffee, then grimaced. Tsukochi, you didn't mention that the station had swayed out their coffee for paint thinner. Snickers from mostly the younger crowd roll through the theater. Tsukochi rolls his eyes. You say that as if it's changed since the last time you had coffee at the station. Tsukochi just laughed. Oh, you're just mad that Musutafu doesn't have your favorite cat cafe. Oh, Ashido squeals. Aizawa-sensei likes cat cafes. Hagakure hums. If you really think about it, it does seem like something Aizawa-sensei would like. Ashido pauses. Hey. She looks thoughtful. Now that you say something, I can totally see Aizawa-sensei going out of his way for a stray and having at least one cat in his home. Oh my god, what would you do if you walked into a cat cafe and saw Aizawa-sensei there? Uraraka wonders. Ashido audibly gasps. OMG. I have no idea. I don't think I'd believe it was him right away. Aizawa, in the back of the room, groans into his capture weapon. Or you could just ignore that you ever saw me. The volume of his voice doesn't carry it far, just loud enough to send those on either side of him into a fit of laughter. What can I say, the Hotter brothers make a mean cup of coffee. Shota shrugged. You got those forms. I want to get this over with as fast as possible. Logical as ever, Shouter, Yamada comments, wiping non-existent tears from his eyes as he finally calms down from his fit of laughter. Tsukochi shook his head, but grabbed the villain intake form from the drawer at his right and handed it to Shota, who started to fill it out with both annoyance and boredom. Paperwork wasn't fun by any means, and Shota would rather be patrolling the streets looking for more info for the Trigger investigation, but bureaucracy was a part of life, so he had to put up with it. Kaminari groans. I don't even want to think about the paperwork portion of hero work yet. It's really not that bad. Midoriya says. A little time-consuming, but not that bad. Kaminari groans louder. You can't talk Mido. You're too smart for someone as dumb as me to relate to. Hey! Bakugo smacks Kaminari on the back of my head. You may be my idiot but you're not dumb. Get that into your thick skull, Pikachu. Kaminari blinks up at Bakugo before leaning backwards in a deep laugh. Thanks bro. I'll keep that in mind. They kept working in companionable silence for a few minutes until the doors to the station flew open again and Amplifier came bounding in with a villain in tow and took him straight to the holding cell. Why is she so loud? Shota grumbled. Most of the class snickers. Amplifier literally just walked in. Uraraka snickers. Tsukochi raised an eyebrow. She hasn't even said anything yet. Exactly. Even her presence is loud enough to draw attention. It's annoying. Yamada snickers. Yeah, But you just seem to attract people like that. Fukukado bursts into laughter. You really do, Eraser. Aizawa sighs heavily. It's a total mystery why, he deadpans. I find you all annoying. Oh, don't be a spoilsport, Eraser. Amplifier grinned as she grabbed a chair to sit beside him. You're just mad because you wouldn't be noticed by a rat. Aizawa sinks into his seat, grumbling. That's intentional, you know. Shota said as Tsukochi handed Amplifier the villain intake form. People don't notice me unless I want them to notice me. That is true, Midoriya starts. Even looking at his hero costume, it is designed to not draw attention to him. If Midoriya is stopped from going on a rant by Todoroki's hand covering his mouth. Sorry Midoriya, but your rants are incomprehensible at the best of times. Midoriya blushes bright red. Sorry, he mutters. Maybe that's why you haven't run into our little vigilante guide yet. Amplifier said. He just doesn't know you exist. Oh, I know he exists, Midoriya says, eyes practically glowing in pride and joy. Oh yeah, you did seem to know which pro-hero Aizawa-sensei was at the beginning of the year, here. Uraraka taps her chin as she remembers the first day of school. Shota rolled his eyes. I think it's much more likely that UA is out of his comfort zone, and since I always stick to that area unless I'm following a lead, we just haven't had a chance to run into each other yet. Always so logical, Eraser. Fukukado smirks. Aizawa rolls his eyes. Do you guys ever leave me alone? Sure, Amplifier grinned, whatever you say, Eraser. Aizawa sighs. I'll take that as a no. We'll always be here, Sho, Yamada says, slinging an arm around Aizawa's shoulders. Was that villain one of the green guides? Tsukochi asked. Jiru wrinkles her nose. Yeah, that name's still kinda SCKS. Viridian definitely has a better ring to it, Yorozu adds. That depends on your definition. Amplifier said. If you mean, did he lead me to the guy, then yes, but if you mean did he take the guy down himself, then no. Do you think he has taken anyone else down? Ashido asks. Hagakure hums. I don't think so. He just seems so anxious. True, true. Ashido nods. Shota frowned. I thought the green guide didn't ever take down villains on his own. Tsukochi sighed. He didn't, at least until last night when we responded to a call about an attempted assault, only to find the perp already knocked out and tied up with pieces of an old t-shirt. The victim said the guy who did it was a kid in a green hoodie and goggles. Yeah, go Viridian. Kaminari exclaims. Dude, you don't even know if he'll use that as his vigilante name. For all you know he could like Green Guide better, Zero laughs. Kaminari playfully pouts. Well, I like Viridian better than Green Guide anyway. Shota rubbed his temples to try and ease the coming headache. This problem child was going to be the death of him. How? From what you told me, the kid is skin and bones. How did he take down an actual villain? Most of Class 1A start laughing. I can't believe that Aizawa-sensei hasn't even met him and has already labeled him problem child, Ojiro comments. It's Midoriya. It would have happened sooner or later, Soto says. Hey! Midoriya exclaims, but he can't really argue. With a tin can. Shota stopped and stared at Tsukochi. He had to have heard that Wong. What? A tin can, and it was kind of freaky cool. Kaminari exclaims. Freaky cool is right, Zero chuckles. Tsukochi nodded. You heard me right. According to the victim, the green guide started fighting the guy, but couldn't get the upper hand until he grabbed a can of beans and started beating the guy with it like it was a pair of improvised brass knuckles. It was pretty brutal, but also effective. And kinda cool. Kaminari adds excitedly. Shota didn't know whether to be proud of the kid for his quick thinking under pressure or angry because he ran straight into danger. Probably both. Aizawa sighs. It's always both. Ah! Amplifier squealed. Our little boy is growing up. Taking down villains all by himself and everything. Shota scowled. I don't think that's a good thing. Oh my god, they sound like parents. Hagakure squeals. Yeah, I think I have to agree with Eraser on this one. Tsukochi said. The victim said that he seemed in over his head. I'd much rather he kept running to get heroes rather than running into fights he's unprepared for. He'll probably be more prepared in the future, Midoriya says, covering his face. Emphasis on the probably. Uraraka snickers. Yeah, do seem to get into a lot of trouble unprepared, Kero, Asui comments. Midoriya sinks in his seat. It's not like I go out looking for trouble. Obviously, otherwise you'd be prepared, Todoroki says in complete deadpan. Midoriya flushes in embarrassment and attempts to make his seat swallow him whole. Oh, come on. Amplifier groaned. You guys gotta admit that beating a criminal with nothing more than your wits and a tin can is pretty impressive. It's so cool. Kaminari exclaims. You really like this version of Mido, don't you, Kaminari? Zero notices. Well, yeah. He's a legal vigilante and he's doing pretty well for not really knowing what he's doing, which is something that I excel at. Kaminari visibly beams. Shota just shot her an unimpressed look. Nothing more than wits, a tin can, and a probable speed quirk. Nope. And that makes it that much cooler. Kaminari exclaims, practically vibrating in his seat. Midoriya is blushing in his seat. Is this what he could have done without One for All? Come on. Shota sighed. Fine, I'll admit that he's quick-witted and definitely good at using improvised weapons, but the kid obviously lacks the required training. I don't want him getting in fights if he's just gonna get himself killed. Or, he cares so much and he hasn't even met him yet. Ashido squeals. Just imagine how much Sensei will care for Viridian when he actually meets him. Uraraka adds. Well, Crawler and Pop Step didn't have any formal training either when they first started out. Tsukochi pointed out. You mean like the Narahata vigilantes? Midoriya seems to be vibrating with excitement. Aizawa deeply sighs. Of course the problem child knows about them. That may be true, but they also had Knuckle Duster to mentor them and get them out of any tough scrapes. Shota argued. The Green Guide doesn't even have that. Everyone who thinks this is foreshadowing that Aizawa-sensei is going to mentor Viridian say, Ashido shouts, raising her hand. A mixture of raised hands and eyes ring out. Aizawa glares at his co-workers who joined in with his students' shenanigans. Well then maybe you should fill that role. Amplifier grinned. Yes. Ashido shouts in agreement. Shota glared at her. I have enough brats to worry about at you, thanks. I don't need to add teaching a wannabe on top of that. Yes you do. Ashido whines. Come on sensei, I need to see you mentoring the adorable bean that is Viridian. Amplifier shrugged. Just a thought, Eraser, considering how protective you are of a kid you've never even met. Oh, and about the kid's name, I don't think he's going by Green Guide anymore. Yes. Out with the Green Guide, in with Viridian. Kaminari shouts. Zero and Kirishima laugh at Kaminari's antics. Tsukochi furrowed his brow in confusion. What? Why change it? Because Viridian sounds so much cooler than Green Guide, Kaminari says. You're not wrong, bro, Kirishima comments. Tsukochi sighs. Green Guide isn't that bad, is it? He looks over at Eraserhead. Aizawa raises an eyebrow at Tsukochi. If you have to ask me, then I am sure you already know the answer. Amplifier looked between the two of them in shock. Did you guys not see the article this morning? Yes. Give me the article. I want it, Ashido exclaims. They shook their heads and Amplifier smiled and got out her phone. Apparently the woman he saved last night is a reporter. Since he didn't give her a vigilante name to call him, she's named him Viridian. Kinda catchy, right? Totally catchy. Keep it, please, Kaminari comments. Tsukochi frowned. How did I not see this? Amplifier shrugged. Probably because the keywords were wrong. You've most likely got your computer set up to ping you if the news mentions a Green Guide, but because this reporter used a different name, it didn't trip your system. I like Viridian better anyway. Yes, I agree. Let's keep it, Kaminari says. Zero laughs. We get it, dude. You like Viridian. It is easier to say. Aizawa gives Tsukochi a look, but Tsukochi does his best not to make eye contact. Vigilantes gaining public notoriety is never a good thing. Shota grumbled. It goes straight to their heads and they end up putting themselves in even more danger to impress their fans. He sighed. The kid is probably soaking up his fame as we speak. I promise you, he is not, Midoriya sheepishly says. Izuku was freaking out. That's so like you, Midoriya, Uraraka comments with a giggle. It's a lot of attention. He's probably never received that much attention or praise before. He couldn't get that article out of his head, even as he ran around the streets leading heroes to crimes. When Izuku had seen the article on his way home from school, he'd had to fight off a panic attack and he almost hadn't gone out that night. He didn't want to be famous. The more people paid attention to him, the more likely it was that they'd figure out that he was quirkless, and the faster he could say goodbye to any positive reputation he'd gained. He wasn't even technically a vigilante, so why did he have to have a name? Well, people have to call you something, might as well be something cool, right? Kaminari exclaims. His kinda adorable panicking over the article, Ashido coos. But apparently that woman he'd saved was a reporter. So she'd written about how he'd taken down the villain, and she'd apparently done some digging to see that he normally stayed out of the fights himself. Izuku didn't deserve to have articles written about him like the heroes did, so he couldn't help feeling like he'd tricked that reporter somehow. He hadn't been trying to fool her into thinking that he wasn't worthless, but that's apparently what happened since her article was so positive. He'd just been trying to help her. Hagakure, Midoriya exclaims, startled by the sudden hug. This is the closest I can get to hugging Viridian right now, and he needs a hug. Midoriya stutters, but just lets her hug him. Which was ultimately why he was out on the streets again tonight. Sure, he wasn't necessarily happy about the article, but he also wasn't about to let that stop him from helping people either. And he was helping people. He was helping the heroes find the people that needed saving. He was doing good. Oh, he's so cute, Kiyoma squeals. She turns to look at Aizawa, who has the lower half of his face hidden by his capture weapon. Isn't he cute, Shouter? Aizawa rolls his eyes, but Kiyoma can tell he's smiling behind his capture scarf. But he should probably start carrying weapons if he ever planned to jump into a fight again. Between tending to his injuries and everything with the article, he'd completely forgotten about adding weapons to his costume that afternoon, but it wasn't a big deal. He was still covered in scrapes and bruises from his fight with Moleman last night, so it wouldn't be a good idea to get into any more fights so soon, so he didn't need the weapons quite yet, but it was still a good thing to brainstorm. Look at that show. His being logical, Yamada teases. Aizawa rolls his eyes. Of course he is. He'd have to be an idiot to think he could fight without weapons while still injured from the night before. Yamada looks at Aizawa with a unimpressed dad look. I'm a pro hero, that's different. Yamada raises one brow. Aizawa scowls in response. He'd almost considered getting a baseball bat, but there were a couple problems with that. While it would be a useful bludgeon-type weapon, it was too bulky. He wouldn't be able to easily run if he had to be constantly hefting the bat, so it would actually prevent him from saving people, which was the exact opposite of what he wanted. Not to mention the fact that he'd never been into any sports, so if he came home with a baseball bat, Mom would ask way too many questions that Izuku really didn't want to answer. It would look pretty badass though, Kaminari comments. I'm sure Viridian will find something cool for you to gush over. Zero rolls his eyes fondly. His weapons would need to be small. He needed to be able to fit them in his pocket so he could run easily and so he could go incognito if he needed to, so that meant that anything like a staff was out. Maybe He heard someone calling for help and peeked in on the situation before running off to get a hero. He could worry about what weapons he needed later. For now, though, Izuku had people to save. Oh, he's just so cool. Kaminari exclaims. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Cheat Code Chapter 5. Test Taking Skills. Kaminari groans. Gross, a test. Zero laughs loudly. Your mood sure soured quickly. Kaminari pouts. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Cheat Code Chapter 5. Test Taking Skills. Kaminari groans. Gross, a test. Zero laughs loudly. Your mood sure soured quickly. Kaminari pouts. Izuku didn't think that tests were normally supposed to be fun, and while his test anxiety definitely wasn't, he found himself forgetting to be nervous the more questions he answered. Even though the questions for the general section weren't extremely interesting, since they only covered the standard subjects he'd learned in middle school, they were challenging enough to make up for it. Izuku was glad that he'd studied in preparation for the test, because that meant that instead of being intimidating, the more difficult questions were actually invigorating. "You're crazy, Midoriya," Kaminari comments. "I don't think I've ever felt invigorated over a test." Midoriya also enjoys learning. Zero smiles as he rolls his eyes. "Hey!" Kaminari exclaims. "I enjoy learning too." Zero laughs. "Yeah, but you don't like learning in a school escape way." Kaminari pouts. And then came the support section. Izuku assumed that part of its purpose was to gauge each student's potential for the other tracks, because the questions were pulled from all three. Izuku felt like he did decently well on the design questions, even if that wasn't exactly his passion, but the only questions about invention that he could even make sense of were the ones that dealt with computer hardware. Maybe he should have studied mechanics a little more. Oh well, it was too late for that now. Oh, I know some stuff about that." Kaminari exclaims. Zero raises a brow. "You do?" "Yeah." Kaminari beams before deflating a little. "Well, nothing too substantial. Just bits and pieces." "That's still cool, bro," Kirishima remarks. To Izuku's surprise, there were only 2 questions about analysis and both of them were essays, so he could only hope that would be enough to show his skills and set him apart from the other applicants. He didn't want to have to think about what he'd do if his new dream got crushed like his last one had been. "Perish," Shigaraki offers. Darby snickers. "I'm sure the brat would figure something out. He seems resourceful enough." Darby kicks his feet up and lazily glances over at Shigaraki. This one would probably end up like a mix of the first 3 we've been watching. Some sort of informant vigilante to the pros. Shigaraki visibly GGS. "God, I almost forgot he's an enormous hero fanboy in this one. Too busy fanboying over Mastermind." Darby asks with a teasing smirk on his face. Shigaraki scowls, clenching his fingers, reminding himself that he couldn't dust Darby even if he really wanted to. For the first analysis question, he was given a quirk registration form and told to their eyes about the strengths and weaknesses of the quirk, as well as give suggestions about how to use it. To his surprise, he actually recognized the quirk. It belonged to a retired hero named Glimmer who could manipulate light energy around her body in the form of sparkles. Midoriya furrowed his brows. "Glimmer, retired hero, hum. You good Midori bro?" Kirishima asks. "Hey." Midoriya startles. "Oh. Yeah. I just don't remember a retired hero named Glimmer." A piece of folded paper floats down onto Midoriya's lap. Curious, Midoriya unfolds it and reads aloud. "That may be because Glimmer, along with other people you'll see, aren't always the same age or occupation in differing universes." Midoriya looks up at everyone else. "I guess that does make sense. Even though these universes seem to be centering around me, everyone can make different decisions that lead to different outcomes in life." At first, it didn't seem like a very powerful quirk, but Izuku knew better. The sparkles that Glimmer controlled didn't just look pretty, they could get bright enough that looking at them was like staring into the sun. Tempting, sure, but definitely not recommended. As a pro hero, she had used it to blind and disorient her opponents, leading to a high rate of capture. Midoriya was beaming in his seat, phantom writing notes as he learned more about this pro hero from another universe. The drawbacks, of course, were that if Gimiya wasn't careful, she could permanently blind villains, bystanders, or even herself. She had to carefully manipulate the light of her quirk to make sure that it was bright enough to be effective without causing permanent damage, which was a pretty fine line. She wasn't a well-known hero, but from what Izuku knew about her, she had done her job well. If she got to retire with a high capture count, I'd say I'd have to agree. Hawks beams with a lazy smile on his face. All of that was common knowledge, though, if someone knew where to look, so while it was necessary to list that out, Izuku didn't think that basic level of analysis would help him stand out. I'd just like to point out that common knowledge and knowing where to look to find easily accessible knowledge are 2 completely different things, and that Midoriya should just accept that he's smart already, Kaminari says, interrupting the flow of thoughts on screen. Midoriya blushes. But what else? Well, he was supposed to give suggestions, right? It felt kind of blasphemous to give suggestions to such a successful pro-hero, but Izuku forced himself to look at it like it was any other quirk. The test hadn't actually specified that the quirk belonged to a pro, after all, so he couldn't let that hold back his analysis, not to mention that if he was accepted into the support course, he'd be giving pros suggestions for a living. Me, give suggestions to pros, for a living? Midoriya asks, looking like everything he had just said was absolutely ludicrous. So how could the quirk go beyond what Glimmer had used it for? Shigaraki groans, dropping his head. This is heading to more stupid quirk talk. Darby raises a brow at Shigaraki. What's your deal with quirk talk? Shigaraki shudders. One too many sit-ins with Sensei and the doctor when I was younger. Ah. Darby nods. Well, she manipulated light energy, right? But. Izuku's eyes widened and he started writing the ideas as fast as he could structure them out. Not all light was visible, so what if she could manipulate not only the intensity of the lights but also the wavelength? From the footage he'd seen, some of the sparkles Glimmer had used had appeared colorful, especially that one time she'd produced rainbow sparkles during a pride parade, so it was definitely possible for her to shift the wavelength within the visible spectrum. And if she could do that much, she could probably train enough to create ultraviolet light and infrared light, which meant that she could use her quirk to burn rather than blind and maybe even use it like a black light to find forensic evidence at crime scenes. That's so cool. I bet she hadn't even thought of using her quirk like that before, Fukukado says. I wonder if the kid would take a look at my quirk to see if there's anything I haven't thought of. There's no guarantee that our universe's Midoriya is on the same quirk knowledge level as the cheat code universe Midoriya, Aizawa mentions. Still worth a shot. In the end, Izuku's essay ended up being 3 pages long, 2 of which were entirely suggestions based on his theory that Glimmer could manipulate the wavelength of light. It really made him wonder why she'd never used it that way. It would have effectively negated a lot of the drawbacks of her quirk, since she wouldn't have had to worry about blinding anyone if her light was invisible. It would also make her much more difficult to fight, since the threats wouldn't be as obvious. It was almost a shame that she had already retired, because Izuku would have loved to see if any of his theories were actually useful. She probably just hadn't thought of her quirk that way before. Uraraka says. As Uraraka said, if she spent her life thinking of her quirk as a method of blinding her opponents, switching the wavelengths to produce different light effects probably hadn't even occurred to her, Yorozu adds. Midoriya looked at both girls with wide eyes. Really? But it seems like such a natural progression of the quirk. Bakugo snorts. Maybe to you, you DMN nerd. Most people stop thinking about their quirk in different ways once they think they've got it all figured out. But why would they do that? Midoriya sounds scandalized at the mere thought. 'Cause they're dumbass, that's why. Bakugo shouts. He didn't recognize the other quirk, so he didn't have the advantage of previous knowledge, but then again, he also didn't go into the analysis with any biases, so it all balanced out. It was some sort of jet quirk that allowed the user to blow air out of the bottoms of their feet, which would probably be most useful for speed or maybe even for flight, depending on how long the hero could keep continuously blowing air. They would need specialized shoes that protected their feet while still allowing the air to flow, and the rest of their costume might need extra ventilation as well, depending on where the air came from. It was probable that the quirk actually worked by taking air in through the skin to power the quirk, or maybe it was powered by the breath. Midoriya looks to the back of the room to find Gran Torino looking right at him. Midoriya yelps in surprise before quickly facing forward. If the hero could manipulate the temperature of the air, that opened a whole new field of opportunities. He could use hot air to make himself rise faster, or cool air to help victims during fire rescues. There were just so many possibilities, but Izuku limited those speculations to less than a page. He didn't know if temperature manipulation was actually within the limits of the quirk, so he didn't want to waste too much time on suggestions that might not actually be useful. Instead, Izuku tried to focus his analysis on ideas that were possible with only the information he'd been given. Beyond mobility, the quirk could probably be used to impair an opponent's vision, since if the hero could aim the jets at a villain's eyes, it would dry them out pretty quickly. It would be difficult to keep one's eyes open in a targeted windstorm, but even a brief puff to the face would force the villain to blink, which could make him a perfect counter to Eraserhead if he came up on him from behind. Hear that, office supply? You better watch your back. 𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐴𝐼𝐼 taunts. Aizawa rolls his eyes. As long as you don't plan on turning villain in your old years, I think I'll be fine. 𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐴𝐼𝐼 smirks. Izuku debated about whether he should actually include that tidbit before deciding to just leave it in. It probably wasn't necessary, but at the same time, any little bit of information could mean the difference between being accepted to his dream school or having to find a third dream in under a year, so Izuku didn't want to take any chances. It couldn't hurt, right? Unless they thought it was creepy. What if they thought he was creepy? But then again, the entire analysis section was kinda creepy, just by the way it was designed. But what if his classmates were right and his notebooks weren't useful at all and he made UA hate him because he saw too many weaknesses in the quirks they gave him? I think we'd have more of a problem if you couldn't find any, wouldn't you say, Midoriya? Nezu casually asks, sipping on tea. Midoriya startles, whipping around to face the principal. Oh, yes. Nezu smirks into his tea. Izuku hurried and finished the essay before he could work himself into a panic about it and used the rest of the time to check his answers in the general section as a way to distract himself. He was already here, at UA, taking the entrance exam, so it was way too late to second-guess himself now, right? And maybe UA would be like Mai, who didn't think he was creepy at all, but maybe that was because Mai was a little creepy herself. I'm taking that as the compliment it is. Hatsume shouts. I am not quite sure how one could take creepy as a compliment, Ida comments. Easy. Creepy means perceived different from the norm. That means I'm different from the norm, which makes me original. Original me makes original me ideas, which means people will be flocking to Hatsume Industries for their one-of-a-kind babies for all of their needs, wants, and desires. Hatsume is practically glowing with energy and ideas. I see. Ida nods. By the time Powerloader announced the end of the test, Izuku had successfully talked himself down from his anxiety attack. Ectoplasm must be one of the teachers at UA, because it was his clones that came to collect everyone's tests once time was called. It was kind of surreal that there were so many real pro heroes in the building right now. Izuku hoped that, if he actually got into UA, he'd be able to rein in his inner fanboy enough to not make a fool of himself around every single one of the teachers. Oh boy, yeah, that was gonna be difficult. Uraraka giggles. I'm sure everyone had at least one teacher they were doing their best not to freak out in front of. Especially with All Might being a teacher this year, Mineta comments. Midoriya blushes remembering how he had been practically vibrating in his seat for every teacher he met. As soon as Ectoplasm grabbed her test, Mai was immediately back in Izuku's personal space, grinning like a madwoman. How did you do, Izuku-an? I bet those analysis questions were a piece of cake for you, here. I could make so many babies to help those heroes, it's amazing. I already have so many ideas. Maybe that's what I'll build in the practical, but I have so many other baby ideas too. Oh, this is gonna be so much fun. Oh, I am way ahead of you, other me, Hatsume promises, sketching ideas in a sketchbook's roughly the size of her torso. Midoriya jumps up. When did you get that, Hatsume? Hatsume tilts her head to the side, but doesn't take her eyes off of the sketchbook. What do you mean, Aizu? Also, I said we're friends. That means you call me Mai. Good luck with that one, Asui mutters. The sketchbook. You didn't have it when we got here, did you? Midoriya asks, blocking out all information except for where Hatsume obtained the sketchbook. I don't know. I just had it, Hatsume answers. Midoriya's thoughts races for all of 3 seconds before he sighs in defeat and sits back down. He was just hoping to get a notebook of some sorts. Izuku couldn't help smiling as Mai cackled, even if the other examinees were shooting them strange looks, but her ramblings reminded him that he still didn't know what his practical exam was going to be. Analysts didn't have anything physical to show off, unlike inventors and designers, so what were they going to ask him to do? And why didn't Powerloader mention it along with the other courses? Myheroacademia sighs. Because I was on autopilot and forgot that someone actually was trying for that hell pathway. Lunch Rush pats Myheroacademia's back in a comforting manner. After a few minutes, they were excused to make their way to the practical exams, and there was a flurry of movement as all the examinees stretched and gathered their things to leave the room. Izuku turned to Mai and smiled. "Good luck on your practical, Mai-chan. I hope you make it in." "Ha! I don't need luck. My babies are amazing," Hatsune smugly says as she continues on sketching new invention ideas, occasionally writing notes along the side. "My babies are amazing, the proctors won't be able to ignore them," Mai declared confidently. "And you're not allowed to fail, either, Izuku-an. You have to make it into UA so we can make awesome babies together." Midoriya turns bright red with his other universe counterpart. Even if he was more used to Hatsune calling her inventions babies, having her word something like that definitely wasn't a common thing to hear her say. Izuku sputtered and turned red, but Mai was already skipping toward the doors. He was definitely going to have to get used to the way she phrased things. Did she even realize how she sounded, or did she just not care? Honestly, from what Izuku had seen from her so far, it could be either one. Still, it was comforting to know that he'd have at least one friend if he made it into the support course. Well, one person who didn't hate him at the very least. That was gonna be weird. Midoriya was given hugs from Ashido, Hagekure, and Uraraka this time. All with reassurances that people didn't hate him and having a friend wasn't weird. Izuku shook his head and grabbed his bag, then made his way to the front of the room, where 𝐴 was sitting at a large desk next to the pro hero Midnight, who must have arrived sometime while they were taking the written exam. Izuku didn't want to interrupt their conversation, but he also didn't want to be late to the practical just because he didn't know where it was. There was a possibility that there were signs outside that he could follow, since that seemed to be the case for the invention and design tracks, but considering that 𝐴 hadn't even mentioned the analysis track since Izuku had arrived, he wasn't willing to bet on that. Definitely wouldn't have been a safe bet, myheroacademia says. Izuku hesitated another moment before speaking. He was gonna feel so stupid if they told him to just follow the signs. Excuse me. Midnight stopped halfway through whatever story she had been telling, and both heroes turned to look at Izuku, who fidgeted in place at the sudden attention. "Oh, he's so cute." Kiyama squeals. "I will 100% be teasing him." Aizawa rolled his eyes. "Wouldn't be you if you didn't." "Oh, shouter." "Hey, hot stuff." Midnight purred. "What can we do for you?" "I was just wondering, Izuku grimaced. "Way to make a good first impression. Do you know where the intelligence and analytics test will be? I mean, of course you know, you're in charge, it's just that you didn't say anything about it, 𝐴, sir, so I, just was kinda confused and, or." Kiyama, if possible, squeals in a higher pitch. Poor thing's so anxious he didn't even get flustered. Izuku trailed off awkwardly. The heroes seemed a little shocked, for some reason, but they didn't seem annoyed by his question, so that was something. 𝐴 flipped through some papers on the desk in front of him before looking up at Izuku again. "You're Izuku Midoriya, correct?" "Oh, Teach already knows your name," Kaminari laughs. "You really are a problem child in every universe." Midoriya blushes. "I don't think that's quite why he knows my name, Kaminari." Zero snickers. "If you say so, dude. But you do seem to be what Aizawa-sensei considers a problem child in most of these." Midoriya can't really argue that fact. Izuku nodded and the heroes shared a look that Izuku couldn't read before 𝐴 turned back to him. "Sorry for the confusion, Midoriya, it's just that most years, we don't actually have any applicants for that emphasis, so it's easy to forget it exists. Since you're the only one applying, it honestly slipped my mind, so I went on autopilot and gave the same spiel I give every year. Sorry. Called it, myheroacademia sighs. Oh. Izuku swallowed, suddenly even more insecure. "I knew it wasn't as popular, but I thought there'd be at least a few others." "Oh, you're so cute, I could just eat you up." Midnight cooed. "Are you sure you don't want to SWCH to the design track? I'm a lot more fun than that scheming old rat." "Scheming old rat, here." Nezu sips on his still steaming tea. Kiyama decides not to comment. What?" Izuku sputtered. "Tea the rat." 𝐴 glared at her. "Sorry about her. Midnight teaches art here at UA, which puts her at the head of the design emphasis, which still doesn't give her any right to steal students from the rest of us. Midnight stuck her tongue out at him, but otherwise didn't interrupt. And most students who end up emphasizing in intelligence and analytics are recruited by 𝐻𝐻𝐻 after they show potential in other courses. We're not used to people applying for analytics right off the bat. Here. I guess that makes sense, Midoriya comments. Especially seeing as it isn't a very well-known track, at least at UA. Izuku didn't know how to respond to that, so he just nodded, so, about the practical. I'll take him. Midnight squealed. We can get to know each other better. Myheroacademia. Aizawa looks over at Myheroacademia. Myheroacademia rolls his eyes. You know I'm on it. He gestures towards himself on the screen. Don't you have your own practical to run? 𝐿𝐴 said dryly. You'd better go before your students spread paint everywhere. I'll show Midoriya where to go. Let's be honest, if anyone is going to destroy the room, it's going to be your brats, not mine, but okay. Midnight pouted for a second, then shot Izuku a wink. Good luck, hot stuff. You're gonna need it. It's not fun or effective if something haven't been destroyed by the end of the process, Hatsune says. Myheroacademia sighs, but it seems to be one of resigned acceptance. You can still get the exact same results without the added damage, Hatsune. I can get similar but never the same results without the damage, sensei. Myheroacademia sighs. Yep. Ignore her. 𝐿𝐴 said as he stood. She's just a tease. Kiyoma pouts. Izuku jogged after 𝐿𝐴 as they walked through the maze of hallways to wherever they were going. No one had actually said where that was yet. His mind was still reeling from the revelation that he was the only applicant for intelligence and analytics, so, should I be worried? Probably. Half the staff answered. Of course not. Nezu happily exclaims. 𝐿𝐴 shrugged, I honestly don't know. Like I said, most people don't apply to this track, so I don't actually know what the practical consists of, but you wouldn't have made it this far if you didn't have some kind of skill or interest in it, so you'll probably be fine. Probably. Do the other applicants usually make it in? Izuku asked. I know there's not many, but Izuku was interrupted when a door in front of them swung open. When he glanced at 𝐿𝐴, the man looked tired, but not necessarily surprised, so Izuku turned back to the doorway, his eyes widening as he realized who exactly stood there. Hello, Midoriya. Nezu's grin was wide enough for it to be slightly unsettling. You must be the one who was poking around my servers this morning. Oh no. Midoriya comments at the same time that Shigaraki starts cackling. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Shadows, the horror movie Heroes Chapter 3, Introductions. I thought the introductions were made last time. Todoroki looks around at the people sitting around him for an answer. Maybe we'll be seeing people that aren't either Midoriya or 𝐭 offers. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Shadows, the horror movie Heroes Chapter 3, Introductions. I thought the introductions were made last time. Todoroki looks around at the people sitting around him for an answer. Maybe we'll be seeing people that aren't either Midoriya or 𝐭 offers. Mom fretted in the doorway as Izuku organized his notes and papers so that 𝐭 wouldn't be too overwhelmed when he arrived. Midoriya's friends all give him a look that causes him to pout. Thankfully, he didn't seem like the type who scared too easily, or else Izuku would have already ruined all chances for their friendship, partnership, whatever it was before it even began. It wasn't his fault that he got so excited. Another look received a pouting glare from Midoriya. I get it. I get excited and then I hyperfixate and then my ability to judge other people's emotions and feelings disappear. The glare shifts closer to a glare with less of a pout. Now can you please stop looking at me like that? They stop, for now. It hadn't even occurred to him that 𝐭 might not be nearly as excited as he was about using fear to become a different kind of hero. To Izuku, the realization felt like it had completely turned the world on its head. Becoming a hero like All Might had always felt like an impossible mountain he needed to climb, and every person who called him weak or useless, just because he didn't have a quirk, was yet another boulder that he needed to scramble over just to find the path, not to mention actually climbing the mountain. Once he stopped worrying about being liked, though, it was like someone had taken dynamite to the road and blown all the boulders to shreds. It was still an uphill battle, but now it was doable. If he didn't have to be liked, then all that he had to do was be hated, and Izuku had plenty of experience with that. That's so sad. Hagekyu whines. Why are these guys growing up so sad? Ashido asks. I just want them to be happy. She pauses. Well, maybe not, mastermind. He needs more therapy than happiness. They all need therapy, Jiru adds. Fair point, but I also currently think that the rest of them also deserve all of the happiness, so I choose to believe my point still stands. Ashido sticks her tongue out playfully at Jiru. For the first time in his life, I'm going to be a hero felt less like a dream and more like a promise, and even if it was a little selfish, he really hoped that Shinso felt the same way. It would be a lot easier to be a hero if he actually had someone rooting for him. He may not feel exactly the same, but he'll understand, Shinso comments. The doorbell rang and Izuku leapt to his feet. I'll get it. Mom pursed her lips as he pushed past her, and Izuku felt a pang of guilt. She was always a bit disappointed whenever he got a renewed sense of hero fervor, and he was pretty sure that she was secretly hoping that he'd come home one day and announce that he'd decided on a more sensible, safer career. However much he hated worrying her, though, he hated the idea of being useless even more, so hopefully she'd at least be proud of him. Midoriya furrows his brows. Sure, his mom had been worried and scared of him getting hurt, or worse, but he wouldn't call her having been disappointed. Shinso looked bored when Izuku opened the door, but his stance was guarded, so Izuku suspected that it was an intentional move, kind of like how Izuku sometimes smiled to hide how nervous he was. Izuku grinned brightly and grabbed Shinso's arm. If he was feeling anxious, then Izuku would just have to show him that there was nothing to be nervous about. Come on in. I've been waiting for you. It's your energy, Shinso says. I can't really explain it other than it's just off. Like I'm missing a piece of the puzzle to make your energy fit who you are. Midoriya tilts his head, taking in all of the information, not really sure what to make of it. Uraraka hums. I kinda like that about him though. Midoriya whps his head to face Uraraka, a questioning look on his face. I can't really explain it either, Deku. It's not really a bad thing though. Midoriya makes a confused sounding whine. Shinso didn't say anything, but he did nod and take off his shoes, so Izuku kept rambling to fill the silence. My room is this way. I hope you don't mind that I've kinda been getting a head start on some research. Bakugo rolls his eyes. Like the nerd wouldn't hyperfixate on something once it's in his head. Shinso was already starting to lose a little bit of his bored expression. Research? Izuku shrugged. Like tactics and strategy, you know. Like how fear tactics have been used in the past. Some of them obviously rely on a lot of violence, so those aren't really something we want in our arsenal, but we should still know they exist, and maybe we can find a way to modify them to fit our goals a little better. They'll definitely turn into, I'm glad they're on our side type of hero, Asui comments. That seems to be their goal, Jiru agrees. Shigaraki discreetly pouts. He wanted them on his side. Shinso raised an eyebrow. So basically you've been studying villains. Izuku blushed. Not just villains. I wonder if he found anything on Sensei, Shigaraki wonders. Sensei has fear tactics for centuries. I bet he found a bunch of videos of Endeavor interacting with civilians to use. Darby snickers. Endeavor's flames seemed to flicker bigger at the comment from the fire villain. Good. Shinso smirked. How else are we supposed to scare them out of their minds if we don't know what they're used to? I like the idea of turning their own tricks against them. It's like intentional karma. Shigaraki was grumbling under his breath about how stupid he thought that was. Izuku blinked. I hadn't thought of it like that. Izuku. Mom said softly. Is this your friend? Yeah. Izuku stepped to the side so she could see him better. This is Shinso. Shinso gave her a little wave, and Izuku realized he was probably used to introducing himself silently so that he didn't make anyone uncomfortable with his quirk. Izuku understood. He didn't often introduce his quirk at first because he was afraid of how people would react, but he didn't have to worry about people getting scared, just hostile. He just wished that Mom hadn't looked so grateful that 𝐭 stayed quiet. What? Midoriya exclaims. No. My mom would never. Maybe not in our universe, Kiro, Asui comments. But this is an entirely different universe. Anything could have happened to make that version of your mom feel that way. Midoriya looked so upset over this revelation, but didn't say anything else. He probably shouldn't have told her about 𝐭's quirk, but when he'd said that he was inviting a friend over, she'd wanted to know everything about him. Izuku had, as usual, gotten too excited and started rambling about how cool 𝐭's quirk was, because it was, and how it was going to be so useful when they were heroes. 𝐭 lets a small smile onto his face. It was nice to hear that about himself when he was trying so hard to get into the hero course. It wasn't until he saw the terrified look on her face that he realized she might see 𝐭 as a threat and not an ally. Instantly, he started being more vague, but the damage had already been done. At least he'd managed to convince her to let him come over still, but realistically he knew that Mom only allowed it so that she could supervise them instead of letting Izuku go off to meet with his dangerous new friend somewhere where she couldn't protect him. It wasn't fair, but Izuku was going to become just as dangerous as 𝐭 was and prove that he didn't need her protection. They were going to be amazing heroes. Midoriya looked like he was about to cry. He just hated seeing his mom portrayed in such a way. I swear my mom isn't like this. 𝐻, Bakugo rolls his eyes. Auntie Inko's too nice to be quirkist like that. Mom smiled nervously at 𝐭 and turned back to Izuku. Okay. Well, keep the door open and I'll be out here if you need anything, baby. Anything at all. Just yell. Okay. That's so suffocating. Toga exclaims. I hated having to keep my door open. She pouts. I don't think my parents ever told me to keep my door open, Spinner comments. That's because you probably had parents that respected your boundaries, Darby says. I'm guessing your parents told you to keep your door open then. Spinner asks. Darby snorts, but it quickly turns to a scowl. My old man barely bothered to remember my existence, much less care about whether I had my door opened or not. I knew you stank of daddy issues, Shigaraki comments. Darby wrinkles his nose. Like you're one to talk. He brings his hand to his face. Don't you have yours almost always attached to your face? Shigaraki scowls in response. Izuku's heart sank. Got it. Mom nodded and stepped aside so that she wasn't blocking the hallway. Izuku didn't say anything else as he led 𝐭 to his room and closed the door as much as possible so that it was just barely cracked open. He grimaced and turned to 𝐭. I am so sorry. Do you always apologize for other people? 𝐭 asks. Midoriya blushes in response. 𝐭 shrugged. My foster parents are the same way, don't worry about it. I mean, we're trying to turn that fear to our advantage, right? That's kinda the whole idea. Midoriya pouts. You still shouldn't have to experience things like that. I don't understand how people can act like that. 𝐭 rolls his eyes. You wouldn't, he comments, confusing Midoriya. Izuku frowned and went to his desk. I guess so. Okay, here's everything I've got so far. Where do you want to start? Toshinori was a little overwhelmed at the moment. It's still so weird to see All Might looking like that before Kamino, Uraraka comments. Many of her classmates made some sort of agreeing comment. He wasn't ready to retire yet. There were still so many people to save and the world still needed a symbol of peace. Sure, Nezu had pointed out that teaching wasn't really a retirement, but Toshinori still felt like he was being forced away from the front lines. He had to face the truth, All Might was past his prime. Aizawa groaned. Just because you are no longer constantly patrolling doesn't mean you're less of a hero than you were before. Yamada and Kiyoma snickered next to him. I agree with Eraser here, Snipe comments. It would have been okay for you to have less hours on the street, even when you were in your prime. You still deserve to have a social life outside of hero work. Yagi was blushing. I know now that I may have overdone it during my hero career. Not maybe or might have. You did overdo it in your hero career, Aizawa tells the retired hero. Your hours were insane and it's a miracle you didn't drop dead from overworking yourself. I took proper rest time between my hero hours, Yagi defends himself. That's pushing it, Shuzenji grumbles. You definitely should have taken more time for yourself. Yagi finds it in his best interest not to comment. Still, retirement or no, Toshinori knew that he wouldn't be able to really rest until he had found a successor. One for All was a sacred power, and the next symbol of peace would be able to care for the world in his place, so it was his responsibility to nurture their progression and encourage them to become the shining pinnacle of justice he had once been. The only issue was, well, finding the perfect successor. I'm sorry. Can we pause and maybe talk about this successor business? Uraraka asks. Yes, this certainly isn't the first time that All Might has mentioned looking for a successor, Yorozu adds. Oh. Plus All Might said something about One for All being a sacred power. Do you think that's his quirk? Ashido asks. I don't know, Kaminari says. He mentioned One for All as if it was something to be passed down onto his successor, and you can't pass on quirks, right? He turns to Midoriya, who seemed to be trying to avoid this conversation. Yo, Mido, why are you being so quiet? I thought you'd love to talk about what All Might's quirk could be. It's got both of your favorite topics in it. When Midoriya doesn't answer right away, Ashido lets out a loud gasp. You know what All Might's quirk is? She squeals. All attention snapped to Midoriya as he failed to try and deny the direct accusation. Almost immediately Midoriya has people hounding him, trying to figure out what All Might's quirk could be and what it might have to do with this One for All and successor stuff. My boy, Yagi calls out, silencing the crowd around Midoriya. I don't think we'll be getting out of this one. It seems that this universe will be revealing it regardless. Midoriya nods and does his best to pull himself together. Oh okay, All Might. The crowd, sensing that they are about to get their answers, gives Midoriya room to breathe by heading back to their original spots. Midoriya gulps, not making eye contact with anyone. You see, All Might's quirk is called One for All, and Kaminari was right. It is a quirk that can be passed down from one holder to the next. Midoriya looks up at Yagi, who nods, giving him affirmation to go on. And when All Might is talking about looking for a successor, he's talking about looking for someone to inherit One for All. Midoriya swallows and takes in a deep breath. I am All Might's successor in our universe. Midoriya pulls on his fingers. I have One for All currently. An explosion of questions from all of the students are shot at Midoriya, who is immediately overwhelmed. Over on the teacher side of things, Aizawa is glaring at Yagi. And how long has the problem child had this quirk, and why wasn't I informed? Well, about the time of the entrance exam, I'd have to say, Yagi answers, somewhat hesitantly. I wasn't sure that telling you would have been wise, as it is important for One for All to remain a secret. Not that I could have done much about it right now. I still don't understand why I wasn't informed about my problem child having recently gotten his quirk at the beginning of the year, Aizawa sighs. I hope you know I almost expelled him over thinking he was an arrogant child, having thought that his quirk, no matter how destructive, would do all of the work for him. Luckily he is a smart child and impressed me. Yagi gulps. I suppose that would be something I would change would I find myself back in time. I would hope so. Is Aizawa's final comment to the retired hero. Shigaraki couldn't help but find this whole scenario gross. He had already been aware of Midoriya being All Might's successor. He didn't understand why he had to sit through the brat explaining it to everyone else. Spinner had stars in his eyes. This just seemed to solidify his reasons for worshipping Stain. The other villains either found it interesting or an extremely boring revelation. Toshinori put his vibrating phone back in his pocket, deciding to let Night Eye's call go to voicemail. Again. It was impossible to tell whether he was calling about One for All or about Toshinori's new job at UA. Well, maybe it wasn't impossible, but that would require actually picking up the phone and talking to him, so it was out of the question. Whatever conversation Night Eye wanted, Toshinori wasn't ready to have it yet. You really shouldn't have avoided him like that, Gran Torino comments. Yagi sighs. I know. I was a coward. And an idiot. Oh, well, and irresponsible. Well, I wouldn't quite say you could have just reached out, but instead you let yourself reach how you are right now. Yagi pouts, but figures trying to respond would only lead to more comments from his old homeroom teacher. For now, he needed to focus on finding his elusive successor. He could always wait until classes started at UA and have his pick from among the elite students there, but he couldn't help feeling anxious to find the next symbol of peace as soon as humanly possible. If he could find a first year before they entered UA, then there was a chance they'd be able to receive one for all before classes even started. Yes, that would be the best-case scenario. Midoriya blushes bright red under the gaze of his classmates, some eyes lingering longer than others. He wished he knew who had somehow gotten the sludge villain to run the other day. He had been standing in the crowd cursing himself when the cry went out that All Might was just down the street, so he knew it had been a ruse, but somehow it had been just enough to get the villain to drop the hostage, which was more than any of the heroes present had accomplished. The child that had started the cry undoubtedly had a good head for strategy and would likely make a good successor, but no one had been able to tell who exactly had been the one to set the plan in motion, so there was no way for Toshinori to find them. Toshinori was obviously a little disappointed, but the child would undoubtedly become a great hero on their own merit someday, so he couldn't afford to spend too much time worrying about it. He just needed to find someone with a good heart and is strong enough for that. If it was possible, Midoriya turned an even brighter shade of red. Oh! Look at that, even in another universe All Might still thinks of you as a good successor, Ashido coos. Uraraka blinks rapidly. Wait a minute. She looks over at Midoriya. Does that mean that you grew up quirkless like these other universes? Suddenly the class's attention all snapped towards Midoriya. That thought hadn't even occurred to most of them. Well, not exactly, but yes, I did grow up quirkless, Midoriya confirms. He is suddenly tackled in hugs from Uraraka, Ashido, and Hagekyu. I'm fine, guys. Honestly. It wasn't even as bad as some of these universes make it out to be, really. Midoriya promises. He does accept the hugs though. Toshinori stumbled as he ran into someone, knocking them to the ground. He'd been too wrapped up in his thoughts. He shouldn't have gotten so distracted, some hero he was. He bent over to help the man up. Oh, I'm so sorry. I wasn't watching where I was going, this is all my fault. Wait, is that Jiru starts but is cut off by her on screen. Self. You think? A young lady glared at him as she practically pushed him out of the way to help the man up. Are you okay, Dad? Jiru has a faint blush on her cheeks as she watches herself glare at All Might. Hey look, it's you, Jiru. Kaminari exclaims. Jiru rolls her eyes. I can see that. Or, do you think I'll show up soon? Kaminari asks. How would I know? The man laughed and rolled his shoulder. I'm fine. You're stronger than you look, man. Thank you. Toshinori said nervously. Again, I am so sorry, you better be. The young lady hadn't stopped glaring at him. You could have hurt him, especially if you've got a strength quirk. Watch where you're going next time. Gran Torino busts out laughing. I like this girl. Jiru is blushing, but she also doesn't think that she'd take back anything she said. That is her dad that All Might had knocked over. Don't be rude, Kyoka, he already apologized. The man smiled. My name is Kayatoku Gyro, and this is my daughter Kyoka Gyro. And seriously, don't sweat it, I'm just fine. Your dad's so nice. Ashido exclaims. He's the best. Weird and kinda pushy, but he's pretty cool, Jiru says. Well, that's good to hear. Toshinori said. It's admirable that you are so concerned about your father's safety, young lady. I would like to think that most of us would be, Ida comments. Well, somebody has to be. Young Gyro muttered. Goodness knows he doesn't care about it enough. Jiru snickers. I got that right. Kayatoku laughed and ruffled her hair. Well, that's what I have you for, my little hero. And soon enough the entire world is gonna see it. Once you get into you, we love a supportive dad. Hagekyu squeals. Gyro pushed him away. Stop it, Dad. You're so embarrassing. Toshinori perked up. You're going to UA. Jiru blinks, then looks over to Midoriya with a raised eyebrow. Midoriya shrugs back at her, so she turns her attention back to the screen. I have to pass the entrance exam first. J.Ro huffed. But, yeah, that's the plan. Toshinori considered his next move carefully. This young lady was a bit rough around the edges, but she had an inner fire and protectiveness that reminded him of Nana. She would make a wonderful hero and, with some training, she had the potential to be an amazing symbol of peace too. He also couldn't deny that a 10-month head start would give her a huge advantage over if he waited until school began, and since she already had that drive to be a hero. He nodded firmly, mind made up. Oh my god, is that seriously all it takes for All Might to pick a successor? Ashido asks with an incredulous tone. I mean, I was asked to be his successor after running in to save Kaken from the sludge villain. Midoriya shrugs. Aizawa glares at Yagi. So standing up to you for running into someone is enough for you to decide to pass on a strong quirk to a stranger who is also a child, but me being the homeroom teacher to said child isn't enough to let me know anything. Yagi avoids eye contact. I have considerable experience working with heroes. In fact, I've worked at All Might's agency for almost my entire career. Toshinori smiled softly. I'd be happy to help train you for the entrance exam if you'd like. Because that isn't sketchy at all, Darby comments. I agree with the walking corpse over there. That sounds super sketchy, Yagi, Kiyama says. I will admit that that probably wasn't the best approach. Not the one you should have gone for at all, Aizawa says. Really? Kayatoku's eyes widened. Well, Kyoka, what are you waiting for? This is the opportunity of a lifetime. You know what I always say, never turn down an adventure. Say yes. I love your dad, Jiru. Kirishima exclaims. He's the absolute best. Jiru smiles as a response. J.Ro just ignored her father and looked at Toshinori skeptically. And what would this training look like? Gran Torino snorts. At least the girl has a good head on her shoulders. She'll definitely need that if she agrees to train with you. Yagi pouts. Muscle training, mostly. Toshinori answered, a bit thrown off. And quirk training. Who knows, with enough training, your quirk might develop into something else entirely. I have other resources that, if you choose to accept them, will set you on the path to becoming one of the greatest heroes in the world. Real subtle there, All Might, Hawks laughs. J.Ro frowned for another long moment and Toshinori was terrified she was going to say no until she shrugged. Well, it's not like I have another training plan right now, but this had better be worth it, okay? If not, I'm dropping you. I like this girl, Gran Torino smiles. Toshinori blinked in shock. Oh, of course, that sounds reasonable. Many snicker at the expression All Might had on his face. J.Ro nodded and her father instantly wrapped an arm around both of them. My little girl's gonna be a hero. Dad, J.Ro blushed. I'm not a little girl anymore. Toshinori smiled. The girl knew how to stand up for herself. Good. He had a feeling he'd made the right choice. Jiru blushes at the praise. Looks like you'll be All Might's successor in this one. Kaminari exclaims happily. Jiru rolls her eyes. Doesn't seem that hard. Looks like even you could inherit one for all. Hey! Kaminari exclaims. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Deku. I think he's some pro. Chapter 6. The interview. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Deku. I think he's some pro. Chapter 6. The interview. All the examinees sat awkwardly in the lobby outside Nezu's office, waiting for their turn to be called. The atmosphere was tense not only because everyone was nervous, but because the boy with the wind quirk kept glaring at the boy with the ice quirk, who didn't seem to notice and kept staring straight ahead. Yo, isn't that the guy from the licensing exam? Kaminari asks. Yeah, that's him, Todoroki answers. Cool. Izuku couldn't think of why the wind was so angry at ice, considering that wind won their round of the physical, but he figured there must be a good reason. Unless of course wind was like Kaken and just angry all the time, that was always a possibility. Better give him a wide berth. Demon, I forgot about this. How shitty is Bakugo in this one? Was anyone paying attention to that? Ashido asks. Bakugo huffs and rolls his eyes. This one hasn't shown us anything. but it's implied that this meme mainly bullies the nerd verbally but will get violent with the nerd occasionally. Wait a minute. Uraraka exclaims. Everyone's attention sways to Uraraka. Uraraka points an accusing finger at Bakugo. We've all been assuming that you haven't done anything that these versions of you are because we all thought that Midoriya had had his quirk for forever. But if that's not true and he was quirkless like these guys are, does that mean that you bullied Midoriya? Bakugo keeps direct eye contact with Uraraka while he lets the uncomfortable silence grow as everyone waits for Bakugo's answer. Midoriya looks like he is about to jump in and answer for Bakugo, but before Midoriya could do that, Bakugo answers. Yeah, I did. The silence grows for a few more long seconds. Uraraka looks obsessed. And what pink cheeks? Bakugo sticks his hands in his pockets. You want me to go into details? Tell you exactly what I said and did? F off. I was shitty as F in middle school. I've accepted that. Bakugo clicks his tongue and turns away from Uraraka. Midoriya finally decides to step in. Guys! Everyone's attention snaps to Midoriya. I've known that Kaken bullied me in middle school this whole time, but we have both worked past that and we're friends now. Midoriya does his best to make eye contact with everyone who is looking at him or glaring at Bakugo. You guys have no reason to be getting angry at Kaken on my behalf when Kaken and I have already gotten past everything that's happened in our past. This seems to settle most of the people in the theater. In the back with the adults, Aizawa passes a look to Hound Dog, who nods down to his notepad in response. They'd keep an eye out for anything that would go against what Midoriya just said, but they have seen Bakugo's growth since the first day of class. So, a girl with green hair broke the silence. That physical was something else, right? I believe that is 𝐒𝐭𝐲 from 1B, correct? Ida asks. Yeah, her quirk is so cool. Midoriya exclaims. Not to mention she is one of the 4 first-year recommendation spots. Yeah, another examinee laughed, some serious American Ninja Warrior stuff. Do you really think we'll have to climb that much as heroes? My arms are still sore. I'd suggest adding some more arm workouts in your routine then, Shuji comments. I think it'll depend on what kind of hero you want to be. Izuku hadn't even realized he'd opened his mouth until everyone was looking at him. Oh no. He hurried on in a panic. I mean, well, daylight heroes probably don't have to climb as much since most daytime villains are on street level, but it's very helpful for underground heroes to get a bird's eye view of situations, and they spend most of their time patrolling from the rooftops rather than the street. Daylight heroes stay on the street so that people can see them, so they don't have much use for climbing, except for maybe in a rescue situation and... I'll shut up now. That is very informative, Midoriya, Ida says. Midoriya blushes. Thanks, Ida. Izuku's face was hot in embarrassment and he looked at the floor as the rest of the examinees stared at him. I'd never thought of it that way, Yorozu said, and Izuku shot her a grateful look. I'm planning on being a spotlight hero myself. I never really hear about underground heroes, so I sometimes forget they exist. That's the point, Aizawa grumbles. Or Sho, we could never forget you exist. Yamada exclaims, going in for a side hug, but is quickly pushed to the floor instead. Fukukado and Kayoma laugh at Yamada's playful, betrayed face. That's kind of the point of underground heroes, though, isn't it? So that no one really knows they exist. The green-haired girl spoke up. I've considered going that route, but I'm not really sure. My quirk is kinda gross, so I'm not sure I'd ever be very popular anyway. Her quirk isn't gross at all. The way Midoriya continues to mutter about Setsuna's quirk, but it is muffled by Todoroki's hand so everyone else can focus on the screen. Izuku perked up. Your quirk involves disconnecting your limbs, right? I saw you use it a few times during the practical. How much muscle control do you have over a body part when it's disconnected? What would happen if a body part was injured or destroyed when it wasn't connected? Izuku realized he was rambling and quickly slammed his mouth shut. Midoriya, who finally noticed he had been going on about Setsuna's quirk, was blushing in embarrassment for both of themselves having gone on quirk tangents. The green-haired girl sat in shock for a moment before responding. Yeah. My quirk is called Lizard Tail Splitter and it allows me to disconnect any part of my body at will. I can split into up to 50 pieces at a time. Her right hand disconnected and scuttered toward Izuku and up his arm, poking him in the cheek. I can fully control them, even disconnected, and levitate them. If any are destroyed, I can regenerate them, but it takes a lot of energy, so I prefer to just call them back if I can. Midoriya was starry-eyed watching Setsuna's quirk in action, his fingers itching to be writing in his notebook. He almost debated borrowing Hatsume's sketchpad, but thought he'd rather live, so he didn't entertain that thought long. That's so cool. Izuku gushed. That would be great for underground work. Most villains wouldn't think to look for an eye or an ear hiding in the corner of a room, so your quirk would be perfect for intelligence gathering. It would also probably be useful for sabotage, since a hand could easily fit into small spaces. You'll make a wonderful underground hero if you choose, but don't just do it because you think your quirk is gross. She smiled widely. Thanks. I'd never thought of it like that. Have you guys ever wondered about what Midoriya thinks about your quirk? Ashido asks. Oh, definitely. Never for long though. My quirk is pretty simple, 𝐔𝐸𝐽 says. Todoroki keeps a grounding hand on Midoriya's shoulder to keep him from pouncing on 𝐔𝐸𝐽 with reasons her quirk isn't pretty simple. Izuku nodded. Yorozu, your quirk is some kind of creation, right? That grappling hook was really complicated, but you made it no problem. What kind of objects can you create? Yorozu smiled. My quirk is called creation. I can transform the lipids in my body into any non-living thing I want, but I have to understand the molecular structure. I've been studying chemistry since I first developed my quirk, so I can produce any element on the periodic table fairly easily as well as most known molecules. It's just a question of how they all come together. That is terrifyingly smart, Kaminari whines. Chemistry. At like 5. I can't even wrap my head around chemistry now. Zero pats Kaminari's back comfortingly. You're not the only one. Most of the other examinees were paying attention to the conversation now, and they were quick to pipe up with their own observations of Yayuru's quirk. After that, another person piped up and soon everyone was sharing their quirks. Even Wind and Ice had been roped into the discussion. Dean, look at Midoriya go making friends with all those smart people. Kirishima exclaims. He's just so friendly, it's hard not to open up to him about stuff, Kaminari adds. It's very true. He is a very good person to open up to, Todoroki says. Midoriya is doing his best to hide his face behind his hands. Yeah. My quirk is whirlwind. I can control any wind and I am super passionate about hero work. Izuku was almost physically blown back by the sheer energy that wind put off. Okay, so being constantly angry like Kaken was out, but if he said passion was so important, it was easy to see why he didn't like Ice, who remained blank-faced and probably didn't express passion for anything. Todoroki nods in agreement. Now it was Ice's turn. He paused for a moment, then said flatly, my quirk is called half hot, half cold. I can produce ice from my right side and fire from my left, but I don't use my fire. His tone clearly communicated that he was done talking, and everyone sat awkwardly for a moment as they digested his declaration. Wind was glaring at him again with even more intensity than before. Wow, what did you do to make him so obsessed at you, Roki? Kaminari asks. I believe he mentioned that because I reminded him of my father he disliked me, since he also hates my father, Todoroki answers. DMN, that SCKS. Not much you can do about that though, Zero comments. Todoroki shrugs. We've become friends. He pauses. I think. Well, that's cool then, Yorozu said finally, then turned to Izuku. What about you, Midoriya, what's your quirk? It wasn't really obvious from the physical round. Izuku's stomach sunk. Of course they were going to ask about his quirk. These were the first people that acted like they could be friends since he'd gotten his quirk, well, besides the underground heroes, but did they really count since they were all so much older than him? They'd reject him as soon as they knew, everyone did. How was he going to get out of this? Yorozu winces. Sorry, I put you on the spot there. It's all right. It was bound to be asked given that we had been talking about everyone else's quirks. Midoriya tells her. All of a sudden, the door to Nezu's office opened and an examinee walked out, followed by the principal himself, Izuku Midoriya. You know, I'm kinda afraid to ask if that was a coincidence or on purpose, Soto says. It's him. I'd safely put money on it being done on purpose, Kaminari says, shuddering. Izuku nodded in relief and practically ran into the office. Nezu smiled knowingly and shut the door behind him. Definitely on purpose then, Soto says. I told you. Kaminari shudders. He could still remember the terror of his exam with Ashido and the horror they experienced afterwards of how there was an intentionally left exit for them to have passed through. Have a seat. So you're the famous Deku I've heard so much about. To tell you the truth, I was quite surprised to hear that you were so young. I feel nervous, is that normal? Hawks asks and is met with a resounding amount of confirmation. Izuku sat down across from the principal and nodded. I honestly wasn't trying to trick anyone, he laughed. I freaked out when I realized how old Eraser and everyone thought I was. I thought it would be obvious from my analysis that I was just a fanboy. Aizawa rolls his eyes. We wouldn't ask for more analysis if it was just fanboy ramblings. Nezu poured 2 cups of tea and took a sip. I've read some of your analyses. They are extremely impressive. Nezu hums, sipping his tea. He's quite excited for his tea time with Midoriya once they return. I have a gut feeling that I shouldn't let them meet, Yagi stutters out. My self-preservation on the other hand is telling me that I shouldn't get in Nezu's way. Recovery Girl snorts. You have self-preservation. Since when? Gran Torino bursts out laughing. Izuku shook his head quickly. They're really not. They're just a fanboys rambling and I have no idea why heroes like them so much. Everyone else seems to think they are creepy, Aizawa shakes his head. Problem child, he grumbles. Well, Nezu clapped his hands together. While we're on the subject, perhaps you wouldn't mind giving me a brief analysis of your fellow examinees. You may want to specify on what brief means, Uraraka giggles. Hey, Uraraka. Midoriya exclaims. Uraraka giggles. You have to admit that when it comes to analyzing others you tend to forget what the word brief means, Deku. Izuku's eyes lit up as he started to wonder. Well, there's Yorozu, she's got a creation quirk that is super cool. It wouldn't be easy to use, but she's put in a massive amount of work learning chemistry so that she can create pretty much anything. The only weaknesses I can see are maybe how fast she can think under pressure. Also, if she has to create a lot in a short amount of time, I'm not sure she has the fat stores for that. Then there's the girl with the lizard tail quirk. She can separate her body parts, which would be perfect for intelligence gathering. The interview continued with Izuku rambling as Nezu listened and sipped his tea, occasionally interrupting with an observation or question. Before Izuku knew it, a half-hour had passed and there were 2 empty cups of tea sitting on the desk. You know, I think I am actually upset that I didn't get to hear the rest of them, Kaminari says. Really? Jiru asks. I mean, yeah. Kaminari nods. It's kinda cool when you can actually understand what he's saying. Well, Deku, thank you. Nezu stood and walked around the desk. You may go rejoin the other applicants outside, or you may go home if you wish. Wait, the interview is over. Izuku looked confused, but I just did some analysis, which I was going to do for fun anyway. Isn't the interview supposed to be difficult? Aren't you supposed to ask why I deserve a place at UA? Why I deserve to be a hero? Or, he looks so confused and adorable. Kiyoma gushes. Nezu looked at him curiously. Your analysis is a valuable skill and I never doubted that you were deserving as you put it. Would you prefer the interview were more difficult? Izuku waved his hands. Well, no, it's just, he rubbed the back of his neck. This just felt like tea with a friend. Good luck getting your kid back, Tsukochi tells Yagi. Yagi blushes. I don't think he's my kid, I think we both remember how these all started out. Tsukochi smirks. I wasn't talking about these alternate versions of him, Yagi. Tsukochi nods his head in Midoriya's direction, who is glancing back at Nezu. Yagi pales. Nezu's eyes brightened and he smiled. Then I hope we can do this again sometime, regardless of your results. Izuku returned the smile and Nezu led him back out into the lobby and grabbed the next student, and just like that, his entrance exam was over. Well, I think that went well. Kaminari loudly states. Jiru snorts. You think? The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Mastermind, Strategist for Hire Chapter 6, Learning Yes. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 screams. I get to meet Mastermind. Calm down crazy, Darby drawls. Some of us would like to keep our eardrums intact. You're just jealous that I get to meet Mindchan first. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Mastermind, Strategist for Hire Chapter 6, Learning Yes. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 screams. I get to meet Mastermind. Calm down crazy, Darby drawls. Some of us would like to keep our eardrums intact. You're just jealous that I get to meet Mindchan first. Izuku checked the address Jiran had texted him to make sure he was in the right place before going in, letting the door swing on its hinges behind him. The travel agency he was in was obviously a front, the bored young woman at the front desk fixing him with an unimpressed stare that very obviously said, "You're lost, idiot, get out of here before you hurt yourself." Izuku just ignored it, walking up to the desk with the sweetest smile on his face. "I've already written it down," Tsukochi says as he feels Aizawa's eyes on him. He glances over to the conversing League of Villains. "Although I'm not sure how helpful it'll be after this." "Hi. I have an appointment with Jiran. He said he had a package for me." The girl continued staring at him for a minute before she gave up and sighed. "If you're sure, 𝐒𝐿. What's the name?" "She's about to be in for a heart attack," Ashido giggles. She frowns as she gets an elbow in her side. "Hey, if I pretend this is fictional, I can blissfully enjoy this." Ashido crosses her arms and pouts. Izuku's smile got wider. Mastermind. He almost laughed as she did a double take, suddenly much more awake. "Just a moment, sir," her voice shook slightly. "I'll just let him know you've arrived." I almost feel bad for her. This is hilarious. Izuku nodded and found a seat in the lobby as the receptionist made a call. He was just pretending to look through a magazine when the door swung open again and a blonde girl in a loose school uniform came skipping in and leaned over the receptionist's desk. Toga was jumping around in excitement. "I get to meet Mindchan." "Hiya baby. You're cute. Jiran said he wanted to see me, do you know why?" "Was it to meet you? I like your shirt by the way, it's such a pretty shade of red. Red's my favorite color. I love seeing everyone in it. You just came prepared." Toga jumps into Darby's lap, sprawling herself across him. "She is really pretty, but I want to interact with Mindchan." Darby promptly shoves Toga off his lap. "If." Toga glares up at Darby but returns to her seat happily. Izuku smirked at the cornered look on the receptionist's face as Toga encroached further and further into her personal space. "Hey, you look older on the screen. Am I seeing that right?" Spinner asks. Toga hums and focuses all of her attention to the screen. "Hey, I do look older." Toga wrinkles her nose. "Weird." She was saved by Jiran coming out from the back. "Mastermind. Pleasure to see you again. Nice to see that the phone I gave you is working well." Tsukochi grumbles at how much harder it will be to track down Mastermind now. He can just tell that he'll be the one in charge of putting Mastermind away and that it will be no walk in the park. "It's working wonderfully, thanks," Izuku replied, "the laptop as well. If the other gear I've ordered is even half that quality, I don't think I'll ever order from anyone else." Darby smirks. Jiran knows quality and he definitely loves a customer who only buys from or through him. He's the best at what he does. The absolute worst, twice happily tells everybody. "That's what I like to hear." Jiran clapped him on the back and turned toward the receptionist and Toga, who was looking at Izuku hungrily. "Toga, I'll be with you in just a few minutes. Can you find something to entertain yourself out here in the meantime?" The receptionist looked faint as Toga smiled widely at her, her fangs on full display. "Good luck keeping your receptionist after this," Jiru snickers. "She'll be traumatized for sure," Uraraka adds. Toga pouts. "I'm sure the pretty receptionist loves me." "Your poor receptionist," Izuku said when the two arrived at Jiran's office. "Yeah," Jiran replied, "but remind me whose fault it is that Toga is here to begin with." "Mindchan's," Toga exclaims. "Because Mindchan wants to meet with me, point taken," Izuku chuckled. "So, you have my villain outfit. You know, I forgot that villains can have actual outfits for villainy and not just wear whatever they wear every day, Kaminari admits. Obviously they don't just wear one outfit for their whole life, dumbass. Jiru rolls her eyes and snickers. Kaminari laughs. Well, I know that, but actually recognizing that fact is totally different. Instead of replying, Jiran just took a large box and put it on the desk. Izuku looked over the contents, inspecting the armored briefs, shirt and jacket before moving on to the gas mask. Overall, it was simple and more than a little plain compared to the flashy hero costumes plastered all over the news, and it was exactly what Izuku wanted. The outfit is definitely made with more thought on its functionality rather than its looks, Aizawa comments. He is smart after all, Tsukochi tiredly adds. It all looks good. And the weapons. In the gym where you'll be training with Toga. Speaking of, I don't really like the idea of having to find a new receptionist. I just barely hired this one. The gym is the last door on the left. I'll go get Toga and meet you there. Toga was dancing about the room excitedly, ready for her other, older, self to meet Mastermind. Izuku nodded and made his way down the hall. He tried a few of the other doors, but they were all locked. Good, Jiran's not just a trusting idiot. He wouldn't be where he is if he was, Darby comments. The gym wasn't huge, but there was enough room to move around comfortably. There were a variety of different-sized boxes stacked against the walls so that they could train with obstacles when they were ready, and there was a large display of weapons on the wall beside the door. Izuku guessed that this room was normally used for demonstrations of the most common weapons Jiran sold. He noticed an innocent-looking cardboard box sitting on the ground under the weapons display and was halfway to wondering what was inside before he saw the name Mastermind written in small black letters in one corner. He smiled and opened it. All the weapons he'd ordered were there, as well as a few extra training versions, which were basically the same, except dull instead of sharp. Okay, but why do I want to suddenly learn how to use all of these? Kaminari asks. Because they are dangerous and look like fun. Zero offers. Is this really him? Is this Mastermind? He's so tiny. It was a wonder this girl was such an effective killer, considering she probably wouldn't know stealth if it bit her in the butt. Toga had a Cheshire grin on her face. Oh Mine-chan. You should know me better than that. Izuku really hoped that this wasn't one of those smart people make stupid decisions moments because he wasn't really ready to die today. Maybe he should have put his affairs in order before showing up. The entire league, sans Toga, immediately gave their confirming statements that he definitely should have, which has Toga pouting. Something must have shown on his face because Jiran laughed. I would say she won't bite, but honestly I don't know. Yeah Toga, this kid is Mastermind. Don't let his size fool you though, he's probably one of the smartest villains I've ever met. Mastermind, I'm sure you already know this is Toga Himiko, considering you're the one that wanted this meeting. Oh, I would definitely bite. It's such an easy puncture method to get all of that BLD flowing. Toga seems to be glowing with pride in herself. Oh! Himiko squealed, Mastermind knows who I am. And he's so cute. You need a cute nickname to match. Like Staney. Mastermindy. MSTR-chan. Mine-chan. Mine-chan. That's perfect. Jiran said you asked for me Mine-chan. Why does a cutie like you want to meet an adorable killer like me? Toga happily tells the whole theater that she thought up the Mine-chan nickname first, like it was some sort of competition. Izuku swallowed his doubts and smiled. It was getting easier to understand her the more he listened. Her excitement wasn't too different from his own ramblings after all. And Jiran probably wouldn't let her kill him. Probably. Jiran wouldn't let her kill you, but would he stop her from trying? Darby smirks. Toga squeals and bounces in her seat. Mine-chan would look so cute covered in BLD. Well, you probably know that not many people have met me, yet. So, I need to learn how to defend myself, and, you're really good at knife combat so, yeah. He cringed and saw Jiran mirroring the expression. Smooth. Toga, however, didn't really care. That girl hears keywords and keywords only, any other words are immediately struck from her memory and most of the time those keywords are what she wants to hear and there is no way to change what she thinks she heard. Darby informs. You say that but I know Toga is immediately cut off by Darby slamming his hand over her mouth. You know nothing. Darby glares daggers at her, keeping eye contact the entire time. As Darby slowly lets his hand come off her mouth, Toga is revealed to be pouting. Toga knew better than to bite or like Darby's hand after the first time when he singed off her eyebrows and some of her bangs in retaliation. Granted, she had stabbed his leg afterwards for it, but still, she didn't want to lose any of her hair. Wow! So you want me to teach you how to fight Mine-chan? That's so cool. I don't really know what I'm doing half the time. I just like to see people in red, so I don't know if I'll be a good teacher, but it'll be lots of fun to try. You say that, but your knife work is some of the most precise knifemanship that I've seen, Spinner comments. Despite his common sense screaming at him to get as far away from this girl as possible, her enthusiasm was contagious. Perfect, Toga-sensei. If you'll try to be a good teacher, I'll do my best to be a good student. Toga looks disgusted at the name. That will not do, no way. Toga-sensei sounds so not cute. It was Toga's turn to cringe. Toga-sensei. That's not cute at all. Just call me Himiko, Mine-chan. And then she ran at him with a knife. Izuku didn't think he had ever been more sore in his life. He was currently stretched out on the couch icing his bruises with bags of frozen peas. Thankfully, the training knives he and Toga had been using only left bruises instead of slashes. Toga wasn't too happy about that. She insisted that red was a much prettier color than purple. I insisted because it's true. Izuku heard the door open, but didn't bother moving. He wasn't even sure he could at this point, but maybe he was just being dramatic. Oh. Izuku sweetie, are you okay? What happened? Oh, you know, just the usual getting knocked on your butt by a serial killer, just everyday things really, Kaminari comments in a playful way. Jiru bops his head. Idiot, she says with a fond smile and a roll of her eyes. Hi Mom, Izuku tried to smile, but it came out as more of a pained grimace. I just spent the afternoon with a few friends. One of them is pretty good at martial arts and she was trying to teach me. She's just, really enthusiastic. Yeah, that's totally what happened, Zero snickers. His mom didn't seem any less worried, but seemed to decide to take his word for it. Did you learn a lot? What's she like? Midoriya suddenly shudders at the idea of Toga interacting with his mom. He hopes Mastermind doesn't involve his mom at all. Izuku lit up. Yeah, I did. We basically spent the whole time going over some basics and getting them into my body. She said I'm a really fast learner. What else? Like I said, she's really enthusiastic and not just about fighting. Himiko just does everything with about twice as much energy as anyone else, so she's actually a lot of fun to be around. It was a little intimidating at first, but I'm getting used to her, so it's not too bad. See, I'm not so bad once you get to know me more. Toga exclaims, popping up right behind Uraraka and Asui. They both startle and WHP their bodies around to face Toga, both of them on high alert. Toga giggles. You're both so cute. All battle ready when neither of us can even harm the other even if we wanted to. She settles herself in between the two girls. Now we can pretend that we're basically normal schoolgirls gossiping at a slumber party. Uraraka and Asui aren't quite sure how to handle this situation as Toga really can't hurt them and they aren't sure how to tell her that they'd still feel better if she went back to where she was sitting before. Mom was smiling too now. I'm so happy you're making friends, Izuku. She sounds really nice. Maybe you should bring her around for dinner sometime, Toga gasps. I want to meet Mine-chan's mom. She quickly turns to Midoriya, leaning over Uraraka to do so. Can I meet your mom, Izuku? Midoriya startles, having been distracted by the terrifying thought of Toga meeting his mom. Oh, I don't think that'd be a good idea, he tells her. Toga pouts. She turns to Uraraka and Asui. You'd let me meet your parents, right? Uraraka and Asui both share a look. Kiro, Toga-Himiko. Call me Himiko, Toga interrupts. Himiko, if you don't remember, our parents are civilians and you are a villain who has attacked us. I don't think that it would be a wise idea to let you see our parents, Asui says. Toga pouts again. Yeah, no, that would not be happening. You've been so happy these past few months. I was so worried about you after Katsuki was attacked by that awful villain. You were just so quiet for months after, and then that whole thing with trying to find a job. I don't know what changed, but you seem to be thriving now. Many of class won a wince. That hurt to hear, knowing the reason. Izuku thought about it for a minute. It definitely hadn't been a smooth transition from wannabe hero to up-and-coming villain, but was he happier now? He thought of his fight with Toga and how she didn't ever ask about his quirk, just pouted that she wasn't allowed to make him bleed. He thought of Jiran and how he treated him like an equal. He thought about his overflowing inbox, full of people who respected him and wanted to be associated with him, and he felt a smile tug at the corners of his mouth as he looked up at his mom. Yeah, I guess I am. I've found people who like me and I'm doing something I enjoy. For the first time in a while, I think I'm really happy. Ouch, Jiru comments. That's so upsetting. Kaminari asks. Not the word I was looking for, but yeah. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Viridian, the Green Guide Chapter 6, Trigger. Of course the problem child would get wrapped up in Trigger, Aizawa grumbles. Hey, who knows, maybe this will have nothing to do with the kid, Tsukochi offers. Aizawa gives his best deadpan look of, are you actually serious? Yeah, you know your problem children best. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Viridian, the Green Guide Chapter 6, Trigger. Of course the problem child would get wrapped up in Trigger, Aizawa grumbles. Hey, who knows, maybe this will have nothing to do with the kid, Tsukochi offers. Aizawa gives his best deadpan look of, are you actually serious? Yeah, you know your problem children best. When Izuku rolled out of bed and immediately started his nightly stretches before getting dressed in his vigilante clothes. Was it weird that the middle of the night was turning into his favorite time of day? It probably was. Kaken would probably think he was crazy for wanting to go out in the middle of the night to bother heroes. Does anyone else feel like Viridian thinks about Kaken a lot for him being a bully here? Ashido asks. Uraraka frowns. Yeah, I sorta noticed that too. I wonder how many times he's thought about Kaken in this universe so far. A piece of paper flutters down to Uraraka's lap. Uraraka unfolds the paper and her eyes widen. 34 times. In only 5 episodes, chapters. Whatever, but that's like 7 times for each chapter episode. Ashido whistles in disbelief. That's so many times. It should lessen the further we get, right? Kaminari points out. As long as Bakugo and Midoriya's interactions decrease, I'd assume so, Vorozu adds. Izuku snuck out to the front door, but froze with his hand on the doorknob. Hadn't he decided yesterday that he really needed to take weapons with him? He hesitated another long moment while he debated the merits of just going out weaponless again. He could always just rely on what trash he could find, right? It had worked just fine last time. Aizawa takes a deep breath in and out. For the love of my own sanity, since I know you don't care about your own, please don't do that. Yamoda snickers. You've gotten attached to this one. Aizawa glares and Yamoda. I can just feel the problems this one will give me. You guys haven't even met, why would you think he'll cause you problems? You don't even cover where he patrols, Kiyoma chimes in. Aizawa gives her a deadpan look. He'll be my problem child. I'd bet my entire supply of jelly pouches on it. Kiyoma holds her hands up in surrender. Got it, Dadzawa. Jiru does her best to keep her laughter in, but a few laughs get out, getting her questioning looks from those around her. But while he could do that, he probably shouldn't. Mom would kill him if she knew he was running into fights without any kind of weapon or plan of attack, and while he wasn't planning on her finding out, it was the principle of the thing. Pretty sure she'd beg you to stop either way, nerd, Bakugo comments. Midoriya blushes in embarrassment. Yeah, she's a real worrier. So something small and easy to hide, but also something he could grab quickly so he didn't cut too much into his vigilante time tonight. Cut. Maybe he should bring some sort of knife. Aizawa snorts. He didn't see the problem child finding a good knife for self-defense in the spare knives that a civilian would own. He turned on his phone's flashlight and went into the kitchen. Were there any knives that Mom wouldn't miss? He obviously couldn't take any from the knife block, they'd be missed immediately. He might be able to get away with taking a steak knife, but it probably wouldn't be a good idea to put a knife in his pocket without any kind of sheath, would it? He'd just end up cutting himself as he tried to run get heroes, and that wouldn't do any good. Aizawa nods in approval. At least the problem child isn't just grabbing anything that could be a weapon without thinking of how it'll affect his work. Are we sure you're not just gonna adopt this stray off the street? Kiyoma asks. Aizawa shrugs. Someone has to. Fukukado and Yamada laugh at his response. He needed a knife with some kind of protection already built in. Izuku smiled as an idea occurred to him, and he started to rummage as quietly as he could in the junk drawer. It took him a while to find what he was looking for since they used it so infrequently, and he was starting to get scared that they'd actually lost it when his hand closed around the old box cutter. Izuku practiced extending and retracting the blade a few times to get a feel for it. Yeah, the cuts wouldn't be very deep, but they'd be enough to distract a villain in a pinch so Izuku could run away or find another opening. It was a good start. Aizawa nods. Not bad. Now onto a bludgeoning weapon. On a whim, Izuku went to the pantry and grabbed a can of soup. Running around with a can wouldn't be good in the long run, since it was heavy and hard to hold, but he could always replace it with something more streamlined later. Besides, it had worked so well last time that he knew it was reliable. Class 1A were poking fun at Midoriya for running around with a can of soup in his pocket. A lot of them trying to figure out how he could possibly do that without it constantly falling out or slowing him down. A can and a box cutter didn't feel like enough, though. Izuku was going to be fighting quirkless against people with quirks, so he probably needed a few more weapons than most vigilantes did. He wished he had something like tonfa, but he didn't know how to use them, and they were just a bit larger than he was comfortable carrying around in his hoodie pocket. Some kind of stick would work pretty well, though, if only. Izuku quickly went to the hall closet where Mom kept her old crafting supplies. Hadn't she done a project with wooden dowels a few months ago? If Izuku was lucky, there'd be a few left. Aizawa makes a face into his capture scarf. Those wouldn't last long in a fight against someone with a durable exterior. Toga tuts. Those aren't gonna last you very long. She rolls herself across Uraraka's lap. They'll maybe last you one fight if you're lucky. She kicks her legs back and forth like a cliché gossiping high school girl. Uraraka looked lost at what to do. Half of her wanting to shove Toga as far away as possible and the other half scared of what sort of reaction doing so would cause. He grinned when he saw the dowels standing up against the wall. He grabbed two of the shorter pieces, each about 20 centimeters long and 3 around, but one was slightly shorter than the other. Izuku hoped that the difference wouldn't throw him too off balance if he had to use them in a fight. I don't see those working out for him. He needs something more durable, Aizawa mutters. Of course the little listener does, but all of his weapons are just things he has laying around. They aren't going to really work out for him in the long run, Yamada adds. Aizawa grumbles under his breath. Now that he finally felt armed enough, Izuku turned off his flashlight and walked out the front door. He was ready. No you aren't, problem child, Aizawa groans. Oh don't sweat it, Eraser. I'm sure you'll find the kid and help him out soon enough. Fukukado nudges him. Aizawa sighs. I just hope it's soon enough. Izuku pressed himself against the wall to make sure he was completely hidden in the shadows. While he watched the thugs. He had heard raised voices, so ran toward the side street and was currently hiding in an alley, but the thugs weren't actually doing anything. There were about 10 of them and they were probably part of a gang or something, but they seemed to be joking around and roughhousing, not doing anything nefarious. Then why are you watching them so closely? Shiro asks. Midoriya shrugs. My best guess is that my other self wanted to make sure that they actually weren't up to anything. Shiro nods. That's fair. People hanging out in an alley definitely look suspicious. When did your friend say she was coming? One of the thugs asked. And why did we have to meet her here? There are flies everywhere, man. Kuda furrowed his eyebrows in confusion, but didn't say anything. Oh, stop being such a baby. That guy seemed to be the leader. He had green skin and what looked like thorns on his face, which made Izuku wonder what his quirk was. She'll be here soon. Izuku shook his head and turned away. There were other people who needed his help. There was no point in waiting around here. He was just about to leave when the first thug cried out in pain and Izuku whipped around to see him clutching a hand to his neck. Demon fly bit me. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 read a piece of paper that had appeared on his lap. All will be explained in due time. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 guesses that he'll just have to wait for his answers. Within a few seconds, each of the thugs slapped a hand to their necks and cried out. Those must be some vicious flies if they bit all of them, but why bite all of them at once? Izuku should run. Those bites looked painful and he didn't necessarily want to have to explain to his mom how he got an insect bite when he was supposedly at home in bed. God, I hate it when I wake up with bug bites, Kaminari groans. You know that means you probably have spiders in your room, right? Jiru asks. Kaminari shudders. I sure hope not. He turned to leave again. You beach. I'll kill you. Izuku watched in shock as the thugs all started powering up and attacking each other. What? And they all had such powerful quirks too. He thought quirks this powerful were rare, and the more powerful your quirk, the more likely you would be encouraged to be a hero, so a group of thugs all with powerful quirks was unheard of. But they were going crazy, like they were on drags or something, but they hadn't even been smoking. You have to be kidding me, Aizawa groans. He pulls his sleeping bag out and cocoons himself inside. I'm not dealing with this one, he claims. I am hoping to any and every deity out there that this is subjective to this universe and this universe alone. Tsukochi looks like he just pulled multiple all-nighters that lead to nothing actually useful. Well, this should be fun then. Yamada exclaims with a dying sense of cheer. That makes sense to people that aren't the author, right? Just then, one of the thugs caught sight of him. Boys, look, we've got a toothpick to crush. Anyone else wondering why they are suddenly so hostile? Ashido wonders. Some of her classmates raised their hands. Izuku froze and swallowed thickly as every one of the thugs turned toward him. Time to run. Book it, Zuku. Toga excitedly shouts, giggling right after. Shota crouched on a rooftop overlooking the bar district. Normally this was Amplifier's territory, but she'd come down with the flu and had to call in sick, so Shota had agreed to cover her shift. He would usually be trying to track down leads on the Trigger case, but he hadn't gotten any new information recently. He was starting to get frustrated with the whole thing. Trigger had been in Japan for years now, and so far they had only been able to arrest low-level thugs and pawns and were no closer to finding the people behind the villain factory. Except it's basically a cold case now because there hasn't been any activity we can track back to them recently, Tsukochi mutters with a groan. Some have their eyes, they moved countries after too much hero and police interference, Aizawa sighs. All of this is a bunch of BS, I promise I am working on reading Vigilantes though. I will finish it at some point. Jaime from a few months ago, still haven't gotten too far on Vigilantes, here. He wouldn't admit it, but Shota was scared. People didn't do things for no reason, so there had to be some eventual goal to using drags to temporarily turn normal people into powerful villains, but Shota couldn't see it. Permanent increase in quirk power would be my guess, Gorozu says. Some of her classmates nod along. Trigger on its own was bad enough, but the stuff it was sometimes cut with made the user violent and prone to attacking anyone in sight. So that means that Viridian is being chased by a bunch of thugs hopped up on a bad cut of Trigger. Kaminari asks, a hint of worry in his voice. So we're about to watch a train wreck, nice. Zero monotones. I literally have no way I can think of to better describe the way in which Zero says this. And that wasn't even counting the people who had been abducted and had their bodies modified to accommodate their more powerful quirks. Hi, yes, I would like to go back to Mastermind please. Kaminari looks terrified at the thought of kidnapping and human experimentation. Hopefully, the people behind the villain factory weren't doing this to gear up to a major attack, but there was no way to know if they were. The dealers didn't know anything about the production of the drag, and even those higher up on the supply chain hadn't known anything about the kidnappings. Shota was just ready for this case to be over already. He was sick of not knowing anything. That just means that whoever's all at the top sees everyone underneath them as expendable and is willing to cut them whenever they stop being useful, Midoriya mutters, scribbling out notes in a notebook he doesn't even fully register having received. There was a crash off to his left and Shota turned to see a kid running as fast as he could as he was chased by a mob of powered-up villains. The kid was wearing a green hoodie and goggles and kept glancing around as he ran like he was looking for someone. Was this the new vigilante Amplifier had told him about? It must be, But didn't Viridian lead heroes to villains and not the other way around? Usually, yes, 𝐻𝐸𝐵 remarks. He just wasn't fast enough to not be seen this time, 𝐤𝐸𝐵 adds with a snicker. As the group got closer, Shota decided it didn't matter much. He needed to stop them before any civilians could be injured, which in the bar district was a distinct possibility. DMN problem child, why couldn't he have left the villains where they were? Because they chose to fight the first person they saw, and that happened to be Viridian. Shota jumped down, startling Viridian, who stared at him with wide eyes that Shota could barely see behind his goggles, then tripped and landed flat on his stomach, making Shota snort. "Ha! I heard that snort," Fukukado announces gleefully. Aizawa rolls his eyes. "Congratulations, you heard me inhale and exhale at the same time. Stay away from the fight, kid," he said. "I'll handle this." He cancelled the villain's quirks, then started to wrap as many as he could in his capture weapon, knocking them into each other and into the walls to disorient them. He couldn't see Viridian anymore, so hopefully the kid had enough sense to run away. He's a problem child. He won't be too far for long. Izuku watched with wide eyes as Eraserhead fought the thugs. Eraserhead. He'd been trying to get Amplifier, mostly because she was the closest and the thugs' quirks were making it very hard for Izuku to stay ahead of them, but Eraserhead was even better. His quirk was so cool. Izuku could tell where he was looking just by seeing whose quirk could activate and whose couldn't. And then his hair. Did he have a secondary levitation quirk, or was there something about his hair floating that was necessary for his quirk? Maybe it was built into his quirk to make sure that the hair didn't get in his eyes. If that were the case, if Eraserhead was hanging upside down and activated his quirk, would his hair float upwards like it was defying gravity, like it did when he was standing up, or would it obey the laws of physics and stay down so that it wouldn't risk getting in his eyes? What if? I love being able to hear all of this. These are so cool to think about, Denki exclaims. He turns to look at 𝐤𝐸𝐵. You think Aizawa-sensei would answer any of these questions? 𝐤𝐸𝐵 snorts. Doubtful. Izuku was so caught up watching Eraserhead's quirk in action that he didn't notice that one of the thugs had gotten out of Eraserhead's line of sight and was looking straight at him. Izuku yelped as a tentacle wrapped around his ankle and started pulling him toward the grinning villain, who apparently had a squid quirk that gave him tentacles for hair. Pay attention, you dumbass. Bakugo snarls. Midoriya winces. I know, but Eraserhead has such a cool quirk, Kaken. How could I not get distracted? Not an excuse. You plan on getting distracted every time you see a cool quirk. But it's Eraserhead, Midoriya whines. Bakugo scoffs. Izuku hurriedly reached into his pocket and grabbed the box cutter he'd brought, fumbling as he expended the blade, then slashed at the tentacle. The villain screamed and let go as dark blood started pouring out of the wound. He growled at Izuku, who was holding his knife in front of him like a lifeline, then launched several tentacles at him at once. Izuku slashed and dodged as fast as he could, thankful that he was used to dodging explosions. Bakugo grimaces. He managed to cut quite a few of the tentacles that were attacking him, but the box cutter wasn't long enough to cut them off, not that Izuku really wanted to do that anyway. If he cut them off, would they grow back, or were they like an arm that once it was severed, was gone forever? Bakugo shoots a look at Midoriya, who grimaces. Not Eraserhead this time, dumbass. Midoriya groans. But it's such a cool quirk. He really needed to stop getting distracted by interesting quirks, because just as he was getting into a rhythm fighting the tentacle villain, another came up and hit him between the shoulder blades, throwing him to the ground and making him lose his hold on the box cutter. He looked up to see a villain with bulging muscles looming above him. This wasn't good. And dead. Tomura exclaims. There goes the vigilante. Darby snorts. You wish. He won't go down that easy. The kid's decently resourceful, and with Eraserhead there I doubt he'll be in trouble for long. Tomura grumbles, not being able to argue. Well, he didn't have any ranged weapons, but his best option was the dowels, probably, since he'd lost his knife. Izuku's heart sunk as he grabbed the wooden sticks from his hoodie pocket. They didn't look like they'd do a lot of good against a strength quirk. The man lunged for him again and Izuku dodged around him, then brought both sticks down on the back of the man's skull. They broke. Stab him with the pointy part. Toga shouts at the screen. Oh! Izuku gulped as the man slowly turned around and glared at him. This was it. This was how he died. Wait. Was he deflating? I thought I told you to get away, kid. Darby elbows Shigaraki and Shigaraki shoves Darby off his seat. Suddenly the man was wrapped in Eraserhead's scarf and pulled out of the way to reveal the hero himself staring down at Izuku with an exasperated expression. Okay, this was how he died. I think I might prefer the villain to kill me, Midoriya groans, hiding his face. Same though, Zero laughs. Aizawa-sensei can be terrifying. Sorry, Eraserhead, sir. Just. A movement behind Eraserhead caught Izuku's eye and he realized that the tentacle villain hadn't been taken down yet and was going to grab Eraserhead. Izuku didn't even have time to think before he was rushing forward. His dowels may be broken, but they had splintered when they broke, which made them more like stakes. He didn't need to completely defeat the villain, he just needed to immobilize him for long enough for Eraserhead to erase his quirk. Yes. Toga screams, startling Uraraka and Zu with how close she was again. Stab him! He ducked beneath Eraserhead's arm and brought his stakes down on two of the tentacles, pinning them to the ground and making the villain cry out in pain. A few seconds later, the man was dragged toward him as his tentacles retracted back into his head. Izuku looked up behind him and could barely see a glint of red behind the gold goggles. Eraserhead waited a few seconds to make sure that the villain wasn't getting up. He must have passed out from the pain once his quirk was erased, then turned his glare toward Izuku. You must be Viridian. Your dumbass proceeds, Bakugo states with a smirk. Midoriya whines. Kaken, it's not my fault. I had to. Bakugo rolls his eyes, a small smile still on his face. Yeah right. Izuku winced. I didn't ask for that article, I swear. I'm so sorry, Eraserhead, I was going to get Amplifier when these guys just started going crazy all of a sudden, but then one of them saw me, and then wait, did you say they went crazy all of a sudden? He's connecting the dots. Denki jumps up and down in his seat. He's not connecting SHT, Bakugo scoffs with a smirk. Denki gapes at Bakugo. Did you just dash? Denki momentarily resembles the stunned Pikachu meme. Izuku nodded and shrunk a little when he saw the scowl deepen on Eraserhead's face. He watched as Eraserhead knelt down and turned the tentacle villain over onto his back, then opened his mouth and took out his tongue. Black. Figures. Aizawa groans. There goes any hope this wasn't what we thought it was. Why is the color of his tongue important, Eraserhead? Izuku asked hesitantly. Couldn't it just be a part of his quirk? Don't some species of squid naturally have black tongues? Eraserhead looked up at him appraisingly. True, but why don't you check one of the other villains? I doubt you can justify them all having black tongues naturally. Izuku slowly made his way over to one of the unconscious villains and looked at his tongue. Sure enough, it was black, but the color's fading. Eraserhead nodded. It's the drag. It's called trigger. You can tell who's addicted because the tongue stays black. These guys must have just shot up the one time. But they didn't. Denki looks over at Jiru but she just shrugs. But they didn't shoot up. Izuku said. Eraserhead froze. What? Izuku fidgeted under his stare. I was watching them. They weren't using needles or anything before they went crazy. They weren't even smoking. Eraserhead frowned. Strange, trust your gut Eraser, Aizawa grumbles to himself. Eraserhead, sir. Izuku fidgeted again. I'm sorry for getting in your way. Eraserhead sighed. Just call me Eraser, kid, and while I wish you'd hadn't gotten involved, you managed to hold your own. Stay out of fights, kid, you don't want to die. Nah, I'm pretty sure that was the point. Pretty fed up. Izuku waited for probably a moment too long before nodding and running away. Izuku tucked himself back into bed after tending to his injuries for the night and thought about those weird thugs. Eraser said it was some kind of a drag, but how did they get exposed to it? Izuku shook his head. He should leave the investigation to Eraser and the police, he would just get in the way. And why do I have a feeling it won't stay that way, Aizawa groans. Yamada snorts. Because he's your problem child. There's no way he'd stay out of it. Right as he was falling asleep, he remembered what one of the thugs had said right before going crazy. There are flies everywhere. Weren't flies supposed to be asleep at night? Heh, weird. Okay, so those things are definitely coming back later, Denki comments. Obviously, Jiru rolls her eyes, a small smile on her face. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Cheat code, support strategist chapter 6, practical. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Cheat code, support strategist chapter 6, practical. Izuku gaped at Nedzu, the Nedzu, principal of UA, and tried not to fanboy. He failed. Oh my goodness, you're Nedzu. One of the few animals with a quirk, although that is becoming more common as animals evolve alongside humans, but high specs gives you hyper-intelligence and, suddenly, Izuku's brain caught up with his mouth and he realized exactly what Nedzu had just said, and you caught me trying to hack UA before I even took the entrance exam. Quite a few of the theater's occupants were laughing, some cackling off to the side. At this Midoriya's predicament. I'm sure it'll end up just fine, Deku, Uraraka tells Midoriya, doing her best not to seem like she finds this situation hilarious as well. Midoriya groans. You can laugh. I just know I'd do something similar if I had the skill set for it. Oh, but you could, Midoriya-kun. Nedzu exclaims, seemingly appearing on Midoriya's shoulder. Both Uraraka and Midoriya startle. A few classes with me, and I can guarantee you'd have these very same skills. Nedzu's beady eyes seem to shine in the light. Well, the base for them anyway. Midoriya stared at the principal on his shoulder with wide eyes. So what do you say, Midoriya? How about a few classes with me? The principal's mouth turns up in what one could only assume to be a smile. I'd even provide the tea. Midoriya, snapped out of his shock, replies, of course. Perfect. And just as Nedzu had seemingly appeared, he had gone back to where he was sitting with the other pro heroes. He really was an idiot, just like Kaken said, wasn't he? He was going to get kicked out of UA before he even got accepted just because he'd gotten bored and decided to do something stupid. Aizawa snorts. Anyone who'd even get close to hacking into UA would probably be welcomed with open arms by the rat. Yamada shudders. I don't doubt it. Of course 𝐺𝐺 wasn't leading him to his practical exam, he was taking him to the principal, who was going to press charges and then he'd get a permanent record and nowhere else would accept him and I'll leave him to you, then. Good luck. 𝐺𝐺 said. As he turned his back to leave, Izuku could have sworn he muttered something about the end of the world, but honestly, he was too scared of what was about to happen to pay much attention. He swallowed thickly and looked at the principal, who was still grinning at him. Maybe he was just waiting for Izuku to apologize. Well, apologizing couldn't make things worse, at least. Debatable, Shigaraki mutters around a mouthful of popcorn. Where did you dash? Darby starts but is interrupted by a menu being shoved in his face. It just fell on my lap. Shigaraki shrugs. You can have it, I don't want to hold it. Darby looks at the menu, sees the soba, it pops into his lap, and then he passes the menu on as he stares at the cold soba in his lap trying to figure out how it got there. Izuku lowered himself into a deep bow. I am so sorry, Principal Nedzu, sir. What I did was completely uncalled for and inappropriate. I wasn't thinking clearly and obviously that's no excuse, but, oh, there's no need for that, Midoriya. Nedzu chirped. In fact, what you did was quite impressive. See? I told you everything would be alright, Uraraka exclaims as she pats Midoriya's back. Izuku straightened up in shock. The principal's expression was hard to read, on account of his face not being human, but he couldn't see any anger or malice. What? You're not mad. Oh no. Nedzu stepped aside and gestured for Izuku to come in. In fact, I was quite delighted. It's not often that people are brave enough to try, so it's quite fun to test my defenses against new faces. Midoriya, if apprehensive at first at the thought of lessons with Nedzu, was more relaxed at the idea. This could be fun. Izuku nodded numbly and sat in the chair Nedzu offered him. He still couldn't believe that he wasn't in trouble, but apparently Mai had been right about him making a good first impression. Or maybe Nedzu was just getting his hopes up to crush them later. It wouldn't be the first time. DMN, who hurt you? Darby asks as he slurps up his cold soba. Don't be so insensitive, Darby. Toga exclaims, taking the menu from Spinner, who gives her a bark as well as 2 chirps but otherwise lets her take the menu. Nezu carefully poured the tea and set a cup down in front of Izuku. So, how long have you been hacking? I think about 8 months. Izuku took the cup and held it while he waited for it to cool. I only picked it up after I decided to apply to the support course. I thought it'd be useful for information gathering. Oh, I agree completely. Nezu chirped and took a sip of his tea. But I am surprised that you're still so new to it, considering your creativity this morning. Was applying to support a recent decision? Oh, totally recent, Shigaraki remarks, throwing popcorn up in the air and then catching it on his collarbone. Shigaraki scowls, but tries again and catched it in his mouth this time. He just had to get his dreams crushed by the oh-so-great All Might first. Yagi winces, having heard the comment from Shigaraki. The comment hurt worse because he couldn't argue it. He had crushed his boy's dreams. Well, Izuku chuckled awkwardly. I thought that hero support was just inventing stuff. I didn't think to look into the analysis track until… sorry, I'm rambling, but well, since I really enjoy analyzing heroes and quirks, it just seemed perfect, I guess. Nezu smiled knowingly. It's not often that we get young people applying to be analysts. Most people assume that support is simply invention of support items, like you did, and while analysis is an important part of creating those support items, many people overlook its potential in strategy and intelligence gathering. Speaking of your analysis, may I see your portfolio? Izuku nodded and dug the notebook out of his backpack to hand to Nezu, who eagerly started leafing through it. Izuku wondered if he was just skimming his writing or if his quirk gave him the ability to speed read. If it was the latter, then how fast could he read? Was the speed limited by his quirk or could he train himself to read even faster? If he wasn't limited by his brain, then his speed would probably be limited by how fast he could physically turn the pages, but if he was reading something that scrolled automatically, like on a computer, how would that affect the speed? I'm not as fast as all that, Midoriya. Nezu chuckled. I still have to wait for my brain to catch up before I can turn the page, and while my quirk definitely helps, most of my speed reading is actually a skill I've cultivated. Midoriya is blushing so hard that it's reaching all the way down to his chest. He does his best to hide his face in his hands. Izuku flushed red and slammed his mouth shut. Sorry, I know my muttering is creepy. On the contrary, it was a wonderful demonstration of your real-time analysis skills. Nezu said simply, turning back to the portfolio, and while it will most likely be useful to learn to be aware of when you are muttering, there is nothing inherently wrong with the habit. Midoriya quickly forgets about his embarrassment and whps around to look back at Nezu. Maybe he'd enjoy the classes with Nezu a lot more than he initially thought. Izuku's eyes widened and he stared at Nezu silently while he finished the portfolio. His muttering wasn't bad. That just seemed so weird to him. Kaken had always said that it was annoying and creepy, but then again, he'd said the same things about Izuku's notebooks. Maybe it was creepy if a hero did it, but was simply an eccentricity when an analyst did. That would make sense. Yeah, an eccentricity, not an annoying habit that he had to get rid of. Izuku liked that. Midoriya was staring at the screen with stars in his eyes. Nezu finally turned the final page of his portfolio and set it aside. This is quite impressive. I am assuming that you have been analyzing heroes for much longer than you've been hacking. Just as soon as I learned how to write, Midoriya says with a faraway voice, still staring at the screen in wonder. Yes, sir. Izuku said. I started analyzing heroes as a hobby when I was 4, I just didn't realize it was a marketable skill. Would it be alright if I held on to this? So I can peruse it more thoroughly at a later date? Nezu asked. Izuku nodded, a weird sense of pride growing in his chest the more the principal praised him. I already assumed that I wasn't going to be getting it back, since it's part of my application. This is getting kinda gross now. Can we go back to being let down by heroes who he once idolized? Shigaraki asks, tossing a small handful of popcorn towards the screen. Excellent. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 clapped his paws together. Now, you have your laptop with you, correct? Yes. 𝐒𝐿 dug out his laptop and set it on the desk in front of him. Perfect. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 said. Now onto the practical portion of your exam. Hey, has anyone else noticed that none of us have gotten hungry up until now? Kaminari asks while taking the menu from Kirishima after Kirishima got his Goya Chunpuru from the Sky Forces. And I don't think I'm actually hungry either. Just that food sounds good. Well, we've been here for. Jiru pauses and tries to think back to how long they have been in the theater for. Well, this is chapter 6 of Cheat Code, which is the 4th universe in rotation. Kaminari says like he's about to math this out. Don't forget that Shadows only started on the 3rd rotation. So that means that it'll be on its 4th chapter, plus the other chapters, which is 6 times 4, since there's 4 universes that have gone 6 rotations, which means 24 plus 4, which is 28, so that's like, what? A whole season of a show almost. Ashido asks. But wait, we haven't seen the 4th Shadows chapter yet, so that's only 27. Kaminari blinks at Ashido. I'm gonna admit that the only thing I got from that is that we've watched almost 27 of these. We don't even know how long these things are because we have no way to track time, 𝐂𝐿 comments. My guess is 22 to 23 minutes, Ashido says with confidence. How can you even tell? Kirishima asks. Ashido shrugs. It's just my guess. So if these are about 23 minutes each and we've watched about 27 of these, that means we've been here for just over 10.5 hours, Midoriya chimes in. Yeah, we should be hungry by now then, Seitu says. A note floats down on top of the menu in Kaminari's hands. It reads, don't worry about it. Time is irrelevant here. Your otherworldly kidnapper Kaminari looks up from the note and says, the weird lady person says not to worry about it and that time is sorta irrelevant here. Jiru blinks. Are we just supposed to accept that? 𝐂𝐿 shrugs. Not much else we can do. Izuku swallowed nervously, thinking of all the ominous good luck wishes from Midnight and 𝐿. What will I be doing exactly? As I said, I was very impressed with your efforts this morning, so I simply want you to continue what you were doing then. 𝐻𝐻𝐿's eyes twinkled with mischief. I want you to hack into UA. Midoriya's jaw drops. There's no way he'd be able to complete that. Izuku blinked away tears of exhaustion and frustration as he limped away from UA, sore from sitting hunched over his laptop for the past few hours. He tried everything he could think of, every backdoor, every little trick, even a hastily made virus. But by the end of the exam, Izuku had barely made it past the first round of defenses. It didn't matter how much 𝐻𝐻𝐿 had enjoyed his portfolio, or how well he'd done on the written exam, he'd completely failed the practical. Myheroacademia whistles. He got through UA's first round of defenses in a couple of hours and with only 8 months of experience. I'm impressed. Poor kiddo thinks he failed though, Kiyama points out. That'll just make it all the more sweeter when the acceptance letter comes. Yamada exclaims. What was his mom going to think? After all these months of her going out of her way to support him, would they grow apart again? Would she be disappointed in him? Where was he going to go to school? What job would even take a stupid, weak, quirkless nobody like him? I know the little idiot is gonna get in, but villainy is always an option, Shigaraki says as he aims a piece of popcorn at the back of Toga's head. Suddenly, Izuku was rammed into by somebody going full speed. Immediately, he froze and curled in on himself to try to become a smaller target. Kaken shouldn't still be here, should he? 𝐻𝐻𝐿 had left sometime during Izuku's exam to go monitor the hero course practical, and Izuku had tried to use that time to hack UA using 𝐻𝐻𝐿's computer but couldn't even crack the password. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 is absolutely cackling. But 𝐻𝐻𝐿 had come back pretty quickly, so Kaken should already be at home by now. What if it was someone else who had learned he was quirkless and was going to beat him up and they'd never find his body and… Whoa, Izuku-kun, are you okay? What's wrong? Izuku jolted from his spiraling thoughts and looked around, but the only person near him was Mai, who currently had one hand resting on his shoulder. Oh, my running into him was actually completely in character, probably. It was just Mai, not Kaken. And Mai wasn't anything like Kaken, so she wasn't going to beat him up. Probably. I have more important things to do than beat up some random guy I just met. Hatsune rolls her eyes. Plus we're gonna make amazing babies together. You can't be too damaged for that. Izuku forced a smile onto his face. Nothing. You just startled me, is all. Mai frowned like she didn't believe him. Then what's with the tears? He tried, he really did, but he only lasted about 2 seconds before those stupid Midoriya tears were running down his face like some sort of stupid geezer. He hadn't even known this girl a full day and now he'd ruined their friendship or their partnership or whatever it was because here he was, crying in front of her and he just couldn't stop. If you think you'll get away from me that easily, you are sorely mistaken. Mai exclaims with way too much energy. Mai had started rubbing his shoulder sometime during his breakdown and was probably trying to be comforting, but her muttering about unleashing her babies on whoever hurt him was actually pretty intimidating. No one hurt me, Mai-chan. Izuku finally got out between the tears. It's my own fault anyway. Mai looked at him skeptically. Then what happened? That set off the tears again, but thankfully he could speak through them this time. Enedzu wanted me to hack UA for my practical, but I couldn't do it. I failed. Very doubtful, given what this series is called. Zero comments. Oh. Mai sat down on the sidewalk and pulled him down next to her, ignoring the weird looks from the people passing by. Are you sure they didn't just want you to try? That made Izuku pause. What? Well, every failure is just a stepping stone to success, right? Mai said excitedly. And you said yourself that UA's cybersecurity is absolutely insane, so what if he was planning on you failing? Izuku just stared at her. If he wanted me to fail, then why did he tell me to succeed? To see how I tackled a practically unbeatable situation, Midoriya groans. How had he not realized it sooner? Mai flicked him on the forehead, which was apparently her way of getting him out of his head and telling him that he was being an idiot. A lot of inventions are just about learning the process. Even if they don't work, they still weren't a waste of time because they make the next invention faster. UA's security wouldn't be the best in the business if a first year could ram through it, right? They probably just wanted to see how you approached a problem that you couldn't solve. They wanted to see your process. Izuku thought about that for a moment. It made a certain kind of sense. But then again, it seemed like everything Mai said towed the line between being reasonable and being absolutely insane, so maybe it was just that she was saying it that made it sound so believable. Still, it might make waiting for his rejection letter a little less painful, just so long as he was careful not to get his hopes up too high. Or, the baby needs more confidence in himself, Kiyama-ku's. If you say so, he said slowly, but what about you? How did your practical go? Mai grinned and immediately launched into a story that involved blowing up her workspace 3 times until she finally got a working prototype of hoverboots 20 minutes before the end of the exam. Izuku listened and laughed with her until his tears dried and Mom started frantically texting him wondering when he was going to be home. By the time he started walking home, his heart was a little lighter than it had been, and his phone was a little heavier. It had a new number in it, after all. Oh, that's sweet. Jiru comments. Yeah, Kaminari agrees. Hey, do you think those two end up together in this universe? Jiru looks at Kaminari with a questioning look. Where did that come from? I don't know. Kaminari shrugs. They just feel like a power couple, in like, the most literal sense. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Shadows, the horror movie Heroes Chapter 4, Potential, the maybe interesting one. Shigaraki comments, stuffing his face with more popcorn. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Shadows, the horror movie Heroes Chapter 4, Potential, the maybe interesting one. Shigaraki comments, stuffing his face with more popcorn. It felt like Kaken was getting worse. Maybe Izuku was imagining it, but ever since he'd gotten captured by the sludge villain, Kaken was about twice as mean as he had been. He must be compensating for being caught as the victim and trying to regain either a sense of control or a sense of power, but in the end, it didn't matter what had led to the change, it just mattered that Izuku stayed out of his attack radius as much as humanly possible. Midoriya frowns. This is the exact opposite from how Kaken acted after the sludge villain. So we're getting real big but Bakugo in this one then? Uraraka asks. That wasn't an option during class, unfortunately, especially since most of his teachers would turn a blind eye to Izuku getting tripped, burned, or hurt if it meant that Kaken wouldn't interrupt class. But after class was when the worst beatings happened anyway, so if he could just stay out of sight for long enough for Kaken to leave, then Izuku could go hang out with ♀at the park. He just had to stay out of sight. It's secret that you have to do this just to leave school with minimal injuries. Kirishima exclaims. It's quite the epitome of darkness, Tokoyami says. Izuku looked around for somewhere to hide. Inside a locker would be fine if he had a guarantee that he could get out, but if the locker latched and he got trapped, then it would defeat the whole purpose of hiding in the first place. Empty classrooms weren't a safe bet because Kaken would send his lackeys to check those, and if he tried going to a teacher it would just make things worse. If only there was some way to give himself an advantage and take the high ground. Izuku almost stopped in his tracks as it hit him. Take the high ground. Sure, Katsuki could easily reach him with his explosions, but that was only if he thought to look up. This is either going to work perfectly or end horribly, Jiro comments. Kaminari scrunches his nose. With his track record, I'd put my vote towards horribly. Izuku sped up and skidded around the corner, making a beeline for the trophy case. Kaken had won pretty much every award the school offered, so his name and face were featured multiple times, while Izuku may as well not be a student. That didn't matter though, what mattered was that the case didn't go all the way to the ceiling. There was about a foot of space on top with a little decorative lip along the edge of the case that should be enough to mostly hide him if he laid down completely flat. Not the worst place to hide, but given the person after him, it'd take some serious luck not to be found, Aizawa comments. Yamada hums. Yeah, the little listener isn't well known for his luck, and the other listener, while more violent, is still smart. If Bakugo is serious about finding Midoriya, he'll find him. Midoriya will probably come out of this with at least a sprained ankle if Bakugo finds him, Fukukado comments. He doesn't seem to have the experience nor the luck to make the landing for an escape. Izuku grabbed a chair from an empty classroom and used it to try and scramble up the side of the case, accidentally kicking it aside as he did. It took all of his strength to get up on top of it, but he finally managed it with a grunt. It was hard to catch his breath with all the dust, so he covered his mouth and did his best to muffle how hard he was breathing. This entire plan would be for nothing if Kaken heard him and found his hiding place. Oh, this isn't ending well, Uraraka bemoans, covering her face with her hands. It was only a few seconds after Izuku had settled in that Kaken and a couple of their other classmates rounded the corner. Kaken had a murderous expression on his face as he looked down the hallway in both directions. You extras split up and find that demon nerd. I'm gonna take a look around here. Oh, non es Illinois Vaus Platt. Ayama covers his face. He knows he's there. Translation, oh no please. There's no way he knows. Kaminari exclaims. He'd have to have some sort of Midoriya sense to know that Midoriya's there. Bakugo scoffs. I don't have a stupid Deku sense. Kirishima hums. I don't know, bro. I feel like it goes both ways. You and Midoriya just seem to know when it comes to each other. Ha! Bakugo exclaims. The nerd's just a predictable dumbass. Stop trying to think so hard, shitty hair. Kirishima leans back as he laughs. His lackeys nodded and one took off in either direction while Kaken started looking around. He peeked his head in each of the other classrooms and Izuku had to fight off disappointment when he didn't look at any of them for more than a few seconds. Then Kaken saw the chair on the floor and his eyes narrowed. It's hard being the hider when you're both smart, analytical, and know each other, Fukukado points out. Unless the hider was faster than the seeker, it'll almost always end in the seeker finding and catching the hider, Ishiyama Cementos adds. His best bet with his current physical ability was to just sprint out of there and hope to the gods that he wasn't stopped by any of the so-called lackeys, Vlad King comments. He should invest in the ability to scale the side of his school if the adults really aren't doing anything, Aizawa decides to add. Khan scoffs. That's not reasonable with his current physical condition though. Aizawa rolls his eyes. That's why I said that Midoriya should invest in the ability. Khan scoffs again, grumbling under his breath. Izuku couldn't help himself as he started trembling. If Kaken found him, was there anything he could even do? If he was just stronger, then he could have gotten up quicker and not had to use the chair. He shouldn't have left any evidence that 𝐭𝐴𝐾𝐻 could use to find him. Hiding had seemed like the perfect plan at the time, but if it didn't work, then it would just make everything worse. He needed to get better at thinking ahead and strategizing for every possibility, not just the one he hoped would happen. At least the little listener is taking the opportunity to learn from his mistakes, Yamada comments. Hold off on praise until he actually takes steps to learn from his mistakes, Aizawa criticizes. Stupid dust. If he was going to be hiding in places like this frequently, he'd need to start carrying around a mask. 𝐭𝐴𝐾 was getting closer and Izuku clamped his hands over his mouth again as he felt a sneeze coming on. He hated this. He hated being so terrified. And as much as he hated it, what made it even worse was that 𝐭𝐴𝐾 didn't even know what it was like. With the exception of the sludge villain, he'd never been the victim. He didn't know what it was like to live in fear like Izuku did. Bakugo shifted uncomfortably in his seat. His mind was racing through all the research he'd done since meeting ♀, and Izuku knew that there were 1.5 million strategies that he could use, but if he tried them and failed then it would just make 𝐭𝐴𝐾 even more angry than he was right now. Plus there was the fact that Izuku was pretty sure that 𝐭𝐴𝐾's fight or flight response was mostly geared toward fight, which meant that a fake-out strategy wasn't going to work here like it did with the sludge villain. What was he supposed to do? Oh, it's definitely fight, Kaminari states. No hesitation. Shut the F up, dunce face, Bakugo reflexively. I feel like you just proved my point, Kaminari comments. You wanna die? Actually, Kaminari happily retorts. You can't chase after me here, so I'll say it again, I think you just proved my point. Bakugo looks like he's about to combust, his palms sparking enough to scare Kaminari into wondering if that whole you can't attack each other thing was just for heroes versus villains and not protection from his own idiocy. 𝐭𝐴𝐾's eyes slide from the chair to the trophy case to Izuku on top. He gulped. Too late. There you are, Deku. 𝐭𝐴𝐾 smirked. Found you. Midoriya sense, proven. Kaminari exclaims. It's called using my head, dumbass. Bakugo scoffs. The chair wasn't there before, it was now. Deku's running. He knows he can't outrun both the lackeys and me, so he needs a hiding spot. Classrooms are too easy, lockers are a gamble to get out of. A single glance up is enough to confirm or deny that he used the chair to climb up the trophy case. If he wasn't, no one was around that would think I was an idiot for looking up. Not that anyone in that school would even think of questioning me, not like you dumbass. Or blasty. Just call us your friends next time. Ashido exclaims, dogpiling onto Bakugo for a hug. I promise it's less of a mouthful to just call us your friends. Get off of me, raccoon eyes. Never. Kyoko wasn't quite sure what to think of her new teacher. Dad was always so gung-ho about taking advantage of new opportunities and never saying no to an adventure, but he was also impulsive and had a habit of not thinking things through all the way. So yeah, Dad saw absolutely nothing sketchy about some guy who supposedly worked for All Might offering to train her, but Kyoko was obviously picking up more than a few red flags that merited bringing pepper spray along to her first training session. Yagi was bright red. He didn't think he was sketchy. The other teachers were laughing at his expense. If Toshinori Yagi hadn't been listed as an employee on All Might's website, she wouldn't have even shown up at all, but a little extra training from someone who actually knew the hero industry would be extremely valuable, so even though she was still pretty sure he was lying about something, she had decided to give him the benefit of the doubt. For now. Good on you, Jiru. That's very smart of you, Yorozu comments. Jiru blushes. Thank you, Yomomo. Dagobah Municipal Beach Park. When Yagi had told her the meeting place, she'd been expecting more. Well, just more. The park, if she could even call it that, was so disused that people had started using it as a public dump site, and if there had ever been a playground anywhere sound here, it had long since been buried beneath literal mountains of trash. Isn't that the same beach that Mastermind cleaned up? Hagakure asks. Midoriya perks up. Yeah, it's also the beach that I cleaned during my 10 months training with All Might. Demon, that's a lot of trash to clean, Kirishima comments, looking at the mountains of trash on screen before turning back towards Midoriya. So how much of it did you clean? Do you want any help working on the rest of it? Oh, Midoriya blushes. Well, actually, I finished cleaning it. I still run along the beach as part of my workout when I'm back home, and pick up the litter that's collected itself on the beach while I've been gone. That's so manly, Midoriya. Kirishima exclaims. That's insane, Jiru counters. She turns to face where the teachers are sitting. I hope you know that there is no way in hell I'm finishing that beach, especially not in 10 months by myself. That is insane. Midoriya is insane. Both Midoriya and Yagi are blushing now, but for two different reasons. Yagi, of course, blended right in, so it took her a minute to realize that he'd beaten her there and was already standing on the boardwalk, looking out over the ocean. 𝐭𝐞 wrinkled her nose and winced at every minuscule creak the wood made as she started picking her way to him. No offense, but this perfect training ground you picked is kind of a mess. Ojiro snorts. I think I'd describe it as a bit more than kind of a mess. Yeah, but it is a kind of the perfect training ground. It worked on muscles I didn't even know I had. Midoriya exclaims. He is pretty ripped, Kaminari comments, looking Midoriya up and down. Okay, but I don't want to look jacked like Midoriya, Jiru says. I don't think you have to be, Midoriya comments. You have a quirk yourself, which might mean that one for all will mix with your quirk and work on strengthening your quirk more than your physical body. Midoriya blushes as he spots multiple eyes on him. At least that's a theory I have, since both All Might and I were quirkless before we got One for All, and since most of the past holders of One for All aren't completely muscular like All Might and myself, that probably means One for All focused on their quirks instead of their bodies. Wait, All Might was quirkless before One for All? Uraraka asks. Midoriya's eyes go wide and he quickly looks back to his mentor. Yagi gives him a soft smile in response, letting Midoriya relax and turn back to Uraraka. Yes, he was, Midoriya answers. Uraraka's froze furrow, but Asui seems to ask her question before Uraraka has the chance. Then why does All Might seem to think you couldn't have been a hero without a quirk? Midoriya pauses and furrows his own eyebrows. His mouth opens like he's going to reply, but then he closes his mouth and his whole face scrunches in concentration. Yagi jumped and gave her a sheepish smile. Oh, young Gyro. I didn't see you there. Gyro gave him a skeptical look. So, are we gonna train, or what? Yes. Of course. Yagi snapped into action and started making his way back to the beach with much less care than she had taken, most likely because he couldn't hear every concerning creak the wood made as they put weight on it, but they somehow managed to reach the sand without the boardwalk collapsing underneath them. 𝐭𝐞 breathed a sigh of relief. This was definitely turning out to be an adventure. It's definitely going to turn into a time you'll remember, Midoriya comments, but with much less energy than he had before. So, young Gyro, Yagi began, leading her through the piles of trash. I must admit that I haven't been completely honest with you, no Darby snickers, seeing where this was going. Chekhov's gun and all. His form started to shift and 𝐭𝐞 cursed under her breath and grabbed the can of pepper spray in her pocket. Go on an adventure, Dad said. It'll be a great opportunity, he said. 𝐭𝐞 swore to God if she got murdered she was going to haunt her father for the rest of his miserable life. She had no idea what kind of quirk this guy had, but from the shift in size, it was most likely some kind of monster quirk. She wasn't equipped to fight that. What could she do? The kids were all snickering as they could see where this was heading. Shigaraki was paying gleeful attention to the screen now. Yagi looked both embarrassed and upset that young Jiru thought that he was a potential murderer. Yagi had already lured her out of sight of the street, but they were still close enough that if she pepper sprayed him and bolted she might just be able to get away before he recovered. It's not a bad plan, Aizawa comments. Not at all, I just hope she notices it's me before she fires the pepper spray, Yagi wishes. Pepper spray hurts and I'd rather not experience that again. Again? Yamada asks, amused. Yagi blushes. I'd rather not elaborate. She braced her feet and as soon as the smoke had cleared enough for her to tell where the creature's eyes were, she fired. Bullseye. Yagi winces in sympathy for his on-screen self. The smoke surrounding Yagi finished clearing and 𝐭𝐞's eyes widened as she realized. Just who exactly she had just pepper-sprayed right in the eyes right as he let out a strangled cry and collapsed back into his skeletal form with a puff of steam. All Might. Shigaraki is cackling like a madman. He falls out of his seat, his cackling so hard. Yes. All Might coughed up a small amount of BLD, making Kyoka feel even worse. Well, I knew you were, strong enough for my quirk. Where's my phone? Here, call recovery girl. Shigaraki tries his best to take breaths to calm himself. I need a recording of that, he wheezes out. His cackling lowered themselves to a mad giggle. Gyro was shaking as she grabbed his phone out of his hand and searched through the contacts. Thankfully, there weren't that many and recovery girl was already near the top of his recent calls. Hello. I think I might have just attacked the #1 hero. Sorry. Shigaraki falls back into his cackles once again, overpowering everyone else who had laughed at the scene. Hitoshi was trying really hard to not feel betrayed. After going over to Midoriya's house, he'd thought that they were at least partners, if not friends, but here he was. At the meeting place. Alone. Shinso winces. Yikes, he's gonna feel like an but for those thoughts the moment Midoriya shows up. Midoriya really didn't strike him as the type of guy to be late, so at this point, it was probably safe to assume that he wasn't showing up at all. Maybe he'd wanted to show up and his mom just hadn't let him. That was probably just wishful thinking. It would have been nice if Midoriya still wanted to hang out with him, but he'd probably come to his senses and realized that the whole using fear as a weapon and being associated with someone with a villain's quirk was kind of a bad idea in the first place. Even if it ended up working, it was still a long shot. Shinso does his best to avoid looking at Midoriya, who he can feel is staring at him with a "you don't have a villain quirk" lecture just waiting to be let loose. Hitso he sighed and jumped off the swing he'd been sitting on. He might as well go home and do his homework. He needed to at least make sure he could pass the Gen Ed exam once it was time to apply to UA. He shouldn't have gotten his hopes up. Shinso felt like he was drowning under Midoriya's stare and Shinso couldn't even see it. Shinso! Midoriya's voice made him stop in his tracks. Sorry, I'm late. I got held up, but I'm here now. Hitoshi looked Midoriya up and down. He was slightly favoring one ankle and his uniform was singed and torn in several places. Plus, Hitoshi was fairly certain that those were bandages peeking out from his sleeves, held up by who? Muggers. Shinso snorts. Don't know if that would have been better or not, he mutters. No, Midoriya rubbed the back of his neck, just some bullies. I really wish I could just make them go away. I mean, I know how, right? But all the study we've done is just in theory. I've never really had a chance to practice being scary, you know. A few of Midoriya's classmates snort. You look so soft and small. I don't know if I could see you as scary, 𝐔𝐸𝐽 comments. Midoriya pouts. And I've only ever practiced being less scary. Hitoshi nodded in understanding. So, what are we gonna do about that? There's gotta be some way for us to practice. Midoriya had started muttering to himself, so Hitoshi just let him talk and tried to catch as much as possible. There are haunted houses, but while those might be helpful, they probably won't hire kids our age. Wait, aren't there companies that provide civilians for rescue simulations and stuff for heroes in training? I wonder if there's opportunities like that for fake villains. Shigaraki perks up. Fake villains. He'll take it. If there is, that'd probably be the best. Hitoshi cut in. I mean, the point is to beat the villains at their own game, right? So pretending to be villains would probably be a pretty effective way to practice. I like where this is going, Shigaraki says. Don't look so happy, we might start to think you actually like the brat, Darby comments with a smirk. Darby is then promptly shoved off of his seat. Midoriya smiled and pulled out his phone. Okay, let's start there. We'll probably need a lot more physical training too, and maybe parkour. It seems like it'll be really useful to be able to beat villains in mobility and, I kinda tried hiding on top of a display case and rolled my ankle jumping down. Aizawa nods along to their planning. Not bad. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. Was this before or after you got beat up? Midoriya grimaced. Before. And that reminds me, we should probably learn to fight. Yeah. Hitoshi nodded. Yeah, we should probably get on that. I hope to whatever higher power there potentially is that these fake villains' jobs actually exist, because otherwise this is going to fing SEK, Shigaraki bemoans. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Deku. I think he's some pro. Chapter 7, Acceptance. Shigaraki groans. Great, we get to see the brat get into UA. Darby elbows him. At least that means it'll probably be a short episode and then Mastermind is right after. Shigaraki grumbles in acceptance. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Deku. I think he's some pro. Chapter 7, Acceptance. Shigaraki groans. Great, we get to see the brat get into UA. Darby elbows him. At least that means it'll probably be a short episode and then Mastermind is right after. Shigaraki grumbles in acceptance. Izuku had an anxiety attack every day, right before the mail came. Oh, poor baby. Fukukado turns to Aizawa. How could you let him worry like that? That's our kid, Eraser. Aizawa groans. Not our kid, joke. Fukukado cackles. Of course he is. He tried to tell himself that it was just a letter, that it wasn't important and wasn't worth getting worked up over. But it wasn't just a letter, was it? It was a letter from UA, a letter that would determine his future, a letter that would tell him whether or not he was worthy to be a hero. And, there it was, the anxiety attack was back. Izuku sighed. He thought he'd already done this today, why did he have to do it again? If that's such a mood though. Kaminari comments. It had been a week since the entrance exam and there still wasn't a letter. Not that the letter couldn't come later than a week after the exam. Present MIC had said in the introduction that letters normally came between 5 days to 2 weeks after, but Izuku just wanted this over with already. It was torture just waiting, not knowing if he was good enough or not. A lot of 1A shared the sentiment, having had similar feelings when waiting for their letters. There was a knock at the door. Izuku! His mom called out, could you get the door? My hands are full making dinner. Okay, Mom. He got up from the couch and opened the door, only to do a double take when he saw who it was. Some of the kids snicker at Deku's face while others are sharing similar sentiments to Deku. Imagine 3 pro heroes showing up to your front door, Zero says in both wonder and horror. Hey kid, Eraser said, we brought you something. Can we come in? Izuku stood aside in shock, allowing Eraser, Ms. Joke, and Mr. Brave, all in civilian garb, to come inside. Sorry Night Eye couldn't come, Ms. Joke said, he's in the middle of a major case right now. This feels super domestic and I don't know how to feel about it, Ashido states. Hagakyu nods enthusiastically beside her. I know, right? I just can't imagine Aizawa-sensei as anything other than our teacher. In the back of the theater Aizawa rolls his eyes, muttering, that's just illogical. Yamada nudges Aizawa's side. Come on, you didn't think about any of our teachers outside of a school setting, so obviously they haven't thought about us outside of a school setting. Aizawa just huffs in response. Yeah, right, Brave laughed, the old man's just a spoil sport. Yagi smiles fondly at the good-nature banter about Sir Night Eye. Mom. Izuku said as he walked into the kitchen, the 3 pro heroes trailing close behind. These are my friends. This is Eraserhead, Ms. Joke, and Mr. Brave. Inko's eyes widened. These are the pro hero friends you told me about when you were recommended, right? When Izuku nodded, she bowed. Thank you all for being so kind to my son. I was so excited when he told me he had friends, so imagine my shock a few months ago when I learned that all his friends were pro heroes. I love that Mamadoriya actually believed him, that's so manly of her. Kirishima exclaims happily. Eraser raised an eyebrow. He suspected that Izuku didn't get a lot of encouragement to be a hero, but all his friends. She was probably exaggerating. Oh, poor baby. He needs friends his own age, Fukukado comments. Aizawa sighs. He will in a couple of months. Which one of his classmates do you think he'll befriend first? Yamada asks. Aizawa hums in thought. Yorozu or Uraraka? Oh, a ladies' man. Kiyoma wiggles her eyebrows. Aizawa throws a popcorn seed at her forehead. He's a great kid, Midoriya-san. Ms. Joke laughed. We're lucky to have met him. By the way, since I'm not in costume right now, you can just call me Emi Fukukado. This is so surreal, Midoriya comments. Just being friends with a bunch of underground heroes feels so just unreal. I don't know, Uraka says. You're very friendable. Hey. Midoriya blushes bright red. Nice to meet you, Fukukado-san. Yeah, me too. Mr. Brave said, my name is Haruto Nakamura. The other two looked at Eraser, who stared back for a minute before sighing, I'm Shota Aizawa. Deku's a smart kid, you must be proud of him. That's some high praise, Sho. Yamada exclaims. Aizawa rolls his eyes. Inko's face soured slightly at the nickname, but it was almost too fast for the pros to catch before she was smiling again. I wish he would pick a better career path though. Heroics isn't very forgiving for someone like Izuku. This isn't going to be like Shadow's Midoriya, is it? Kaminari asks. Jiru hums. I don't think so. I think it is more like, heroics is dangerous. My baby would be in this danger without a quirk like all of these heroes I see getting hurt on the news. Kaminari taps his chin in consideration. Yeah, I can see that. Izuku looked like he wanted to sink into the floor as the room went cold. Fix this, so why are you guys here? Not that you're not welcome, you totally are, it's just that you've never come over before and you guys sounded like you planned it, but I didn't know about it, unless I forgot. Oh no. Did I forget? He's just so cute. I want him, Fukukado-ku's. Mr. Brave, Nakamura, laughed. No Deku, you didn't forget. We wanted to surprise you. Show him Eraser. Aizawa rolled his eyes, but had a small smile as he reached into his pocket and took out an envelope. Aizawa-sensei smiled. Ashido exclaims, pointing at the screen with an exaggerated face of shock. Who knew he was capable? Hagakure giggles. Aizawa rolls his eyes fondly. My UA letter. Aizawa handed it to the kid, who looked at it with wide eyes. Of course, kid. Did you forget I work at UA? We wanted to be here when you open it. Izuku looked to his mother, who smiled sadly. You and your friends go open it in the living room. I'll keep working on dinner and you all can come eat after, okay? Okay, but can we all just give our love and admiration to Mima Inko for supporting Midoriya like this? Ashido gushes. I mean, she's just taking everything in stride. My parents would have flipped out over multiple parts of Deku's life that we've seen so far. Yeah, go Mima Inko. Uraraka cheers, getting a few of her other classmates to join in as well. Izuku nodded and went back to sit on the couch. Aizawa sat beside him, while Nakamura sat on the chair and Fukukado made her home on the floor. All three looked at Izuku in anticipation and he took a deep breath before tearing open the envelope. He then promptly started crying. Numerous of the theater's occupants are startled at this revelation, having expected a more happy reaction to the letter. Oh no. Eraser. I thought you said it was good news. I'm going to kill you. Fukukado screamed. Aizawa looked slightly panicked. It is good news. I don't know why he's crying, I swear. This chapter is ruining my reputation with my students, Aizawa groans. Fukukado laughs. And what reputation is that exactly? Aizawa rolls his eyes but doesn't comment. I'm just so happy. Izuku choked out, saving Aizawa from being physically wrestled to the floor. I made it. I'm going to UA. I'm gonna be a hero. Oh. The baby made it. Fukukado coos. And you looked about ready to bring me to the floor, Aizawa comments in a deadpan. Fukukado cackles. Well, you made him cry. It would have been well deserved. Aizawa hides his smile behind his capture scarf. Congratulations, Deku. Nakamura said, you deserve it. Fukukado gave him a big hug. Oh, I'm so excited for you. I kinda wish you were coming to Ketsubatsu with me, but you're gonna need Nezu to help you with that big brain of yours. She sighed. Oh well, there's still internships, and I'm sure you'll hear about me all the time since Eraser's madly in love with me. Only in your delusional dreams, joke, Aizawa grumbles. No, I'm not. Aizawa denied. Stop telling people that, joke. It's not a joke, I am. Fukukado laughed loudly and tried to mess up Aizawa's hair, but he dodged and scowled at her. She responded by sticking out her tongue. They would be so cute together. Ashido squeals. I swear even Deku is more mature than you. Maturity is overrated. Nakamura said, then crossed his eyes and pulled a face, making Izuku giggle. I am loving the vibes I'm getting from these pros, Ashido giggles. Seeing heroes not be so serious and focused on work makes me feel more confident that I will have a life outside of my hero work, Asui comments. Yeah. Kaminari shouts. It's definitely nice to see them hanging out like this even as underground heroes who have seen some of the darker stuff to heroing. Therapy. Fukukado shouts to the front. It's the therapy that helps. She leans over to Aizawa. It's important to get that lesson to them as early as possible. Aizawa grunts in response. Aizawa looked dead inside. You're all impossible. I hate all of you. Except for Joke. Nakamura said, you love her. The students, some of the villains, and a couple of heroes are laughing at Aizawa's expense. Izuku laughed even harder. So this is what having friends really felt like. Somehow when Joke teased, it didn't feel the same as when Kaken did it. It wasn't hurtful at all, it was just friends giving each other a hard time. It was nice. Oh, that hurt, Zero winces. Like, I am happy that he has friends now, but thinking on it any more than that just hurts to think. Yeah, especially because Midoriya deserves all the friends. Look how happy he looks laughing, Kaminari adds. Dinner's ready. Inko looked to where her son was laughing on the floor with his friends. Even if she didn't want him to be a hero, she thought she could deal with it if it meant he had friends like these. We get it. Bittersweet. Move on before I become sad, please, Kirishima exclaims. Thanks, Thm. Izuku led his friends back to the kitchen and they all sat down. Thanks for the food, Midoriya-san. Fukukado said as they dug in. Yeah, this tastes amazing. Nakamura added. I want Mama Midoriya food. Hagakure pouts. Bakugo smirks. You're missing out. Auntie Inko's cooking is some of the best. Oh, don't tease us like this, Bakubro, Zero bemoans. Yeah, we want to try Midoriya's food, but we can't because we are stuck in whatever this place is. Kaminari complains. S is to be you then, Bakugo cackles. Inko smiled. It's really the least I could do. And besides, we have to celebrate my baby boy getting into his dream school. She leveled a serious look at Aizawa. I trust you'll take care of him and make sure he stays safe. Aizawa nodded solemnly. Of course, Midoriya-san, I would never send Deku into a situation he wasn't prepared for. When we take him along on internships, we'll always be with him to protect him if things get dangerous. Deku may be smarter than most pros, but is still a student, and he'll be treated accordingly. Are we gonna start a list of pros he's smarter than, or should we go with the shorter list of pros smarter than him? Zero asks with a cackle. Good, Inko sighed. I'll hold you to that, Aizawa-san. She will. Yagi turns to Aizawa. She will hold you to that. I'm assuming you've been given a similar promise to keep. Aizawa asks with a raised brow. So Eraser, I guess you can't expel your whole class this semester, Brave smiled, because that would mean expelling Deku too. Fukukado cackles while Yamada and Kamaya snicker. Aizawa rolls his eyes. You expelled a whole class. Inko was wide-eyed. Aizawa put down his fork. I only expel kids who have no potential. It's cruel to let them continue when they'll only end up getting themselves or others killed. I won't expel Deku because he has potential. I wouldn't have recommended him otherwise. Yorozu looks at the screen in shock. Does this mean that the threat Aizawa-sensei made at the beginning of the year was an actual threat of expulsion? Ashido hums in contemplation. I guess so, but that also means that he believes we all have potential. Ashido is beaming. Kaminari laughs. Are you forgetting that the one on the chopping block was Midoriya? He lets out another laugh before continuing. That means he specifically sees potential in Midoriya, even when he was breaking all of his bones. Makes you wonder what the kids he's expelled have done to actually get expelled. Kirishima wonders aloud. I find it hard to believe that an entire class was completely devoid of potential, Izuku insisted. They must have had strong quirks. Koyama laughs. Quirks mean practically nothing to show. You're living proof that quirks aren't everything, Aizawa said. They might have had strong quirks, but their personalities convinced me they didn't have what it takes. Spoiled brats, every single one of them. No one had ever told them no and let them get away with murder just because of their quirks. That's not how you raise a hero. Heroes have to be willing to protect people and give their all, not just coast by or be the best. Kaminari snickers. Is anyone else thinking of Bakugo from the beginning of the year? Makes you wonder what Aizawa saw in him for Bakugo to have stayed in our class, Ashido wonders. His ability to adapt and change into what he needed to be, Midoriya answers, startling Ashido, who wasn't expecting a response. Kaken saw quickly that he wasn't the best because of his quirk here, and so he changed to do better. Kaken's always done that. Bakugo scoffs. I could have answered that myself, nerd. Izuku couldn't help but think of Kaken. Everyone praised him no matter what he did simply because his quirk was perfect for heroics. But Eraser couldn't be talking about people like Kaken, could he? After all, Kaken would be an amazing hero. Heh, you're right about that, nerd. Most teachers aren't as strict on expulsions as Eraser here, Midoriya-san. Fukukado explained. I teach at another hero school and I probably expel maybe one student a year. Sometimes I don't expel any at all, it all depends on the class. But then again, Ketsubatsu isn't as competitive as UA. And no one is as strict as Aizawa. Fukukado grins. Oh, that's good, I guess. One of Izuku's oldest friends is going to be applying to UA as well, and I wouldn't want to have to deal with Mitsuki if her son gets expelled. That's a fun statement to unravel, Iguchi mutters. Don't worry about Kaken, Mom. I'm sure he won't have any problem getting in, and I know he'll be the best hero. Inko smiled. You're right. It's silly to worry. Who knows, maybe you two will be in the same class. Aizawa hoped he was imagining the tension that came into Deku's shoulders at that. Maybe, you ain't imagining, sir. He did in fact tense up, Zero comments. What are you doing, Zero? Kirishima asks. I don't know, I'm just having fun, man. No matter what, you'll probably make some of the best friends you've ever had in hero school, Nakamura said. I know I did. Midoriya smiles and looks around at all of his classmates. I sure did, he says. Oh. Deku, Uraraka rushes forward and brings Midoriya into a hug. This is quickly followed by numerous of his friends joining in a group hug. Maybe you'll find someone you have instant chemistry with, like me and Eraser. Fukukado said while Aizawa rolled his eyes. Oh, are you together? Inko asked, how did you two meet? Oh, this is going to be torturous, Aizawa comments. We're not, Aizawa started, but Fukukado interrupted him. Our agencies were nearby when we were first starting out. In between missions and drama, a mutual love blossomed. Aizawa groans while his students cackle up front. No it didn't, Aizawa muttered. Nakamura and Izuku snickered. That sounds so romantic. Inko sighed. Aizawa groans louder. Why am I in this situation? We aren't dating, Midoriya-san. Aizawa said. Not yet, Fukukado said, but don't worry, Midoriya-san, I'll win him over eventually. No you won't, Aizawa groans. A mischievous glint came into Inko's eye as she looked between the two and Aizawa gulped. It's all right, Fukukado-san, I understand completely, Inko said. Did you know that I had known Izuku's father for almost a year by the time he realized I was flirting with him? Midoriya blushes and covers his face at the same time his on-screen self cries out in betrayal. Mom! Izuku cried out in betrayal. Fukukado just laughed. Well, at least we've passed that stage of the courtship. I doubt Eraser could ignore my flirting. Nor can anyone else, Aizawa grumbles. Neither can anyone else, that's the problem. Aizawa said. Oh, so you want me to be more subtle in my affections? I can do that. Aizawa groans and buries himself in his capture weapon. Aizawa just sighed as everyone laughed at him. Deku, don't encourage her. Why not? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 said innocently, "You two are so cute together." "That's it. I'm expelling him." Fukukado snorts. "You can't expel him for something he hasn't technically done." Aizawa glares at her. This made Nakamura spit out his drink as Aizawa looked betrayed. "I trusted you, Deku. I trusted you and you stabbed me in the back and left me with her." The students and some of the villains are cackling. "That was amazing, Deku." Fukukado held out her hand for a fist bump, which Izuku took her up on. "And don't be so dramatic, Eraser. I'll win you over eventually and you know it." Aizawa just sighed and shook his head. "More like you'll wear me down. Your way of flirting is like a war of attrition." Fukukado beams like she's won a prize. He turned to look at Izuku as he pointedly changed the subject. "So Deku, we need to talk about internship options." "Seems a bit early to be talking about internships, Kero." "Yeah, but Deku isn't your typical case either," Shoji comments. "Don't internships happen after school starts?" Inko asked. "Normally, yes. Your son, however, is a special case. He's been working with us in an advisory role for several months at this point, and there is a raid coming up that we invited him on before knowing how young he is. We still think that his input will be essential, but he'll need to be part of an official internship in order to come." Inko looked worried. "We will make sure he stays safe while still allowing him to contribute to the mission." "Good luck with that." Bakugo scoffs. Safe and the nerd do not belong in the same sentence. "The FR is constantly attracting danger." "I do not." Midoriya exclaims. Bakugo gives Midoriya a deadpan look while their classmates all find themselves agreeing with Bakugo. Even some of the villains are agreeing with Bakugo. Midoriya deflates. "Okay, maybe I do attract trouble sometimes." Tisuke, "More like all of the time. Internships for first years normally only last a week, and we've been arguing non-stop about who gets to take you." Fukukado said, "One of the options we've thought of is having you do a few different internships in the next 2 months leading up to the raid. That way, you'd get more intensive training too. Make sure you're ready and we can all stop fighting. So we all agree that we all are gonna look like complete idiots next to Deku when he finally gets to you, right?" Kaminari says. "Oh yeah. I don't want to be against him in any exercises when he has 2 months of training under multiple underground heroes under his belt," Ashido says. Izuku's eyes went wide. "That sounds amazing. Can I, Mom? Please?" Inko looked at him for a long moment before caving. "You're sure that these internships will help him be safe?" The 3 heroes nodded. "Then okay, but don't put yourself in any more danger than you need to and listen to the heroes, okay?" Bakugo looks over to Midoriya. "You got that, nerd?" Midoriya blushes, but nods. "Okay." He hugged her tightly. "Thank you so much, Mom." "Thanks for dinner, Midoriya-san." "Congratulations, Deku." Fukukado said as the heroes left, "See you for training and internships." "And don't forget there's a planning meeting Saturday," Nakamura said. "Detective Tsukochi'll be picking you up." "Okay. But Deku's life feels so surreal." 𝐔𝐸𝐽 exclaims. "I still don't understand why I can't just walk," Izuku said sullenly. "It's because you're still a kid." Aizawa ruffled Izuku's hair. "Problem child. Can I love this universe anymore?" "It's great," 𝐔𝐸𝐽 comments. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Mastermind, Strategist for Hire Chapter 7, Face to Face, yes. The enjoyable one. Shigaraki wears his unhinged smile proudly. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Mastermind, Strategist for Hire Chapter 7, Face to Face, yes. The enjoyable one. Shigaraki wears his unhinged smile proudly. Mastermind looked back at Izuku from the full-length mirror in Jiran's office. He didn't want to get dressed in his villain outfit at home and potentially risk getting caught by his mom or the neighbors. If everything went well tonight, he would be finding his own base soon enough. But until then, Jiran's office would have to do. "This isn't looking good," Tsukochi groans. "Everything is pointing to Mastermind having his first face-to-face meeting soon," Aizawa adds. His villain outfit was practical, but still managed to look intimidating. Or at least it would, if Izuku wasn't so short. The black armored breaths were fitted, but flexible, and were paired with a black armored shirt made from the same material, but what tied the outfit together was the jacket. It was a dark green and had a hood he had pulled up, his hair just peeking out from underneath it. There were dozens of pockets that had smoke bombs, grenades, flashbangs, and, of course, his knives. He also had knives strapped to each of his legs and a few hidden in his dark red boots for emergencies. Not bad, Iguchi comments. I think he needs more knives, Toga shrugs. That's just cause you're stab happy, Darby rolls his eyes. After a few months training with Toga, he was deadly with a knife, if not quite as good as his teacher. The last thing he put on was his mask. It was a solid black and covered his entire face below the nose. It didn't look like a standard gas mask, looking instead like a simple ski mask, but Jiran assured him it would filter out any harmful gas attacks. Looking in the mirror, the effect was stunning. The knives alone would have been intimidating, but the hood partially shaded Izuku's face so that the only distinguishing feature were his bright green eyes, lit with a deadly sort of fire. He loved it. I'm low-key excited to see how this goes, Kaminari comments before quickly adding, in an entertainment sense. I know that Mastermind is a villain and I shouldn't be excited to watch him get better, but he's not our villain. Our villains are over there. Kaminari points to where all of the villains are sitting. Shigaraki wrinkles his nose in disgust. I'm not your villain. I am my own person. Kaminari is cut off by Kirishima shoving his hand in his face. Dude, don't. Jiran had arranged a face-to-face meetup now that Toga said he probably wouldn't die immediately as soon as he was attacked. A good skill to probably have, Darby snickers. The meeting was with a small gang that had territory in eastern Tokyo and were wanting to rob a casino. Izuku himself was still considered small-time, even if he was becoming more well-known, so Jiran said this would be a good chance for Mastermind to start showing his face, even if it was behind a mask. Tsukochi groans. Hate guys like him. Makes my job so much harder. Looking pretty snazzy. Jiran was leaning against the doorframe, smoking his ever-present cigarette. I'd say knock 'em dead, but that'd be bad for business. Toga pouted. But killing can be so much fun. Can be, but kill the wrong guy and it ain't so much fun dealing with the aftermath, Darby comments. Izuku rolled his eyes, again marveling at how they stood out against his outfit. Let's go. The sooner we get this over with, the sooner I can pretend I'm not nervous. Jiran chuckled, but grabbed his keys. You're such a smart kid, I keep forgetting how new to the game you are. Normally it takes years for small fry like you to get to this point in their careers. This small fry is gonna cause some real trouble for me, Tsukochi groaned. He could only imagine what is going to happen once they get a little further down the timeline when the League starts to play a bigger role in things. Yeah well, normally small fry don't make a living killing heroes. Midoriya winced at his counterpart's comment. He's trying his best to separate the sight of himself on the screen to his actual self, but it wasn't as easy as he would like. The drive to the warehouse was short, but maybe that was because there's not really any traffic at 2 o'clock in the morning. As they walked in, Jiran and Mastermind were met with a dozen armed guards surrounding a man almost as big as Fat Gum who was obviously the head honcho. Izuku immediately started analyzing, matching the people and quirks he saw to the research he'd done beforehand. The head honcho was sneering at him. Jiran, I said I wanted to meet with Mastermind, not some kid who's still wearing diapers. What kind of a joke are you trying to pull here? Hey! Jiran takes his business very seriously. A practical joker, he is. Jiran just smirked. Izuku was fairly certain it was his default expression, but there was a possibility that he was genuinely amused by the situation. Yeah, I know he doesn't look like much, but I guarantee you he's the real deal. Apparently, you don't have to be tall to be smart. A few of the watchers snorted. Izuku's nervousness was slowly morphing into anger and determination. If there was anything he was used to from his life before villainy, it was JRKS who thought it was their right to look down on him. The head honcho had gone on a rant about Jiran not taking him seriously and how he was powerful and blah, blah blah. Izuku just sat down on the chair provided for him and spoke quietly, the determination in his voice and eyes passing for confidence in his words. Takumi Fujito. Age, quirk, spines, you convert the fat in your body into spines that can be detached, however they have a tendency to bleed when you do that, so you avoid detaching them if at all possible. Family. You have a wife that you married 10 years ago and 4 kids, all under the age of your youngest just turned 6 last Wednesday. Congratulations, by the way. Weaknesses. Your family, the dependence of your quirk on your previous fat stores and the risk of BLD loss if forced to use it in the wrong way. You also have a severe allergy to shellfish. Did I get anything wrong? The kids in the room, along with some of the adults, were shocked at the display of information. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 was quickly jotting down this information, in case this man was also a criminal in his own universe. The room had gone completely silent and Izuku smiled innocently beneath his mask and looked directly at the head honcho, who gulped. So, Izuku said pleasantly, "Shall we begin?" He looked so cool. Even though he's a villain, Kaminari looked at war with himself for thinking that the villain on screen looked cool. Detective 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 rubbed his eyes in frustration before taking another gulp of his coffee. The mastermind case was rapidly turning from a minor headache to a massive migraine. The guy had been on the scene for less than 10 months and he was already becoming one of the most dangerous villains the detective had ever been tasked with finding. He looked at the file again, filled with whatever neatly written plans they had managed to confiscate from villains and a handful of blurry photographs pulled from security cameras at internet cafes. All the evidence pointed to one thing: Mastermind was a ghost. The police hadn't even known about his existence until months after his first murder, and it was the media who first caught on to the fact that all the recent hero deaths were connected. The heroes and police hadn't even thought to check. Why would they? Each murder was committed by different people with different quirks and there wasn't any signature connecting the deaths. It wasn't until Nezu noticed that the villains committing the crimes weren't smart enough to pull off the kinds of heists they were doing that they began looking for a strategist rather than a serial killer. A strategist for hire. Looking at it now, it seemed obvious and simple. The murders were only possible because there was some genius pulling the strings from behind, making sure that the villains knew every possible weakness and how to exploit it. Nezu was anxious to catch Mastermind mostly because he wanted an intellectual equal to play chess with, but 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 wanted to catch him because the more his influence grew the more dangerous he became. "I would like to think I have a few more morals than that," Nezu commented. The only comforting fact about the entire case was that Mastermind never agreed to in-person meetups, which limited his influence considerably. If the police and heroes could catch him before he got up the courage to show his face, then they might be able to nip this in the bud, but Mastermind was starting to change his MO and that made 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 nervous. For a long time, Mastermind had used internet cafes to communicate with the villains who hired him, which had been the only solid lead the police could get on the guy, as thin as it was. He had been caught on camera multiple times, but always kept his hood up and seemed to know where the cameras were placed, so they still had no idea what he really looked like. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 and 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 had gone to interview employees at the various cafes, but because they didn't know about Mastermind until several months after he became active, it had been too long for most to remember a random guy in a hoodie. The only thing they had to show for the interviews was one clerk who remembered a young man with green hair, but even he admitted it could have been black and the harsh fluorescent lights were just messing with his eyes. In short, they still had nothing, but were tracking any suspicious activity at dozens of internet cafes in the city. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 let out a groan. He'd been hoping they had at least a little more to go on than a potential hair color. And then he stopped using them. The crimes continued, accelerated even, but there was no physical sign of Mastermind anywhere. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 and the rest of the police could only guess that he had either bought some sort of untraceable tech, or he had figured out how to build it himself. Either way, their most solid lead had gone cold and they were back to where they started. Well, almost. At least they knew the guy existed now. A slight movement in the corner of his eye made 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 reflexively drop the file and reach for his gun. "Hey now, I didn't think I was being that quiet." Many of Class 1A perked up, having recognized their teacher. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 curbed his panic for long enough to recognize the long white scarf, tangled hair and tired eyes of the hero in front of him. He sighed in relief. "Eraser. Sorry I didn't hear you coming, He looked at the papers spread all over the floor, got lost in thought, I guess." Eraser grunted in response, "I guess I should apologize for sneaking up on you. Stealth is just kind of a reflex for underground heroes, it takes too much work to turn it off." "No," 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 shook his head, It's not a problem. So, why are you here, Eraser? Normally you go straight to sleep after patrols. Eraserhead's expression, minute as the change was, turned grim. I heard something concerning from one of my informants and needed to let you know as soon as possible. He glanced down at the file that was still lying in disarray at their feet. I have something else to add to your file. Tsukawachi perked up half in excitement and half in dread. While he hoped Eraser was bringing good news, his grim attitude made that much less likely. Please tell me that you have some sort of lead on how to find him. Even as he said it, he knew it was a useless hope. If Eraser was bringing something like that, he'd be smiling, as unhinged as the hero's smile was. Muffled snickers from the kids could barely be heard over the loud laughter of Yamada. As expected, Eraser shook his head and frowned. Much worse. According to my contact, over the past week, Mastermind has met with the leaders of several minor gangs. In person. Eraser waited a moment for his news to sink in, watching as all the overworked cogs in Tsukawachi's brain finished turning to the correct positions, and when they did. Shigaraki cackled. I can't wait until we team up with this brat. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Viridian, The Green Guide Chapter 7 Weapons. This could be fun. Spinner chirps. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Up next, Viridian, The Green Guide Chapter 7 Weapons. This could be fun. Spinner chirps. Izuku had never actually been to a hardware store before. It probably had something to do with growing up without a father. Kaminari snorted but quickly covered his mouth and nose with his hand. Sorry. He glanced at Midoriya. Not funny. Midoriya shrugs with a shy smile. A little funny. Kaminari drops his hand and gives a soft smile back. But Mom had always just hired a handyman for anything that need to be fixed around the house, and that guy always brought his own materials, so Izuku had never really had any reason to walk inside a store like this before, which was why he was currently standing frozen at the entrance, unsure of where to begin. Some of the employees were starting to stare at him strangely, probably wondering why a kid in a middle school uniform was staring at their store like it was some kind of labyrinth that was going to eat him alive. So Izuku forced his feet to move and started aimlessly wandering while trying to look discreetly at the signs. It wasn't his fault the store was so big and intimidating. He's so awkward and adorable. Kiyomaku's. Alright, he'd had a goal when he'd walked in here, hadn't he? Oh, right, pipe. After the fight with those drugged-up villains last week, he decided that he needed to fine-tune his weapon selection. The dowels had worked great for the first few seconds, but they broke far too easily, and just because Mom hadn't realized they were missing from the closet yet didn't mean he could just keep taking them until they were gone. What if Mom wanted to use them for another project? That's so sweet that you're concerned about using up your mother's project supplies. Yaoyorozu fondly says. Midoriya smiles at Yaoyorozu. It's something she enjoys to do. So, anyway, pipe hopefully wouldn't break as easily and it shouldn't be that hard to buy, right? But what section was he supposed to? Plumbing sounded promising. Plumbing used pipes, didn't it? Izuku fought to not facepalm at his own stupidity, since he didn't need to give the staff any more reasons to question his sanity. Of course plumbing used pipes. He really was as stupid as Kaken said, wasn't he? Bakugo frowns. He turned down the aisle and started looking around while desperately trying to pretend he knew what he was doing. Why were there so many pipes? And why were they all so long? He wasn't looking for a quarterstaff, he wanted something he could fit in his pocket. Finally he found some copper pipe that looked short enough to be promising. He picked up a piece and started passing it between his hands. It was light, but felt comfortable enough. Is there anything I can help you with? Kaminari lights up with a very audible gasp of surprise. Izuku yelped and dropped the pipe, which made a series of loud clanging sounds as it bounced on the floor. Izuku felt his face heat up and turned to the employee who was looking at him apologetically. The kid was around his own age and had yellow hair that was almost as bright as the red apron of his store uniform. It's me. Kaminari jumps up and spins in a circle of excitement. Sorry about that, dude. The employee said. We're just supposed to offer help and expertise to the people who come in. Not that I actually have much expertise, I'm just a part-timer, but I could help you find someone who's an expert if you want. Ah, that's so cool. Kaminari bumps his fist up. Kaminari finally sits back down and he pauses with an upset thinking face on. Wait, his eyebrows scrunch. Is this the only time I'm going to show up, then? Kaminari pouts. Darn. Kirishima pumps Kaminari's shoulder with his own. Hey, dude. Who knows, maybe you two hit it off and become a vigilante duo. Kaminari perks up. That would be so cool. Izuku didn't think that any of the employees were experts in vigilantism. No thanks, I'm just browsing. If you tell me what your project is, I could probably point you in the right direction. The kid offered. Yeah, don't you know, I'm a total expert in vigilantism. Kaminari laughs. Midoriya smiles and with a laugh replies, I'll keep that in mind when I decide to switch to vigilantism. It's just a hobby. Izuku glanced down at the copper pipe, which was still sitting forgotten on the floor. It seemed too conspicuous, like it was a physical reminder of how useless he was. He not only didn't know what kind of pipe to buy, but he'd also managed to loudly drop one within minutes of arriving at the store. He really was such an idiot. Wasn't he? Ashido pouts. I keep forgetting how sad this Midoriya is. I don't like it. The employee followed his gaze downward and smiled sheepishly. Sorry, dude, normally I'd grab that and put it back for you, but, he chuckled awkwardly, I'm not really supposed to handle any conductive materials. Class 1A laughs and giggles to their friends as they all imagine different ways that Kaminari could cause something to go wrong by touching something conductive in a store full of conductive materials. For the first time, Izuku noticed the black lightning bolt pattern in the employee's hair. Oh. You have an electricity quirk. Bakugo snorts. Took you long enough, nerd. Thought you were a quirk enthusiast. Midoriya blushes, but sticks his tongue out at Bakugo instead of hiding in embarrassment. Yeah. The employee smiled brightly. My name's Kaminari, by the way. Name drop, let's go. Nice to meet you. Izuku leaned down and picked up the pipe. It's really smart of you to work here with your quirk. I'm sure you're learning all sorts of stuff about circuits and electricity. Kaminari gasps. That would have been so smart. Gyro snorts. Probably why you didn't think of it. Kaminari pouts playfully but the brightens up. This version of me thought of it. Gyro raises an eyebrow playfully and smiles and she rolls her eyes. Kaminari's eyes widened. Whoa, I hadn't even thought of that, dude. I just wanted to save some extra money for high school. I wonder if some of the guys in the electronics section would be willing to teach me. Kaminari pouts while Gyro laughs. I'm sure they would. Izuku smiled. Good luck. Thanks, dude. Kaminari smiled. And good luck on your project. Izuku nodded and watched Kaminari leave before turning back to the pipe in his hands. Or, I'm leaving. I'm sure we'll see you again. Kirishima cheers. I hope so. He looked it over and frowned when he saw some small dents from where he'd dropped it. Copper was probably really good for traditional pipes, but it seemed like it was too soft for what Izuku had in mind. It would be really inconvenient to have to fix dents in his weapons every night. Good thing he dropped it then. Uraraka laughs. Which put him back to square one. If copper wasn't going to cut it, then what kinds of metal were there? There were a bunch of different plastics and PVC pipes, but those would probably have the same problems with breaking as the dowels did, so he didn't waste much time in that section. Finally, he saw a section with black pipes that said they were made of iron. He picked up a shorter piece and it seemed like it was heavy enough to pack a punch. He almost wanted to drop it to make sure it wouldn't dent, but the embarrassment had been bad enough the first time and that had been an accident. Uraraka laughs. Yeah, they probably wouldn't let you stay in the store very long if you kept dropping all of their pipes. Midoriya chuckles. Yeah. He chose two identical pieces that were thick enough for him to hold comfortably and around 30 centimeters long. They'd take some getting used to, but the store didn't sell anything shorter than that in the iron, so they'd have to do. He put his pipes in his basket and started wandering toward a sign that said tools. He probably wouldn't buy anything from there, but it wouldn't hurt to look right. Tools can make some pretty great improved weapons, Uraraka states. Yeah, but it's probably best not to carry around a bunch of heavy tools in a hoodie pocket, Kiro. Uraraka hums. I guess you're right. Maybe they'd have a larger box cutter or something similar. The one he had was functional, but it hadn't been long enough to do any meaningful damage to that tentacle villain, so it'd be good to have something with a longer blade as a backup. Looking at the box cutters, though, Izuku realized that they didn't really have a lot of variety when it came to blade length. It seemed like most of the differences between different models were just the width and the handle, which wasn't something that Izuku cared about. Displayed right next to the box cutters, though, were a few utility knives. Izuku hesitated before looking at them. Was he really ready to carry a knife? That seemed more serious somehow. Like he was actually planning on hurting someone rather than just taking along a weapon in case of emergencies. But was a knife really all that different than a box cutter? They were both sharp and could do some damage, and the utility knife would be really useful. A knife would feel so much more dangerous to carry than a box cutter. Ashido exclaims. The connotations of a knife give it a more dangerous air, Ida explains. Yeah, feels like you're gonna stab someone, even if that isn't your intention, Yorozu adds. He gave in and got a generic-looking knife that was able to fold into its own handle so he wouldn't accidentally cut himself. It's not like he had to use it, right? It was just good to have. Between the knife and the pipes, though, Izuku was starting to get concerned about how he was going to carry everything. Sure, he had his hoodie pocket, but he'd already dropped his soup can 3 times while running and it had only been a week. Things just started to fall out from all the bouncing that running involved, so he should probably find a better solution. Upgrades, people. Upgrades. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 cheers. I want to see some proper vigilante costuming happening. He wandered around the tool aisle a little longer before he saw a section labeled tool aprons. Some looked like actual aprons, like the kind Kaminari had been wearing, but others were more like utility belts. They had loops that were probably meant for hammers, but Izuku could easily modify them to hold his pipes, and some pockets that would probably be perfect for his knife and can. He chose one made out of a dark green canvas-like material that would match well with the rest of his vigilante outfit and added it to his basket. Not what I was hoping for, but I'll take it for now. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 exclaims. What were you hoping for that would come out of a hardware store? Gyro asks. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 shrugs. Not exactly sure, she hums in thought. It was a little pricey, but he hadn't bought any hero merch since. Well, the point was that he had a little extra allowance saved up, so he could afford it. Midoriya frowns. He couldn't imagine not having all of his hero merch that he bought in between the sludge villain and starting at UA. Izuku made his way toward the checkout section, but stopped when one of the displays on the end of the aisles caught his attention. Slingshots. Well, it would be nice to have something capable of long-range attacks. A slingshot would be such a cool weapon. Mineta shouts, stars in his eyes. He gave into temptation and read the packaging. Slingshots, a fun, effective tool perfect for hunting and survival. Simply put your preferred ammunition. We recommend steel shot, marbles, or even smooth rocks in the leather pouch and fire. There were some packages of steel shot in the same display, which basically looked like metal marbles, but Izuku didn't grab any. Firing metal at someone sounded really serious, like firing a bullet, and he really wasn't a serious vigilante. Besides, other people were probably a lot better at slingshots than he was, and if they were planning on using them for hunting or survival, then they needed the professional ammunition much more than he did. He's so sad, but adorable at the same time. Fukukado coos. The cashier gave Izuku a weird look as he checked out, but he wasn't really paying attention. He should buy some marbles on the way home. They'd be perfect for his slingshot, plus, they'd solve a problem he'd been having finding rocks. Normally there was enough rubble from past hero fights that Izuku didn't have any trouble finding stuff to throw to get heroes' attention, but there had been a few times when it had taken a minute or two to find something to throw and the heroes had almost been too late. If he had marbles to throw, he wouldn't have to waste any time finding rocks. He wouldn't use his slingshot on the heroes, that'd be rude, but throwing them would work fine. Aizawa groans and puts his head in his hands. Fukukado is laughing hysterically. Yamada smiles at the pair. Those are gonna become collectibles, aren't they? He asks with a wide toothy smile. Aizawa just lets out another groan, but his friends can tell he's hiding a soft smile. He chose a bigger toy store downtown, hoping they'd have a bigger variety of marbles. Thankfully, he didn't get nearly as many odd looks here, but it did feel weird to be here without making a beeline for the hero collectibles aisle. It took him a few minutes to find the marbles, but when he did, he was glad he'd come here rather than a smaller store. There were a lot of marbles that were sold in small net bags that had 10 or so normal marbles and a larger one, but what made Izuku grin was the large dispensers that sold marbles in bulk. Ashido throws her hand up. Anyone else want to go to this store and buy a bunch of marbles in bulk? 'Cause I know I do. We could play marble tag with slingshots. Kaminari exclaims, a spark in his eyes. Dude! Kirishima exclaims. Dumbass, do you realize how much getting shot by a marble coming out of slingshot would be? Bakugo rolls his eyes. All I'm hearing is that you're afraid you'd lose. Ashido smirks and crosses her arms. Bakugo's eye twitches. If you think I couldn't beat all your buttes, you are dead wrong. I'm just saving your sorry buttes from getting a pelting of a lifetime. Whatever you say, Blasty. Kaminari exclaims with a smile. He grabbed one of the canvas bags and looked at the different colors. Whoever was in charge of naming marble colors should help students come up with their hero names, because they were obviously having way too much fun with their job if the crazy names like Tsunami or Wild Tiger were any indication. Those would be awesome hero names. Izuku finally settled on a color called Enchanted Forest, which was a swirling mix of dark green and black, because it matched his vigilante outfit, and he bought about 2 pounds worth of marbles. Hopefully that would be enough to last him at least a couple of weeks, and there were a few pockets on his new tool belt that would be perfect for them. It's all coming together. Our boy is becoming a vigilante, Uraraka-ku's. Well I know, not technically, but like, he totally is a vigilante and that's all that matters. For the first time since he'd met All Might, Izuku walked home smiling. Oh! The screen fades into the next loading screen. Cheat code, support strategist chapter 7, acceptance looks like he's getting into UA after all. The screen fades into the next loading screen. Cheat code, support strategist chapter 7, acceptance looks like he's getting into UA after all. The letter was heavier than he expected. Well, logically, Izuku knew that the envelope was probably stuffed with all sorts of paperwork for if he was accepted, or maybe resources for if he wasn't, so it made sense for it to weigh something, but for some reason, it felt heavier than just paper. Or maybe that was an emotional reaction to the tension he'd been feeling ever since Mom had run in from getting the mail. The projection letters were so cool to get. Kaminari exclaimed. Yeah. Getting to hear a hero tell you that you've been accepted into UA made my entire month after I got my letter, Hagekyu says. Imagine getting rejected by one of your heroes though. That would totally rock. Twice comments. The hero students contemplate that for a couple minutes. If my personal hero told me I failed, I might actually become a villain, Gyro comments. Or die on the spot. I would cry so hard. Hagekyu weeps. This letter was going to determine the rest of his future. This would determine if he remained a worthless loser or if he went to All Might's alma mater to become a professional analyst, so no wonder the envelope felt so heavy. Dude, I did not think this chapter was gonna be this stressful, Kirishima comments. I know. Zero exclaims. Like, we already know he's gonna get in. It'd be such a plot twist if he didn't though. Ashido gasps. Mom hovered nervously, wringing her hands as she waited for him to open it. A few months ago, he probably would have gone to his room to be alone, but she had been just as involved in his preparation for the entrance exam as he had been, and honestly, after bombing the practical, he could really use the support. Hatsune grumbled about not bombing the practical, then perks up and starts thinking about ways to literally bomb the practical. Izuku, Mom said finally. It's not going to get any easier if you wait. Yes. So true. Ashido complains. Waiting just makes everything so much more worse. That's why you just gotta go and do it. She fist bumps the air. Izuku nodded and took a deep breath, then closed his eyes and ripped the envelope open like he was taking off a band-aid. There was a metallic thud that made Izuku open his eyes as something inside fell out and hit the coffee table. Is that a hologram projector? I still think those are so cool. Zero comments. Almost as soon as he said that, the disc came to life and a small screen appeared. 𝐼𝐺𝐺 was staring right at the camera, looking somewhat tired, which made sense if he'd had to make one of these for every student in the support course. Probably a good thing All Might didn't make all of the hologram projectors, 𝐿𝐺𝐺 comments. Kaminari whistles. Yeah, probably for the best. This Midoriya at least seems less likely to react too poorly to All Might popping up again. Uraraka chirps. Izuku Midoriya. 𝐼𝐺𝐺 began. You passed the written exam with flying colors and turned in an impressive portfolio. However, I have been told that during the practical exam, you did not succeed in hacking UA. I promise, we were all dying in anticipation. There was no need to add more, Gyro comments, earning nods from her fellow classmates. Tears pricked at the corners of his eyes and he could feel Mom looking at him with pity as he stared at the ground. Of course he knew that he'd failed the exam. As much as he wanted to believe that Mai had been right about them not expecting him to succeed, he hadn't been able to push away the dread whenever he thought about the test. He really was a failure. He was a quirkless nobody, just like Kaken always said. Bakugo frowns. He hopes as these move forward the other versions of him will start pulling their SHT together. I'm glad. myheroacademia. The poor boy is going to take that the wrong way. Kiyoma exclaims. It's not like this version of me knows that. He's probably just trying to get the kid to lighten up. myheroacademia tries to defend his alternate self. Izuku whipped his head up fast enough to almost give him WH blush. Was 𝐼𝐺𝐺 glad he didn't make it into UA? Was he rubbing it in? That didn't seem like appropriate behavior for a pro hero. Kiyoma coos softly at the miscommunication. If you had succeeded, I would honestly be concerned about the quality of our school's defenses. 𝐼𝐺𝐺 chucked. Thankfully, Nezu didn't actually expect you to succeed, he simply set the task as a way to gauge your skill and drive, even though your portfolio was impressive enough to guarantee your admittance without any need for a practical. Take it from someone who has been working under him for quite a while now, impressing Nezu like that is no easy feat he seems to have. 𝐼𝐺𝐺 shivered almost imperceptibly. Special plans to help you realize your potential. Not my problem, child, this time, Aizawa mutters. myheroacademia pales. This means I get both Hatsune and Midoriya. He pauses, starting to look a little faint. Together. They already get along, which means that both their abilities for mass destruction and chaos will be combined. Hey! Not your universe, my guy. Take a deep breath and chill out. Hawks playfully smirks. Not your circus, not your monkeys. Fukukado exclaims excitedly. Izuku held his breath as 𝐼𝐺𝐺 gave a tired smile. As the head of the support course at UA, welcome, Izuku Midoriya. This is your support academia. Class 1A claps for their friend. Or well, their friend's alternate self. Izuku's jaw dropped and he kept staring at the screen as Mom cried and hugged him tightly. He made it. He made it. He was going to UA. He did it. Oh, wait, 𝐼𝐺𝐺 was still talking. Now that we've gotten that out of the way, there's a few housekeeping items I need to tell you about. There are 3 first-year support classes at UA. Classes 1F and 1G cater to the invention track, while Class 1H focuses primarily on design. Because of the rarity of students entering the intelligence and analytics track, you have been assigned to Class 1F with the invention students. Your projects and assignments will, of course, be modified to fit your emphasis, and you'll also have daily lessons with Principal Nezu, but you will still need to pass the lab safety test on UA's website before school starts, since 1F meets in a lab rather than a traditional classroom. Please fill out the forms included with your acceptance letter to inform us of any equipment or materials you need so we can have those ready for you on the first day of class. Congratulations, Midoriya. I look forward to seeing you in my class. I wonder what kind of materials this Midoriya would be able to get away with claiming he needs. Kaminari hums in consideration. Zero rolls his eyes. Not that he would. Kaminari shrugs. Yeah, but think about the possibilities. You did it, baby. Mom hadn't stopped hugging him since 𝐼𝐺𝐺 had said he was accepted. You worked so hard. I'm so proud of you. A big watery smile stretches across Midoriya's face. His mom is proud of him. That was what finally pushed Izuku over the edge into tears of his own. He had had no idea how much he needed to hear that. All those years of her apologizing for him being quirkless and telling him to choose a different dream were over. His mom believed in him now. She was proud of him. That felt almost as good as being told he actually got accepted into UA. Ah! I'm going to start crying now. That's so sweet and sad at the same time. Ashido fans her face as if pushing back tears. Izuku. Mom said, I think your phone is vibrating. Izuku listened and, sure enough, there was a faint vibrating noise. He looked around to see that his phone had fallen out of his pocket and was sitting on the couch beside him. Who would even be calling him? Kaken was the only one at school who had his number, but Izuku was half convinced he had deleted it as soon as Auntie Mitsuki had forced him to put it in his phone. Hesitantly, Izuku answered the call. Bakugo frowns. Honestly, back then he might have, but he never actually did. I got in. He didn't even get a chance to say hello before Mai was shouting in his ear. I got in, Izuku-kun, I'm going to UA. Like there was ever a doubt. Midoriya exclaims. While Hatsune tended to invade personal space and have a high energy presences, she was an extremely talented inventor and creator. Izuku couldn't help the grin that spread across his face. Congratulations, Mai-chan. I knew you could do it. Or, look at his smiles. Hagekyu coos. It's nice seeing him happy for once. Jiru snorts, covering her mouth with her hand. You can't just say things like that, Hagekyu. Jiru giggles. Mom looked very confused and Izuku suddenly realized that in his post-exam depressive haze, not only had he almost forgotten about giving Mai his number, he'd also completely forgotten to tell Mom that he met Mai at all. He'd been so depressed when he came home after failing the practical that he'd gone straight to his room, and then he'd spent the rest of the week trying not to think about it, especially since he was never going to see her again if he didn't make it into UA. Now he had to explain who this random girl was to his mom. Awkward. He pulled the phone away from his mouth and spoke quietly. Mai-chan is, well, Mai was acting like they were friends, but he still didn't want to assume anything. We met at the entrance exam. Ah, Mom nodded in understanding, but still seemed a little nervous. What about you, Izuku-kun? The question made Izuku tune back into Mai's ramblings. Did you pass? Because if you didn't, I'm gonna march straight into UA and tell them that, yeah. Let's go Hatsune, Uraraka cheers. That's the energy we're looking for. Mai cackles. No. Izuku screamed, but then realized that could be taken the wrong way. I mean, no, please don't do that, Mai-chan. I got in. Apparently, my final was just a formality and they didn't actually expect me to succeed. I told you so. Mai cackled. I knew they wouldn't fail you. That would be like ignoring my perfect babies. So what class are you gonna be in? Are you gonna be with all the other analysis students? Actually, I'm the only one, so they put me in an invention class, Izuku said nervously. I'm in 1F. Yes. Mai screams. She is so excited to see how the two of them mix. Myheroacademia sighs and sinks into his chair, resigning himself to the fate of early gray hairs and enough stress to kill him. He won't admit it out loud, but is also excited to see what these two together could accomplish. There was a beat of silence and Izuku was just starting to wonder if he'd somehow said something wrong when Hatsune squealed so loud that he had to hold the phone at arm's length just to avoid going deaf. Mom kept looking between him and the phone, obviously concerned. Is she okay? Izuku shrugged helplessly. I think she might just be excited. I'm in 1F too. Mai screamed. We're in the same class. Izuku blinked in shock for a moment. He was going to have a friend in class. That hadn't happened since, well, it depended on if he was counting Kaken as a friend. They'd been in plenty of classes together, but it definitely wasn't enjoyable, or at least not as enjoyable as thought being in a class with Mai would be, so he wasn't sure if that counted. Izuku grinned. He was finally going to be in the same class as a friend. Well, if they were actually friends. I will not let this sad subtext distract me from the fact that this Midori is gonna thrive, Ashido comments. He may decide to take over the world, but he'll be the happiest little guy ever. Uraraka agrees. I'm not gonna take over the world, Uraraka. Midoriya exclaims. Jiru laughs. I wouldn't take that bet quite yet. Midoriya pouts. We should do something to celebrate. Mai declared. Oh. Izuku held the phone away from his mouth again and glanced at Mom. Would you mind if I went to hang out with Mai-chan? She wants to celebrate us getting in. Mom frowned for a moment. Does she want to come over for dinner? If she's your friend, I want to meet her. I could make your favorites. Izuku hesitated. Was inviting her over weird? He couldn't imagine inviting anyone from his middle school over, and Kaken would probably laugh at Mom insisting she meet his new friend, but Mai didn't seem like the type to get embarrassed by societal norms like that, so she probably wouldn't care. I guess I can ask her. Oh, this is gonna be so much fun. Mai exclaims, practically vibrating. 20 minutes later, Izuku was frantically cleaning the kitchen while Mom started dinner. What if Mai thought their house was too dirty? What if she thought it was in a bad part of town? What if she saw the pictures of 4-year-old Izuku in an all-night Odyssey and never wanted to talk to him again? They were in the same class, he'd have to be careful to always sit on the other side of the room, or maybe behind her so she didn't have to see his face. Was it safer to take the pictures down? Yes, definitely safer to take the pictures down. Oh no, that was a knock. Too late. Abort mission. Some of the students laugh at this Midoriya's inner monologue. He's so stressed it's kind of adorable. Especially because Mai doesn't seem like the type to care about anything like that. They both ran to answer the door, but before Mom could open it, Izuku suddenly grabbed her hand. Before you meet Mai, I kinda need to warn you about something. Mom looked worried. Does she have tattoos or something? No, nothing like that. Izuku said frantically. It's just, she calls her inventions her babies. I can only imagine how differently this introduction could have been had cheat code Midoriya not told Midoriya about Mai's babies. Uraraka comments in comedic solace. Why would you need to warn me about? Izuku opened the door before she could finish and immediately got an armful of excitable Mai-chan, Izuku-an. This year is gonna be so much fun. Izuku willed his face to go back to a normal color as he pried her away from him. This is my mom. Mom, this is Mai-chan. Mai's eyes lit up and she ran up to Mom, practically vibrating with excitement. It's awesome to meet you, Midoriya-san. Your son and I are gonna make so many appealing babies together. The students burst out laughing. What an introduction from Mai Hatsune. Mom immediately choked and stared at her in shock before she connected the dots. She visually relaxed and sighed in relief. Oh, that's what you meant, Izuku. I see why you warned me. And yes, Izuku seems to be looking forward to working with you too. Good. Mai grinned. I'm so excited to see what babies I can make with your son's awesome brains. Did you teach him how to do that? I love how your brain works, Mai. Ashido exclaims. It's so appealing to witness it from afar. Mom still seemed a little overwhelmed by Mai's energy. What? I think she means my analysis, Mom. Izuku came to her rescue, or did you mean the hacking? Both. Oh, analysis has always been Izuku's hobby, really. Even as a kid, he was looking at quirks and writing notes about them. I didn't even know what he was doing until he showed me his first notebook. Mom said. And besides buying him notebooks and computer classes, it's all him. Wow, Mai said, I knew you were smart, Izuku-an, but that's something else. You really taught yourself how to make your notebooks. Shigaraki's fingers twitched, itching to get his hands on these notebooks that keep popping up. They would be useful tools against the heroes. Izuku nodded. I just always loved heroes, so it just kinda made sense. I've been doing them forever, so the first ones are really stupid and I think they're probably written in crayon. I really want to see these crayon notebooks. They're probably adorable and so serious in a childish way, you know. Hagakure looks at her friends around her to see if they agree with her. Cool, my first blueprints were the same. I knew they were blueprints, so I was very particular that I had to draw them with blue crayon. Mai grinned and Izuku was pleased to realize that Mom looked more at ease now that she'd had a chance to adjust to Mai's energy. So what's for dinner? The screen fades into the next loading screen, Shadows, the horror movie Heroes Chapter 5, Information. I wonder what kind of information this chapter will be about. Uraraka happily wonders out loud.